The Earth Legend. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead.
Chapter 1. I could recall the day I'd bonded like it was yesterday, and I knew I'd always remember it that way. I'd been walking in the forest on my own in late September during the afternoon around sunset. I was in my second year at Orenda Academy and had been feeling pretty isolated from everyone else. I felt different and alone. I couldn't understand why. My life was pretty good. I was happy overall, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. I couldn't figure out who. There was just this gap in me that had always been there and that I could never explain. I always felt like my purpose, my destiny was somewhere out there, not here. I wanted to go look for it because I was restless without it. When I got far enough into the woods, I heard a cracking sound and looked up. My heart skipped a beat and then froze when I saw a pair of amber eyes peering out at me from the trees. There was a large black wolf standing there, his coat deeper than night and shadow. He held himself tall. Head high, his ears perked forward as he looked at me. Some people don't believe animals can have expressions, but this one did. His look was completely serious, and though we were at least 20 feet apart, it felt like he was pulling me in, further and further to him. The gaze we shared was unbreakable. I couldn't wrench my eyes away if I tried. Time faded away, and so did everything around me. A soft flute played a solo melody in the background that only we could hear. Nothing else mattered. The only thing that meant anything anymore was the wolf. My body felt light and airy as I began walking toward the wolf, my feet moving not of their own accord. My ears seemed to block out all sound as I approached the wolf. He turned, glancing behind himself once before he broke into a run. I followed. I leapt into a run, but I wasn't chasing him. I was sprinting beside him. We weaved throughout the trees together, matching stride for stride. His paws touched the ground each time my foot did, and we moved seamlessly, in unison. Everything was fast, yet it was also in slow motion. I'd never felt so connected to something in my life. What I had known before, it hadn't ever made me feel this way. Finally, the wolf stopped running. He came to a halt beside a cascading waterfall and allowed the spray to mist his black fur. I took a few deep breaths before I sank to my knees before him. He didn't move, but remained standing and kept staring back. I raised a shaking hand to touch his fur. The moment I did, shock waves were sent pulsating through my body. My entire existence was rearranged. Saying that my life was different wasn't enough. This bond went beyond the short time I would exist on this plane. Everything I thought that had mattered didn't matter at all. The only thing that mattered was the wolf in front of me. He consumed every part of me, rearranged my thoughts about myself, and created a mirror that I could use to reflect who I was. Every connection in my life, my family, my tribe, who I wanted to be, came loose and tied themselves tightly onto the wolf. Whatever I cared about or loved, if it didn't relate to the wolf, it was no longer important. We were the same. There was nothing different about us. It was like we shared the same body, the same mind. All I cared about was his beating heart, his breath. Without it, I meant nothing. He carried all the best parts of me within him, and I was just the body that moved throughout this earthly realm. He was me, who I really was, not who I pretended or wanted to be. I would die and be buried, but he would live on with the ancestors forever. The connection I felt between us was like golden threads twisting and binding around each other, creating a thick rope that tangled up the two of us so I couldn't distinguish where myself ended and he began. Because that would be impossible. Cutting us apart, trying to untangle the interwoven strands that bonded me and him, would be something not even the ancestors could do. I felt warm strands wrap around me like a thick blanket, and I could no longer resist and pull away from who and what this wolf was. The missing gap in my heart filled, and for the first time in my life, I truly felt like this was where I belonged. My purpose and my meaning in life had been filled up. It was like satisfying something that could never be satisfied. Whatever I'd been looking for, I'd found it, and now I was finally at peace. "Neshoma," I whispered, and I wrapped my arms around the wolf and held him tight. The wolf buried his snout into my shoulder and huffed. I ran my hands through his fur and over his ears. He was perfect. A scar ran over his right eye, and he had a hardened look that said he wouldn't give up, no matter what happened. He was tough. I liked it. I stood, one hand still wrapped firmly in the fur that ran across his shoulder blades. "Come on, brother. Let's go back and tell everyone I found my familiar." My whole family had celebrated with me that day. Back then, I thought Neshoma would be by my side forever. He was, in a way. But at the same time, he wasn't. The most unbearable part of it was that I didn't just lose him. I'd lost Sophia.
Chapter 2. Nausea slammed into my gut as the tall, twisted spires of Orenda Academy came into view. Normally, the sight would send a warm, fuzzy sensation in the pit of my stomach, as if arriving home to a comforting bed after a long trek through the Arctic. But now, it felt like entering a graveyard after a massacre. The castle classrooms and halls remembered every kiss, every touch, every whisper Liam and I had ever shared. Orenda Academy was where our love had blossomed, and where it had died. Going back was more painful than I'd imagined. I thought I could block it all out, forget it had ever happened, and move on with my life. But I would never forget a single moment I shared with Liam Maito. He was once the very air I breathed. Now, it felt as if I was suffocating. I turned my gaze away from the carriage window and stared down at Essus in my lap. The knot in my chest eased only slightly. I felt numb enough to almost forget it was there. That's what this past summer had been like. I ate, I slept, I read. Everything else was numbness. I tried to forget Liam, and I almost thought I had, until the moment I spotted Orenda Academy. All those feelings, all those memories came rushing back. All I have to do is make it through the day without crying, I told myself. If I could manage that, I could make it through the rest of the semester. "Are you going to be okay, Sophia?" Imogen asked from beside me. I lifted my head to see her bright eyes on mine. She wore a tight blue top that showed off all her curves and a purple tulle skirt she'd made over the summer. Her strawberry blonde hair was tied in 2 buns, each with a daisy hairpiece attached to the top. She softly petted Sassy's red fur between us with a look of concern on her face. I stroked Essus' horns for something to do with my hands. They'd grown an inch over the last few months. They were slowly transforming from the cute, nubby horns I liked so much into longer, more mature horns. The book in Imogen's library showed male Kerbals grew ram-like horns once they reached full maturity. I wasn't ready for my little buddy to grow up. It seemed like everything in my life was changing, and I couldn't handle it. "I'll be fine," I lied. "Are you sure?" Imogen pressed. "I know it must be hard going back after the breakup, and seeing Liam today will only make things harder." "I said I'm fine," I snapped. Imogen raised her eyebrows. I didn't intend to take such a harsh tone. It just slipped out. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and spoke softly. "I need to face him eventually. I might as well get it over with. Besides, we need to get everyone together to talk about the prophecy. After 3 months reading through every book in your family library and coming up with zilch on the Earth piece, we need more ideas. The boys should know we've been looking, at least. I can talk to Liam and Jonah alone, Imogen offered. You don't have to come with. I knew Imogen and Jonah had spent time together over the summer, but I'd always refused to tag along. I worried that I'd run into Liam. The only time I'd seen Jonah was right after the breakup, when he'd come to chew me out for breaking Liam's heart. I'd told him to go screw himself and threatened him with a fireball. Liam was just as much at fault as I was. Besides, he'd been the one to dump me, not the other way around. The fact was, I'd spent 3 months trying to avoid reality, and it hadn't done me a lick of good. Even revisiting our waterfall and burning out the initials on our tree hadn't helped me get over him. Avoiding him longer than I already had wasn't going to help either. The fact was, this prophecy stuff was more important than a relationship I'd known was doomed from the start. As impossibly hard as it was to admit, I was going to have to swallow my pride and face him. That was the deal I'd made with myself. I'd take the summer to grieve, then put on my big girl panties when school started. Fuck! Why did summer have to end? I wasn't ready for this. Instead, I just told Imogen, "You don't have to do that. I'll come with you. Maybe it'll be good to see him again." Imogen smiled, though it didn't mask her concern for me. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better." "Thanks," I said, as if her statement were true. It was so far from the truth that it bordered on the absurd. The carriage slowed as we reached the front of the castle. Imogen and I gathered our bags, then stepped out into a warm summer breeze. The sun shone brightly down on the castle. All through the courtyard, Elementai smiled cheerfully, and familiars frolicked through the grass, playing with one another. None of it felt right. How could everyone be so happy right now? It was like they couldn't hear the castle walls screaming at them that this was no longer a joyful place, that too much pain and anguish had taken place here. Would they ever hear it? Imogen tipped our carriage driver, then started across the courtyard to the main entrance. "Do you realize where we were a year ago?" I cracked a smile. "Yeah, you were over there sticking your head between some random guy's legs." I nodded toward a corner of the courtyard and laughed as I thought back to my first day here, the day I'd met Imogen. My laughter quickly died when I remembered that Liam was there that day. Just thinking of him crushed my heart. "Hey!" Imogen swatted at me. "You make it sound dirty. I was just trying to keep Sassy from getting trampled. She's a lot better about running off now, at least." I looked down to Sassy, who strutted proudly next to Imogen as we ascended the stairs. When we stepped into the great hall, it was like walking right back into a life I thought was over. The golden accents on the chandelier, the massive fireplace next to the main doors, the hallway that led to the grand ballroom. None of it had to do with Liam, but all of it reminded me of him. "Speaking of dirty, I need details from last night," I said, to take my mind off him. Imogen blushed. "Nothing happened." Cade had stopped over. He and Imogen had sat on the bridge between the Navita tree houses for 2 hours, dangling their feet over the forest floor and talking. I'd snuck a glance toward the end and caught them making out. I raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Really," Imogen stated. "He just wanted to talk about the Elemental Cup. I think he's nervous about being in this year's tournament." We started up the grand staircase, lugging our bags behind us. My heart skipped a beat each time my eyes passed over a Tawakwa guy, like it might be Liam waiting for me. But none of them were him. I turned my gaze to my feet. "I think anyone would be worried," I told her. We turned to our right, and Imogen followed me down the hall toward my dorms. "Yeah," she agreed. "But Cade seems extra worried. Not that he'll do bad in the tournament, but it's like he's concerned about me. Like he's afraid of what I'll think of his performance or something." "You told him not to worry, right? I mean, as long as he survives, that's all that matters. Imogen dropped her gaze. I know. That's what I told him, but he's like, what if I don't? I want you to go on if I don't make it. I told him that's not going to happen, that he's strong and he'll survive. He will survive, I assured her. I didn't see how he wouldn't. Right, she said. And if he doesn't, which isn't going to happen, I told him we have to enjoy the time we have. I wiggled my eyebrows at her. This semester should be fun for you. Maybe Cade would finally make the move. Imogen smiled as we reached the wide doors with the golden flame handles that led to the Coigny dorms. You've got that right. I'll wait here for you. I'll only be a minute. I entered the dorms and passed through the common room into a long hallway that led to my dorm. When I stepped inside my room, I finally felt like I could breathe again. A fire burned in the fireplace, making the room feel warm and cozy. The bed had been made with fresh sheets, and the red curtains were open, allowing the sunlight to spill into the room. The cleaning staff had thrown out the dead, dried flowers Liam had given me for Valentine's Day. I'd followed all the other cleaning guidelines before I'd left last spring, but I just couldn't bring myself to touch the bouquet. It was a reminder of Liam's betrayal, how he'd tried to sabotage my magic in secret. I was grateful they were gone. It felt like I could enjoy this room without a reminder of Liam every 2 seconds. This was one of the only places in the castle that I'd never been with him. It felt like my one quiet corner of Orenda Academy, where I could be myself without him. And the ancestors knew I needed that right now. Essus hopped off my shoulder and onto the bed. I set my suitcase upright beside it, tossed my backpack onto the floor, and fell to the mattress beside him. All I had to do was drop off my stuff and head back to Imogen, but she could wait another minute. I just needed a moment to breathe. Essus approached me slowly until I could feel his soft fur against my cheek. He gently stroked my hair, then lowered his head to mine. I reached up my hand and ran my fingers through his fluffy tail. Essus had no idea how much his affection meant to me. I love you, buddy, I whispered. Essus purred against my face. I took several moments to soak it in, but I knew I had to get back to Imogen. Sighing, I pushed myself up to a sitting position and stared down into Essus' big blue eyes. Well, should we go? We can unpack later. Essus crawled into my arms and I rose from the bed. On my way out, I caught sight of Vanessa, Lindsay, and Miranda in the common room. Aisha had grown to the size of a small car. Lindsay's basilisk familiar, Medusa, was curled up at her feet. So you aren't living in the dorms this semester? Miranda asked Vanessa. Vanessa shook her head. No, I'm just here to visit. Since Bren graduated and we got married, I have special permission to live off campus with him. We got an apartment in Conpago. Lindsay squealed in excitement. Show us the ring again! Vanessa held her hand out, but her eyes caught mine a second later. Sophia! The girls turned and rushed over to me. Vanessa pulled me into a hug. It's been so long. We missed you. I hugged her back. I missed you too. I hadn't seen Vanessa since her wedding. After we'd gotten close last semester, she'd asked me to be a bridesmaid. It was a beautiful ceremony on the beach, and I'd loved every minute of it. It was one of my favorite parts of last summer, apart from visiting my parents and Amelia. Vanessa had left for her honeymoon the next day, and we hadn't had a chance to catch up since. We should hang out, Vanessa said. I'd like that, I said. I'm kind of busy now, but we'll catch up soon. See you, Lindsay said with a wave. I waved at the three of them, then headed out the door to meet up with Imogen. She was leaning against a wall opposite the doors, fiddling with the bracelets on her wrist. She immediately perked up when she saw me step into the hall. You ready? She asked. No. Yep, let's go, I said. Imogen tipped her luggage and began rolling it down the hall. Essus hopped out of my arms and jumped on the back of the suitcase for a ride. The Navita dorms were on the next floor, all the way across the castle. Imogen dropped off her bags, and then came the moment I was dreading. I asked Liam and Jonah to meet us in the gardens, Imogen said when she and Sassy came out of the dorms. My heart hammered at the sound of his name. Are you absolutely sure you want to come? Imogen asked. I wanted to see him, but I also didn't. I couldn't make up my mind. I'm glad you care, Im, I said. But it's really no big deal. Liam and I are adults. We can talk without the world imploding. Okay, she sounded uncertain. Maybe we should come up with an excuse in case you need to leave. I don't need a cop-out, I lied. It'll be fine. I can handle it. Ancestors, I hoped so. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and my hands began to shake the closer we came to the gardens. I pulled Essus tighter to myself just to steady my fingers. And yet, none of it could prepare me for the moment Liam finally came into view. His long black hair fell over his shoulders and waved slightly in the warm breeze. He wore a burgundy Orenda Academy t-shirt and jeans that hung from his hips at just the right angle. They made my eyes travel downward. Beside him, Jonah was doing an impression of Squeaks, and he tripped and fell on his face, which, incidentally, was the perfect impression of Squeaks. Liam threw his head back and laughed, and it was as if time had slowed. That smile, the crinkle around the corner of his eyes, it was all so beautiful. Every nerve in my body betrayed me. My heart lifted, and for a moment it was like the last 3 months had never happened. I was back at the waterfall, my legs wrapped around him and his lips on mine. It was the last good moment we had together, before everything fell apart. Reality came crashing down on me like a ton of rocks. It felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the world. I came to a halt, but the rest of the world sped up to its normal pace. Tears immediately sprang to my eyes, but I forced them back. It felt like I was choking on them, like it didn't matter if the air came back because I'd suffocate anyway. I was kidding myself if I thought I could face him again. Sophia? I barely heard Imogen's voice past the pounding of my own pulse in my ears. She grabbed my shoulder and shook me. Essus jumped out of my arms, and he and Sassy took off to greet Squeaks. Jonah stood to brush the dirt off his jeans. Liam glanced up and spotted our familiars headed his way. Then his eyes met mine, with an expression I couldn't quite read, and I knew there was no turning back. Imogen tugged on my arm, and I forced myself to put one foot in front of the other. Liam swooped down to scoop Essus up, and he tickled him under the chin. I looked around for Neshoma, but I didn't see him. I noticed Imogen glancing around too. I was too nervous to ask if the water elders had fulfilled their promise. Liam had done what they'd asked, hadn't he?
"Hey, little guy,"
Liam said.
"It's been a while, hasn't it?"
Essus snuggled into Liam's chest. I'd nearly forgotten how much time they'd spent together this summer. Essus had gone on his own to visit Liam every chance he got. He'd even stayed in Kinpago for the few weeks I'd gone to visit my family in Utah, so Liam wouldn't have to go all that time without treatment. At first, I thought Essus spent all that time with him because I'd encouraged him to go heal Liam. Now, seeing them together, it was clear they'd formed a special bond. Jealousy twisted in my gut. Essus was my familiar. But what was I going to do? Forbid him from seeing Liam? From healing Liam? That was akin to murder, and I wasn't going to stoop that low, no matter how badly Liam broke my heart. That didn't stop me from snatching Essus out of Liam's arms. I cradled him to my chest, avoiding Liam's gaze the whole time. Jonah pushed himself between Imogen and me and rested an elbow on each of our shoulders.
"So, ladies, how was your summer? I heard it was pretty lit."
I shot Imogen a questioning glance. If you call reading through Imogen's family library all summer lit, sure, it was lit.
"Did you find anything?"
Liam asked. I finally looked at him, and it freaking tore my heart in two. I couldn't bear to look him in the eyes, so I dropped my gaze to Essus instead. No, that's what we need to talk about. Imogen lowered her voice and gestured toward the forest. "Should we go somewhere more private?" Sassy and Squeaks led us away from the castle. Jonah and Imogen stayed ahead of us to walk by their familiars, leaving Liam and me in the back. Jonah and Imogen talked enough for the whole group, but there was an agonizing silence hanging between Liam and me. I was sure he could feel it in the air. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a dragon's claw. Finally, I cleared my throat. "You don't have to do this, you know."
Do what?
Liam asked. I caught his eye for barely a second before we both looked away from each other. "Help with the prophecy stuff." Liam shrugged.
I promised you I would.
It felt so strange to talk to him like this. I thought the first time we saw each other we'd be screaming and throwing things, or some stupid shit like that. Ancestors knew I'd pictured it 1,000 times. But he talked like nothing had ever happened between us, which frustrated me even more. Couldn't he at least look like he was upset by the breakup? I played nice because it was the only way I thought I might get through this. "It's okay if you break this promise," I told him. A beat passed between us, and for a second I thought he was actually considering it. It would be both a relief and a disappointment if he stepped back.
I still want to help,
Liam finally said. Relief flooded through me. I hadn't realized until he said it that was the answer I'd been hoping to hear. This time when he looked at me, I held his gaze. I didn't take a breath until he looked at the path again to watch his footing. "I'm glad," I said.
You are?
He sounded surprised. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. "Yeah," I said quickly, to cover. "You know, for Imogen and Jonah's sake. They'd probably go insane if we weren't all working together on this."
Agreed,
Liam said, though I couldn't read his tone. We stopped when we entered a secluded section of forest where we couldn't be overheard. Imogen turned toward the rest of us. "It's been 3 months since we agreed to look for the prophecy pieces together, and so far we've found nothing. Did you two come up with anything?" Liam shoved his hands in his pockets.
I didn't really have a lot of time.
That sounded like a lie, but whatever. I didn't expect him to help much anyway after what had happened between us. Jonah sighed.
You know I love you, Im, but stuff just got in the way.
"Stuff?" Imogen asked with a raise of her eyebrows. "You mean Raynar's dick?" Liam snickered beside me. I couldn't help but let out my own chuckle as well. It was so accurate. But it was weird sharing a laugh with Liam again. So I stopped. Jonah dropped his shoulders.
Come on, don't be like that. I looked into the airpiece. I didn't find anything.
Imogen bit her lower lip. "Sophia and I went through all the books in my family's library. We didn't find any mention of the prophecy at all. So we need other ideas on where to start." "What about the school's library?" I suggested. "I never found anything about the prophecy my first semester, but I'm sure there are a lot more books to look through." Liam pressed his finger to his chin, like he was thinking hard.
Maybe the library isn't the best place to start.
All eyes turned to him.
The library books only cover stuff from our classes,
Liam pointed out.
There isn't a class that teaches Hawkeye prophecies. The old stuff, the legends, sure, you can find a few mentions of that here and there. But this prophecy is more recent. Until Sophia showed up, most of Kenpago thought it was just a story. Hell, most still feel that way. Only the elders are really worried about it, and now we know why. They've had the pieces all along. They've known this was coming, and let everyone else believe it was only a story to keep people from investigating. I bet each of the houses played along to make the others believe they were clueless.
"It sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this," Imogen said. Liam shrugged. "What are you suggesting?" I asked.
It's simple,
Jonah said.
We have to talk to people. Have you tried talking to the Navita elders? Imogen scoffed. Seriously, you think they're just going to hand me the piece of the prophecy? Doesn't hurt to try, Jonah said. Imogen placed her hands on her hips. Did you try talking to the Yapluma elders for your piece? Jonah bit his lip. I thought about it, but... But what? Imogen pressed. Come on, Jonah whined. The elders are scary. Imogen cocked an eyebrow. The Yapluma elders? The party house? Scary? Jonah nodded eagerly. Knowing Yapluma, the elders probably left their piece sitting around, I said with a chuckle. Yeah, okay, you're probably right, Jonah admitted. But I'd have to get a meeting with them first, which is basically impossible. I'll talk to my elders if you talk to yours. I can't, Imogen insisted. The elders haven't been kind to my family since our hearing to authenticate my great-grandfather's journal. They turned us down, and since then, the Navita think my family is crazy. They won't listen to me in the first place, and even if I got an audience with them, I'm certain they wouldn't share the Earth piece with me. Imogen took a breath. Honestly, I don't think we should talk to any of the elders. We don't want anyone to know we're searching for all the pieces. It could put us at risk. I wouldn't put it past any of our elders to threaten us for the pieces we already have. Imogen's right, I said. No elders, at least not now. Good point, Jonah agreed. So, if the library isn't going to do us any good and we can't talk to anyone, we're stuck? I asked. If only we could talk to the ancestors Shawana gave the prophecy to, Jonah said hopelessly. Imogen inhaled a deep breath, like she'd just had an epiphany. What? Jonah asked quickly. I was kidding. We can't get in contact with them. No, Imogen agreed. But I have an idea that's close enough. We all gave her a confused expression, and she hurried to say, I can check the Navita Elders' Scrolls. Elders' Scrolls? I asked, though Liam and Jonah looked like they knew what she meant. The scrolls are transcripts from the elder meetings, Imogen explained. They've been keeping records for centuries. The records are open to the Navita public. Liam looked skeptical. Something as valuable as the prophecy, Im. They wouldn't just write that down for public consumption. Agreed, she said. But they might have let something slip through, or there could even be some sort of code to their meetings. I'll start with the scrolls dated right after the prophecy was given. There might be a clue. That's a good idea, Jonah said thoughtfully. I'll check the Yapluma scrolls. Imogen smirked. Good luck. Yapluma keep terrible records. Jonah shrugged. We've got to start somewhere. What about me and Liam? I asked. Is there anything we can do? Liam shook his head. Not until we have those other two pieces. We just have to be patient, Pawi. The entire forest went silent when he called me that. Even the birds had stopped chirping. Sassy and Squeaks had stopped playing to look at us, and Essis blinked in shock. Imogen and Jonah glanced to each other like a bomb was about to go off. It felt as if even the ancestors had gone silent in their celestial abode. I completely froze. Had I just heard him correctly? He called me Pawi, as in cherished one, as in his soulmate, as in he loved me. But he didn't, did he? Not anymore. Liam ducked his head, like he'd realized what a horrible mistake he'd just made. Sorry, habit. No, it's okay, I heard myself say. You can still call me that if you want. I kept my cool, but inside, I was screaming. To be honest, it'd be weird if he stopped calling me that. Anything else would sound strange on his tongue. But to hear him say it again, it was like a confession, like he still cared about me. And that tore my heart to fucking shreds, because it didn't matter how much he cared. It didn't matter how much my heart yearned for him. and how much I wanted to reach out and pull him back into my life like nothing had ever changed, because we weren't getting back together. Ever. Fire and water just didn't belong together. Liam stared at me like a deer in the headlights. This was getting too freaking uncomfortable. I cleared my throat. Well, we all have lots of work to do, scrolls to read and stuff. Liam finally found his voice again. Yeah, and me and Jonah have that thing. Thing? Jonah asked, oblivious. Yeah, that thing. Liam grabbed Jonah by the arm and started dragging him back toward the castle. Squeaks followed behind them. Catch you guys for dinner? Jonah called back. Sure, Imogen answered for the both of us. See you later. As soon as they were out of earshot, she turned to me. That wasn't so bad, was it? I swallowed the lump in my throat as I watched Liam walk away into the forest. No. But it was. It so was. Esses and I returned to my dorm shortly after to unpack. As soon as Imogen and I parted, I couldn't keep my mind off Liam. Seeing him again brought back feelings I thought I was done with. I wanted to touch him and hold him again. I wanted things to go back to the way they were, before all our secrets came out. But I also never wanted to see him again. I was so conflicted. I took to unpacking to take my mind off it, but it only made me think of him more. It was worse when I found the camera he'd given me buried at the bottom of my backpack. I hadn't touched it all summer. I'd wanted to get back into photography, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was a gift from Liam. I knew he said I could keep it, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like I was borrowing it, and it had overstayed its welcome. I hid the camera in the back of my dresser drawer behind a pile of t-shirts. Out of sight, out of mind. And it almost worked, until I reached the bottom of my suitcase. Folded up beneath my jeans was the leather jacket Liam had let me wear last Valentine's Day. I still hadn't returned it. I'd pretty much forgotten I still had it. Esses stood at the side of my suitcase and glanced between me and the jacket. It's not a big deal, buddy, I lied. The flowers were different. I'd left those because Liam had betrayed me with them. But the camera and this jacket, those were signs that we used to be something more. I forced myself to reach into the suitcase and pull the jacket out. Without consciously deciding to, I put the fabric to my nose and inhaled its scent. It still smelled like him, hints of ocean and pine forest. Every touch, every hug, every moment came rushing back to me all at once. I couldn't take it anymore. I curled into a ball on the bed. As soon as the tears came, I couldn't stop them. So much for making it through the day without crying. Tears streamed down my cheeks and soaked into the red comforter. Esses placed a gentle paw to the top of my head, and it only made me cry harder. I pressed my face into the jacket to muffle the sounds, but it didn't stop my shoulders from heaving uncontrollably. I thought I'd cried it all out over the summer. I didn't know I had any more in me. I stayed like that for over an hour. Each time I thought I was done crying, I caught a whiff of his scent on his jacket again, and it started all over again. Esses remained at my side the whole time, stroking my hair to comfort me. I just miss him so much, I sobbed into the mattress. Eventually, the tears stopped coming, no matter how much I wanted them to. Letting them out helped ease the ache squeezing my chest. Now that my eyes had dried, it felt as if an elephant was sitting on my chest. I stared up at the ceiling as thoughts raced through my head. I was such a mess. I barely knew who I was anymore. All I wanted was to find myself again, to be okay without Liam. I wished that my parents or Amelia were around. Visiting them helped take my mind off Liam. They were a reminder of the life I had before him. Imogen was wonderful and supportive, and she was always there when I needed her, but my family was different. Imogen was part of this Orenda Academy life, the part of my life that involved Liam. All I wanted to do when I was around her was talk about him because I knew she'd understand. With my family, I could separate myself from Liam, if only for a little while. I wished I had family in Compago. It didn't have to be my parents or even my sister, just someone I could talk to and spend time with without thoughts and memories of Liam getting in the way. If only I had extended family here, like a cousin or something. I sat upright in bed. I was Hawkeye. I was born in Compago. Of course I had family here. I just hadn't met them yet. I quickly jumped to my feet and scooped Essis up. I hurried out of the room and power-walked to the Navita dorms. I let myself inside, ignoring a few glances Navita shot my way, then knocked on Imogen's door. The door swung open a few moments later, and Imogen looked me up and down. "Are you okay? You look like a wreck," I finished for her. I hadn't bothered to fix my makeup before coming to find her. Imogen opened the door wide to invite me inside. She'd mostly unpacked, but was still working on decorations. Essis jumped from my arms to join Sassy on the bed. I turned back to Imogen once I was inside the room. "I know what I have to do." "What do you mean?" "I don't know why I didn't do this the second I came to Compago." "To what? What are you talking about?" Imogen sounded a bit concerned. "My grandparents, Imogen," I said in excitement. "My biological ones, I mean. I want to meet them. I'm going to the Coigny village to find them."
Chapter 3. Sophia was kissing me. We were by the waterfall in the middle of daytime, tangled up in each other's arms, and everything had a golden glow to it. The sun was brighter than it had ever been, and color seemed more vibrant and pure. In the background, soft music played. My hands were tangled in her long brown hair, and her beautiful hands were running up and down my chest. Her touch was something I craved and needed, and no matter how blissful it felt, my body demanded more. It was agonizing each time her body drifted slightly away from mine, and I begged her to come closer. I was kissing her like I didn't want to let her go. I was afraid to pull my mouth away from hers, because if I did, I knew the moment would end and she'd vanish from my life forever. Eventually, she stopped kissing me. She pulled away and blinked her brown eyes a few times. "Liam?" Without any warning, the dream ended, and I woke abruptly to a pair of big blue eyes 2 inches away from my face. "Bah!" I screamed, and fell out of bed. Essis jumped off my chest and onto my desk before I could crush him beneath me. He chittered in a pleasant way as if to say, "Good morning." Holy hell, don't scare me like that. My heart was still beating out of my chest. I got up off the floor, and Essis chortled as if he was laughing. I rubbed my face, trying to bring myself out of it. The feel of Sophia next to me was still loudly resonating. It made my throat go tight. I reminded myself the golden scene by the waterfall had never happened. It was just something my head made up. Another stupid dream. The stupid dreams that wouldn't end. Essis reached out and slapped my face a few times as if to bring me out of whatever stupor I was in. I shook my head, but it was hard to clear the fog of the dream away. It had been so real. During the summer, Essis kept on showing up in my room to heal me. I didn't know how he got to the island by himself until I figured out that squeaks kept flying him over. Now he was creeping in my dorm. I knew he'd been following me for months, and I put up with it. I also knew Sophia was sending him to heal me. It hit me hard that even though we'd had the shittiest breakup ever, she still cared enough to make sure I was doing okay. You have a rule, don't think about Sophia. Right. I'd promised myself when I got back to school, unless I was directly talking to her, I would stop torturing myself with thoughts of our relationship, what had been and what could have been. I'd been doing it for the past 3 months. That was more than enough time to move on. I should be okay by now. I am totally over Sophia Henley. I'd broke it off. It had been my choice. I think these sessions of ours need to end, buddy, I told Esses as I reached for my dresser. I grabbed a shirt and jeans, not caring what they were or even if they were clean or not. Esses crossed his arms and gave a few noises of protest as I dressed, obviously pointing out I'd die if he stopped coming to see me. You're Sophia's familiar. It's a conflict of interest, I told him. It was okay that he'd stop by every so often during the summer, but Sophia and I had no contact then. We'd be forced to see each other now, so it was inappropriate for Esses to keep healing me when all it would do, for me and her, was bring back memories of the past. I hardly cared if I died anymore. I was walking around mostly dead these days anyway, and it had nothing to do with my illness. I extended my arm to Esses. He grabbed onto my hand with his little paws, and I felt a familiar warmth flow from where his paws were, flowing up my arm and coursing throughout my entire body. When he touched me, the migraine I'd been dealing with since last night faded away, and the various aches I had dulled. I straightened up and walked a little better. I'd been feeling tired when I'd woken up, but now energy was pulsing through me. The longer Esses kept treating me, the stupider I felt for not noticing his powers sooner. I could literally sense his magic working on me. I would have been able to back then if I had paid attention. The answer to why I'd been getting better had been right in front of my face all along, and it had been pretty obvious in some places. But I shouldn't have had to guess. She should have told me. Yeah, well, too bad things didn't work out that way. Esses chittered, pleased with himself. I waved my hand. Go on, go back to Sophia. This is the last time. I don't want to see you anymore. Esses rolled his eyes and grumbled a few incoherent noises. I'm not being dramatic. I'm being reasonable. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at me. Look, the situation is already complicated. It would be a lot less complicated if you backed off, I said. I was having a conversation with a rodent. Still, it would really suck to lose the consistent treatments from Esses. I'd been better physically than I had been since before Neshoma died. I was still sick, but it was less like riding a roller coaster and more like knowing when the highs and lows would arrive. And when they did, they weren't nearly as bad as they used to be. The pain had become a dull, constant ache that I could deal with on a daily basis, instead of coming and going in a cycle of unbearable torture and sudden relief. But I'd hurt Sophia enough. I'd seen the look in her eyes yesterday when I was petting Esses. I couldn't keep doing this to her, no matter how much it benefited me. Esses made a pleasant sound. He tugged at my wrist like he wanted to give me something. All right, what is it? I held out an open palm. Esses dug in his fur, then placed something small in my hand. It was one of Sophia's hair ties. Esses looked at me hopefully, twitching his tail. I stared at the hair tie for a full minute. It made me think of her ponytail, which made me think of her, which made me think of us, which made a gigantic gaping hole open up in my guts and swallow me up. Would you stop? It's never gonna happen. I gave Esses the hair tie back along with a glare. We tried and it didn't work. Give up. Esses let out a huff. He'd been doing this all summer, bringing me small things of Sophia's, like it would remind me how great things were, magically make everything better, and reverse all the bad shit that had made us split up in the first place. You gotta let that go, buddy. I have, I told him as I packed my things into my backpack. It's over. Time to move on. I sighed as I hefted my bag over my shoulder. Besides, she's long over me by now. Sophia had looked so happy yesterday when we'd met up to talk about the pieces of the prophecy. It was obvious she was doing well. She clearly missed out that I was miserable. That or she didn't care, which was fair game because I'd been the one to break her heart. She hadn't contacted me at all over the summer. Not that I blamed her. But I thought what we'd shared was special enough that she'd at least check in a few times, say hi. I didn't feel like I could reach out because I'd been the one who'd done the damage. But 3 months came and went, and nothing. I figured she was too busy having fun and enjoying an amazing summer to bother seeing what I was up to. I bet there were tons of Coigny guys who'd been more than happy to be a shoulder for her to cry on over the summer. She was too pretty to stay single for long. Most likely, I bet she already had another boyfriend. A boyfriend that isn't me. I needed to stop torturing myself like this. Sophia could date whoever she wanted. I'd chosen to be single, and it was obvious she'd forgotten all about me. It was for the best. "Our meetings are over, little guy," I told Esses as I started for the door. "I hope you have a good life." Esses stuck his tongue out at me, then gave me the finger before he scampered to my window, slid it open, and slipped out. I had a feeling he wouldn't give up that easily and would be back to heal me again in a couple of days. Well, screw him. I wouldn't let him. It was a Sunday, and classes didn't start until tomorrow, so I didn't have anything to do. I figured I should help Maddie move in. This would be my little sister's first year at Orenda, and she was bound to be overwhelmed. I went looking for her in the Toaqua dorms, but couldn't find her anywhere. She had to be somewhere in the castle. I didn't want to leave the water dorms, as I was afraid I'd run into her, but this had gone on long enough. I couldn't be afraid of walking around the castle just in case I ran into Sophia. So I headed in the direction of the entrance hall to look for my sister. When I got outside the school, freshmen were swarming the area. Tons of new students hauled suitcases and furniture across the lawn toward the great doors. It made me remember my first day here. I'd been pretty scared, but I didn't need to be. Orenda Academy had been great from the beginning. It hit me that this was my last year, and it was hard to deal. I didn't know what I was going to do after graduation. I'd ruined my chances of working for the tribe by messing up my relationship with my dad. Orenda Academy was my home. I didn't feel like there was anywhere else to go after that. A large shadow loomed overhead. Jonah was in the air, riding Squeaks, barking orders at various kids. Over the summer, she'd gotten big enough for him to ride. He had a megaphone and was shouting instructions over the crowd. I think he was confusing the new students more than he was helping them learn where to go. An orange t-shirt he wore said, "Welcome, Committee." Squeaks was wearing a matching orange headband, an orange kerchief tied around her neck. Jonah saw me and landed Squeaks. He slid off of her back and said, "Hey, buddy, how's it hanging?" I didn't need to answer that. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I'm an advisor for the freshmen. It's for my major," Jonah said. "If I'm going to be a professor, I need to learn how to advise kids. Plus, I'm a little short on cash lately." I resisted giving myself a face palm. If Jonah had already blown through all his tournament winnings, it had to be a record. Money burned a hole in his pocket, but still, that was an impressive number to waste. The reward for winning the Elemental Cup had been in the 6 figures for each of us. "Are you sure you're good with kids?" I wouldn't want Jonah advising me if I was a freshman. He'd probably tell me to major in booze and dicks. "I'm a natural," Jonah said, before he noticed some guy trying to sneak beer into his suitcase. Hey, no alcohol for minors." Jonah reached over and grabbed the 6-pack out of the dude's hands and handed it to Squeaks. "Here, Squeakers, take this to, contraband." Squeaks gave a twitter and grabbed onto the 6-pack with her beak. She flew away in the direction of the Yapluma dorms. "Are you sure you didn't just take this job because you wanted to confiscate stuff?" I asked. "Of course not." Jonah leaned in. "Not gonna lie, though, this one kid had a crapola ton of weed in his suitcase, which is mine now if you want to come over later." I shook my head. Stuff like this made me wonder what kind of teacher Jonah was going to be when he was older. The cool kind, probably. Jonah's attention was drawn away by someone at the doors of the school. Raynar. Ick. Jonah's on-again, off-again boyfriend. He was still as hideous and rude as ever. Raynar's cockatrice familiar, Alvarez, was having a good time scaring the new students. The half-rooster, half-dragon monster even made one girl cry when she got too close and he lunged out. Raynar laughed, like he enjoyed torturing people. Jonah gave him a longing look. I suppressed a giant ugh. "How was living with Raynar?" I said, not really giving a shit, but figuring I should ask anyway. Jonah stuttered a bit before he plastered on a smile. It was really great, yeah." Like that was fucking convincing. "Not as great as you thought?" "Oh no, it was cool," he hurried to add. "He was just gone a lot, and yeah." No wonder he'd been at my place all summer. I'd known Jonah had hung out with Imogen whenever he wasn't around me, which meant that Raynar didn't spend time with Jonah unless he wanted sex. I knew moving in with him had been a bad idea. "Anyway," Jonah said, "we're back in school now, so that's over with, and we're officially dating now, which is cool. He's such a good boyfriend." I'd seen Raynar flirting hardcore with some dude I didn't know on the way over here. I opened my mouth to tell Jonah, but I knew he wouldn't listen, so instead I just said, "Yeah, I bet." Jonah gave me a sympathetic look. "I'm sorry you and Sophia didn't work out, but you two seemed like you were on good terms yesterday." I didn't know. I guess I'm not really mad at her anymore. And I wasn't. I had ceased to be upset that she hadn't told me about Essus, as well as her mission given to her by the Coigny elders months ago to figure out more about the prophecy. That was all water under the bridge. I wasn't pissed anymore, just hurt. And not so much about the secrets and lies, more so that the lies had happened between us in the first place. I believed we were closer than that, but that was calling the kettle black. I had lied too. "You don't have to be mad. I was mad enough for you," Jonah said. "It was total crap that she dumped you last semester, bro. But don't worry, I gave Sophia hell for you." Absolute mortification spread through me. "You did what?" "Yeah, I told her off really good," Jonah said, proud of himself. "Nobody breaks my buddy's heart." It was like ice was spreading all over my entire body. "You didn't." "Of course I did," Jonah said. "I wasn't going to let her get away with hurting you like that. You were holed up in your house all summer. I couldn't just stand by and—" "She didn't dump me. I broke up with her, you idiot," I shouted. Jonah's mouth dropped open. "What? But I thought she—" "No, it was my idea. She wanted us to stay together," I insisted. And she did. She'd wanted us to try and work it out, take a break instead of break up. Why hadn't I listened to her? Jonah still seemed shocked. "You broke up with—" "Wait a second. It should be you I'm yelling at then." "What did you say to her?" I asked. I put my hands on either side of my head. This was really bad. Jonah hesitated. It wasn't very nice." "She probably thinks I told you to talk to her." I buried my head in my arms. This whole thing just got a million times more embarrassing. "No, she didn't think that. I promise." Jonah shook his head. "She knew if something happened, I'd yell at her. I told her that." "But it's not your business, and even more than that, it wasn't her fault." I rubbed my face. "I thought Imogen would have told you how we broke up." Jonah frowned. "Imogen and I can't really talk about you guys without fighting. She takes Sophia's side, I take yours, and, well," Jonah made an exploding sound along with hand gestures. I rolled my eyes. "You need to apologize to Sophia," I started. "That wasn't right." "It happened months ago," Jonah said, and he waved his hand. "She's probably forgotten about it by now." "So what? Say sorry," I demanded. Jonah gave me a curious look. "Why do you care so much about what Sophia thinks? She's your ex." Those words seemed so wrong. Ex-girlfriend? That name was reserved for people you couldn't stand. Mia was my ex. But Sophia? Oh, shit. She was my ex now. I'd never thought of it that way until now, but I cleared the thickness in my voice. It doesn't matter. Please, just do it. For me. Fine. Jonah let out an aggravated sigh. I'll do it, but only because you asked. Thank the ancestors. Getting Jonah to apologize, let alone even admit he was wrong, was about as easy as putting a dragon in a headlock. Anyway, I've got to go. Need to get back to work. He waggled his eyebrows. See you around, Liam, baby. Jonah headed back into the crowd, shouting more orders with his megaphone. I didn't have the heart to tell him he needed to stop calling me that. I searched the crowd for my sister, knowing she was here somewhere. I finally spotted Maddie with a bunch of suitcases, which were being hauled by Ezra. Maddie had insisted taking all of her alchemy stuff with her for her dorm, despite the fact that there were plenty of alchemy supplies in the school to use. Even though it was freaking hot out, Maddie was wearing an ankle-length skirt and a long-sleeved blue shirt with the word Toaqua on it. She had a look of brilliance on her face as she turned in place, her expression filled with wonder as she took in the castle and all the creatures. She spotted me, and her smile got even bigger. Liam, this is amazing. You guys didn't tell me Orenda Academy was this cool. There really isn't any way to describe it, I said. I noticed Ezra was really struggling with those bags. His familiar, Diami, was doing his best to help. The Thunderbird was over 6 feet tall now, but even he struggled to use his talons to yank the heavy bags along. You've got that right. Maddie's smile beamed. I can't wait to start classes. See you around, big brother. I needed to talk to her quick. Maddie, I grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side. If things get too overwhelming, you come talk to me, okay? She rolled her eyes. I'm fine, Liam. Ancestors. Maddie yanked her arm from me and stomped away, acting every part the hormonal teenager. I knew I was pulling the whole overprotective brother act, but Maddie wasn't the type of person who could handle a lot of stress. I had good reason to look out for her. She wasn't just a Natterai, an Elementai who could see the future. She was also my little sister. I didn't know how she would do without her familiar, Arakari, for a month. We were keeping her at home until tournament summons were over and we could stage a bonding, since Maddie had bonded early in life, and if anyone knew, it would look suspicious. Ezra was already participating in the tournament this year. My family couldn't handle if Maddie was in it too. I looked at Ezra. Need some help? No, he was panting. It's all good. I can... Liam, we've got this, Ezra said roughly. You're going to overexert yourself again. Just let me handle it. I backed off. Oh, okay. I looked down. See you around, I guess. I walked away before he could say anything else. I knew Ezra didn't mean to snap at me, but still it bothered me. Did my own family not even want me around? There were too many people around here. It was too loud. The noise was giving me a headache. I needed to be alone. I headed to the one place I could go when things got to be too much. The ocean. There were quite a few people on the beach having back-to-school and end-of-summer parties. I hid myself in the woods and walked along the shoreline until I got to a part of the beach where there wasn't anyone around. When I couldn't see a person in sight, I walked into the waves fully clothed. I rocketed myself forward and kept the stream of water pushing me out to sea until my element could no longer feel the shore. I came to a slow halt and looked around. In every direction, there were only giant blue waves. The sky was overcast, and the sun had been blocked by the clouds, making everything dark. It had been sunny when I left the beach, but now a storm was starting to roll in. I floated for a minute, letting the sea rock my body as I kept aloft over the whitecaps that churned me up and down. I thought that the ocean might help my mind become more stable, but I could barely string 2 words together right now. My thoughts felt incoherent and jagged. Nothing I could fathom made sense. It was like there was this weird buzzing in my head, a static that made everything foggy and hard to hear. Everything just felt so hollow. The thought came to me to see how long I could hold my breath. I inhaled deeply, then plunged downwards. I counted seconds as I sank slowly to the bottom. Minutes later, when I got there, I sat on the ocean floor and curled my arms around my knees, waiting. My record for holding my breath underwater was 6 minutes and 32 seconds. I could beat that. I sat on the ocean floor and mentally counted as the minutes ticked by. When I passed the 6-minute mark, my body started protesting. It wanted to go upward for air, but I wouldn't let it. I wanted to go farther. I made myself stay put and concentrated as I kept myself at the bottom of the ocean. At 7 minutes, my lungs started to burn. Black dots swarmed my vision, and a sharp ache grew in my temple. My limbs started to shake, and my chest felt like it was going to burst. My very limbs were on fire. I finally relented and pushed myself back up to the surface, though my magic was weak from not having enough oxygen. It took longer than I thought to make the water raise me up for air. Each second was agonizing, painful, long-suffering as I looked onward toward the surface. When I finally broke the crested waves, I took in huge, gasping breaths, trying to recover. I felt woozy and weak. My head spun, and my limbs were as watery and loose as the waves around me. I felt like crap. But I was used to this kind of shit. I knew how it went. The feeling was familiar, almost safe. When the ocean stopped spinning, I took a few more deep breaths and dove downward. I tried holding my breath again 2 more times. On the 3rd time, I reached 8 minutes and nearly passed out. I almost allowed myself to before I shot to the surface again. I barely kept myself afloat once I reached the surface. Still, I had the feeling that I'd accomplished something, but I wasn't sure what I was trying to prove. I didn't come back to school until nightfall, when my body was literally too tired to swim anymore. I think I went farther from land than I'd ever been by myself, at least 30 miles. The halls were mostly quiet and empty now. The freshmen had long since moved in and were likely attending celebrations in their own dorms. I spotted Imogen when I passed the commons. She was carrying a huge stack of heavy textbooks and was struggling to see around them. She wavered back and forth, trying to keep the book tower balanced. It was comical, watching her try to avoid spilling the books all over the place. Sassy was at her feet, dancing around nervously and watching the books with a keen eye, as if she intended to dodge out of the way if one of them fell. The book tower dangerously wavered, and Imogen stumbled. The books went teetering. I ran forward and caught the stacks of books before they tumbled out of her arms. I helped to right them and barely avoided causing an avalanche in the hallway. Imogen was breathless. "Oh, thank you. I almost dropped." Imogen peeked her head around the stack. When she saw that it was me, her eyes narrowed. Her friendly tone turned deadly. "Oh, it's you." Didn't need to be a genius to know she was mad at me. "Yeah, me." Imogen turned her nose up and clutched to her books. "Well, we don't need help from you, do we, Sassy?" Sassy made a little yip to indicate she agreed, though the fox eyed the books in Imogen's arms warily. "Would you at least let me take some?" I asked. "I don't want you to make a mess." "I've been cleaning up your messes all summer, thank you very much," Imogen said. She put the books down on a nearby chest of drawers and stood upright. "But if you're that insistent, fine. You can take the heavy ones." "Thanks," I said in relief. I didn't know why I was thanking her when I was the one lending a hand, but it made me feel 10 times better that she was at least willing to let me help out. I took half the stack, and Imogen took the other half. She set off in the direction of the Navita dorms. I noticed she kept silent. She didn't want to speak with me. "These are a lot of books," I said, trying to make small talk. "I'm double majoring. Hawkeye fashion and familiar zoology, Imogen said fairly. I need all of these for class. Double majoring? Wow, that's impressive. Imogen made a disgusted noise and didn't answer me. When we stopped in front of the Navita dorms, Imogen found a small greenhouse cart with wheels on it. She put her books on the cart, then grabbed the ones I held, placing them beside her original stack. There. Thanks for the help. Sassy jumped on top of the books. Imogen went to push the cart inside the Navita dorms. Wait, Im, I called to her, and she turned back around. I was scared to ask the next question, but it was something that had been eating me up all summer. We're still friends, aren't we? I blurted out. I couldn't lose another friend. Orenda Academy was already getting to be unbearably lonely, and it was only day 1 of senior year. She looked me up and down. Yes, Liam, we're still friends, but... Imogen let out an angry huff. I kind of hate you for breaking my best friend's heart. You have no idea how much I'd love to punch you in the face right now. I know, I deserve it. Believe me, I said quietly. Imogen's face cleared. She tilted her head at me like she couldn't believe I'd just said that. I thought you'd be defensive after what happened, she said. I figured you'd blame Sophia. No, we both did bad stuff. I shook my head. The breakup, it was just what had to be done. I thought you'd be angry. She frowned, but it was more a look of sympathy than anything else, which was fucked up because she was supposed to hate me, not feel bad for me. I don't think there's any anger left in me. The words felt so weak coming out of my mouth. Neshoma had been gone a year. I'd been sick for an equal amount of time. I'd never get over either, but I'd gotten used to both. I was no longer pissed off that bad things had happened to me. They had happened and there was no changing it. I just had to accept it. To be angry, you had to care. And I didn't care about shit anymore. Imogen's face looked conflicted. You wore red on purpose to the meeting yesterday. I did not. I totally did. It wasn't meant to be mean, more of a gesture that I was still here for Sophia and I was behind her no matter what was going on. Now I realized it had probably been seen as an insult. Stupid, stupid. Imogen gave me a look that clearly said she didn't believe me before she tapped her chin thoughtfully. I think you guys need to talk, she said. Have a heart-to-heart. I highly doubt Sophia wants to talk to me. We're on speaking terms because we have to be due to the prophecy, I said. Things can't be like this forever, Imogen pleaded. She misses you. I scoffed. Yeah, sure she does. Imogen was quiet for a moment before she said, Sophia spent her entire summer at my house cooped up in her room, or in the library. Jonah and I couldn't get her to come out. Really? I was shocked. I thought... You thought wrong. Imogen's tone was harsh before she realized what she was doing, and it became kind again. How was your summer? I shrugged. More or less the same. I helped my mom with the new baby a lot. Truth be told, I didn't think I'd left the house except a handful of times. Mom had yelled at me for babysitting my newborn brother too much, said a young person like me needed to get out and have fun. She'd been worried about me all summer. Dad wasn't around much, thank the ancestors, so we hadn't spoken either. Ezra was too busy partying with his friends to be home, and the rest of my siblings all had stuff going on. Unless Jonah was there, it was mostly me alone, and it had gotten old. Fast. Imogen ran her fingers over the spines of her books, thinking. Maybe things would be better if you guys tried to be friends again. I don't want to rush you, but it's been 3 months. You're going to have to work together because we have to find the pieces. But I think your friendship is even more important. I don't think we're friends anymore. Admitting that out loud was exceptionally painful. It was like one of my father's hunting arrows had pierced my heart and come out the other side of my body. Then start over. Reach out, Imogen encouraged. I know she'll listen. She's in the library if you want to talk. Imogen headed off, pushing the cart of books through the Navita doors. Sassy waved her tail in farewell. I thought about talking to Sophia. Was it possible to feel like your heart was shriveling up and exploding at the same time? Ancestors, it was fucking terrifying to think of facing her, especially alone. At least the last time we talked to each other, Imogen and Jonah could serve as a buffer. Yet I had to resolve this somehow, and there was no time like the present. Might as well get it over with. My heart thudded out of my chest with every heavy step I took toward the library. It felt like my feet were made of stone. When I got there, I peered around the door to search for Sophia. She was bent over a few open books at the nearest table to the door, her brunette hair fanned out on her back. Esses was sitting on the table, idly turning pages like he was bored. Her brown eyes were studying the pages in front of her in deep concentration. She was wearing sweats, which shouldn't be sexy, but holy fuck they were. Had I ever noticed that she had really nice skin? And those lips, holy shit. My dream came back to me in full force, and I told my dick to quiet down. Not supposed to be attracted to her anymore. Seeing her felt like my insides were being ripped out. Slowly. The library was a rough place for us to talk. She'd blown me a few rows back from the table she sat at. What I'd give to relive that memory. But what was worse than losing Sophia as a girlfriend was losing her completely. We weren't close anymore. We weren't even friends. We were bigger strangers now than the night we first met. It royally sucked, and I knew I couldn't live the rest of the semester this way. Hell, I couldn't stand it for 5 more minutes. I couldn't live with avoiding her again. I'd done it before, and it ripped her up inside. I'd vowed to never do that to her again. Just because we weren't dating anymore didn't mean I could break that promise. Imogen wanted me to reach out. It seemed like the right thing to do. Well, we at least needed to talk about one thing. These sessions with Esses needed to stop. They wouldn't unless Sophia told Esses to quit seeing me. I gathered all my courage and forced myself out from behind the corner, because if I didn't, I'd be there all night studying her and being super creepy. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked forward. Hey, Soph, how you doing? Nope, that's too casual. Hi, Sophia? No. Dude, think of something. I came to a stop at her table. She looked up, seemingly shocked to see me standing there. I tried to force a smile, but my lips wouldn't move. Use English! I was practically screaming at myself now. 30 seconds had passed, and neither of us had said a thing. I went to say hi, but that didn't work. Instead, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Please stop sending Esses to heal me, I said out loud, and immediately regretted it. Sophia gaped at me. You fucking idiot, I told myself. Sophia shut her mouth and her eyes narrowed in anger. Then she said, That's non-negotiable. Ah, shit. I was entering a pissing match with a coigny. What the hell had I gotten myself into? I'm just letting you know that if you don't want Esses to heal me anymore, I'm cool with it, I started. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to become a murderer because this makes you uncomfortable. Her tone was flat. You don't have to worry about it. Seriously, it would be okay to let me die, I said. What the hell was going on with me? It was like I could only say the worst possible thing right now. Would you stop it with that fucked up shit? Sophia snapped, and she slammed the book she was reading closed. I was momentarily shocked. Sophia had never spoken to me like that. Esses grabbed his ears and pulled them down to block out the sound of her swearing. Sophia glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then continued ranting at me. Do you know what it would do to me if you died, especially if I could have done something to prevent it? It would ruin my life if you were dead and I was the reason. I can't force you to let Esses heal you, but I know that you want him to and that you asking me to stop sending him is your way of trying to spare me. So stop trying to be a martyr. I can handle myself. I realized my mouth was hanging open. I quickly shut it. Fine. Okay then. You're right. I don't want Essis's treatments to stop. We should keep them going. Then, because I was insane or because I had suddenly grown balls of steel, I sat in the chair next to her. She stiffened for a minute, but I kept my distance, and Sophia eventually relaxed beside me, though her expression continued to be suspicious. His healing magic has been helping me a lot, by the way, I said. I'm feeling better. Glad you talked me into it, Pawi. Motherfucker, why in the name of the ancestors couldn't I stop calling her that? Essis gave me a sly look. Her lips briefly tilted up. You were always too stubborn for your own good. Sophia looked around. Where's Neshoma? I thought he'd be with you, but I haven't seen him yet. My stomach bottomed out. Jonah hadn't told her. I should have guessed due to their argument. The Tawakwa elders used me, I said quietly. They never had the ability to bring Neshoma back in the first place. Oh, Liam, I'm so sorry. Sophia actually looked sad for me. I figured she'd laugh at me or something, say I deserved it, but Sophia wasn't that kind of girl. She was too nice. She still cared. It's my own fault for falling for it. Do you remember Carter and Tiara, the Elementi and familiar that died last year in flight class before the Elemental Cup? I asked. Barely. Sophia scrunched up her eyebrows. What do they have to do with it? The Water Elders staged their deaths. They used Carter and Tiara to make me believe they could raise people from the dead, when really, he never died at all, I told her. The Tawakwa Elders saved his and Tiara's lives. Then they imprisoned them and used them to get to me. Carter managed to escape and told me the truth. He's on the run now. You mean your dad lied to you too? She put a hand over her mouth. Essis copied the gesture. Yeah, I shook my head. But I don't really want to talk about that. What's done is done. I reached into my pocket. By the way, I wanted to return this to you. When I showed her the spirit totem in my hand, the one we'd found in the cave during the Elemental Cup, Sophia's eyes widened. She snatched the totem from me and held it close to her chest, like it was something incredibly precious to her. Where did you find it? I never went back to look for it, she whispered. You dropped it in the temple on Ancestors' Day, I said. Fuck that horrible night. I picked it up. I forgot to give it back to you, because we were fighting. I'm sorry I didn't return it sooner. I just didn't know if you wanted to see me. I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly. Sophia clung to the totem and said, Thank you for keeping it safe, and for giving it back. I know you're not particularly fond of it, but it means something to me. No problem. I'd do anything for you, I responded without thinking. Fuck my stupid words. My cheeks were burning. I couldn't read the expression she gave me. Essis, however, looked about 2 seconds away from cheering. Her eyes wandered. Is there anything else? Yes, no, everything? I was thinking, I began. Maybe we could put the past behind us and move forward. There's stuff going on that's a lot bigger than us. I winced when I said the word us, because there wasn't an us anymore. But if Sophia noticed, she didn't give any indication. She nodded somberly. We do need to get along, for the sake of figuring out the prophecy. It's not just the prophecy, I started. Jonah and Imogen are both our friends. It's not fair to mess things up in the group just because I couldn't finish that sentence. Sophia wasn't giving me anything in response. It's like she was refusing to speak to me as much as she physically had to, and it hurt. I couldn't live like this. I had to take a risk. Look, I said, I know things aren't going to be what they used to, but I think this would be a lot easier on both of us if we decided to be friends again. Sophia waited a moment before answering. Every second hurt to hear her answer. Friends trust each other, don't they? Ouch. She was pointing out the obvious. She didn't think we could ever be friends because that trust between us was gone now. We'll have to rebuild that, and there's no way that'll happen if we don't at least try, I said. How are we going to work to find the pieces if we don't trust each other? She bit her lip and looked away. I don't know. I could practically hear the gears turning in her head. She was trying to figure me out, determine if this was some sort of trap or mind game. But I wasn't playing mind games. I just wanted Sophia back in my life. I'd missed her. I hoped she'd missed me enough, too, to put the past behind us. I think it's best if we start over, I said. I held out my hand to her. Friends? She looked at me for a moment before she slowly extended her hand to shake mine. Okay, friends. It was just a handshake, but when her skin touched mine, a million sensors fired off all over my body. All my reserves failed. I'd forgotten how she felt, how warm and soft she was. Dreams weren't enough. I remembered every touch, every moment. I wanted to hold her. I wanted to kiss her. I wanted to throw myself on my knees and beg for her forgiveness. Stop, Liam, stop. Esses chittered, and I pried my hand away from hers at the sound. I knew you'd be cool with it, I said. You're such a sweet girl. Sophia's face turned sour. Yeah, sweet. Esses gave me a scathing look. I was trying to compliment her, but apparently that had been the wrong thing to say. Oh, I had to get out of here before I put my foot in my mouth again and said something even dumber. I stood up. Anyway, I gotta go. See you around? She nodded. Sure. Then her eyes went back to what she'd been reading. She didn't give me any other sort of goodbye. I headed off. When I glanced behind me, I noticed she'd raised her eyes from the book and was watching me go. I waved goodbye. She waved back. It was the smallest gesture, but it made my heartbeat pick up again. I let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that was a bit awkward. No, really awkward, but at least it was over with. Hopefully Sophia and I could stand to be around each other now without things being super weird. And hopefully my feelings would stop getting in the way. Though at this point, I severely doubted it.
Chapter 4. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, but it didn't help. The paper in my hands shook as I stared down at the address Vanessa had given me, then back up to the house in front of me. 1345 Firebrick Lane. Yep, this was it. The house was huge and stylized in red brick and a black roof. Sharp peaks, a large wraparound porch, and a 2-story turret accented the Victorian-style architecture. I was starting to notice a trend in the Coigny village. Every house I passed shared the same color scheme, as if the village had been forged in Coigny fire. Even the buildings back in the main square had Coigny written all over them. On my walk through town, I'd passed by endless high-end fashion stores, fancy day spas, and about a dozen financial investment firms. It was obvious the Fire Tribe had a lot of money and wanted to show it off. The Coigny village was high up in the mountains, overlooking the forest and the rest of the villages below. For the lack of nature they had up here, the Coigny more than made up for with high-rise penthouses and designer labels. As I reached the residential area, I found that each house was more elaborate than the last. The higher I climbed the mountain, the richer the families seemed, as if those with money had to sit at the top, where they could lord over everyone else. I figured the mansions I'd caught a glimpse of higher up the mountains were reserved for elders, like Madame Doya and Chiefess Annette. The house I stared up at belonged to Alan and Betsy Weber, my biological grandparents. It sat in the middle of the village, which I assumed said something about their status. It should have comforted me knowing I wasn't headed all the way to the top, but I couldn't bring myself to take another step toward the front door. Esses didn't freeze up like I had. He hopped off my shoulder and pushed open the wrought iron gate surrounding the property. He gazed up at me expectantly and chittered. I let out the breath I'd been holding and tucked the paper in my pocket. You're right. I can do this.
I still hadn't been able to get Liam out of my head. He wanted us to be friends, but I didn't know if I could. I barely knew myself anymore. I needed this. Esses bounced down the walkway and up the porch steps before I'd even taken a step. I forced my shaking knees to steady and pushed forward. 2 mahogany doors with elaborate iron handles and thick door knockers stared back at me, as if daring me to go through with this. Visions of what I might find behind those doors assaulted me. What if my grandparents were like Doya, cold and cruel? There had to be a reason they hadn't contacted me since I'd arrived in Kinpago. What if I reminded them too much of their daughter, my biological mother? I turned around. I can't do this, Esses. This was a bad idea. Esses scurried in front of me and blocked my path. He placed one paw on his hip and waved the other at me, clicking his tongue. It was like he was saying I'd come this far and couldn't turn back now. I sighed. Okay, but if they turn out to be anything like Doya, we're leaving. Esses scurried up to the door, waiting for me to knock. Hope pushed me forward. Hope that I'd find something worthwhile behind those doors. After all, these people had been friends with my adoptive parents. They'd given me a way to protect me. That had to count for something. I reached up and curled my fingers around the door knocker. Then knocked. Several seconds passed and nothing happened. I glanced down to Esses. Maybe they're not home. It was Labor Day, the day before school started. Who knew whether they'd be home midday on a Monday? Esses scowled at me, then pointed up to the knocker again, encouraging me to try once more. I did, and a few seconds later the heavy door swung open. An older woman, at least in her 70s, stood behind the door. She had short white hair and wrinkles around her eyes, but other than that, she didn't look her age. Her bangs swooped to the side in a trendy cut, and her makeup was worthy of a fashion magazine. She wore a flowing white top and black slacks, a comfortable combination of modest and elegant. She had to be Betsy Weber. Her face paled. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "Hi," I said timidly. "I'm Sophia Henley." The shocked expression stuck to her face. "I know who you are." I couldn't read her tone. We just stood there for several seconds, staring at each other. Without warning, she threw her arms around me. It was then I knew she was definitely nothing like Doya. In fact, Betsy was the exact opposite. Her embrace was warm and welcoming, and she smelled of vanilla. I relaxed into her hug, as if we'd done this 1,000 times before. "I'm so glad to finally meet you." Betsy drew away and swung the door open wider. "Please, come in." The tension in my body eased as I stepped into the house. The interior was just as beautiful as the outside, with endless hardwood floors and an elaborately carved banister leading upstairs. There were patterned red area rugs everywhere, which reminded me of the Coigny dorms. A beautiful golden light fixture hung from the entryway ceiling. Family pictures adorned the walls, along with various decorations that drew from our Hawkeye heritage, like familiar statuettes, dream catchers, and a collection of old arrowheads. Betsy gestured to her left and led me into a red sitting room with a burning fireplace. A man relaxed on a recliner reading the Hawkeye Times. Beside him sat a white doll sheep with flames flickering where its large, curved horns should be. It sat in front of the fire, looking content. The man lowered his paper, and shock flashed over his face. He sat upright and set the paper aside. He looked the same age as my grandmother, with white hair and lines across his face, but he had an air of class about him that had more to do with character than money. He had to be Alan Weber. "Please, sit," Betsy said kindly. I sat in a comfortable red chair across from my grandfather, and Esses hopped up on my lap.
"Sophia,"
Alan said breathlessly.
"can we get you anything?"
"Yes, water, tea?" Betsy asked. "Water's fine," I said. Betsy left the room and came back a moment later carrying a fresh water bottle and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. They looked homemade. She set them in front of me on the coffee table. "I'm Betsy, and this is Alan, but I guess you already knew that." Betsy offered a kind smile as she took a seat in the chair beside Alan. The sound of a small bell jingled as a large house cat trotted into the room. It jumped to sit in Betsy's lap and curled up there, looking comfortable as she stroked its long white fur. The cat was large, at least 15 pounds, with long ear tufts and wide paws. It could easily pass for a Maine Coon back home, but there was something mystical about its swirling ruby-red eyes. I felt it was rude to leave the water and cookies lying there, so I screwed the cap off the water bottle and took a sip, then began nibbling on a cookie. It was delicious. Alan leaned forward in his chair and offered a welcoming smile. "We were hoping you'd find us." My nerves began to wash away. "How long have you known I was in Conpago?" "Since you arrived last year," Betsy said. "We didn't want to overwhelm you with a visit. We thought it best if you came at your own pace, if you wanted to meet us at all." It almost sounded like she was afraid of what I might think of her, like I might judge them for giving me away when they had a chance to raise me. "I don't resent you giving me up," I blurted. The two exchanged a glance. I thought I read sadness in their eyes. "Oh, dear," Betsy said softly. "You have no idea how much we hoped you'd say that." I straightened in my chair. Now that I was here, I had so many questions to ask them. I didn't know where to start. Why did you do it?" I asked. I knew the version my adoptive parents had given me, but I wanted to hear it from them. "Don't get me wrong, I love my parents, but—" Alan cleared his throat. "You have to understand. It was dangerous to keep you here." He hesitated and shot Betsy a wary look. "It's okay," I encouraged. "My parents told me what happened. I know all about the prophecy and that the Toaqua wanted me dead." Betsy frowned. "Yes, that's why we had to give you away. Not all Toaqua were a threat, of course. That's why we turned to your parents. Before Alan retired, he worked with your adoptive father, Robert, at City Hall. Despite house lines, they bonded over their love of chess. Used to play together every Sunday evening. Then Robert got the job in Utah, and we knew he could get you out of Conpago." "What about the other Toaqua?" I asked. "My parents said there was some sort of conflict between Coigny and Toaqua the night after I was born." They both turned down their gazes. "It was a riot," Alan admitted. "Right here in the Coigny village. Toaqua came for you, said that your very existence was a threat to the Hawkeye. Your father, your biological one, Tony, he left to join the other Coigny in defending you. It was a bloodbath." He cleared his throat, like thinking back to that night had stolen his voice. "The Toaqua brought weapons," Betsy continued for him. "The Coigny retaliated. Dozens were killed. It almost started a full-fledged war between the houses. But then you disappeared and the Toaqua backed off." "Just like that?" I asked. Tears rose to Betsy's eyes as she recalled the massacre. "There was so much fire. When we told them we didn't know what happened to you, that you'd been lost in the chaos, they assumed you'd died, along with hundreds of others." My throat began to close up. I couldn't believe so many people had died in my name. It wasn't right. "I'm sorry," I croaked, pulling Esses closer to me. "I shouldn't have brought it up." Betsy sniffled and waved a hand. "Nonsense. You deserve to know." "Can you tell me about them?" I asked, hoping to turn the conversation around to something more cheerful. "About Lucy and Anthony? What were they like at my age? Do you have any pictures?" The two of them hesitated and looked to each other like they were sharing a silent conversation. Betsy gave a slight nod. Then Alan stood and headed out of the room. Betsy grabbed a tissue from the box on the end table beside her and wiped her nose. Her voice came out brighter and more upbeat. Lucy was a lovely girl, very bright, but very headstrong. I smiled. Sounds like me. She was very kind-hearted, she continued. Friends with anyone, no matter their house. Tony was the same way. They're lucky they found each other, to be honest. It's rare for a Coigny to be as compassionate as those two were. I thought of Vanessa and Bren. They were both Coigny, but you wouldn't know it by their personalities. I was starting to think Coigny traits weren't bred as much as taught from birth. There were more kind ones than there were cruel ones. Lucy must have gotten that from you, I said. Betsy smiled. That's very kind of you. Alan returned, carrying a large book at least 3 inches thick. The cover was almost a whole square foot. He handed it to me. This is Lucy's scrapbook from her time at Orenda Academy. I went speechless as I took it from him. My mom kept a scrapbook? It was so weird to think of this woman as my mother. Yep, Alan said as he took his seat again. That was back before they banned cameras on campus. I opened the cover to see a large picture of my birth parents smiling back at me. Their hairstyles and fashion were dated from at least 20 years ago, but they looked young, happy, and carefree. They stood in front of the Orenda Academy castle. Tony had his arm around Lucy and was smiling at the camera, while she leaned in to kiss him on the cheek and kicked one of her feet up in a cute pose. Lucy was blonde, with freckles all across her face and features that mirrored her mother's. Tony, on the other hand, had dark hair like mine, but more Native American features. I thought I might look like them, but I didn't. I flipped to the next page, and my heart nearly stopped at what I saw. A red-headed woman sat on the back of one of the lion statues on the front steps of the castle. She held one arm in the air like she was riding a bull. Her nose was crinkled in laughter. Could it be? Yes, it was definitely Madame Doya. I gaped at the photograph. My parents were friends with Madame Doya? Betsy stood beside my chair to gaze down at the photographs with me. Oh yes, she and Lucy were best friends. She was the instigator in their group, Alan mumbled. Eleanor wasn't that bad, Betsy scolded. She was a nice girl. She just liked to break the rules every now and then. She had a wild streak. I nearly choked on nothing but air. Madame Doya? Break the rules? She really was a sweetheart, Betsy said. Always the life of the party, but very studious. She helped Lucy with her big breakthrough in their 3rd year. Remember that, Alan? It wasn't long after Lucy bonded. She didn't know how to control her fire tornadoes. Eleanor taught her how, and she used it in the tournament. I don't think she would have survived if it weren't for Ellie. I think that's why she decided to go into teaching. To think, she wasn't even bonded yet. I continued turning pages, but I couldn't find the words to respond. In what universe was Doya, this kind-hearted, powerful, carefree girl Betsy was explaining? What triggered such a paradigm shift? A photograph of Lucy and Doya hugging in the grand entrance caught my eye. They were smiling and laughing, clearly caught off guard at the candid shot. Had Lucy's death changed Doya? Because she'd lost her best friend? I couldn't imagine how I'd handle it if I lost Imogen. What did my parents major in? I asked as I continued to flip through the scrapbook. Lucy was majoring in political science, Betsy said. And Tony, do you remember, hun? General studies, Alan replied. He never quite made up his mind. Oh, but the man was passionate about so many things, Betsy said. Fishing, camping, photography, you name it. That's why you won't see him in most of these pictures. He was usually the one behind the camera. I chuckled. Well, I guess I inherited something from him. I love the outdoors, too. Did either of them have any siblings? Like, do I have any cousins out there I don't know about, or other family? I'm afraid not, Betsy said. Tony's parents died when he was young. I was a little disappointed at first, but it was probably for the best. They'd probably be something like Haley. Then again, my grandparents were nice. I guess I shouldn't make assumptions. As I continued to flip through the pages, I noticed that most of the pictures were of Lucy and Doya. It was like the two were joined at the hip. They took pictures all around the castle, always striking the silliest poses. They even had pictures from their classes, like one where Doya was petting a bright red dragon. The two of them reminded me of how Imogen and I were. Toward the middle of the album, I noticed familiars appear for the first time. Lucy had bonded with a white stag right around the same time Tony had bonded with a small golden puppy with red ears. Naomi was nowhere to be seen. The following pages were filled with photographs of my parents' wedding. It looked like they'd gotten married in the Coigny village square. They looked so happy as they danced and celebrated. When was this? I asked. Betsy thought for a moment. They got married the summer after their sophomore year. They wanted to do it before they faced the tournament. You were born a year later. The breath left my chest. They hadn't even finished college. They were so young. I wasn't talking about their marriage or their pregnancy either, but Alan took it that way. We were young once, too. He smiled up at Betsy, as if recalling their time together at Orenda. I flipped a page and stopped dead in my tracks. Oh my gosh, is that Bane? He was missing the white hair and thick glasses. His brown hair was tousled, but in a kempt way that made him look put together for once. His skin was smoother. I could almost see where Imogen was coming from when she talked about him being hot. In the photograph, he stood with his arm around Doya and presented her with some sort of certificate of achievement. She wasn't even looking at the camera. She was staring up at him with admiration in her eyes. Betsy looked down at the photograph. Elliot Bane? Oh, yes, that's him. The kids loved his class. You know, now that I think of it, he might be the reason Eleanor went into the teaching profession. She quite admired the man. Wow, I didn't realize Bane was Doya's professor, I said. Didn't he do some sort of exploring before he became a teacher? He took a few years off, if I remember right, Betsy said thoughtfully. The year after the riot, I think. Came back a few years ago. I guess he never found whatever it was he was looking for. Yeah, I guess not. I continued to flip through the book, but I couldn't take my mind off that picture of Bane and Doya. They seemed like total opposites. I couldn't imagine them ever getting along. Apparently, I had more to learn about the past than I thought. Can I keep this? I asked. Betsy smiled. Keep it as long as you want, dear. Hours passed, and I began to loosen up the more I talked to my grandparents. They'd invited us to stay and eat. I couldn't refuse, especially with the way Esses looked at me with those pleading eyes. My grandfather showed me his collection of arrowheads, while my grandmother raved over her collection of decorative plates hanging in the kitchen. They'd told me stories of their time at Orenda Academy, and made it sound even more magical than it was, which I didn't think was possible. My grandma showed me how to make fry bread, and my grandpa taught me a traditional Hawkeye beat on the drum. It was amazing to learn about my heritage, both the Hawkeye side and my direct relations. By the end of the night, I felt like I'd found my new family. I stepped out of Hawkeye Legends the following morning, still thinking about meeting with my grandparents. I'd spent the rest of the afternoon listening to stories of Lucy's childhood and how my parents had met in high school and started dating in college. I'd even scheduled a lunch date with my grandparents for Saturday, just so I could hear more. I was starting to get a real feel for who my birth parents were. They weren't just names on a genealogy chart anymore. They were real people, with faces I could picture and personalities that came to life,
through the stories my grandparents told. My second class of the day was History of the Hawkeye. It wasn't far from the Hawkeye legends, so I arrived early. I took a step back when I entered the room. It was entirely empty, apart from Professor Bane shuffling through papers at his desk. Bane had been my mentor my first semester here. He'd helped our team get through the tournament. But then, he'd gone and betrayed me. I didn't know the whole story about what went down with the Tawakwa Council last semester, but I knew he'd served on it, and that the council had asked Liam to kill me. I didn't care if Bane was the one to push it or not. I wasn't sure I even wanted to know. All I knew was that he didn't stop it. I'd forgotten he taught this class. I'd signed up for it before I knew, before all the secrets came out. When my eyes landed on him, it was like a knife was tearing through my guts. Bane was my mentor. He was supposed to protect me. And instead, he'd sent an assassin after me. Screw this class, I thought. I was going straight to Doya to see if I could get my classes changed. Bane looked up. "Sophia!" he called as he spotted me leaving the room. I didn't turn back. Esses pulled on my ponytail to get my attention, but I kept walking. "Sophia, wait!" Bane ran to keep up with me. He wasn't going to let me go. I had to face him. I whirled around, ignoring the other people passing through the hall. "Do you want to explain yourself, Professor Bane?" The blood drained from his face. "I owe you an apology." "Damn right you do," I snapped. Ugh, I should have just kept walking. I could get into trouble for back-talking a teacher. But at this point, I didn't care. He glanced around. "Please, come back to my room, where we can talk privately." "Why? You don't want people knowing you and your Tawakwa Council tried to kill me?" I hissed. "Sophia, let me explain," Bane said softly. Esses jumped from my shoulder to Bane's and crossed his arms at me, like he was taking Bane's side. My jaw dropped. "I was against it the entire time." Bane sounded like he was telling the truth. "I had to go along with it because Elder Malison, one of the Tawakwa elders, was threatening Thalassa. Believe me, I never wanted any harm to come to you." I gaped at him. I didn't know what to say. I was so torn. Would I do the same for Esses in that situation? Bane dropped his gaze, like he truly regretted playing any part in the matter. "I quit the council because of it." I gasped. "Quit the council? Could you do that?" My shoulders relaxed. "Really? You did that for me?" Bane nodded, then reached up and pulled Esses off his shoulder. Esses curled up in his arms and began purring while trying to chew the button off Bane's shirt. "There is nothing I can do or say to express how very sorry I am," Bane said. "I just hope you can find it in your heart to someday forgive me and attend my class." Bane handed Esses back, and I didn't know what to say. Bane seemed so gentle, so genuine. How could I tell him to fuck off now? "It's, going to take some time," I admitted. "But I guess I can try." Bane offered a light smile. "Thank you, Sophia. Take your time." Bane turned and headed back into his classroom, where other students had started to flood in. I stared after him, but a giant lime-green hairbow blocked my vision, pulling me out of it. "History of the Hawkeye!" Imogen exclaimed. She twirled so that her matching green dress spun around her. Sassy danced at her feet in excitement. "I'm super excited." Her expression changed to a scowl. "Though I'm still pissed at Bane for trying to kill you." "It's fine," I said. Though I felt conflicted, I believed Bane was sincere in his apology. He apologized and quit the council. It's cool. Imogen looked shocked, then said, "Well, in that case..." She wiggled her eyebrows. "Ew, Imogen."
I rolled my eyes at her. Do you have to mention how hot he is every time you speak of the guy? He's a professor. Imogen took my hand. Come on, let's get a good seat. Somewhere in the back this time, please, I pleaded. Imogen looked offended. The front row is best. Not if you don't want to get caught staring, I teased. Imogen sighed. Okay, you're right. We claimed our seats in the back corner, farthest from the door. What's up? Imogen asked. You seem, I don't know. I had to get up early for Hawkeye Legends, I told her, though that wasn't why I was acting weird. I'm still tired. You're taking Hawkeye Legends? Sweet! What else have you got? Intro to Child Development, Intermediate Coigni Magic, and Elementi Explorations. Imogen wrinkled her nose. Sounds boring. Jonah and I are taking a dance class together, and I'm in this wicked elective called Cryptozoology. In other words, an entire semester dedicated to alien familiars. And the last one isn't as fun, but still pretty cool. Magical plants. Sounds great, I said flatly, though I didn't intend for my voice to come out that way. I thought my classes were way better than hers. Imogen nudged me. What's got you down, Sophia? This semester is going to be so fun. I shrugged. I didn't want to tell Imogen I wasn't really interested in being in this class anymore. I was saved from answering by Bane himself. Everyone calm down, he called from the front of the class. I know we're all excited to be back, but we have a lot to cover today. By the end of class, we made it through the syllabus. The class was centered on Elementi history, from the beginning of the original tribe to now. I was starting to think I might enjoy this class, despite Bane teaching. There weren't any huge projects, just a couple of essays, so that helped ease my nerves. What do you think? Imogen asked as we left the classroom. Same study place on the 3rd floor this year? We can get a head start on that first essay later this week. My heart gave an involuntary jolt when I spotted Liam down the hall. He was leaning against a window with his arms crossed, talking to a girl I didn't know. He looked like he was enjoying himself. She was pretty, with long black hair like his. Tawakwa. They'd make a great freaking couple. Sophia, Imogen prodded. Yeah, sure, I said absent-mindedly. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Sounds great. Angry fire rose to my skin and manifested in tears. I choked them back and bit my lower lip to push my emotions down before they exploded, literally, right there in the middle of the hall. Imogen followed my gaze and noticed Liam right away. Let's go back to my dorm, she said quickly. I redecorated and want to show you. Imogen grabbed my arm and started dragging me away, but not before Liam's gaze found mine. Out of all the people flooding through the halls, his eyes landed on me, as if there was some invisible force connecting us. Not anymore, I thought bitterly. The connection I thought we'd have forever was gone. Liam turned his eyes back to the pretty Tawakwa girl and shot her a smile. He didn't smile like that at me anymore. Essis tugged on my ponytail, forcing my gaze off Liam. I brushed his fingers out of my hair. I get it, buddy. I have to stop torturing myself. Once we turned down the hall and Liam was out of sight, I couldn't take it any longer. Tears began falling down my cheeks, and I dashed them away. Imogen noticed, but she didn't say anything. She just increased her pace so we could get back to the dorms faster. Inside her dorm, I fell down onto the bed and let my emotions run. I barely took one glance at her new decorations as I bawled, though I noticed almost everything was either orange or yellow. Sassy and Essis curled up beside me on the bed, and Imogen sat down next to me. I'm sorry, Imogen said gently. I know how hard it must be to see him after everything that happened. I lifted my head and wiped my eyes. It sucks. We agreed to be friends, but I don't know if I can actually do it. You two talked then? She asked, sounding hopeful. I gritted my teeth, thinking back to that conversation. He said I didn't have to send him Essis. Like he thinks I was obligated to as his girlfriend, and now that I'm not, I shouldn't care. What the hell kind of person does he think I am? I mean, yeah, I feel bad for him, but that's not why I'm doing it. Did you know the Toaqua elders didn't bring Neshoma back like they'd promised? Imogen dropped her gaze. I was starting to wonder about that. Jonah never brought it up, though. Yeah, apparently they lied about the whole thing. I thought this summer he at least had someone to keep him company, so now I feel even worse about the breakup. I was aware I was ranting now, but I couldn't stop. I hadn't even mentioned the spirit totem yet, how he'd given it back like it was some sort of bargaining chip in our friendship. Imogen didn't even know about it. Sure, I was happy to have the totem back. I'd intended to go back to the ruins to look for it over the summer, but I knew I'd never get through without everyone else's help. But it didn't soften the impact. I honestly don't know what to feel anymore. Half the time I feel bad for him, and half the time I hate him, I continued. What makes it worse is that he keeps calling me Pawi. I thought you said you didn't mind, Imogen pointed out. I barely heard her. And sweet. He called me sweet. Has anyone ever called a Kawigni sweet in the history of all the Hawkeye? It made me feel like I'm 10 years old. Sophia, breathe. Imogen took my shoulders and shook me a little. We're going to have to get you out of here one of these nights. Make you forget about him. I sighed. I don't think that's going to help. She shrugged. What could it hurt? I could think of about 1,000,000 things that could go wrong. But maybe Imogen was right. Maybe it was time to get Liam off my mind and live a little. I was sick of being upset over him. I wanted to be happy again. Imogen smiled at me. I think I have something that could help. Come on, let's get back at that bastard.
Chapter 5. I'd just come back from a morning swim in the ocean when I heard screaming coming from the Navita dorms. Horrified yells lit up the halls at Orenda Academy. People stopped what they were doing and turned in the direction of the screaming, appearing bewildered. The screams got louder and took on a blood-curdling effect that made chills run up and down my spine. Whoever was screaming sounded like they were being tortured. This wasn't my job. I didn't need to save anybody. I needed to stay out of it. The screams seemed to insist that I mind my own business and leave whoever was suffering to it. But instead of making me run the other way, like a sensible person, danger had a way of making me go toward it instead. I dropped my bag and booked it toward the sound of the screaming, thinking some student had lost it or something and started shooting their magic off at everybody. When I got there, there was a large crowd gathered around in a circle around the Navita dorm doors. Professor Fawn was on her knees on the floor, and she was holding on to a Navita girl who was sobbing profusely on the floor. The student was a fourth year like me. I knew her because she'd been in my freshman mentoring group my first year. Her name was Isabella. She had a filly pixie familiar, a miniature horse that had butterfly wings. I'd often seen the pink pixie on Isabella's shoulder when she walked around school, though now it was nowhere in sight. Professor Fawn rocked the girl back and forth, trying to calm her down. Fawn's familiar, a unicorn, stood nearby, faithfully, and nuzzled her nose into the girl's hair. "Isabella, you need to calm down," Professor Fawn said, ignoring the circle of students around them. "We'll find her." "She's gone," the girl wailed. "Essere's gone." "Familiars just don't wander off, my dear. I'm sure she's here somewhere," Professor Fawn said, though her tone seemed doubtful. "She's been gone for 3 days, and she hasn't come home. That's not normal," Isabella insisted. "Where was the last place you saw her?" Professor Fawn spoke calmly and clearly. Isabella took a steady breath through her tears. "She was sleeping on my pillow a few days ago. We took a nap together. When I woke up, the window was open. I figured she went to the greenhouses to get nectar, as she often does that. But she didn't come back that night or the next morning. I've searched everywhere, and she's nowhere to be found." Isabella cried harder. "Someone must have seen what happened to her. Please, if you know anything, speak up." Professor Fawn looked to the crowd. "Has anyone seen a filly pixie floating around? Pink in color, smaller than a hand, large purple butterfly wings?" Everyone remained silent. Faces were blank and confused as Professor Fawn surveyed the crowd. She stood and lifted Isabella to her feet. "Very well. If any Navita wish to help search, come with me." A large group of students followed the two of them as they headed into the Navita dorms. Students from the rest of the houses dispersed. I noticed that, for some reason, a look of regret had passed Professor Fawn's face as the double doors of the Navita dorms closed behind them. I couldn't get Isabella's tortured face out of my mind. I couldn't imagine what it would be like for your familiar to vanish. I knew I needed to eat, so I went to an early lunch, but food proved hard to swallow. It was difficult to enjoy anything while remembering Isabella's tortured sobs as she begged someone to find her familiar. By the time I left the dining hall, posters were being plastered all over the walls by Navita students of the missing familiar and where she'd last been seen, along with a reward. I felt bad for Isabella. She would have already died if something bad had happened to SRA, so that meant her familiar was still alive. But if she hadn't come back in 3 days, that definitely meant someone had taken her. I had no idea why anyone would want to steal a creature that was already bonded. SRA would fight to the death to get back to Isabella, and she wouldn't bond or use her magic for anyone else. So why kidnap her? It had to be something personal. But this crossed a line. You didn't mess with people's familiars. That was beyond cruel. I wanted to do something to lend a hand, but I knew they wouldn't accept my help because I wasn't Navita. So, with a lack of anything else to do, I went to the burial grounds and to Neshoma's grave. I left an offering and asked him and the rest of the ancestors to help Isabella find her familiar. I didn't know if it actually did anything, but it was better than feeling worthless. I tried to push Isabella and her missing familiar out of my mind as I left the burial grounds and rechecked my schedule to see what I had later that day. I'd been at school for 2 weeks and should have known it by now, but it was like my head was still underwater. I couldn't remember anything these days. Stuff blurred together in a fog. I had Master Tawakwa Magic and Basket Weaving 3 on Mondays and Wednesdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays had Senior Theory and Hawkeye Home Ec. Yes, I took Hawkeye Home Ec. It was a blow-off class, and I was so sick of school. At this point, I was there to get the degree and get out. It counted for credit hours. That's all that mattered. The only class that had any worth this semester was Hawkeye Leadership on Friday mornings. It was a course I didn't think that I'd be able to get into, but applied for anyways. To my surprise, they let me in. I didn't know what I'd use it for. Hawkeye Leadership was a core class meant for people in political science, my old major. People couldn't just walk in there and take it unless they declared themselves to be future tribal leaders, which I'd been forced to renounce as a career choice after Neshoma died. Bane must have pulled some strings behind the scenes to get me into that class. It was the least he could do after that disaster last semester. So far, we'd been studying tribal law, something that sucked me in, demanded my attention. It was the only thing that kept my mind off of Sophia these past 2 weeks. Not to mention, it was the only class this semester that had, so far, held my interest. Even basket weaving was starting to get boring. I kept messing up all my projects because I couldn't focus. Ever since I had finished the present I was supposed to give Sophia last semester, everything else came out like shit. The gift was still in my closet back at home, gathering dust. It made me sick to look at. I was supposed to go in to make my first appointment with Bane this afternoon for Senior Theory, which was a useless class. It wasn't even really a class. It was basically a mentoring session where you went on your free time and talked to your house head about what your career was going to be after graduation. Not that I wanted to speak with him one-on-one. I sat in the back of the class and mastered Tawakwa magic and avoided him as much as possible. But there was no avoiding it. I'd been ignoring him all summer, and now it was time to pay the piper. I checked the classroom number on my schedule to see what room senior theory was in. I passed the commons and turned down a familiar hallway. When I finally reached it, I double-checked the number to make sure it was right. It was the same room Sophia and I had broken up in. Figure senior theory would be held in there. Fuck that classroom. I wasn't going in there. I turned on my heel and headed the other way. I saw Jonah in the hallway. He waved me down and I walked over. "Hey, bro, first soccer game of the season is on Saturday," he said. "The girls are going to be there. We're having a pregame summer party on the beach at noon. You coming?" Jonah had made the tryouts for Yapluma's Elementi soccer team. I wasn't very interested in going. I'd lost interest in everything lately. But Jonah was my best friend, and I knew that he wanted me there. I needed to support him. "Sure, I'll go." "The party too?" His eyes were pleading. I sighed. Yeah, party too. Sophia would be there, but I'd promised her we'd be friends again, didn't I? "Great!" He clapped me on the back. "Glad to see you're returning to the land of the living." Hardly. Hawkeye Home Ec was held in the highest tower at the school, and Orenda Academy didn't believe in elevators. So much for being disability accessible. I went in early because I knew it would take forever for me to climb those fucking stairs, and just as long to recover. I got to my desk a half an hour before class started and buried my head in my arms on top of my desk, trying to catch my breath. Esses could heal me, but he damn sure couldn't fix everything. As time passed, the usual people came trickling in, followed by Professor Brown and his anteater familiar. Then someone caught my eye. I recognized the spray tan, fake nails, and designer purse without having to guess. Her canine familiar Taryn followed dutifully by her side. Wait a sec. Mia was in this class? Shit, she must have just transferred in. She took a seat at the front, and I kept my head down, hoping she wouldn't see me. Didn't work. Mia noticed I was sitting in the back of the class. Instead of looking disgusted, though, like she usually did when she laid eyes on me, her eyes lit up and a broad grin spread across her face. She actually seemed hopeful. What the fuck? Professor Brown tapped the board and Mia turned back around. "Pay attention, everyone. Today we're going to be learning how to make Elementi and Familiar safe brownies. These brownies are non-allergenic and are meant for treats and have the ability to change the color of your Familiar. The effects last a few hours or so, though there's not a similar effect on Elementi." He gave a brownie to his anteater to demonstrate. The anteater lapped it up before its gray fur changed into a bright, blazing orange. I ignored everyone else and got cooking. The smell of chocolate soon filled the room, and all the girls were gushing about how great it smelled. Mia kept on making glances at me as she worked on her brownies, but I made sure my eyes stayed down. The sound of hacking filled the room. Someone had got the recipe wrong and had fed it to their familiar, who was now throwing up. Professor Brown was making a ticking noise. "There now, Mr. Williams. If you can't make a simple brownie, how are you going to handle the family life unit?" Ah, fuck. If we had to take care of a plastic baby for a week, I was going to lose my shit. I got my brownies done early, but didn't have a familiar to feed them to, so I put them into a plastic bag and stuffed them in my backpack before deciding to get started on an essay for Master Tawakwa Magic. Now that Sophia was no longer around to do it for me, I had to write my own papers. Sucked. I'd barely gotten started when a shadow fell over me. I knew it was Mia without having to look up. I smelled her perfume. "Hey, Liam?" She fidgeted where she stood. Can I talk to you? Had I landed on an alien planet or something? Sure. Mia took the seat next to me. I tried to summon some sort of disdain for my ex, the girl who I'd lost my virginity to, but I just couldn't do it. Mia had broken my heart, but Sophia had completely obliterated it. After everything that had gone down with the love of my life, Mia was an afterthought. I could tell by the way she was looking at me she wanted something. What is it? I asked. She knew I didn't want to fuck around. It's about this. Mia unwrapped a thin scarf from around her neck. My eyes grew wide as they traveled across her neck and shoulders. Long and dark marks were there, like someone had put their hands on her to try and choke her or something. She tried to cover them up with makeup, but they still looked bad. Holy hell, Mia. Who did that to you? I asked in a low tone. Disbelief spread throughout my form. It's Micah, she started as she wrapped the scarf back around her neck. He's been hitting me for a while now. She said it like it was everyday news, but this was anything but. My blood ran cold as rage spread throughout my form. I couldn't stand cowards who hit girls. That's not right, Mia. He's a total piece of shit, I spat out. It was all I could say because if she heard what was really going through my head, she'd think I was plotting murder. Mia shrugged. I can handle it. But today he hurt Taryn. Mia put a hand on her familiar's head. Taryn held up her right paw. I realized that she'd been limping as she came in, though it was so slight it hadn't registered in my brain at first. My hands balled into fists. Do you want me to take care of him? I asked in a low tone, and I cracked my knuckles. I knew Micah was shit at fighting, probably why he hit girls. Me, Jonah, and Ezra could have some fun with him, show him how much he felt like a man while he was eating dirt. No, please don't do that. Don't talk to him or anything, it'll just make it worse. Mia grabbed my arm and shook it, almost begging. I don't want you to hurt him. I still love him. I just want him to change. Abusers don't change, Mia. You need to leave. Especially not Micah. That dude had been worthless from the beginning. Even as a kid, he was a dickhead. I can't leave. We're meant to be together, I just know it. She shook her head. I just need help on getting through to him before the wedding. You still want to marry him? I asked in shock. Yes, but not like this. Please, Liam, I need your help. Her brown eyes shone with tears. Mia had played me so much over the years, but this time I could tell she was being genuine. She did love Micah, whatever the reason, and she didn't want to end things with him even though he was beating her. Why come to me? I asked. We didn't exactly end things on good terms. That was putting it lightly. Because you're safe. My friends don't believe me. I can't go to my parents. They'd freak out. She took a breath. I don't know how to make it stop. Taryn dropped her head and whimpered. Her ears were flat back against her head. I could tell that Taryn didn't think that Mia staying with Micah was a good decision, but Mia seemed determined to remain with him. Mia, this is really serious. He could kill you, I said, trying to talk some sense into her. He would never really hurt me. I deserve it most of the time, Mia insisted. No, you don't. I had to remind myself to count to 10 and not blow my top. I didn't want to see Mia get hurt. Don't tell me to leave him, Liam. Please don't, Mia begged. I just need someone to be there for me right now. Can you do that? This was a tough situation. The only way Micah would stop hurting her is if Mia took herself out of the relationship entirely. It would be dangerous, yeah, because Micah's family had a lot of power. But Mia's dad was powerful enough to protect her, and if she asked my family for help, my dad would offer his support too. No one would go against the water chief. She'd be safe. But Mia didn't want to leave. She still wanted to marry the bastard, a concept I couldn't wrap my head around. Yet for all the shit she'd done to me, I couldn't abandon her. "I'll help in any way I can," I said. Mia smiled and threw her arms around me. "Thanks, Liam. I knew you'd understand." I hugged her back, though the gesture was stiff and distant. Class ended, and as if we'd never had the conversation at all, Mia left with Taryn on her heels, appearing cheerier than she had been when she'd arrived. I was conflicted. I knew this wasn't really my business, and I needed to stay out of it. Mia was my ex. I had no obligation to her. But at the same time, nobody deserved to get beat up, and she had asked for my help. I couldn't just abandon her after she'd reached out. I didn't know how I could help Mia, but I at least wanted to try. I was anxious about going to the beach party on Saturday. It would be the first time since last semester where we all hung out as a group, and not over anything serious. But I'd made too many promises, and so on Saturday I headed down to the beach with my surfboard. As I left, I saw a large peacock sitting on a statue of a mermaid outside the Tawakwa dorms. He had a note in his beak, and he cooed as I came near. "Hello, Baxter." I took the note from him and opened it, dreading what I'd find inside. It was from Professor Perot, and it was unusually curt and short. He wanted to see me at the end of the month for another appointment. Baxter fixed a suspicious eye on me before he fluttered his wings and flew off. Perot was basically my doctor. I couldn't keep hiding things from him. 3 months had gone by, and I was out of excuses as to why my health was getting better. He'd stopped all treatment as an experiment, and I'd only continued to improve. The man was about to pull his hair out. He definitely knew something was up, but Essis's powers weren't my secret to tell. If I was going to tell Perot about him, I'd have to get Sophia's permission first. At the same time, this was a big deal. I felt we could trust Perot, but still, if what Carter had said last semester was true, a war could begin at any time, and I wasn't sure which side Perot would be on. We'd be taking a big risk trusting him with Essis. I'd leave the final decision up to Sophia. I hadn't seen her in a few days. The last time we'd locked eyes, I'd been talking to a Tawakwa girl named Marcy a couple of days ago in the hall. She had a teacup pig familiar named Daisy that had tiny, feathered wings. Marcy wanted to know if my sister was interested in joining some sort of club for Tawakwa girls. She didn't ask Maddie herself because she said Maddie seemed so shy. I'd played along and told her I'd get my sister involved. I smiled and pretended to be friendly just so she got out of my hair. But Sophia had seen me talking to her, and she looked really upset. She ran off in the other direction with Imogen. What, I couldn't talk to other girls now because we'd broken up? She needed to get over it. I didn't care that she talked to other guys. The memory of her talking to a Coigny guy at lunch the other day surfaced, and a jealous rage surfaced in my chest. I think his name was Ben. She'd laughed at something he'd said. I wanted to punch him, because that was me who was supposed to make her laugh like that. Yeah, I was a bad liar. When I got to the beach, the party was already in full swing. Cade was barbecuing on the grill, while his alebrije familiar Arabelle rested at his feet. Ezra and Bren were playing frisbee with Diami and Bren's chimera. Vanessa was on a beach towel underneath an umbrella, chatting with Imogen and Jonah. Her familiar, Aisha, sunbathed nearby. Squeaks and Sassy were by a stereo set up on a picnic table dancing to rock music. Raynar wasn't there, thank the ancestors. My eyes fell on Sophia. It took every bit of self-control I had to not fall over. Sophia's hair was curled, and she was wearing more makeup than I'd ever seen her put on. She was wearing a crop top that displayed her stomach, and short shorts that, if she bent over, would show off her ass. She looked amazing, and so not like herself. She told me last semester she'd rather be caught dead than wearing a crop top. They weren't her thing, she'd said. Apparently now they were. She was standing ankle-deep in the water and playing with Essis. I walked to the picnic table and dropped my bag on one of the benches. I'd brought it along to sneak beers to the beach at Jonah's request. I stuck my surfboard in the sand with more force than needed. Esses saw me and ran full speed to the picnic table. He shoved my hand aside greedily so he could rifle through my bag. I unpacked the beer and put it in the cooler as Esses dove in to search. Sophia noticed me. She walked over with intention, like what she had to discuss was serious. I practically read her mind as she came over. "I need to talk to the three of you," Sophia said as she reached us. She shook Jonah and Imogen on the shoulder before looking at me. She dropped her voice as she said, "It's about the prophecy." I suppressed a groan. This was supposed to be a party. We couldn't have one day without dealing with prophecy shit. That's all we ever talked about anymore. Imogen nodded. She stood up and brushed sand off her clothes. "Baby, we're gonna go for a walk," she said to Cade. "We'll be right back." "Okay, but hurry up," Cade said. "Food's almost done." The four of us walked down the length of the beach, far enough away that we could still see the others, but we wouldn't be overheard. Jonah was tightening his man bun. "Hurry up, babe," he said to Sophia as he fixed his hair. "I've got a game to win tonight. I can't be thinking about heavy stuff when we're going against Coigny." "It's nothing that serious," Sophia said. "Just about this." She took off the totem from around her neck and handed it to Imogen. "Liam and I found this during the tournament when we were in the cave. You guys have seen me wearing it every day. It's a spirit totem." Imogen closed her eyes and shook her head as she passed it to Jonah. "I suspected but never asked." Jonah observed the tiny totem in his giant hand. "This puny thing? Doesn't look like much." "But it is." Sophia took the totem back and put it around her neck again. "It amplifies my powers, makes me stronger." I said nothing as she blew one of the last secrets we had out of the water. She wanted to tell the others about the totem without consulting me first? It was supposed to be our thing. "There's no more our or anything," I reminded myself, and I knew I was right. This was Sophia's secret to tell. It was her totem. "You're a spirit warrior," Imogen said. Her tone was blunt and flat. "They're the only ones who can use these totems." Sophia nodded. "Yes, Liam and I wanted to keep it secret from you guys to keep you safe, but we're all in the line of fire now. It's best to know everything." "Is there anything else?" Jonah crossed his arms. He wasn't happy about being left in the dark. Imogen neither. "I think there's something about a weapon, the Asa Imperii. Liam can probably tell you more." Sophia looked at me. Jonah and Imogen turned to watch me with flat gazes. "I don't know much about it myself," I confessed. "All I know is that it's a weapon that can control the ancestors and destroy the entire tribe. Bane told me about it." "Oh, that's helpful," Jonah scoffed. "How many secrets do you guys have? I feel like I find out a new one every day." "Don't act like you two aren't hiding something too," I pointed out. Imogen and Jonah exchanged guilty looks. "Ha! Caught you." I knew Jonah and Imogen were keeping something from Sophia and I, but I didn't think it that critical, so I didn't bother to investigate to find out what it was. Secrets had wrecked my life already. Ignorance was bliss. "You can't keep doing this to us, Sophia. We need to know what's going on at all times. We're too deep in this now," Imogen insisted. "Is there anything else we should know? More secrets?" "That should be the last of them," Sophia said with a wayward glance at me. "I thought everybody should know about the totem and the weapon before we proceed further with the prophecy." Imogen seemed puzzled. "I've never heard of the Asa Imperii. Are you sure it really exists?" I shrugged. "We don't know, but Bane was pretty sure it did. He was all over me to find it last semester." "Well, anyway, can we please get back to having fun?" Jonah whined, his tone obviously annoyed. "This is kind of my day, and all this negative stuff is ruining it." Sophia's face dropped. "Okay." Jonah and Imogen kept to themselves on the walk back, talking in low tones. It was obvious they were irritated we never said anything about the totem until now. Sophia and I remained silent. She kept her eyes on the ground and mine fixated on the sea. I was starting to wonder if we were heading in the wrong direction with this hidden weapon. If Imogen didn't know anything about the Asa Imperii, it really could be a myth. That girl believed in some wacky things. If even she was doubtful about its existence? When we came back to the party, Esses was eating the brownies I'd made yesterday in Hawkeye home ec. He devoured one, and his white fur morphed to bright blue. He scarfed down another, and his fur changed to pink. With every brownie he ate, he changed a different color. Squeaks and Sassy smelled something. They stopped dancing and came over to sniff the brownies. Like a king guarding his hoard, Esses hissed at Sassy and Squeaks, puffing his tail up and lowering his horns. "Esses, play nice," Sophia scolded. "We need to share." The familiars fought over the brownies for a moment before Esses decided to divide them equally. Squeaks wasn't satisfied until she'd eaten a brownie that had turned her purple. Obviously, it was for today's game. Esses and Sassy caught on to the idea and ate until Esses was a bright red and Sassy a muted green. "Food's done," Cade said, and he started putting hot dogs and burgers out on the table. When Imogen passed by, he reached out and grabbed her by the waist, pulling her to his side. "Hola, chica," he said, and he gave her a quick kiss. She giggled and slapped his chest. She tried to pull away, but he refused to let her go. They fell in the sand together, laughing. Arabelle purred as she wove around the two of them. Imogen and Cade made a really great couple. I was happy for them. Ezra was piling food on top of his plate. Bren went to hand Vanessa some food, but she shook her head. "Not right now, hon. I'm not feeling very well." Aisha happily ate a burger for her. Long after the rest of us were done eating, Ezra was still packing it in. The only one who ate more than him was Jonah. I was glad Cade had made extra because whatever Ezra didn't take, Diami ate. "Wow, Ezra, you sure are good at putting those in your mouth," Sophia teased as Ezra scarfed down his fourth hot dog. "I've had a lot of practice," Ezra said, and Jonah and I died laughing. Ezra took on a panicked look. "Not in that way." Sophia snickered before she looked at me. She caught sight of my surfboard in the sand a few feet away. "You know, you did promise to take me surfing last semester." I could teach you now, if you like," I said. Where was this coming from? "Let's get in the water then." Sophia pulled her crop top off and slipped out of her shorts. My jaw hit the ground. She was wearing a bright red bikini that made the crop top and shorts look like a nun's outfit. The bikini top was a push-up, basically tiny triangles that barely covered her breasts. The bikini bottom, however, was practically a thong. It showed off her ass and only concealed what was absolutely necessary to avoid a public indecency charge. If I didn't have a hard-on before, I did now. "Damn, girl, you look sexy," Jonah sang. Sophia smiled. "Thank you." I caught Ezra sneaking a glance. A steely glare from me made him turn around. That bikini left fucking nothing to the imagination. First the shorts, now this? Was she trying to get under my skin? Imogen kept sending me sheepish looks. I'll bet anything she had something to do with this. Damn it all if it was working. Sophia waded into the ocean. I took off my shirt, threw it to the sand, and went to grab my surfboard. "You were dumb for letting that one get away," Ezra said around a full mouth. "Shut up." My cheeks were burning. I yanked my surfboard out of the sand and joined Sophia in the water. Her eyes wandered over my abs as I came near. "Yeah, two can play at that game, honey." We waded out farther until our hips were submerged. "By the way, Soph," I was nervous to ask this, but I needed to. "Perot's getting suspicious. I have an appointment at the end of the month with him, and I can't keep making excuses as to why I'm better. I think we need to tell him what's going on with Esses." She hesitated. Do you think it's safe? I can't make any promises. I shook my head. But I trust him. I don't think he'll tell anyone. He still thinks he owes us for saving his life after we pulled him out of that tar pit. Sophia nodded. I trust him too. All right. At your next appointment, we'll tell him together. I felt relieved that she'd agreed so quickly and I didn't have to fight her on it. I tapped on the surfboard. Anyway, you want to learn how to ride this thing? A couple of nice waves came in. I rode them as a demonstration, then gave her instructions. She still seemed mystified. It was like water was a foreign concept to her. I tried something different. Here, the only way you're going to learn is experience. I put my hands on her hips to lift her up onto the surfboard. My hands fell on the bikini ties around her hips. She let me lift her up, as if it was no big deal we were touching. My mind lost it as she flattened herself onto the board. I wanted to rip that bikini off of her and fuck her right here in the ocean. Didn't care if the rest of them were watching. Don't look at her ass. Don't look at her ass. She looked at me expectantly, and I said, paddle to get some speed as the wave kicks up, then try to stand. Spring up and to keep your balance. There was a lot more to it, but the basics were all my head could come up with right now. My brain was too preoccupied with how she looked. Sophia paddled out to meet the first wave. She tried to stand, but tumbled off quickly. She attempted 3 more times, falling off each time before she ever got to her feet. It became really clear really quickly that either I was a shitty teacher or Sophia couldn't surf. She kept falling off, not to mention she was a bad swimmer. She had no balance. I decided to make it easy on her. I kept most of my body submerged and controlled the waves around her board so she managed to stay standing. Her expression became delighted. It was obvious she believed she was actually doing it. I was satisfied with my work when a really big wave came her way, and I heard her laugh as I helped her to stay on top of it. One time, a sea serpent came out of the waves next to her and swam at her side while she skimmed the water beside it. Her face lit up and got that magical quality to it that I loved. That was one of the best parts about Sophia. She still saw the wonder in everything. She was radiant when she hopped off the board. She guided it over to me, nearly glowing with pride. I didn't know I'd be so good at surfing. I figured I would suck. Nah, you're natural, I said. I dared to sling my arm around her shoulders as we walked toward the beach. That's what friends did, right? She poked me in the ribs. Well, you're always a good teacher. Don't poke me. I'll poke you right back. I tickled her sides. She cringed away and giggled before she tackled me, and we fell into the shallow water. We were still laughing when we hit the sand. She was on top of me, and we kept teasing and messing around like nothing ever happened. We caught each other's eyes, and the smiles fell from our faces slowly. We had the same realization at the same time. We needed to stop. We were acting like a couple. We should get going, Sophia said, and she rolled off of me. The game's gonna start soon. I nodded. Right. I got to my feet and stuck out a hand to help her up. She took it, but it was reluctantly this time. Jonah and Squeaks had already left to get ready for the soccer game. Vanessa and Bren had apparently taken off early too. I'd heard them talking about how they wanted to get good seats. Ezra and Diami swayed back and forth a little drunkenly. Apparently they'd cleaned out the cooler. Hurry up. We've been waiting for you two forever, Ezra slurred as we came onto the beach. Diami made a whistling noise. Yeah. I waved my hand and used my magic to dry Sophia and I off. She slipped her clothes back on over her swimsuit, and we avoided looking at each other. Cade was talking to Imogen near the cooler. Rumor is that Madame Laurel's familiar is sick. She collapsed a couple of days ago and hasn't been able to get up since, Cade said. The healers don't have any idea what's wrong with her. That caught my interest. Madame Laurel was on the Navita Council. Her familiar was a centaur, an antelope-type creature with scales and moth wings. She'd gotten sick? That was unusual. Imogen narrowed her eyebrows.
Familiars are usually hardy creatures. It's difficult to make them ill. Doesn't anyone have any idea what could be wrong with her?
Cade shook his head. No one knows. He checked his watch. Hey guys, we gotta go, he announced to the group. Game's starting in less than an hour. It had gotten a little chilly out, but everyone had brought extra clothes to change into. Imogen and Cade wore shirts that both said Navita. Sassy and Arabelle were wearing matching green scarves. Ezra was wearing a douchey Toaqua tank top and had used blue dye and hair gel to form a mohawk on top of his and Diami's heads. He had packed an extra watered t-shirt just in case I forgot mine. I wasn't a team player and had forgotten on purpose, but Ezra knew me too well and harassed me until I put it on.
Everyone told me to wear my house colors,
Sophia said as she slipped a Coigny sweater over her cut-off tee.
Though I don't know why. Aren't Yapluma and Coigny the only ones playing?
Elementi soccer is different. It's played with 4 teams at once, not 2, I explained. All 4 houses will be playing at the same time. That day we played last semester, we didn't have enough people for 4 teams. Any team can go for any house goal.
Oh, I see,
she nodded. A red-furred Esses hopped into her arms and bared his teeth, waving a tiny flag that had the Coigny house symbol on it. He was ready, apparently. The game was held in the same arena the Elemental Cup began in every year. We took a carriage to the arena, which was bursting with thousands of elementi and familiars alike. It was hard to get around all the dragons, griffins, and monstrous familiars that were crowding the arena. Every seat seemed to be sold out. My heart fell as I looked at the ticket booth. Aw, shit. Marcy was selling tickets. Sophia noticed and took on a steely look. As we approached the booth, Marcy gave me a broad smile.
It's so nice to see you again, Liam. How many today?
Marcy asked me. Daisy, her flying teacup pig, oinked happily. 5, I said. I paid for them as soon as possible. Sophia was currently making devil eyes at Marcy and made no effort at all to hide it. Marcy printed off the tickets and went to hand them to me.
Here you go.
Sophia's hand snapped out and tore the tickets out of Marcy's fingers before I could take them.
Thanks.
She turned around so quickly that her hair fanned out around her head and the rest of us had to practically run to follow. Sophia was squeezing Esses so tight that his little tongue popped out. I hurried to catch up. Soph, we all need tickets to get in, you know.
She seems nice,
Sophia said in a sour way, ignoring my statement.
You know her?
Not really, I admitted. She wanted me to talk to my sister about some club or something. Sophia looked pleased when I said that. She stopped walking like her ass was on fire and handed the tickets out to the rest of us.
Should we split up?
Imogen said, with a nervous glance at me. Cade looked similarly conflicted. I knew what they were asking, and I wasn't sure. The stands were segregated in a way that each of the 4 houses had their own section. We were all supposed to be sitting with our corresponding houses, but none of us wanted to separate. Sophia was the one who answered for us.
Screw them. We can sit where we want. Let's go to the Yapluma section. Jonah will see us there.
None of us were Yapluma, but it seemed like a good plan. We got snacks and headed up to the Yapluma stands, taking seats in the middle. A lot of Yaplumas gave us weird looks as we passed by, like it was obvious we weren't supposed to be there. It was pretty uncomfortable, to be honest. But Sophia was determined to sit there, and me and my friends were never very good at following rules, so we found an empty section and piled into it. The seats had long aisles and were wide to make room for people's familiars. Other Yapluma who passed by avoided sitting next to us, like we had the plague or something. We basically had a whole section to ourselves. Sophia seemed bummed as we waited for the game to start. "What's wrong?" I asked her, hoping it had nothing to do with Marcy. She played with Esses's ears as he ate a plate of nachos on her lap.
Jonah doesn't seem very interested in helping us figure out the prophecy. He acted mad earlier that I brought it up, Sophia said. Her tone was glum. I leaned in to speak low. He and Raynar are having problems, I said. He's been having a hard time dealing with it. He shouldn't take it out on me, she frowned. No, I agreed, but he's going through a lot. His parents had a huge meltdown when they found out he got chosen for the soccer team. I think he found out that Raynar's been cheating too, but he doesn't want to admit it. With that and the prophecy stuff, I just don't think he can handle it all. I didn't realize. She looked out at the field. I'm glad we're here for him today, then. I sat back. Me too. Sophia changed the subject to a more pleasant topic, thank the ancestors. So, who do you think will win today? It's usually a toss-up between Coigny and Yapluma, I told her. Coigny has the record for the most championships, but if Yapluma wins the season this year, they'll be tied. What about Toaqua? I shrugged. Toaqua does okay. We win sometimes. Toaqua forever! Ezra shouted, and he raised his beer. It sloshed all over him, and I shook my head. Who's the worst? Sophia asked. Navita. Navita always loses, Imogen said glumly, overhearing us. Most of us suck at sports. We make up for it in brains, Cade said, and he tapped the side of his head. Not all of us are meant to be dumb jocks. Hey, I take offense to that, Ezra shouted, and Diami squawked. Ezra, you're not Yapluma or Coigny, I reminded him. A pleasant smile spread across his face. Oh, yeah, right. I think you're done. I reached across Cade and Imogen and took Ezra's beer away from him. He had a sad face, but too bad. He wasn't a freshman anymore. It was time he learned his limit. A few minutes before the game started, whispers from behind us turned to loud-mouthed taunts. Some Yapluma was carrying on about it being bad for houses to mix and people keeping to their own, rather loudly. It was obvious he was talking about us. He'd been going on for the past 10 minutes. Sophia's mouth got thinner and thinner with every word. I was waiting for her to go off like a cannon any moment. When his complaining failed to get our attention, the guy stood up. Are these kids deaf? Don't they know they should keep to their own kind? This is our territory. Dude, stop bothering them. They're cup champions, his buddy said, obviously embarrassed. He kept seated, though he looked mortified. I don't care if they're elders. This section is for Yapluma only. The guy was clearly drunk. He was older than us by at least 10 years and was the type to brag that high school had been the best time of his life. Sophia sprang out of her seat, handed Esses to me like she was looking for a fight, and faced the guy. If you want us to leave, you're going to have to make us. You're probably one of those inner-house lunatics, the guy said. I won't sit next to a bunch of depraved weirdos. Sophia grabbed her drink and chucked it. It hit the Yapluma guy in the chest and went splattering all over him, soaking his front. He screamed in alarm. Cade, Imogen, and Ezra watched the scene with open mouths. Sophia, I shouted, shocked. You want to get hit with a fireball next? Keep pushing your luck, Sophia screamed. Crazy bitch, the Yapluma guy yelled. But it worked. He left the stands in a hurry with terrified glances back at Sophia. His buddy sank low in his seat and remained quiet. Sophia plopped back down. Smoke was rising from her seat, making it smell like something was cooking. What's the matter with you? You can't just go around throwing things at people, I hissed at her. I had enough of that asshole, Sophia erupted. At least I did something about it. I didn't just sit there and avoid confrontation. She was really pushing my buttons. Would you chill out? You're catching the seat on fire. Sophia's form simmered until eventually the smoking stopped. Cade leaned over. Fun fact, the Coigny stands are fireproof, so Coigny can't burn the arena down when matches get heated, he said. That would have been a hell of a lot nicer to know before we sat down, Cade. But it was too late now. The game was starting.
There was the sound of trumpets, and the lights in the stands went out as the field illuminated. "Good evening, Kinpago," an announcer's voice rang out, and the arena went wild. I recognized the voice of Eli, the announcer for the Elemental Cup. "Are we ready to play some college soccer?" The entire arena shook as 20,000 elementi and magical creatures roared intensely. Players flooded onto the field wearing uniforms that sported numbers in each player's house. Magical creatures of all kinds ran onto the field behind the players, some taking to the sky with elementi on their backs. They flew around the arena, performing tricks to show off. The field was set up in a square fashion, a goal on each corner with colored lines indicating which goal belonged to what house. But besides being on the ground, there were goalposts in the sky, too, square ones that winged creatures flew around to protect. If the ball passed through either of the goals, it counted as a point. Eli introduced the teams as they flooded onto the field. Tawakwa had a mediocre lineup compared to last year because they'd lost all their senior star players and had to rebuild after graduation. Navita hardly got any cheers. Their fans were probably too busy hanging at the library to show up. Their top scorer had died in the Elemental Cup last year, and they'd had a hard time replacing him. The Coigny team looked mean. They had the biggest and best players, and there were so many Coigny fans in here that every time a player's name was announced, the seats shook. By the time the announcer got to the Yapluma team, most of the fans were bored and screaming to get on with it. "Last up, newcomer to the Yapluma team and, important to note, a champion of last year's Elemental Cup, Jonah Chani and his familiar Squeaks," Eli shouted. There was polite applause at Jonah's name, save for the group of us misfits who were screaming our heads off as he came into the spotlight. Jonah looked terrified out there on the field. He stared up at the stands with a pale face and wide eyes. Next to him, Squeaks shivered as she started upward at a Coigny dragon who was 4 times her size. His eyes searched the stands for us. A bit of color came back into his cheeks when he saw us cheering for him in the Yapluma stands. "Give him hell, Jonah!" Imogen screamed. Cade had to grab her to prevent her from falling over onto the person in front of her. The 4 teams lined up in a square to begin. The stadium quieted down in breathless anticipation as a referee riding a manticore launched the ball into the air. He scrambled to get out of the way, and all the teams attacked. "Let the game begin," Eli announced. The ball sailed through the air, and the Coigny fans cheered as one of the fire team's griffins launched itself forward and grabbed hold of the ball. Elements went shooting everywhere as Elementi used their powers to try and knock the ball in the direction of a goal. The Coigny griffin sailed forward toward the Yapluma goal, but was knocked out of the air by a strong gust of wind. As the ball hit the ground, a cheetah ran forward and sank its teeth in, darting out of reach of the other familiars. It went toward the Navita goal before a large section of earth rose up out of the ground to stop it, and the cheetah went sliding back downward. A rock mare galloped toward the ball intensely, but it was taken away from her seconds later by a mini-tornado caused by the Yapluma team. Jonah and Squeaks ran among the athletes, trying to keep up, but failing to amid the more experienced players. Not that I blamed him. It was hard to keep up as a spectator. Watching elemental soccer was like playing a sport in itself. There was so much going on and so much chaos that you really had to pay attention to see what was going on. No player could retain the ball for more than a few seconds. A flame ricocheted out of nowhere and pushed the soccer ball toward a dragon that was waiting on the ground. The dragon rushed forward to grab it, but a Tawakwa riding a large eagle came in, and the eagle snatched the ball with its talons. The eagle soared upward toward the goal in the sky, did a loop, and flung it out of his talons. The Tawakwa player launched itself off of his familiar and into the air to send a gushing stream of water at the ball so it would be rocketed into the Coigny goal. But he wasn't looking where he was going, and Coigny was out for blood. The fire dragon had followed them up into the air and launched itself at the Tawakwa player. The crowd moaned as he crashed into the dragon. "Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark in the morning, folks," Eli said. The Tawakwa player went careening toward the ground. He was bleeding from the impact. His familiar dove down to try and save him, but he was too slow, and the player hit the ground in a sickening way. The refs called a timeout, and healers with stretchers came to carry the player off the field. His familiar followed with a low head. That was brutal. That player wasn't going to be walking for weeks. The refs started up the game shortly after. One of the Yapluma players got the ball within seconds and had his alicorn familiar launch it into a Coigny net before anyone knew what happened. Coigny didn't like that. It was obviously payback time. They had their familiars play rough and stampede whatever house was in their way. Jonah got too close and ended up getting slashed across the face by accident as a rhinoceros charged at him. He had to leap out of the way, and a wyvern with sharp claws accidentally hit him with its tail as it was aiming for the ball. Jonah went down. Imogen gasped, and Sophia slapped a hand over her mouth in shock. The game was paused. Jonah lay there for a moment, and the Yapluma coach ran onto the field. Slowly, Jonah sat up, holding his head. Squeaks kneeled next to him, and he used her to get off the ground. He looked winded. The referee came over and asked him something, but Jonah shook his head, and the game started up again. The game continued, but even though he was hurt, Jonah didn't stop playing. There was blood streaked across his face, but he didn't care. He kept at it, wiping the blood out of his eyes every so often and keeping his eye on the ball. I knew why he was playing so hard. He had to prove to his parents that he belonged here. If he didn't score a goal, that proved that they were right and that he didn't deserve a spot on the team. So he had to show them that he was worthy of this. The notion was fucked up, but I knew that was exactly what was running through his head right now. He loved sports and wanted everyone to know he wanted to be here more than anything. The match continued. Coigny scored 4 more points, while Tawakwa got 2 and Navita a measly 1. Yapluma had to struggle to catch up, but once they did, it was like they were unstoppable. Jonah and Squeaks helped assist a goal, then blocked the other teams as the main scorers landed 3 in a row, all in the Coigny net. Soon, it was down to the wire. There were only a few minutes left, and Coigny and Yapluma were tied. Tawakwa had fallen behind, and Navita had ceased to put any more points on the board. It was clearly a match between the two contenders. Jonah was on Squeaks's back, flying up in the air around the Yapluma sky goal. He was using his magic to block the stream of Coigny shots, which were relentless. One time, Squeaks raised her wing to stop a goal, and she'd staggered while throwing it back. The hit had obviously hurt her, through determination kept her aloft. Seconds left. The Yapluma were losing strength and having trouble keeping up. The Coigny fans roared, sensing a victory. The fire dragon sent a shot hurtling toward the Yapluma goal on the ground. Then, something happened. A periton from Yapluma intercepted and sent the ball sailing toward her elementi, who sent it rocketing upward with her air magic. It was like ping-pong. Yapluma quickly sent the ball back and forth to each other as they worked its way up, playing keep-away with the Coigny. The Coigny players went to follow, but the fire team was blocked by members of both water and earth. I was momentarily shocked. Tawakwa and Navita had no stake in this, yet they wanted to help Yapluma beat Coigny. Jonah was the one closest to the net. The alicorn tossed the ball his way. Squeaks swung around and kicked it toward the Coigny goal, and Jonah used his air power to put force behind it so that the ball was little more than a blur. It was going so fast that it tore the Coigny net in half. The buzzer went off, signaling the end of the game, and the stadium erupted in cheers. Me and the rest of our group sprang out of our seats, screaming at the top of our lungs. He'd done it! He'd scored the winning goal! "Looks like the rookie has become our next top competitor! Winner, Yapluma!" Eli announced over the cheers. Jonah and Squeaks trailed downward. He jumped off Squeaks's back, and the Yapluma team picked him up on their shoulders and carried him out of the arena in celebration. It was kind of funny, seeing a big guy be carried around by all those little people. The Tawakwa and Navita teams clapped in solidarity, while it was obvious the Coigny team was surly about losing. One Coigny guy started shoving his teammate, and it turned into a fistfight the referees had to break up. I was really proud of Jonah. He'd done an awesome job today, and he'd shown his stupid parents what was up. "After party in the Commons," Ezra announced to the rest of us. "Who's with me?" It was too good of a night to end without another celebration, so we all agreed to head back to Orenda. Ezra and Cade broke off from us to go pick up some things at the store for the celebration. As we left the stands, my mind wandered. Tawakwa and Navita had teamed up to help Yapluma win the game. If a war broke out, would the same happen? Before we could take a carriage back to the school, we saw Vanessa crying outside one of the double doors to the stadium. She was sobbing in Bren's arms, who seemed bewildered. Aisha was crooning next to her, looking sad. What was wrong? Was she that upset Coigny lost? Now that was silly. Whatever it was seemed serious. I hoped everything was okay. "Vanessa?" Sophia headed over and laid a hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Vanessa came out of Bren's arms and turned around. She wiped her face. "My great-aunt Gwendolyn passed away," Vanessa said. "I just found out." "Vanessa, I'm so sorry." Sophia frowned and rubbed her back. "Were you too close?" "Not really. It's complicated." Vanessa cleared her voice. "She was on the Coigny Council." "Oh." Sophia tried to keep the disdain out of her voice, but I heard it loud and clear. I knew Sophia had renounced any loyalty to her house, and the fire elders had been the reason for it. "What happened?" "Apparently her familiar had been sick for a while. She just never told anyone. She didn't want to seem weak." Vanessa appeared downhearted. "That's terrible," Sophia said. "Yeah," Vanessa sniffed. "She wasn't really a nice lady, but she was still my great-aunt. She was the one who made it possible for me and Bren to get married. She paid for the wedding. She didn't tell anyone, though. She knew the council wouldn't approve because they hate me. Not even her own sister." "Wow," Sophia's eyebrows raised. "I didn't know that." "Yeah," Vanessa wiped her eyes. "Even the worst of people still have something good in them, I suppose." Vanessa gave a watery laugh. "I'm being ridiculous. I barely knew her. Don't mind me. I'm just really emotional about everything lately. Anyway, see you guys around." Vanessa gave a wave as she left with Aisha and Bren. Imogen looked at Sophia. "Do you know anything about her aunt? This story is too similar to what's happening to Madame Laurel's familiar. She's sick too." "Her elder name is Madame Chavis. She was on the Coigny Council. Her familiar was a tarantula," Sophia said. Her expression seemed concerned. "Do you think Madame Laurel's familiar and Madame Chavis's got the same thing?" "It's possible," I commented. "Though that doesn't explain what happened to Isabella's familiar. Her filly fairy went missing yesterday." "Isabella Laurel?" Imogen piped up. "I know her. She's related to Madame Laurel, her daughter, I think." I'd forgotten Isabella's last name. The theory that this was personal became more certain. Maybe someone's targeting the family. Sophia shook her head. "That doesn't make sense. The Laurels have nothing in common with Madame Chavis." "Not that we know of," Imogen said. "But it is strange. We should keep an eye out, in case anyone else gets sick or goes missing." I agreed. It was strange. First, Madame Laurel's familiar had gotten sick with a mysterious illness. Now Madame Chavis and her familiar were dead. Not to mention Isabella's familiar had vanished a few days ago and no one could locate her. Something weird was going on at this school, and I had an uneasy feeling it was the start of something bad.
Chapter 6. The soccer game was the most fun I'd had in months.
A week later, I was still smiling at myself for tossing my drink at that jackass Yapluma. I'd told my grandparents about it at dinner that week when they'd asked what I'd been up to. Grandma agreed the guy deserved it. Gramps said to throw a fireball at his head next time. It only made me love my grandparents even more. I entered through the main doors of the castle on my way back from Kinpago. Essus was purring, unable to move after scarfing down almost a full plate of nachos my grandparents had ordered for the table. He rubbed his belly and closed his eyes, like he was at peace in my arms. In an instant, his ears perked up and his eyes shot open. He looked to the other end of the grand entrance, down a hall behind the stairs. My eyes followed, and I stopped in my tracks. Liam was hiding behind the staircase with Mia, throwing quick glances each way. The two spoke in hushed whispers, as if they were worried about getting caught speaking to each other. My blood boiled seeing them together. It wasn't the first time this week, either. I'd seen them talking in the gardens on Tuesday, and near the alchemy labs on Thursday. I thought it was a little strange at first, considering Liam told me he hated the pompous bitch. But this was just getting ridiculous. What was he doing hanging out with her? Were they getting back together or something? Psh, he never got anything from me anymore, so he had to run back to Mia to finally get some again. I mean, why wouldn't he? She was freaking perfect as hell. Had a lot more boobs than I did, too. Images of Liam and Mia fucking assaulted my mind, and hot tears rose to my eyes. That should have been me! Essus squeaked in my arms, and I realized I'd been squeezing him so tightly he couldn't breathe. I loosened my grip, and he sucked in a deep breath. He looked up to me with questioning eyes. "I have to get out of here," I blurted. I hurried toward the stairs before Liam saw me. I didn't know what it was about seeing those two together, but it set off some sort of trigger inside of me. Liam had said he never loved Mia the way he loved me. He was a filthy liar. He probably only said it to get in my pants. I was glad we never went all the way. I didn't know where I was headed until I found myself passing by the study area on the third floor next to the Navita dorms. Imogen and Sassy rounded the corner, and I nearly rammed into them. "Sophia!" Imogen looked me up and down, and her face fell. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I lied. It felt as if I was being strangled, my throat closed up so tightly. Imogen raised an eyebrow. "You can't lie to me that easily." I dropped my shoulders. "Isn't it obvious?" She frowned. "Liam?" I nodded. I saw Liam and Mia together again. Mia and her stupid fake nails and fake boobs and fake everything. I bet she has a fake vagina, too. How much you want to bet Liam's been fucking around with her? "Sophia, that's ridiculous. Mia's engaged." "So? The parts still work regardless." I set Essus on the ground so I wouldn't squash him again, or worse, light his fur on fire. If Liam's going to be messing around, maybe I should too. Clearly the bikini you lent me didn't work. I'm going to have to step up my game. "Sophia!" Imogen sounded like she was about to argue, but her words stopped in her tracks as a light bulb went off in her head. "You know what? You're right." Imogen took me by the arm and started leading me toward her dorm. Sassy and Essus followed. "We're going to do it the right way this time." An hour later, my hair was in light, tousled waves around my shoulders, and my face was so caked with makeup that I barely recognized myself. Imogen had gone all out with smoky eyes and contouring. I looked like I belonged on a modeling runway. "Wow, Im," I said, looking at myself in the mirror. Essus sat on the vanity, brushing out his fur. "I'm going to break some poor guy's heart tonight." Imogen smiled. "That's the idea." She turned from the closet and held up a tiny black dress. "Try this on. I bought it for you over the summer in case of an emergency. I think it's finally time to use it." I took the dress from her and ran my fingers across the fabric. "Thanks. That was really thoughtful." "I'll be right back." Imogen grabbed another dress from the closet, but I didn't catch a good look at it before she disappeared into the bathroom. In the privacy of her bedroom, I stripped off my clothes and pulled the dress on. It was skin-tight and hugged all my curves. The spandex fabric pulled my boobs together and lifted them, showing off my cleavage. It was so short that I was afraid someone might see my panties if I bent over too far. Screw it. Let 'em see it. I turned to the mirror, and I nearly dropped dead at what I saw. In the mirror was a tall, sexy girl with legs that went on for miles, and boobs that were so perky they even kind of turned me on. No way was that me. Esses whistled. Sassy was nowhere to be seen, since Imogen had sent her out with a note tied around her neck a while ago. "Can I come out yet?" Imogen called through the door. It took me a moment to process what she'd said. I could hardly take my eyes off myself. I was still so shocked. "Yeah, come out," I replied. Imogen stepped out of the bathroom wearing a short, skin-tight dress that was strapless on one arm and had a full-length sleeve on the other. She wore hot pink heels to match, and her strawberry blonde hair fell in loose waves around her. "Imogen, you look great," I said. Her eyebrows shot up. "Me? Look at you!" I twirled to show off my new dress. "You're going to be the hottest girl in the room tonight, and that's saying something. All you need is some heels. I have the perfect ones." Imogen pulled a pair of heels from the closet, so tall I wasn't sure I could walk in them. "Before we go, I just want to make something clear," she said. "This isn't about getting some revenge sex on Liam. I just want you to have fun. But if something were to go that far, I want you to have protection." Imogen handed me a small foil packet. "Imogen?" I snickered. "Where'd you get this, Cade?" "Girl, no," she cried. "I mean, yeah, I keep a few around just in case, but you know we haven't made it that far yet." I handed the condom back to her. "Here, you keep it. I'm on birth control anyway." Imogen's eyes nearly bulged out of her skull. "What?" I shrugged and turned to the mirror to smooth down my dress. "You know, just in case. After Liam and I got so close last semester, I figured I should go on it, just in case I meet someone." She giggled. "You won't have any problems meeting someone tonight, though I don't know if anyone will be dating material where we're going." "Where are we going?" I asked. Imogen smirked. "The strip club." My face turned bright pink, but it hardly showed beneath the makeup. "Wow, Jonah would be so proud." A knock came at the door. "And here's our Dee. Imogen opened the door to Cade, Sassy, and Arabelle. She threw her arms around Cade's neck and drew him into a kiss before he could say anything. He caught sight of the condom between her fingers and drew away. "Whoa, I didn't realize this was that kind of a night." "We're having a threesome, didn't you get the memo?" I teased. Cade wrapped an arm around Imogen's waist and pulled her closer to him. "Sorry, but I've only got eyes for one girl." The way he looked at her was exactly how Liam used to look at me. I wanted to fling a fireball between the two of them. Instead, I made a puking sound and said, "Someone gag me now!" Imogen flung the condom back at me, but it fluttered through the air to land on the ground between us. "Use that!" I snatched it up from the ground and pretended to shove it in my mouth and gag on it. I fell onto the bed and stuck my tongue out like I was dead. Imogen kicked me lightly and leaned over me to grab her purse. "You dweeb! Let's go!" I sat up and tucked the condom in my bra. "Will you hold my stuff for me?" I asked Imogen, handing her a wad of cash and my ID. "They're not going to check your ID, you know," she said, taking it. "We don't really have age limits in Kinpago." I shrugged. "Whatever. Let's go get ourselves shit-faced." 20 minutes later, we were pulling up in a carriage to a place called Lucky Stars. The building looked pretty big from the outside, but it didn't have any windows. I grinned more than I probably should have. I felt like such a rebel. "See you ladies in there," he said as Imogen and I stepped out with our familiars. He led the unicorn and the carriage around the side of the building to park it. "It's girls only," Imogen said as we approached the door. "The strippers, I mean. I hope that's okay." "Totally. Honestly, I think I'm more comfortable with that than with guys in thongs. Gotta ease into it slowly. I giggled. Imogen wiggled her eyebrows. I swatted at her. Get your mind out of the gutter. Too late, she giggled. I'm stuck. She opened the door, and we were assaulted with the loud sound of music pumping through the building. We passed by a bouncer who barely gave us a second glance, then headed down a long hallway with flashing blue lights everywhere. On the other side, the music was even louder. There was a long bar to our left, and the main stage in front of us. 2 dancers swung around poles with nothing but thongs and high heels on, while 4 others leaned over the corner of the stage to take people's money. Familiars danced on stage beside their elementi. I didn't think a magical creature could be sensual, but the way they danced added to the performance. One familiar looked like a purple hummingbird that rained glitter down on its elementi while she danced. Another was a rainbow-colored snake that wrapped around its elementi's body like a scarf. There was even a white deer that danced beautifully alongside a girl with dark hair. The magical creatures added to the atmosphere and amazement. People crowded around the stage with drinks in one hand and dollar bills in the other. The place was so crowded that most people stood and danced along to the music. There was a smaller stage to our right that was less crowded, and a few seating areas that looked like you had to reserve just to get a seat. Signs everywhere advertised private lap dances and warned against touching the dancers. I took a step back, trying to take in all the flashing lights and naked bodies. Esses didn't seem to care about the crowd. He just bobbed his head to the music from where he sat perched on my shoulder. This was sort of intense. I'd never done this before. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Imogen took my hand so we wouldn't lose each other in the crowd. It's fine. You have nothing to be scared of. Let's get you a drink. She dragged me up to the bar. The stools were all taken, so we had to squeeze in at a corner to even get noticed. She shouted over the music to the bartender. 4 beers and 2 margaritas, please. Thirsty? I teased. They're not all for me, she giggled. The bartender set the 4 beers in front of us and started mixing our margaritas. Imogen placed a few bills on the counter and took 2 beers. She handed one to Esses, then bent to Sassy to help her to the bottle. I noticed a guy at the bar lean back a bit to check out her ass. Eyes off, perv, I snapped at him. She's taken. He shot me a dirty look and turned back to his beer. Imogen looked flustered when she stood. Was that guy really checking me out? Yeah, I said, disgusted. Imogen blushed. Ew, don't tell me you're flattered. She shrugged. Kind of. I mean, I'm standing next to you. She gestured up and down my body as if to point out how hot I looked. Hey, ladies. Cade reached between the 2 of us to grab the last 2 beers on the counter. He took one for himself and shared the other with Arabelle. Thanks for ordering for us. You want another one? Imogen asked. Whoa, don't rush me, babe, he said. Someone has to drive home. The bartender set down our margaritas and took the cash off the counter. Fancy, I said, raising the margarita to my lips. I took a sip, and the god-awful taste of burnt cardboard entered my mouth. I spit the drink back into my glass. Oh, God! Is this supposed to be good? What is this? Imogen snickered. It's a margarita, Sophia. If you don't like it, I'm sure one of us will finish it off for you. Esses was already on it. He set his empty beer bottle on the counter and leaned down to start sipping out of my glass. I tipped it back for him, and it was gone in under a minute. Esses let out a loud belch. Okay, buddy, you're going to have to pace yourself, I scolded. Slow down. He frowned at me. What do you want, Sophia? Imogen asked. You can order anything. I don't really know drinks, I said. Maybe wine? Imogen flagged down the bartender and asked for Moscato. It was definitely better than the margarita, but it was still lacking something. Hey! Imogen shouted at us. That group by the stage is leaving. Let's go claim that spot. Esses, Sassy, and Arabelle took off sprinting beneath people's feet. Arabelle was the largest of the 3 and ended up tripping a girl who spilled her drink all over herself. She was so wasted that she thought it was hilarious. Our familiars claimed the seats before anyone else could, and we quickly followed behind them. "Score!" I giggled as I fell into the seat Esses had claimed. He hopped out of the way and settled on the armrest. Imogen shoved a pile of $1 bills in my hand. "Go wild!" I whooped and waved my pile of cash at the closest girl. Esses saw what I was doing and grabbed a bill from me and waved it, whistling at the girl. "Ancestors, Imogen," I said. "I didn't know you were into girls." "I'm not. It's just for fun." She laughed. "Besides, you looked pretty interested in her boobs, too." "Well, yeah," Cade said. "They're boobs. Everyone loves boobs." Imogen shimmied her shoulders and wiggled her eyebrows at him. He stared down at her breasts and grinned. I leaned over to her. "That doesn't bother you, Cade being into the strippers?" Imogen shrugged. "He can look at the menu, he just can't order. Plus, it'll make for a hot makeout session later." I narrowed my eyes at her. "It sounds like you've done this before." She bit her lower lip. "Well, you remember that night last summer when Cade took me out and I came home a little tipsy?" "Im!" I cried. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I thought you'd judge me." "Never," I told her. She lowered her voice. "They let me dance on the stripper pole." "What?" I practically screamed. She turned bright red. "It was a slow night. All you have to do is ask." "Yeah, well, I'm going to have to get a few more drinks in me first." I threw my head back and downed the rest of my wine, then stood. "Save my spot. I'm going to get another drink." Esses sat in my chair but didn't take his eyes off the dancers. He seemed entranced by the lights and the shadows flickering around the familiars as they twirled around the room. I pushed through a group of Yapluma college students at the bar and tried to get the bartender's attention. "Where's Brock?" one of them asked the others. "Brock?" A petite girl who clearly couldn't hold her liquor snickered. "Broccoli. Get it? Broccoli?" "He's sick," one of the guys answered. "Him and Maggie both. He's afraid it's contagious and didn't want to get any other familiars ill." My stomach sank. Another familiar sick? Was there some sort of virus going around Kinpago? I caught the bartender's eye just then. "Can I get a whiskey sour?" I'd never had one before, but it had been my parents' drink of choice. Neither of them were big drinkers, so I figured it had to taste okay. The bartender returned with my drink, and I handed him a pile of bills. "Keep the change." He gave me a polite nod, and I headed back to my chair at the stage. I sipped my drink as I went, and decided it was pretty good. "Did I miss anything?" I asked as I sat. Imogen and Cade were giggling. "Nothing," Imogen said. "Just look who's here." Imogen pointed toward the doors. I turned to look and saw Haley in a tight red dress, her dark hair done up fancy. Anwara wasn't on her shoulder like normal, but was following along on the ground. She was trailed in tow by Kelsey and the rest of their posse. "What's she doing here?" I snarled. "Probably working," Cade joked. Haley cocked her head to her group. They walked straight up to a group of guys at the side stage. She said something to them, and they immediately moved so the girls could take their seats. "What the hell?" I said. "Why didn't they stand up to her?" "She is the daughter of a chiefess," Imogen pointed out. "Yeah, I guess," I said. "But you don't see us going around using our champion status to intimidate people to give up their spots." Imogen rolled her eyes. "Forget about her." Again, it's going to take a lot more alcohol. I raised my glass to Imogen and threw back a large gulp. Imogen placed her hand at the bottom of my glass to keep it tipped back. "Drink, drink, drink!" I let the alcohol flow down the back of my throat until the glass was empty of everything but ice. Imogen whooped when I finished, and Esses cheered. I could already feel the alcohol buzzing through my system. "Another round!" I shouted as I slammed my glass on the surface at the edge of the stage. "Try this first." Imogen folded up a $1 bill and tucked it behind my ear as another dancer came our way.
She had straight black hair and beautiful features. "Hey, I'm Sky," the dancer said. "Girls' night?" I glanced to Cade, but in his place sat Arabelle. I hadn't even noticed him get up. He must have gone to get more drinks. I shrugged. "We're just out having some fun." "Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself." "We are," I said eagerly. Sky placed her hand over my empty glass and melted the ice inside. I watched, mesmerized, as she manipulated the water. It rose out of the glass like a mini tornado, then formed into a column and ran across the surface of my skin. It sizzled against my arm. Sky chuckled. "You might be enjoying yourself a little too much." "Just nervous," I admitted. "Don't be." Sky leaned in and brushed her lips against my cheek. I shivered. "It's just the drinks talking," I told myself. Sky drew away with the dollar bill in her teeth. By the time she moved on to Imogen, Cade had returned with a tray of drinks. S's eyes brightened and he took another beer, while I grabbed a hard lemonade. Now that's my kind of drink. It was super sweet and tasted like soda. "You're not going to get drunk off that," Imogen scoffed. "Depends on how much I drink," I argued. She took my hand and tugged at me. "Let's get you some real drinks." Imogen dragged me to my feet. Cade shot us a glance while Sky rubbed her hands over his chest, but he stayed put with our familiars to save our seats. "We'll be right back, love," Imogen said before placing a kiss on his cheek. Up at the bar, Imogen ordered us shots that tasted like green apple candy. Another 2 shots later, and the alcohol was starting to hit me hard. I could feel my inhibitions falling, and I was starting to get a little dizzy. I was starting to forget about Liam, and I'd definitely already forgotten about Haley. Time to dance. I took Imogen's hands and shook my boobs at her as we headed back through the crowd. She covered her mouth and snickered at me. The alcohol seemed to be hitting her harder than me. By the time we made it back to our seats, another dancer had come around. She had long brown hair similar to mine, and looked like she might be Coigny. "Can I dance with you?" I called to her. She leaned down to hear me better. "What was that, love?" "Can I dance with you?" I repeated. "My friend says all I have to do is ask." The girl looked me up and down, then reached out a hand. My jaw dropped as I took it and climbed up on stage with her. She led me over to the pole and gestured for me to try it out. Standing up on stage was so surreal. I was sure the announcer was saying something over the music, but I could hardly process it. I looked to my friends, and they were all clapping for me, including Esses. But beyond that, I couldn't process any other faces. I was really drunk. Bravely, I walked straight up to the pole while swinging my hips in the sexiest manner I could. I grabbed hold of the pole and spun around. I was surprised when the pole moved with me, like it twisted around an axis. I always thought these poles were stationary. It made the movements easy. I've totally got this. I felt like I was at the top of the world. I jumped on the pole and spun around. The hummingbird familiar flew around my head and sprinkled me with glitter. I was acutely aware of the cheers growing from my side of the stage, so I decided to step it up. Dropping my legs from the pole, I sank down into the splits. The floor was slippery enough to keep me spinning around the pole. A group of people I didn't know in the front cheered for me. Then suddenly, all I saw was Liam, everywhere. "What the fuck, loser? I'm supposed to be forgetting about you. Get out of my head." Only he wasn't in my head at all. He was there, at Lucky Stars, pulling me off the stage. "Sophia, what do you think you're doing?" he hissed. His hand was around my wrist. What was going on? I shook my head, trying to orient myself. 1 second I was on stage. The next I was on my feet, and Liam was trying to steady me. "Hey!" I slapped him in the chest. "What do you think you're doing? I was having fun up there." A security officer pushed through the crowd. He placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step back from the stage."
No, it's fine, I said. Why the heck was I defending him? He's my boyfriend. He's my friend. The security officer stepped back. He looked me straight in the eyes. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, totally, I lied. Liam was an asshole. Who did he think he was, dragging me off stage like that? The security officer disappeared back into the crowd, and I turned on Liam. You jackass! What were you doing? Protecting you, Liam said. Do you— Bullshit! I snapped back. What are you even doing here? You didn't come to strip clubs when we were dating, did you? Of course not. Liam sounded offended. Jonah dragged me here. I looked away from Liam for the first time to see Imogen, Cade, and Jonah all on their feet a short distance away. They looked conflicted, like they weren't sure whether to intervene or not. Squeaks, Sassy, and Arabelle were all on high alert. Whatever, just go away! I scooped up Essus and the pile of bills I'd left next to our empty drinks, then headed toward the bar. Liam caught my hand before I got far. I whirled around and summoned heat to my skin. Liam jerked away like he'd been burnt. Sophia, you're drunk. So what? Fuck off, Liam. I don't need you to babysit me. I've got Cade for that. Cade and Imogen had followed. I draped my arm around Cade's shoulders and leaned into him. Dang, he smelled really nice. Why hadn't Imogen banged him yet? Sophia, Jonah pleaded. You are pretty far gone. Liam's just trying to— I don't care what he's trying to do, I snapped back, even though I kept my eyes on Liam. Leave me alone. I turned back around and heard Cade say softly, Maybe you guys should back off for the night. I'll make sure she gets home safe. I stormed over to the bar. Liam thought he could control me? I'd show him who's boss. Another shot, I called to the bartender. Essus tugged at my shoe strap. And a beer, I added. I glanced down to him and gave him a wink. He beamed back. Sophia, Imogen said from beside me. I hadn't realized she'd followed so closely. You should slow down. Hell no, I said. I have a long way to go before I drink Liam out of my mind. We're going all out tonight, aren't we? Imogen smiled weakly. In that case, I'll have another margarita. One margarita coming right up. I grabbed my shot off the bar, but I paused when I brought it to my lips. I noticed a Coigny guy a few chairs down eyeing me with interest. He was a few years older than me and hot as hell. Dark hair, piercing eyes, and a straight jawline, not to mention the broad shoulders. I was certain there were endless layers of abs beneath that red t-shirt. He didn't have a familiar at his side, but he was definitely old enough to have one. I pictured him with something big, like a dragon that couldn't fit in the building. I downed the shot and turned to Imogen. Let's see how Liam likes this. I walked straight up to the Coigny guy. He never took his eyes off me once. Hi, I'm Sophia. This is my friend Imogen. Imogen looked totally speechless. At her feet, Essus and Sassy were sharing the beer. I know who you are, the Coigny dude sang. My goodness, his voice was lovely. Better than Liam's stupid voice. I saw you compete in last year's tournament. Oh, right. I slapped my forehead. Tournament winners. I forget sometimes. You guys were awesome, he said kindly. It definitely surprised everyone. You must have won a lot of money. Oh yeah, loads, I said. He stuck out his hand. I'm Landon. Hi, Landon. I shook his hand. That's a hot name, Landon. He chuckled. I saw you dancing up there. That was hot. I threw my head back and giggled. Oh, stop it, Landon. I'm Coigny. You of all people should know how hot we are. Landon's eyes flicked down to my cleavage. Imogen was laughing so hard she couldn't speak. So, look, I said. This is probably going to come off a little crazy, but I'm pretty drunk, and I'm feeling brazen.
You want to make out?" Imogen's laughs grew until she couldn't breathe. Landon paused for a second, then shrugged.
"Sure."
He took me around the waist and pulled me into him. His arms were strong, and his lips were soft. But his breath? Ick! He tasted like beer. I hated beer. But I ignored the taste and stuck my tongue down his throat anyway, because I knew it would piss Liam off. I was vaguely aware of two things. One, Esses had crawled up Landon's leg and was in his lap, trying to push us apart. And two, Landon's hands were inching further and further down my back, like he was about to grab my ass. Let him, I thought. It was so worth it to show Liam he didn't own me anymore. Suddenly, Esses wasn't the only one trying to tear us apart. Hands were all over me. So many hands. I couldn't keep track of them all. They were so strong that they tore me away from Landon, who was desperately trying to hold on to me. We were ripped apart, and I finally sucked in a gulp of air. Landon shot off the bar stool and to his feet, taking a defensive stance. I whirled around to see that both Liam and Jonah had pulled me away from him. Cade looked conflicted, but Liam and Jonah were fuming. Liam took a step forward, his angry eyes fixed to Landon's face. I stepped in front of him. "What the hell's your problem? Can't you see I was enjoying myself?"
"Yeah, pipsqueak," Landon spat. "Fuck off."
Liam's hands fisted at his side.
"You know this prick?"
"Yeah," I lied. "You need to leave."
"I'm not leaving,"
Liam fumed. Landon stepped forward and wrapped an arm around my waist.
"The girl asked you to leave."
Jonah crossed his arms.
"Not until we know exactly what your intentions are with her."
"Jonah!" I started to protest, but Landon answered before I could. He shrugged.
"Hey, I didn't come here for the drinks."
I tried to pull away from Landon, but he held me so close to him that I couldn't move. Okay, now he was freaking me out. Kissing him had been a mistake. "Everyone needs to cool down," Imogen interjected. "Liam, Jonah, go home. Landon, find someone else to screw around with."
"I think Sophia can speak for herself,"
Landon replied. "Yeah, I can." I tried to pull away from him again, but he wouldn't let me. I was starting to get very uncomfortable. "Liam, piss off. Landon, let me go."
"Come on, babe."
He pulled me even closer and tried to plant a kiss on my lips.
"I thought you wanted to make out."
I called heat to my skin, but I forgot he was Coigny. He wasn't completely immune to my fire, but he could handle it more than others. It didn't faze him. "Yeah, I did," I said, "and now I don't."
"Sophia, babe, I thought you wanted them to leave,"
Landon said. "I want all of you to leave," I exploded. "No, you know what? I'm leaving." I ripped out of Landon's grasp. I wasn't even a step away from him before he mumbled, "Bitch," under his breath. Before I knew what was happening, Liam was flying through the air toward Landon. I whirled back toward them just in time to see Liam's fist connect with Landon's face. Landon's fingers tangled in Liam's shirt, and the two tumbled to the ground, nearly knocking 3 other people over in the process. "Liam!" I shrieked. A blur of white passed through my vision. Then Esses was at their side, pounding Landon with his tiny little fists beside Liam. "Stop!" I shouted. I tried to get between them to rescue Esses, but they didn't even notice me. Landon rolled on top of Liam and nearly squashed Esses. He hopped out of the way just in time. Landon drew his fist back and slammed it into Liam's face. Blood spurted out his nose. My hands slapped over my mouth, and I whimpered as Liam's head lolled to the side. In a flash, Jonah and Cade were on top of Landon, trying to pry him off of Liam. Squeaks stomped her feet and flapped her wings, keeping her eyes on Esses. It was clear she wanted to rescue him, but she also didn't want to hurt Liam, Cade, or Jonah. Landon threw an arm back, and it connected with Jonah's chest.
Jonah gasped for breath. Suddenly, 4 other Coigny guys joined the scuffle, trying to break everyone apart. Limbs flew everywhere, and I couldn't make sense of whose fists were flying where. Air swirled around us, and the area heated. Glasses on the bar shook as the ice inside of them swirled. "Sophia!" Imogen cried, horrified. She held Sassy back to keep her from joining the bar fight. I'd had enough of this. I threw myself forward and shoved 2 Coigny guys out of the way, then sank the point of my heel into Landon's stomach. Esses scurried out from the pile of guys, looking terrified. He jumped and scampered up my dress and to my shoulder, where he hid beneath my hair. It had been seconds since Liam threw the first punch. 3 security officers arrived, and I couldn't make sense of what happened next. There was so much shouting, so much cursing. Before I knew it, we were being thrown out of the building and onto the street. "Whoa!" Imogen said, gasping. "That was intense." I was still fuming so much that I barely heard her. I turned on Liam. "You're an idiot, you know that?" I growled. "I can handle myself." "That fuckhead deserved it," Liam snapped back while holding his bleeding nose. Jonah stepped between us. Squeaks was flattening her feathers beside him. "Let's all calm down." I pushed around Jonah to face Liam. "No! Liam totally overstepped his boundaries. You can't just go around punching people." "You can't go around kissing people," he barked back. "Screw you!" I shouted. "I can do whatever the hell I want." I crossed my arms and rubbed the goosebumps breaking out over them. Liam shrugged his jacket off and tried to wrap it around me. "I was just trying to protect you," he said. I shrugged the jacket off and threw it back at him. Imogen, Cade, Jonah, and their familiars were too shocked to say anything. "Let me make something very clear, Liam," I said. "I do not need you to protect me. You didn't have to pull me off stage, and you didn't have to punch Landon either." "Oh, so you're on first-name basis with the guy?" Liam fumed. "Are you dating him?" "So what if I am?" I yelled. "It's none of your business." "Sophia, you're drunk. You're not thinking straight." "That's the point, Liam!" I screamed at him. "I came out here to have a good night, and you ruined it." "You call that a good night?" He exploded. "Do you have any idea how the guys in there were looking at you? You didn't see the lust all over their faces. You don't know what they were thinking." "And you do?" I challenged. "Does it even matter? Maybe I wanted the attention." "Did you? Did you?" Liam yelled. I curled my hands into tight fists. I was about to explode. "You do not own me." "I never said I did," he shot back. "You're acting like it." "I'm acting like I care. You can't just go around doing whatever you want, Sophia." "Like hell I can't." Just to prove it, I gathered the top of my dress and pulled the fabric down, exposing my breasts for the entire street to see. There weren't many people around, since most were inside, but there was a group smoking by the door and a few others coming and going from the parking lot. Jonah's jaw dropped, and Cade averted his eyes. Imogen was engaged in another one of her laughing fits. "Hot damn, Sophia!" she whooped, like she was proud of me. "Hey!" I called loud enough for the entire parking lot to hear. "Check it out!" Liam immediately tried to throw his jacket over me to cover my breasts, but I tossed the jacket to the side to keep everything exposed. Liam grabbed for my dress and tried to pull the fabric back up, but I swatted at him. "Trying to feel me up?" I accused him. Liam froze. "No, of course not. Sophia, stop it." He took a step back. Satisfied, I covered myself again. The condom I'd shoved into my bra came dislodged, and it dropped to the ground at my feet. Liam's eyes went wide when he saw it, and I didn't give a fuck. If he thought I was screwing around, so be it. He was doing the same thing with Mia. "Fine, Sophia," he growled. "Do whatever the hell you want. What are you going to do next? Steal a unicorn and get a tattoo?
That was a great idea.
Yeah, I said. You know what? I think I will.
Liam's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull.
I didn't mean it.
Yeah, well, you can't say it wasn't your idea. I turned away from him.
Cade, get the unicorn.
He hesitated, then hurried toward the parking lot.
Come on, Jonah,
Liam snarled.
We're leaving.
Jonah gaped at him, but he and Squeaks followed.
Really, Liam? You're not going to talk her out of this?
Liam shrugged.
She's right. We're not dating anymore. She can do whatever she wants. See if I care.
He shot me a glare. He did. He totally cared.
Sophia!
Imogen sang once they were out of earshot. You're crazy, you know that?
Good crazy, right?
I asked.
Absolutely! Feel better yet?
She called out. If I felt like I was on top of the world up on that stripper pole, I was on the freaking moon right now.
Never better, I answered. Honestly.
Imogen clapped me on the back.
That a girl!
Cade pulled up in our carriage, and Imogen and I climbed inside with our familiars.
To the tattoo parlor,
I called up to Cade.
You weren't serious about that, were you?
Cade asked.
Hell yeah, I was. Sophia, I think we should just get you home, Cade said. You've had a lot to drink, and I promised...
Cade, so help me, if you do not take me to a tattoo parlor right now, I will burn this carriage to the ground, I snarled. Cade's jaw dropped.
She's not kidding, babe, Imogen said. You should probably do it.
The carriage started moving, leaving Jonah and Liam behind. I turned to Imogen.
What should I get?
Essus began tracing out designs on my shoulder like he was outlining a tattoo for me.
I don't know,
Imogen said.
A fire symbol for Coigny?
Ew, no. That sounds like something Haley would get. I want to get something cool.
Where will you put it?
Imogen asked, her eyes brightening.
I don't know. My ankle? Maybe my wrist?
I twisted my arm around, picturing some sort of symbol over my skin. I guess we'll see when we get there. I was feeling steady on my feet when we arrived at the tattoo parlor. It was in the Yapluma neighborhood, not far from Lucky Star's.
Are you sure about this?
Cade asked, looking worried.
Absolutely.
I strolled into the tattoo parlor with my head held high. Cade could worry all he wanted. I was going through with this. The place was quiet, with only the sound of a tattoo gun buzzing through the shop. The tattoo artist was bent over a Yapluma girl's backside, concentrating on the design he was drawing into her skin. She looked a little distressed as she squeezed her friend's hand tightly for support. A large scorpion rested on his shoulder.
I'll be with you in a moment,
the tattoo artist said, glancing up at us briefly. He was kind of cute, but way too old for me. He had a full sleeve of tattoos running up and down both arms. A scorpion familiar the size of Essus sat on his shoulder. Imogen pulled me over to a row of photo albums, which were filled with samples of his work and various tattoo designs we could choose from.
Ooh, a dragon might be cool,
Imogen said, pointing to a small dragon.
Or a unicorn.
Cade's eyes lit up when he saw the image, like he was starting to think this wasn't such a bad idea. Arabelle and Sassy were both staring at the colorful images on the walls, as if they too were trying to pick out their favorite design. Essus tugged my hair as I turned a page, making me stop. He jumped off my shoulder and onto the table, then pointed at a small design of a daisy. It instantly made me think of Imogen.
That one, I pointed. Sophia, that's a Navita tattoo, Imogen pointed out.
I shrugged.
That's the point. It's for my bestie.
I leaned over and pulled her into a hug.
Aw, really?
Imogen beamed.
For me?
Yes, right here. I pointed over my shoulder to my right shoulder blade. We sat in chairs lined up against the wall to wait. Cade flipped through one of the albums, and Imogen leaned against him to look too. After a few minutes, Cade lifted his gaze.
Are you sure you still want to do this, Sophia?
Relax, Cade, I said. My buzz has worn off. I know what I'm doing. I want to do this. He looked skeptical, but he didn't say anything further. Maybe I should get a tattoo, Imogen said thoughtfully. I think if I got one, it'd be of Sassy. I'd probably design it myself, though. The artist finished up with the Yapluma girl's tattoo and gave her some instructions to keep it clean. The two girls thanked him and left.
How can I help you?
He asked. I'm here to get a tattoo, I said, sounding more timid than I felt. I'd like this one. I held up the design and pointed to it. He eyed me curiously, as if wondering if I was Navita or not.
Neat. Have you ever had a tattoo before?
Nope, I admitted. Virgin. Imogen giggled. Tattoo virgin, I mean, I said. The artist chuckled.
Don't worry. It's not as bad as it sounds. Follow me. You two can come along if you'd like.
He guided me to a seat in the back and helped me get comfortable.
My name is Luca. Feel free to ask any questions during the process.
Luca was really nice. It helped ease my nerves. Luca took the design from me and looked it up on his computer.
Where are we going to go with this?
On my shoulder. I pointed for him.
Perfect.
He poked at a few things on his computer, then the printer started whirring. He held a sheet of paper out to me, showing the daisy.
How's this for size?
That's perfect. Luca fiddled with a few more things, and the printer spat out the design again, this time on transfer paper.
The process is simple, Luca said. We'll transfer this design to your skin and get it right where you want it. I can use the gun to trace it, or if you'd prefer, Dominique here can do it.
He gestured to the large scorpion on his shoulder. He noticed my wary look.
I assure you we are a completely licensed facility and use clean needles and new ink with each tattoo. If you go with Dominique, her stinger is naturally antibacterial. There's no risk of infection.
Does it hurt? I asked. Once I asked it, I realized I wasn't actually afraid of that. I was sure I'd experienced worse.
Depends, Luca said with a shrug. How's your pain tolerance?
I chuckled. Forget it. I can do this. Dominique's up.
It's not bad, really, Luca said. Like a pencil drawing on the skin. Shall we get started?
Luca placed the temporary stencil on my skin and handed me a mirror to get a good look at it. That's perfect, I told him. Essis looked pleased. Sophia, it's going to look great. Imogen looked on the verge of tears. Did she tell you it's for me? I wasn't convinced Imogen's buzz had worn off yet.
Aw, that's sweet, Luca said. Yeah, just wait until morning, Cade laughed. You might regret this, Sophia.
Luca placed Dominique on my back.
I'll tell you what, I've had hundreds of people walk in here, and I've never had a single one come back and tell me they regretted it. It's not as common as you think. They're not going to tell you that, Cade joked. Luca shrugged. Come on, man, you can't refute my data. Touché.
Dominique's legs tickled my back, and I relaxed into the table. I winced as her stinger touched my skin, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Essis stood beside my head at the table, looking concerned. He reached out, but I pushed his paws away. It's okay, buddy, I told him. It feels good. It was true. The pain across my shoulder blade made me feel alive. I wasn't a sobbing mess, going numb, curled up in my bed all day. I was out living my life. And if Liam had a problem with that, damn him. Imogen, I said as I let the burns spread across my shoulder. Yeah? Thanks for taking me out tonight. I really needed it. I'd shown Liam tonight I didn't need him. I was a free girl and this was college. I was going to enjoy every moment of it.
Chapter 7. Do I look like the kind of guy who goes to clubs, let alone a strip club? No? Because I'm not. I hate clubs. Absolutely fucking despise them. but Jonah freaking insisted on dragging me to one because he'd claimed I was still depressed over Sophia and it was time to move on and be happy already, all the way there complaining that this was a great sacrifice on his part as we were going to a straight bar as opposed to a gay one. Didn't work. No matter how many naked girls were around me, none of them compared to Sophia. I had no interest. Then I saw Sophia on a literal stripping pole, and I thought I was hallucinating. Unfortunately, I was not. She'd be safe in the club, but with the way all the guys were looking at her and the way Cade was distracted with Imogen, I knew it'd be far too easy for one of those predators to lure her away and out of sight of the security guards. Several of them were plotting on how to do just that. That creep Landon was one of them. I'd been watching him, and he'd been looking for an opportunity to get Sophia away from Cade and Imogen before he cornered her. Jonah agreed with me, and once his hands were on her, we moved in. I knew it wasn't my place, and I should have backed off, but I just couldn't. Sophia was way over her limit, and she couldn't judge whether she wanted to sleep with anyone. That Landon prick would have totally taken advantage of her. Who knows what could have happened? I was still thinking about it 2 days later on Monday. Jonah slid beside me in the booth at breakfast and elbowed me. "So, how's it going?" I didn't like his casual tone. It was too much of a coincidence that Sophia and I had been at the same strip club on the same night. I was half convinced he and Imogen set it up on purpose. "You two are ridiculous," I said. He didn't need context. He knew what I meant. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jonah batted his eyelashes and pretended to look innocent. I scoffed. I couldn't get that image of Sophia on stage out of my head. It was torturous, maddening. By the look on her face, she'd liked how the stripper danced on her. I mean, really liked it. "Are you still thinking about Saturday?" Jonah asked. "No." I crossed my arms and sank down in my seat. "I think Sophia's a little bi-curious," Jonah teased as he took a sip of his drink. "She seemed to like having boobs in her face." Yeah. It was college. People experimented. She was single. I didn't care. I really did care. Because at the same time, as envious as it made me that Sophia was all over the girl at the club, it was kinda hot, too. Something I hated to admit. I checked my watch. I had an appointment with Perot, and it was about that time. "Gotta go." I got up from the table and grabbed my bag. I left my uneaten food on the table. "Don't get too jealous," Jonah sang after me as I left. Psh, I wasn't jealous. I had to find Sophia. She said she'd wait for me after she got out of Elementi Explorations with Bane in the hallway outside of his class. Bane was giving me a pass today for Master Tawakwa magic so I could make my appointment. I hoped Sophia still agreed to come after the massive blowout argument we'd had over the weekend. Then I saw her, and it was like walking into a brick wall. If I thought the dress she wore last weekend was too revealing, it was nothing compared to this. She was wearing a black corset that was lined with red-hot lace. Her breasts were practically falling out of it. Over top of the corset, she wore leather shorts that barely covered her ass and knee-high black boots that doubled as heels. Esses sat on her shoulder, his head held high and looking proud as anything. A couple guys whistled as she walked past, but the fiery glare she sent made them all fall silent. When she stopped in front of me, I caught a scent of some sort of perfume that smelled really good. I liked it. "Hi." She gave me a bright smile. "Ready to go?" I was speechless. It was hard to say anything when I was presented with that. But I wasn't fooled by her cheery attitude. This was Sophia's way of getting back at me after the club thing. When I failed to respond, she giggled and said, "Like the outfit? Imogen picked it out for me yesterday. We went shopping." Esses gave me a sultry gaze and played with his fluffy tail in a provocative way. I snapped myself out of it and said the first thing that came to mind. What, gonna flash everyone again? I snidely commented. Her smile faded. If I want to print out a blow-up poster of my boobs and stick it in the Commons for everyone to see, I'll do it, Liam Mito, and you won't do a thing about it, she snapped back. There was that Coigny attitude. It was getting worse every day. It didn't help that every time she yelled at me, it turned me the fuck on. I guess I had a fetish for feisty girls who liked telling me what to do. My mortal flaw. Then I noticed something. Sophia moved her hair, and underneath it was a literal fucking tattoo. It was a realistic black and white composition of a daisy. It almost took up her entire shoulder blade. It was red around the area as it was still healing. I was in shock. I thought she was threatening me the other day when she said she was getting a tattoo. I didn't think she'd actually go through with it. I was ready to explode. She saw my horrified expression, and the grin was back. It's a daisy for Imogen. Sophia bit her lip and looked up at me, holding back a laugh. Isn't it cute? I didn't like tattoos, but I hated to admit it did look cute on her. I wasn't going to tell her, though, and I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of knowing she got under my skin. Sure, whatever. Can we go? Certainly. She walked in front of me, swiftly swaying her hips. I gritted my teeth. I knew what she was doing. We didn't talk on the way to Perot's classroom. I didn't want to. I was still internally bitching about her outfit. What purpose did she think that achieved? She made it pretty clear on Saturday that she didn't want to get back with me and was interested in dating other guys. Was she trying to rub it in? You know, if she has that corset on, I bet she's wearing the panties to match. I want her to wear something like that in our bedroom, for me and not everyone else in the world to see. It was like there were two different voices arguing in my head. Thankfully, they stopped when we entered Perot's class. Perot glanced up as he saw us coming. Perot said nothing about Sophia's outfit, thank the ancestors. I don't even think he noticed it. He was too focused on Baxter, who was sitting on a perch and dangling a limp wing. Hello, Liam, he said offhandedly. I'm sorry, but I think we're going to have to reschedule. Baxter isn't feeling too well. Twisted wing. Baxter drooped his head. Sophia walked forward and put Esses on the desk next to Baxter's perch. Here, let Esses help. Esses didn't hesitate or look to Sophia for a command. He simply stretched his paw out. Perot gasped when Esses touched Baxter's hurt wing, but I held him back when he tried to move Esses away. Baxter cooed, and we watched as the twisted wing straightened itself out. Baxter flexed it, then took off his perch, taking a quick flight around the room before settling on Perot's desk. Perot slowly turned in his seat and looked at us, shocked. I cleared my throat. Esses is what we wanted to talk to you about. Perot leaned back in his chair. I hope you have a good explanation. We do. At least, kind of. Sophia glanced at me. When I bonded with Esses, I didn't know that he had magic. But he does. Healing magic. He's a creature from Anichi called a Kerbal. Perot looked to me. I'm guessing he's how you've managed to make a miraculous recovery. Yes, sir, I nodded. He healed me in the tournament and made it so I could finish the cup. But he can't fix everything, Sophia hurried to add. Esses can treat Liam, not cure him completely. At least, not yet. He's still a baby. I don't know what he'll be able to do once he's fully grown, but his powers keep Liam alive and stop him from deteriorating, I think. Why on earth didn't you tell me this sooner, Liam? It could have drastically affected your course of treatment, Perot said, baffled. That was my fault. Sophia dropped her head. I was sending Esses to heal Liam without his knowledge. He healed Liam in the tournament while he was still passed out. Liam didn't find out that Esses could heal until the end of last semester. Esses chortled. I scratched him under the chin and said, Esses has been healing me all summer. I thought it would be okay since we pretty much stopped trying things at the end of spring. I wanted to tell you sooner, but Esses is Sophia's familiar, not mine. She had to be the one to tell you. Perot looked to Sophia. She seemed uncomfortable. I wanted to come forward, but it was dangerous. I was worried something would happen to Esses, that someone might take him. Perot rubbed his chin. You had good reason to fear that, child. He seemed thoughtful. There have been no creatures that can heal, that I know of, since the days of Anichi. Many powerful elementi would like to get their hands on him. Baxter ruffled his feathers as if the thought was unpleasant. Perot reached out to Esses. The Kerbal crawled into his hand and sat there, looking up at him. I would much like to study him. Not take him, Perot said as Sophia went to object. His powers are obviously working in Liam's favor, and if there's one of his kind right here, a group of some sort must still exist. This could change things for the tribe. Sophia seemed nervous. I don't want to let him go. Perot shook his head. You misunderstand me, Miss Henley. I believe I still owe you a debt, and revealing Esses now would be very foolish, for you and for him. It wouldn't be safe if people knew what he can do. We need to keep this quiet. But I would like the opportunity to research him as much as I can, so I can understand his magic. I'm going to need to if there's any hope on finding a cure for Liam. Sophia glanced at me. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Esses and me. I can give you everything I know about Esses, and you can study how his magic works on Liam, but I can't let him be an experiment. That's all I ask for. Perot wrote some things down. And don't be afraid that I'll reveal your secret. I understand that this needs to be kept quiet. He sighed. These are dangerous times we live in. There was a rustling sound several feet behind him. Sophia and I both started. Perot froze. It was coming from a door on the other side of the room. I knew Perot was one of the few teachers that lived on campus in an apartment adjacent to his classroom. Someone was coming out of it just now. It was Head Dean Ulrich. He was still in his pajamas, like he'd just woken up. His gray hair was ruffled, and he was wearing fluffy slippers. Jacques, come back to bed, Ulrich yawned, then froze when he saw us. Perot turned beet red. Perot hurried to stand. Baxter chirped in amusement as Perot put hands on both Sophia and I's shoulders and guided us to the hall door. Yes, well, if you two have any questions or concerns that you want to run by me, feel free to stop by during my office hours. I'm always here. Ulrich had slunk back into Perot's apartment. Esses raced after us and jumped onto Sophia's shoulder. Perot pushed us out of the classroom and said, We'll discuss this in greater detail later, Liam. Make another appointment anytime. Then he closed the door. Perot sure tried to hurry us out after Ulrich came calling. It was clear that any time meant when the head dean wasn't around. Sophia tilted her head. Do you think Ulrich overheard anything about Esses? I shook my head. Nah, he would have said something. He was clearly out of it. Why do you think he was in Perot's apartment? Sophia said slowly. I don't even want to know. It wasn't my business. Our meeting was so short that it was still around 10 o'clock. Sophia and I didn't need to stick around and hang out. But at the same time, neither one of us had class until the afternoon, and it was obvious we didn't want to part from each other either. Things were complicated. I'm meeting Imogen in the courtyard. We have to go over some stuff from class. Want to come? She asked. Sure. I didn't have anything else to do. We walked in relative silence together. It was more than a bit uncomfortable. Imogen was sitting on a large rock in the courtyard, Sassy beside her. Both were enjoying the sun as it was a nice day. Sassy had a large monarch butterfly on her nose and was observing it with half-closed eyes. She sneezed, and the butterfly flew away. Imogen closed the book she was reading when we approached. Her eyebrows knitted when she saw the two of us together, but she didn't say anything about it. Her eyes ran up and down Sophia's outfit. "Hot damn, sexy. You're looking fine today. Who picked out your outfit?" Sophia smiled but didn't comment on it. "You never said why you wanted us to meet here," Sophia said as we came together. Imogen slid off the rock and clutched the book to her chest. "I've been thinking, maybe we've been looking for the Earth piece in the wrong places. Prophecies were passed down orally for generations, like stories. Shawana told Navita their part, but I bet she didn't allow them to write it down. But that lessens our chances of finding it, because we need to look for someone who not only knows about the piece, but is willing to tell us about it," I pointed out. Imogen shook her head. "Not necessarily. I didn't find anything in the Navita Elders' scrolls, so that means it has to be somewhere else." "Imogen, that doesn't make any sense," Sophia argued. "If someone doesn't tell us about it and the answer isn't in the scrolls, how are we supposed to find out what it is?" "I have a theory," Imogen said. "Come with me." Imogen started the long walk across the courtyard. Sophia and I followed curiously, not sure where we were going. It was so nice out that there were a lot of people in the courtyard enjoying the sun with their familiars and playing games. Although most people wanted a pleasant day, Haley was there, and there was nothing pleasant about her. She wasn't happy unless she was making someone else miserable. Anwara sat on her shoulder, trying to get her Elementi's attention, but Haley ignored her. Haley seemed bored. Her eyes lit up as her gaze landed on us. Lindsay, Miranda, and Kelsey were with her. While Kelsey gossiped by Haley's side about shit that no one cared about, Lindsay and Miranda were tossing a beach ball back and forth. Haley stepped forward as we walked past. "Dead man walking," she called out loudly, looking directly at me. I didn't entertain her. Was that really the best she could do? I'd heard way worse. Kelsey didn't laugh. She seemed upset that Haley had cut her off in the middle of her conversation. Miranda giggled, but she caught my eyes and stopped, looking guilty. I didn't hold it against her. Lindsay was fuming. "That's not nice, Haley." "Oh, Lindsay, go blow it out your ass," Haley snapped at her. "Ancestors, when did you start feeling sorry for losers?" I heard Sophia's knuckles crack as she tightened them into fists. Even though we'd been fighting earlier, she wanted to defend me, which at the same time was really endearing. It would get her into trouble. "Don't," I told her quietly. I brushed her hand to show her it was okay, a simple gesture that sent rockets whizzing through my insides. Sophia relaxed slightly. I kept my eyes forward and didn't react to Haley's taunt. When Haley saw she couldn't bother me, her cruel gaze went to Imogen. She started making mooing sounds. Imogen's eyes watered and her lip began to tremble. Sophia and I noticed. "Just ignore her, Im," I told her under my breath. Imogen looked away. Haley saw that she was getting to Imogen and laughed harder. "I don't know how Imogen can keep a boyfriend. I bet he's cheating on her. She's such a fat, ugly cow." Haley didn't get the chance to say anything else, because one minute Sophia was by my side and the next, she was running toward Haley full speed with a fistful of fire. Imogen and I both gasped as the hit connected and Haley went flying backward. Haley hit the ground. When she sat back up, there was a large burn on her cheek from where Sophia had hit her. Haley gritted her teeth, and she didn't hesitate. She got back up and slapped Sophia across the face. Before I knew what was going on, both girls were swinging punches and pulling hair, screaming insults at each other loudly. Haley's friends watched in disbelief as the two girls drew blood, sending flames and ash scattering everywhere. They were using a combination of fists and fire to try and hit each other. "All right, girl fight," some bro next to me shouted, and his entire square raced forward to huddle into a circle around Sophia and Haley. They chanted for them to fight, and it echoed throughout the courtyard. Essa stood at the edge of the fight and cheered for Sophia to win, while Anwara hovered anxiously above, looking worried. I wasn't going to just stand around and let this happen. I rushed forward and grabbed Sophia by both arms, trying to wrench her away from Haley. By the ancestors, Sophia had a death grip on her. I don't even think she noticed me there. She was so focused on kicking Haley's ass. Some Coigny second-year Ben saw me trying to pull them apart and went to help. "Tell this crazy bitch to let go of my hair," Haley screeched. Sophia didn't, only clenched her fists harder and brought her knee up to connect with Haley's face. I thought I heard her nose break. Blood splattered across my shoe. We should have been able to pull them apart, but damn, both of them had their claws in each other and didn't want to let go. I had a hard time yanking them away without getting burned, and Ben, who could resist fire, seemed anxious about doing so, either because he didn't want to hurt them or because he was worried what the repercussions would be from Haley or Sophia if he did. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed an authority figure, a teacher. Thank the ancestors, it was Bane. He could put a stop to this. I expected him to run over and immediately separate the girls, but instead he stood at the edge of the circle and watched with a gaping expression as Ben and I failed to stop the brawl. "Professor, do something!" I shouted at him. Bane didn't. He just stood there like a dumbass, watching the fight with eyes darting from Haley to Sophia, not sure of how to step in. For the sake of the ancestors, he was a teacher. This was his job, to break up shit like this. Then a miracle happened. Madame Doya came gliding in like a maniac from out of nowhere, her dress billowing around her with an expression that she was bringing all the fury of hell itself. Her lioness familiar, Naomi, stalked at her side with a raised lip and fierce growls. The chanting stopped, and the crowd immediately scattered in fear as Doya approached. Ben and I instantly let go of the fighting girls like we'd been burned as Doya came near, backing off several steps. With one hand on Sophia and the other on Haley, Madame Doya forcibly ripped them apart and sent them sailing in different directions. "Miss Henley, Miss West Phoenix," she shouted. "How dare you embarrass me and bring shame upon your house in such a way?" Both girls were sporting dirt and bruises. Sophia had a long scratch across her face from Haley's nails, while the burn Sophia had given Haley was turning an ashen color. Haley went pale underneath the blood coating her face, but Sophia stared up at Doya in a defiant way, like she regretted nothing. Because, of course, she didn't. "In my office, immediately!" I'd never seen Doya so mad. She pointed toward the castle, and Haley and Sophia stalked toward it, giving each other hateful looks on the way. There went our morning research for the prophecy, I guess. Esses jumped onto Sophia for a ride, and Wara went to nuzzle Haley to check if she was hurt, but the bitch swatted her away. Bane had finally come out of his coma. He cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Eleanor. That was sorely needed." "Well, of course I needed to do something, Elliot, because when push comes to shove, you'll become incapable of doing anything but losing your spine," Madame Doya shouted. Naomi snarled. Bane's mouth dropped open. So did everyone else's in the square. Madame Doya seemed to realize she had lost her temper. She straightened up in a dignified way, brushed off her dress, and smoothed out her hair. "If you don't mind, Elliot, I have to discipline my students," she said. "If you find you're unable to do the same with members of your own house, please send them my way." She glamorously left the courtyard like a movie star afterward. What a burn! Now that Madame Doya was gone, Bane was fuming. He grumbled unintelligible words under his breath as he stomped away. I was anxious. Chieftess West Phoenix would make sure Sophia paid for hurting her daughter. I was sure of it. "Look, I got it on video," Kelsey said. Looks like Jonah wasn't the only one who snuck a phone into school. She and Miranda rewatched the fight, huddled over her phone and looking awed it had happened in the first place. Lindsay was blushing. I bet anything she thought Sophia fighting Haley was hot. Imogen tugged on my arm. "We should get out of here.
People are staring. I could feel it. Imogen and I hurried out of the courtyard and into the castle before people could pepper us with questions about how nutty Sophia was. We didn't stop until we came to a secluded, dimly lit section of the castle near a mounted stuffed bear. Sassy kept glancing at it as if she was afraid it would come back to life. I didn't think either one of us knew what to say about the fight, so we didn't mention it. I turned to look at Imogen. So, do you want to show me what you think the Earth piece is and tell Sophia later? Imogen shook her head. Actually, I think it's best if I keep it to myself for right now. It was like the fight had changed her mind. Why not? You wanted to share a second ago. I don't want to get Sophia's hopes up if I'm wrong, she insisted. She can't take any more stress right now. It'll make her go over the edge if I give her all this build-up just to let her down. You're rarely wrong, I reminded her. I know, but it's kind of like a puzzle. I have the pieces, but I'm missing a few. I need a few more weeks to work it out. We don't need Sophia freaking out until then, Imogen said firmly. You don't think Sophia can handle it right now, I said bluntly. After that, do you? Imogen asked. I rubbed my eyes and sighed. No. Exactly. Imogen's tone was certain. She's like a bomb about to explode. Just show me, then. I can help. No, because if I tell you, you'll run straight to Sophia and that'll ruin the point, she insisted. She hugged her arms to her sides. I could tell that what Haley said earlier had really hurt her. You know Haley's just trying to get to Sophia, so she went after us, I said. What she said has nothing to do with you and Cade. No, but... Imogen sucked in a breath and held it. Even after dating him all this time, it's hard to believe that he's in love with me. Cade would never cheat, but I don't even know if I would blame him if he did. I'm not pretty. Cut that shit out, of course you are. Cade was completely head over heels for Imogen. No other woman existed on this planet besides her, according to him. Deep down, I knew I was the same way about Sophia. Jonah's always trying to get my confidence up. Imogen seemed deflated. And it works sometimes, but I still have doubts. And the way Cade's been talking lately, Liam, it's weird. It's like he's trying to prepare me for when he's going to leave or something. One minute he'll be all happy and everything will be perfect, and then... She shook her head. He'll be distant. He keeps saying he doesn't want to hurt me. We'll be so in love, then he'll act like he wants to break up. We almost did the other night before I talked him out of it. I don't get it. That's just the elemental cup talking, I said. He's nervous about it, but he'll be fine. He's got Arabelle. Things will go back to normal once the cup is over. I hope so. Imogen shivered. She gave me a steely look. It didn't help that you freaked out about the strip club the other night. Cade feels guilty about it, like he didn't protect Sophia. I don't give a shit that you guys went to the strip club, I said, rolling my eyes. I'm pissed that both of you went over your limit. Sophia way over her limit. She was completely wasted in a really unsafe place. How is that okay? I was just trying to help her feel better. Imogen frowned. I get that, but you two crossed a line. Cade shouldn't have to babysit either one of you. He can't watch both of you at once, I pointed out. A few drinks are okay, but that place was crawling with psychos. I know, Imogen sighed. Sophia's she's so different lately, Liam. I don't know what else to do. She's not happy. And it doesn't help that you're treating her like a yo-yo. My heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Imogen gave me a scathing look. You know exactly what I mean. You need to make up your mind. I'm starting to think it was a mistake for you guys to be friends. She walked away. Sassy turned her tail up at me as she went. I was left standing in the hallway alone for 5 minutes, contemplating what she meant. Imogen had just caved a hole in me I didn't even know was there. I'd left the castle shortly after that and returned around 7. I took a detour through the commons to get back to the Toaqua dorms, but stopped when I witnessed the sorry sight in front of me.
Raynar was lounging against Alvarez, his cockatrice familiar, drinking a beer and watching as Jonah did his homework. I watched them for a full 10 minutes. Whenever Raynar asked for another beer, Jonah would hurry to get him one. When Alvarez made a cracking sound with his beak, Jonah would stop what he was doing immediately and go to feed him, too. The rooster-wyvern hybrid let out a menacing cackle when Jonah fell over trying to get it all done. It was pathetic. Jonah asked for a kiss, but Raynar shoved him away. I didn't see Squeaks anywhere. Whenever Raynar told him to jump, Jonah asked how high. They were one step away from Micah and Mia. This needed to stop. I walked forward. "Jonah, can I talk to you?" Raynar's eyes narrowed at me and Alvarez hissed, but I ignored both of them. Jonah glanced up. "Hey, where have you been? I heard you weren't in class, not at dinner either." "Skipped it, went swimming, and paid for it. I was having trouble breathing, holding my breath too long again." Raynar scoffed. "This section is for Yupluma only. Beat it, asshole." "Excuse me? You're talking to a cup champion," I growled. "Watch your mouth." Raynar shut it. Jonah got up and looked between us worryingly. "I guess I can talk for a minute." Jonah wanted to stay in the commons, in eyesight of Raynar, but I yanked him out into the hallway instead. "Jonah, what are you doing?" I asked in exhaustion. "Are you seriously okay with how he treats you?" "I don't see a problem with it." He gave me a blank look. I could already tell this talk wasn't going anywhere. "It's the start of the semester and you're already failing all your classes," I told him. "They're not going to let you into the master's program for teaching if you keep this up." "You're one to talk," Jonah shot back. "I'm not the only one who hasn't been going to class." He had me there. I'd gone to Hawkeye leadership regularly enough, but that was it. I'd only been to the rest of my classes a handful of times. Bane had to chase me down and drag me into the cursed classroom for senior theory. I'd only gone once. I knew I was failing too. "We aren't talking about me," I said. "Do you really think they're going to let you be a professor with a D average?" "I'm thinking about changing my major," Jonah admitted. "Something easier, so I'll have more time to spend with Raynar." "What?" This was too unreal. What kind of hold did this jerk have on Jonah? "Don't even go there. You've wanted to teach since we were like 6. "Things change. I'm not a kid anymore," Jonah insisted. "Raynar needs my help a lot, and he doesn't like me studying all the time." "A guy is never more important than your future. If Raynar really cared about you, he'd be fine with you taking time to study," I said. "No, he's right. I haven't been paying enough attention to him," Jonah insisted. "I do spend a lot of time in class, and when I'm not hitting the books, I'm with you guys. He barely has any time to spend with me." That was a crock of bullshit. Jonah had barely been around in the past month. I don't even think he'd hit the gym in 4 weeks, something that would have horrified him a few months ago. This dickhead was even sucking up Jonah's hobbies. I tried another way. "Sophia's counting on us. How can she expect you to find your piece of the prophecy when you're too busy fucking around with Raynar to do your homework, let alone investigate?" I asked. "Liam, this is my life. Let me make my own decisions," Jonah said flatly. My mouth became a thin line. Fine. But I wasn't about to sit around and watch Jonah jump like a dog for treats. I left. There was a door to the commons that led outside. I headed out. I took the stairs up to the next floor and found Squeaks lying on a platform off the balcony, which observed the gardens below and the mountains in the distance. Her tail hung off of it, and she swished it as she watched the orange sunset. She chortled as I walked by. "Hi, Squeaks." I rubbed her head. "Your Elementi's being a shithead." She squawked in agreement. Squeaks was at the point where if Alvarez was in the same room, she wouldn't be. Jonah was always with Raynar these days, which meant that he and Squeaks probably didn't see each other except to go to class and sleep. The hippogriff and cockatrice were complete opposites, and Squeaks was apparently done trying to drag Jonah away from Raynar. I needed to be done too, but no matter how much I knew you couldn't save people, for some reason that didn't stop my masochistic ass from trying. Squeaks turned her head and chirped. I looked her way and saw my brother sitting on a stone bench close by. He had his head in his hands and was taking deep breaths like he was trying to calm himself down. Diami had his head on Ezra's shoulder and was cooing, sparks flying off his feathers. Something was up. "Ez, what's going on?" I said by way of a greeting. He looked up. He tried to pull himself together when he saw me and got to his feet. Diami stood beside him. "Nothing. I got my tournament assignments." "Oh." I hoped to the ancestors he got a good team. "Who are you with?" "Cade, which is good," Ezra started. "And Vanessa. I'm happy about both of them." Cade and Vanessa could both be trusted, and they were strong elementi. They'd have his back in the cup. "All right, good so far. Who's from Yapluma?" Ezra frowned. "Fucking Raynar." "Fuck no. Why couldn't it have been literally anyone else?" "I know, right?" Ezra moaned. "We have Bane as our coach, which is good, I guess, but I'm just freaking nervous, man. I don't want to die out there." "You're not going to die," I said sharply. "You three will take care of each other. I don't care what happens. Take the other two and dump Raynar. You won't regret it. He'll stab you in the back for sure." Ezra nodded. "I know." I wasn't sure my brother took my warning seriously. He was too good of a kid. He saw the good in everybody, even Raynar, and he liked playing the hero. If Ezra sacrificed himself in the cup trying to save Raynar, it'd be for nothing, because I'd kill the bastard the minute he got back. On Friday, I left the forest after Hawkeye leadership and went to grab an essay that I'd forgotten to turn in. On my way back to Professor Chiveo's office, I passed a group of students from mixed houses having a hushed conversation. "Did you hear what happened to Diana's familiar?" a Navita guy started. He seemed pale and nervous. "She was right there. Then Diana turned around and she was gone. She's distraught," a Kuigni guy said. "Just up and disappeared," a Yapluma girl whispered back. "No one can find her." "Better than what happened to Davies. His familiar collapsed the other day and hasn't gotten up since. Symptoms are just like all the others. At least Diana's familiar is probably well somewhere," the Navita boy replied. "We don't know that for sure," the Yapluma girl said. More missing and sick familiars. This wasn't good. I noticed as I walked around that the feeling around the school was edgy. People were on edge and weren't laughing or talking like they used to. The school was mostly quiet instead of bustling with energy. It was like something big was about to happen, as if a bomb was going to go off any minute. People didn't quite know what it was, but it was there and it loomed overhead, casting a dark shadow over Orenda Academy. It made me want to crawl out of my skin. I had to get away from it. For the past couple weeks, I'd been feeling pretty numb. It was hard to muster any sort of emotion about anything anymore, and the anxiety going around the school made it 10 times worse. I turned in my half-finished essay, didn't eat lunch, typical these days, and went to the hunting cabin. It was empty when I got there. I grabbed my compound bow and a couple of arrows, along with some magically enchanted ones blessed with my water magic, just in case I ran into something a little more powerful than a deer out there. It wasn't the right time for hunting. Deer came out in the early morning or at dusk, but I just wanted to get my mind off things. After a few hours, the nervous buzzing hadn't halted in my head, and I hadn't seen a single deer or anything besides trees. I thought hunting would make me feel better because it was something I liked to do, but all it did was remind me of my dad, and that made things worse. I nearly fell out of the tree I'd been sitting in when a loud explosion rocked the area. I clung to a branch to avoid getting knocked off and looked to my right. There were little black clouds of smoke rising over the tree line about 100 yards or so away. Why did shit always happen when I was nearby? Couldn't it wait until I left, or even happen a little closer so I didn't have to walk so far? Sighing, I grabbed my bow and headed toward where I'd heard the explosion, wondering what had caused it. I was a curious bastard, and it hadn't killed me yet, so apparently I had to keep tempting fate. I expected the area to be decimated as I approached, but everything looked fine. The wildlife and foliage hadn't been touched. That meant it wasn't a real explosion and must have been caused by some sort of magical backfire. I reached the site of where I suspected the explosion to have come from. I was surprised to see Sophia. She was wearing normal clothes, a t-shirt and jeans, because apparently she only dressed sexy when she wanted to piss me off, and lying on the ground. I thought that she was just enjoying the day or something, until I noticed she had a large cut across her forehead. Esses was running around her in circles, giving loud and petrified squeaks. In her outstretched hand sat the spirit totem, still smoking. My entire body went cold. Disbelief froze every particle of my being, and I felt like I was going to be sick. I got dizzy. I couldn't feel my limbs or anything else. My breath was knocked out of me. Tears welled up in my eyes as I dropped my bow and sprinted forward. She's dead, she's really dead. She'd used the spirit totem and it had backfired on her. It had killed her. If she was dead, I wanted to die too. Esses heard my footsteps. He seemed relieved to see me as I came to a stop at Sophia's side. I skidded to my knees and lifted her up into my lap. Please wake up. But I knew she wasn't going to. I told her not to use that damn thing, and she didn't listen. The totem rolled away from her fingers as I cradled her against me. Sophia. I wiped away the blood that was still pouring from the cut on her head and whispered her name. My lips were trembling. I didn't know what to do. There was nothing left to do anymore. I would just stay here forever, holding her until I died and we both turned to dust. Then, against all odds, her eyes flew open. Sophia blinked upward at the sky, then at me, trying to get her bearings on where she was and what was going on. I was so fucking relieved I wanted to throw myself on the ground and thank the ancestors. She was okay. Then worry turned to rage. I was pissed off. What gives you the right to fucking scare me like that? Huh? She was still processing. Esses reached up and healed the cut on her forehead. It vanished slowly, leaving only smears of blood behind. I was shaking. I was so mad. She rolled out of my arms, coming to, and I got up to pace a few feet away. She needed to back off for a minute. I was going to lose my temper. Sophia slowly got to her feet. She shook her head, put the totem back around her neck, then picked up Esses as she asked, "Were you following me?" Her nerve was unbelievable. Following? I took a breath. As hard as it is to believe, Sophia, my entire life doesn't revolve around you. Oh, that was mean. Sophia flinched like she'd been slapped and said, "Well, it wouldn't be that much of a stretch considering you were spying on me all last semester." Don't even go there. She had no right to bring that up right now. What the hell were you thinking? You know better than to go playing with that thing. I gestured to the totem. I wanted to rip it off her neck and destroy it right then. It wasn't safe. I was just practicing. I've had this thing for a while. I might as well learn how to use it, she countered. Yes, but you don't know how, I shouted. You need to find some sort of information or a teacher or... I've looked everywhere. Anichi didn't leave behind an instruction manual on how to use this thing, she said. And all of them are dead, so the only way to figure out how to use it is by experimenting. By risking your life? I shouted. Is that even worth it? Would you calm down? She asked. She was giving me attitude. You're taking this too far. Believe me, I am angrier at you than I ever have been. I stuffed my hands in my pockets because I didn't want her to see they were shaking. She didn't understand. She'd be mad at me too if she'd found me unconscious in the middle of the woods with a dangerous item in my hands after an explosion that had nearly caused an earthquake. Why are you so mad? Because I'm doing this without you? She accused. Because you put yourself at risk. Worse still, you did it alone. Shit, she didn't get it. If she died, she didn't know what that would do to me. I didn't ask you to come out here and save me. I was doing perfectly fine on my own, she shouted. I gave a skeptical sound. Sure, that's why I found you passed out in the middle of the woods with S's freaking out. She looked guilty at that. You don't need to worry about me. We're not Newsflash, Sophia. It doesn't matter, I said harshly. If you're in trouble, I'm always going to be there to save you, no matter what. End of fucking story. Her eyes flared. What if I said I don't want you to keep saving me? You'd be a liar, I shot at her. Didn't I tell you that thing was dangerous? She crossed her arms and turned away from me. Whatever, Mom. I hated when the team called me that. Don't give me sass. I can take care of myself, Sophia snapped. It's not just the totem. You're out in the woods alone. Familiars are going missing. It's only a matter of time before people start vanishing too, I spat. You don't know that. You're being overdramatic, she rolled her eyes. Besides, you're out here alone too. I was hunting, I said quickly. Like that's a good reason, she huffed. What are those little arrows going to do if you run into a dragon or something? Make it mad? Yeah, because fire works so well on dragons, I said sarcastically. I don't give a crap what happens to me. I care about... I broke off and took several deep breaths. I grabbed my bow and turned away. Come on, let's go back to school. You're not the boss of me. Come on, Sophia. I expected her to stomp her foot and refuse to go like a little child. Ancestors, if Pa Wee ever fit her now. Instead, she made a pissed-off sound and came after me. I stopped at the hunting cabin to drop off the bow before we headed back. Sophia didn't follow me in, and I didn't blame her. Too many memories in there. We were both still fuming by the time we got back to Orenda. I expected us to split the minute we walked into the entrance hall, but as we drew closer, we could hear loud noises coming from inside the school. It sounded like screams. What's going on? Sophia asked. Esses perked up his ears, seeming worried. I don't know. We walked through the grand double doors, and our argument was forgotten. It was nothing in the face of this. The entrance hall was in a complete meltdown. Hundreds of students and familiars were milling about, and cries of people's names were drowned out by the various roars, squawks, and barks echoing around the room. Feathers fluttered downward from all the birds flying around the ceiling, and several familiars got into fights out of stress that their elementi had to pull them out of. Most of the students who went to Orenda Academy were packed into the space. There was hardly any room to stand. There were a couple of Tawakwa nearby. I noticed Wyatt huddling against the wall looking scared. I went to him for information, and Sophia followed. What's going on? I asked him. Wyatt was super pale. They were just there, man. They were there and then they vanished. What are you talking about? He wasn't making any sense. It's the familiars. Marcy was nearby. She was clutching her teacup pig in her arms, who had her wings over her eyes. A bunch of unbonded ones went missing yesterday. The elders apparently tried to cover it up, but news broke this afternoon by local media. A bunch of dragons, unicorns, griffins, all kinds are just gone, especially eggs. The familiar nursery in Kinpago was raided of everything. Not one baby familiar was left behind. Yeah, and now a ton of bonded ones are going missing too. Familiars of elders, powerful people, even a couple students, Wyatt said in a rush. It's not just that Isabella girls anymore. There's a few familiars missing from almost every elder council. It's like a group of people came in and just took them all over the past few days. And more familiars are getting sick too. Some sort of plague has broken out. This was bad. This was really bad. It was enough to incite the school into a panic. People were running around the entrance hall in alarm, clinging to their familiars. Large familiars were stampeding around the room. Dragons, elephants, unicorns, and wyverns barreled over furniture and made the floor shake. The little familiars and some people were in danger of getting crushed. There were more screams as people scattered out of the way. Sophia, I called. I reached out my arm and brought her close to me. She didn't object and stayed tightly to my side as we were jostled around by the jumbling crowd. She put her arms around me and held tight, shutting her eyes. Esses stayed wedged between us and dug his little nails into my shirt like his life depended on it. My eyes scanned the crowd. I caught a glimpse of Jonah riding on top of Squeaks's back. He reached out into the crowd and grabbed someone. It was Imogen. He pulled her easily onto the back of Squeaks. Imogen clung to Jonah tightly with one arm while squeezing Sassy with the other. Squeaks kicked out and tried to bite anyone who came near, a glint in her eyes daring them to attack. "Silence!" There was a loud, booming voice that echoed around the room, and everything came to a halt. Head Dean Ulrich was at the top of the stairs in the entrance hall, with Professor Bane, Madame Doya, and Professor Perot by his side. He held up his hands, and the room got quiet. The chaos dulled for a moment, and Head Dean Ulrich waited for things to settle before he spoke again. "I understand that this news is very upsetting to you, but please, I ask for your cooperation," Ulrich boomed over the crowd. "All sick familiars have been moved." "Someone's poisoning them! We're all next!" a girl screamed. Shouts of alarm rose up all around the room. Ulrich raised his hands, and the room fell silent again. "We cannot rush to any conclusions," he announced. "The authorities are doing everything in their power to find those missing. All missing familiars will be returned to their rightful elementi. What is essential is that we do not panic." The room hung desperately on his words for some form of further instruction. "Now," Ulrich began, "a quarantine has already been set up for those familiars who have fallen ill. If your familiar begins behaving in a way that is strange, you are to take them to the hospital wing immediately." He cleared his throat. "As for the rest of you, the rumors are true. Someone is taking familiars. We do not know how or why." A nervous whisper went over the crowd. Ulrich hushed them. "We are taking measures to make sure that no more familiars are abducted. All students currently have a curfew of being back in their dormitories by midnight. Students are to walk to classes in groups of 2 or more. Familiars are to stay at your side at all times and not leave, not even to deliver messages. Those who have large familiars who sleep separately from their elementi, or water familiars who cannot leave the ocean, will be put into groups for their own protection. It is essential that every student follow these rules for their own safety. Those that do not will be punished." Even though we were all college students and of age, nobody whined about having to follow extra rules. The thought of having your familiar taken was enough to make people get in line. "In the meantime," Ulrich announced, "until the kidnappers are caught, members of the Elementi Task Force will be posted around school for your own security. Be assured there is nothing to fear from them." Shit, the cops were going to be at school? This was serious. Ulrich looked at Perot. "Professor Perot and I are working to discover a cure for this strange disease, but it will take time. We beg you not to lose your heads." This seemed to reassure people. A hopeful murmur took over the area. Ulrich was a master alchemist, and so was Perot. They'd find a cure for whatever this mysterious illness was, right? I didn't know. Perot had failed to cure me yet, and this plague sounded even more serious. Ulrich clapped his hands. "I suggest everyone go back to their dormitories and stay there," he said. "The Elementi Task Force is beginning their investigation. Classes will resume on Monday. With order, please." People did as he said. The panic was gone. Students and their familiars walked to their dorms, grateful to be given something to do. Imogen slid off of Squeaks, and she and Jonah went opposite ways back to their dorms. Sophia was still holding on to me. We slowly let go of each other as we began the walk up the stairs back to our dorms. For the first time, I was grateful Neshoma was gone. I didn't have to worry about him getting sick or disappearing, unlike the rest of these people. We came to the hallway where Sophia and I would have to go in different directions to get back to our dorms. I looked at her, earlier argument forgotten. "Keep an eye on Esses," I told her lowly. Whoever these kidnappers are, I bet they'd love to have him."
"I will. Be safe," Sophia whispered, and she disappeared into the group of Coignes nearby. I followed the rest of the Tawaquas. The dorm was quiet that night. Most people were too busy clinging to their familiars to do much else, except jump at every noise that was made, reacting as if the kidnapper was in that very room. The Elementi task force wouldn't be setting up shop here if they didn't think Orenda Academy had something to do with the abductions. They'd search elsewhere. That meant the thief, and possibly whoever had introduced the plague, was inside these walls.
Chapter 8. Orenda Academy seemed to change overnight following head Dean Alric's announcement. The entire castle became strangely quiet. Even the Coigny common room and the saunas stopped buzzing with their usual activity. Almost no one left their rooms except to go to the dining hall, and when they did, it was always in quiet groups. No one spoke higher than a whisper all weekend. The eerie silence in the dining hall had shifted the entire tone of the room. Most people grabbed food from the takeout line and headed back to their dorms. Those who stayed barely spoke. The only sounds came from the clinking of silverware and quiet whispers at nearby tables. It was like everyone was worried that if they spoke, their familiar would be next. "This is all too weird," Miranda whispered on our way back to the Coigny dorms after dinner on Sunday. Since we were required to travel in groups, I'd joined a small group of Coigny second years 3 times a day for meals. I had to admit it made me feel a little safer, but I missed my usual group of friends. I hadn't seen them all weekend. "I don't mind," Tabitha said. "It's good to take precautions."
Yeah, but we shouldn't have to,
Ben said.
Nothing like this has ever happened before. Orenda Academy is supposed to be safe.
"It's not just Orenda," Miranda pointed out. "It's all of Kinpago. At least we have the task force on campus, but people are acting weird." Lindsay stroked Medusa's head. "You guys don't have anything to worry about. You don't have familiars yet." I squeezed Essus tighter to my chest. At least he'd be immune from whatever illness was going around, but he was so small. He could get taken easily. I couldn't stand the thought of that. "Hey," Miranda said softly as we entered the quiet common room. "We're not going to let anything happen to yours or Sophia's familiar. Promise." "Thanks," I said. But I didn't know how Miranda could keep that promise. She couldn't keep an eye on me 24/7, not when we all had different classes. I took to braving the halls on my own Monday morning, since the only Coigny I knew in my Elementi Explorations class was Vanessa, and she lived off campus, so we couldn't walk together. I wasn't far from the Great Hall when I heard someone calling my name. "Sophia!" I turned to see Mia rushing away from a group of Tawaqua girls to catch up to me. Her canine familiar followed at her heels. What the hell did this bitch want? Hi?" I couldn't hide the disgust in my tone. Images of Mia and Liam together flashed through my mind. I tried to shut them out, but I couldn't stop their invasion. "You shouldn't be walking alone," Mia said kindly as she fell into step beside me. "Didn't you hear what Dean Alric said?" "I'm not alone," I snarled. It was like the girl was suggesting I couldn't take care of myself. "I have Essus." Essus chittered proudly from my arms. She twisted up her nose when she looked down at him, then said, "Either way, we're both headed to Elementi Explorations, so it doesn't hurt to stick together." Her words rubbed me the wrong way. A wave of heat swept through me. "Stick together?" I stopped in the middle of the hall and turned to her. She blinked, looking stunned. "You want to stick together? How about you stop fucking with my ex on the side?" I realized what I said a moment too late. No one was supposed to know Liam and I were ever together. Mia's eyes went wide. "You think me and Liam? Ancestors, no! Sophia, I would never. Liam's just helping me." "Helping you with what?" I demanded. "That's not important," she said.
But you should know there is nothing going on between me and Liam.
That's exactly what someone who was screwing with him would say.
Seriously, Sophia, Mia said. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, Liam would never take me back. Besides, he's still hung up on you. He's not ready to move on yet.
I couldn't explain why my stomach flipped at the comment. I didn't care if Liam still wanted me, did I? I was getting over him. It wasn't like we were ever going to get back together. The whole stomach-flipping thing was just habit left over from our relationship. Or so I told myself. And then it hit me. How the hell did Mia know I'd been talking about Liam?
What did Liam tell you? I demanded.
Mia tossed her hair over her shoulder and started walking again.
He didn't say anything, but you just called him your ex, and you're not denying it. Clearly, my suspicions are true. I know Liam, and I see it in the way he looks at you. He never looked at me like that, not even when we were dating.
I was practically sitting on cloud 9.
Really? I asked in giddy excitement.
I caught myself and quickly added,
Not that I care.
Mia rolled her eyes.
Keep telling yourself that, girl. I know a crush when I see one.
My jaw dropped.
I do not have a crush on Liam. We broke up.
Esses made a noise that sounded a lot like a scoff.
You're right, Mia said. It's way more than a crush.
I opened my mouth to ask her just who she thought she was, making these stupid assumptions. But she spoke first.
So, I've been really curious to ask, does Liam still do that thing with his tongue when he's concentrating hard? She said.
What thing? I asked.
You know,
Mia stuck the tip of her tongue out to demonstrate.
Oh my God, I laughed. I never noticed, but now that you point it out, yes.
Mia chuckled.
I was trying to kick him of that habit. I thought it looked silly.
I scowled. Nobody insulted Liam like that.
Well, I think it's cute.
Mia's face paled.
Yeah, I just meant...
We arrived at our classroom and her words trailed off. Mia didn't step inside the room, though. She stopped outside and faced me.
Liam changed after Neshoma died, but he changed again when he met you.
I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. What are you getting at?
You were good for Liam, she said. Don't give up on him, okay?
I gaped at her. Was she suggesting Liam and I get back together? Before I could ask, Mia turned inside the classroom, leaving me stunned.
See you around, Sophia.
By that afternoon, I joined my usual group of second years to walk to intermediate Coigny Magic together. The classroom was almost empty when we entered, except for a small group in the training area.
You're doing it wrong,
Haley snapped at Kelsey, who was sustaining a flame in her open palm. Kelsey's jaguar familiar let out a low growl that Haley didn't notice. Haley stomped over to the middle of the training section.
I'll show you how it's done.
Haley held her palm face up. A burst of flame shot 6 feet high out of her hand. The 2 guys with them clapped, while Anwara ruffled her feathers from her perch atop the back of one of the couches. Lindsay scoffed. She slid into her desk and mumbled, "Show off." My brow furrowed as I took the desk beside hers. Esses curled up in my lap.
I thought you liked Haley.
Lindsay pursed her lips.
No comment.
Miranda leaned over and whispered,
Haley makes us hang out with her all the time. It's not like we can tell her no.
Yes, you can, I stated firmly.
She'd start someone's hair on fire,
Tabitha said with a chuckle.
So what? I said with a shrug. Start hers on fire first.
Ben burst into a fit of laughter so loud that it made Haley's group look our way. They shot us dirty looks, then turned back to their fire. Lindsay shook her head in amusement.
Maybe you can do it for us.
Yeah, you already punched her in the face, Miranda said. I smiled proudly.
Don't tempt me. I'll totally do it. Everyone in our group laughed. What's so funny? Vanessa entered the room with Aisha and sat in the far back corner with us, where there was room for the dragon beside her. We're plotting, I said with a chuckle. Vanessa leaned in, her eyes bright. Ooh, plotting against who? Haley, I snickered. Vanessa held up her palm to stop me. Say no more, I'm in. Tabitha shot a nervous glance across the room. You guys aren't serious, are you? I shrugged. Depends on whether she provokes me or not. Another group of students entered the classroom and we went silent. A minute later, Madame Doya breezed into the classroom with Naomi at her side. She snapped her fingers and headed straight toward the training area without a word. Everyone scampered out of their desks and quickly followed behind her. Doya stood near the huge fireplace to address us all. We're going to be doing things a little differently today. In beginner Coigni magic, we focused on our individual strengths. One of the lessons you'll learn before you pass intermediate Coigni magic is how to work with other members of your house. As you know, regular fire will not burn a Coigni. But magical fire? Doya flicked her hand, and embers rained down on us. Students jumped and tried to put out the embers on their clothes. One landed on my pant leg, and I quickly patted it out with my palm before it could burn through. Still, I felt the burn from it on my skin. Was Doya allowed to do that? I was pretty certain she wasn't, but no one looked hurt, just really pissed off. Magical fire can hurt another Coigni, whether it comes from another Coigni or a creature like Naomi. Doya gestured to her familiar, and Naomi burst into flames to demonstrate. Heat waves pulsed off of her and over those of us toward the front. Tabitha, a fireball, please, Doya demanded. The blood drained from Tabitha's face. We don't have all day, Doya pressed firmly. Tabitha quickly formed a fireball and tossed it lightly into Doya's outstretched hands. Doya caught it and held it up for all of us to see. However, fire does not have to burn you if two Coigni work in harmony, Doya explained. It is only when that fire is created with malicious intent that it will hurt. My mind flickered back to the tournament, when I'd been stuck in the burning forest and the Coigni Elder's fire had burned my ankle. Doya continued, to achieve this harmony, you must both deliver your fire with peaceful intentions and receive it with full compliance. Today, you will pair up and exchange fireballs. I don't expect to send anyone to the hospital wing, so I ask that you all be careful. I turned to Vanessa to ask her to be my partner, but before I could say anything, Doya was barking orders again. Don't look so smug, Nicholas. It's not as easy as one might think, particularly if you let your emotions get in the way. Doya gestured to a girl on the other end of the room. Piper, you're with Nicholas. You're kidding, Piper protested. Doya's lips pressed into a thin line. I never kid. Now, partner up. Haley, you're with Sophia. Vanessa and Kelsey. I didn't hear the rest of the assignments because I was already staring daggers at Haley. This was all her fault. When Doya dragged us to her office the other day after our fight, she'd given us a big lecture about how we had to get along because we were both Coigni. Turning on each other only made our house weaker. Haley had kept her chin held high the entire time, like she thought she was off the hook and I was the one in trouble. That's right, Sophia, Haley had sneered. Coigni stick with their own kind. Doya had cocked an eyebrow at her. Now's not the time to go pointing fingers, Miss West Phoenix. Sophia isn't the first Coigni you've had a brawl with. If you hope to be chiefess someday, you'll have to learn how to respect the members of your house. Doya was one to talk, but whatever. I was just pleased she was putting Haley in her place. I'm sick of this drama between the two of you, Doya had said. Sooner or later, you'll have to work together in harmony, or you risk tearing this entire house apart. Haley didn't take Doya's threat seriously. The truth was, Doya had a point. By the time Haley took over the council, she'd need to know how to play nice with others. She couldn't run the whole house on her own. Haley had stood and crossed her arms. Then that's a risk we're going to have to take. There's no way I'll ever work in harmony with her. Those harsh words still rang in my ears as I stared Haley down in the training area. She shot back a hostile scowl. "Let's just get this over with, okay?" she said as she tossed her hair over her shoulder. "Fine with me," I snarled back. I lowered my voice to Esses, who sat on my shoulder. "Go sit on the couch." I didn't want him getting hurt, but Esses held firmly onto me. His little nails dug through my shirt and into my skin, sending a clear message that he wasn't going anywhere. Haley and I faced each other, as did the other partners. We both formed a fireball in our hands at the same time and prepared to throw them at each other. I would have slammed mine straight into her face if we weren't supposed to be getting along. Haley's lips tightened. "I'll go first. West Phoenixes always go first." I clamped my fist shut, but the fireball inside begged to escape. "Fine, but don't go trying anything stupid. The sooner we accomplish this assignment, the sooner we can go back to fist fighting." "Oh, you want another go?" Haley threatened. She took a quick step toward me, like it was supposed to scare me. I didn't even blink. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Think fast." A fireball shot out of her hands, and I reached out to catch it. Pain radiated across my palms, and I quickly dropped the fireball. It fizzled out on its way to the ground. Esses gasped from my shoulder and reached out for my hand. "Later," I whispered to him. Then I turned on Haley. "What the hell? You weren't supposed to burn me." Haley cocked an eyebrow at me. "It wasn't my fault. You heard what Madame Doya said. You must receive my fire willingly." "And you need to go to hell." I was 99% sure Haley had burned me on purpose. "If it's so easy, let's see how you do." I threw a fireball at her face. She threw up her hands to catch it, but ducked at the last second. The fireball whizzed by her head and smashed into the stone wall behind her. Haley pointed an ugly finger at me. "Madame Doya, she's provoking me." Doya strolled over to us, looking completely at peace with her hands behind her back. She was totally expecting this. "In case you weren't listening, the task requires you both to work together harmoniously. You cannot blame your partner for your failure as a team, just as a chiefess cannot blame the tribe for her mistakes. It's all or nothing, Miss West Phoenix, and you'll do best to remember that." Haley was fuming as Doya walked away. Like literally, smoke was rising out of her palms. I sighed and lowered my voice. "Can we agree to get along for 1 minute? Let's just prove to Doya we can do this." Haley glanced over to Ben and Tabitha, who already had the task down and were tossing a fireball back and forth like it was a baseball. "Fine," Haley gritted her teeth. "Try this." Haley threw her arms forward and blasted streams of fire so hot at me that it felt like I was sitting in the middle of a bonfire. Sweat broke out on my skin, even as I stumbled backward to avoid the flames. Esses clung tightly to me and quivered in fear. Hell no! Haley was not going to hurt me or my familiar. Time for some hair burning. I dropped all my walls, holding my emotions back, and let my anger bubble up inside of me. Clutching the totem beneath my shirt, I tried to connect to its power to strengthen my fire. Heat waves rippled across my skin, and my features contorted in pure rage. I thrust my hands out toward her. Power exploded out of my palms so strong that it knocked both me and Haley off our feet. I landed hard on my back and went skidding along the floor, while Haley slammed into the wall. My vision blurred for a moment. I felt disoriented, until sheer terror ripped through me when I realized I couldn't breathe. I gasped for breath. Esses must have been knocked off my shoulder because I heard his little paws scurry across the floor until he reached me. He placed his palm on my chest until a breath finally passed through my lungs. The whole room had gone silent, and everyone stared. Doya stomped over to us. "What is going on here?" Haley was on the ground shaking as Anwara flew to her side. "Sophia tried to kill me!" "I did not!" I shouted back. "This is the exact opposite of the task I gave you," Madame Doya snapped. "You two will learn how to work together. You will not be leaving this classroom until you do." "We'll starve to death," I thought, but held my tongue. Haley and I were forced to face each other again. Everyone turned back to their partners. "Let's start out small," I suggested. Haley shoved her hand out toward me. A small fireball the size of a golf ball floated in her open palm. "Here, take it." I could already feel that it was hot enough to burn me. "Let's back up even further." I reached out to touch her arm and she jumped away from me. "Relax," I said through gritted teeth. "I'm not going to hurt you. That's the whole idea." Haley let me touch her. I took a deep breath and called heat to the surface of my skin. She jumped away from me, though I'd barely felt a thing. "Ow!" Haley rubbed her arm. "What's your game, Henley?" Forget it. This was never going to work if Haley couldn't stop being a bitch. Nearly an hour passed, and we were still burning each other. Haley kept blaming me, but at least I was trying. She wasn't even pretending like she cared. We were nearing the end of class, and Haley and I were the only team left who hadn't managed to share our fire without hurting each other. "Clearly, this is never going to work," Haley said in a low voice. "Let's just tell Doya we did it and get out of here." "You mean lie?" I asked. Haley shrugged. "Do you want to be stuck here for the rest of the night or not?" Honestly, she had a point. At least we could agree on something. That was a step in the right direction, wasn't it? "Follow my lead." Haley took a step back. When Doya wasn't looking, she conjured a fireball in her hands and let out a shrill of glee. "Look, we did it!" I just stood there with a totally bored look on my face. Did she really think this was going to work? Doya came over to inspect our work. "Good. Now let's see Sophia sustain one of your fireballs." She totally knew we were lying, and she wanted to watch it blow up in our faces. The fact was, Haley was right. I didn't want to sit in this classroom with her another moment. But more than that, I never wanted to do this exercise with her again. If we didn't show Doya now that we could handle this assignment, we'd be partnered up for the rest of eternity until we proved ourselves to her. It was now or never. "Okay," I shrugged. I stared Haley directly in the eyes, hoping she could read my plea to just work with me on this one. I readied myself to catch her fireball. "I accept your fire willingly," I repeated in my mind. We could do this, as long as we set our pride aside. Haley tossed a fireball at me, and I caught it. The fire seared my hands, and pain shot up my arms, but I bit back a grimace and sustained the fire in my palms. "Esses will heal me," I told myself. It was the only thing keeping me from shooting the fireball straight back at Haley's face. It hurt like hell, like the very sun was burning in my palms. It seared through my skin so hot that it felt as if it had reached my tender muscles. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. Esses tugged on my hair, begging me to stop, but I barely felt him. Sweat broke out on my brow as I concentrated on holding out as long as I could. Finally, Doya tore her curious gaze from my hands. I breathed a sigh of relief and dropped my arms to my sides. They shook all the way up to my shoulders. The fireball went out. "I must say, you two have impressed me," Doya said. Haley gave a fist pump. The bitch actually thought we'd done it. Red-hot pain pulsed across my trembling hands, and I bit back tears. I looked down at them to see the skin was blistered and peeling off in places. I should have been rushed to the burn unit immediately. Doya followed my gaze, but I quickly shoved my hands behind my back. Doya's expression remained stoic. I couldn't read her at all, and didn't know if she'd seen my hands or not. "We'll be doing this exercise again," Doya said. "I suggest everyone practices outside of class. It will be part of your final grade." She turned and raised her voice. "Class dismissed." As soon as her eyes were no longer on me, I grabbed Essus off my shoulder. His soft fur eased some of the burning pain in my hands, and it helped to hide the burns from everyone. I could already feel his magic working on me as I headed back to my desk to grab my bag. There was a traffic jam by the door as everyone tried leaving at once. Haley pushed past people to get out sooner. "Would you let me through?" she snapped. "What is everyone's— Ow!" Haley tripped over someone else's feet and went tumbling through the doorway and into the hall. Anwara squawked and crashed into the ground beside her. "Haley!" Lindsay cried. She reached out to help Haley to her feet, while Miranda helped Anwara. "Get off of me, you whore!" Haley snapped as she got to her feet. Then she saw who was helping her and she relaxed. "Oh, it's you. I didn't mean that." Lindsay crossed her arms. "I don't buy it. You always say stuff like that." "Yeah, but not to you," Haley argued. Miranda frowned. "That's not true. You called Lindsay a bitch just this morning." By now, the traffic jam had thinned, but several people had stuck around to watch. Haley rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but I didn't mean it like that." "Then how did you mean it?" Lindsay challenged. "I meant it as a compliment." Haley elbowed Kelsey. "Tell her, Kelsey." Kelsey hesitated. "Yeah, she calls me a bitch all the time." "And you think that's a compliment?" Lindsay asked in disbelief. Kelsey gaped at her. I don't mind." "Well, I do," Lindsay said, taking a stand. I found myself smiling as I stood back and watched the confrontation. I glanced over to Vanessa, who was also watching with interest. "Fine, I won't call you that anymore," Haley huffed, like it was such a burden to take the word out of her vocabulary. "No, you know what? Call me a bitch all you want. I don't care anymore." Lindsay turned on her heel and stomped away. Medusa slithered closely at her feet. "Lindsay, come on!" Haley yelled. "You can't just leave." Lindsay whirled toward her. "I can, and I will, and I'm taking Miranda with me." Lindsay slipped an arm through Miranda's elbow. "I think Miranda can speak for herself," Haley growled. "She wouldn't—" "Fuck off, Haley," Miranda snapped, flipping her off as the two walked away. Haley's hands balled into fists, and she stomped her feet like a little child. She became so enraged that she let out an earth-shattering screech, and her hair went up in flames. Kelsey quickly tried to pat it out, but Haley swatted her away. "You know what? I don't care," Haley called after them. "I never wanted a dyke in my group anyway." Lindsay whirled around, looking like she was about to gouge Haley's eyes out. Doya cleared her throat from the doorway of her classroom, and the crowd quickly dispersed. "They started it!" Haley insisted, pointing to Miranda and Lindsay. Doya ignored them. She walked straight up to Haley instead and swatted her on the back of her flaming head. The flames quickly died down. "You've been in 2 fights in the last week," Doya snapped fiercely. "You're embarrassing your house. What would your mother think of you?" Haley gaped at her. "My office, now." Doya started dragging Haley in the opposite direction without a second glance back at us. I couldn't help but beam. Oh my God. I squealed along with Lindsay, Miranda, and Vanessa. We all went dead silent when Doya shot back a scowl. We quickly hurried off back toward the Coigny dorms. "That was insane," Vanessa said. Miranda took a deep breath and smiled so wide it looked like she had a spoon in her mouth. Ancestors. I've wanted to say that to Haley for years. I feel good. More than good. I feel great. Me too, Lindsay said excitedly. The only thing that would have made it better is if I actually set her hair on fire. Well, her hair was on fire, so that has to count for something, I said with a laugh. I'd give anything to see that fight go down again. It was amazing. Fuck off, Haley, Vanessa imitated Miranda proudly. Call me a bitch all you want, Miranda said, repeating Lindsay's words. Lindsay swayed her hips and snapped her fingers. That bitch ain't got nothing on me. Miranda skipped forward and twirled around in the middle of the hall. I feel so free. You should, Vanessa said. Being friends with Haley is like carrying around 100 pounds of rocks. I'm glad you guys dumped her. You know what this means? Miranda hopped up and down. Girls' night, Lindsay squealed, shooting her fist into the air. I couldn't stop laughing. That sounds amazing. Vanessa, can you stay? She grinned. Absolutely. I just have to let Bren know. Well, I'm going to go into town and pick up some wine coolers, Lindsay said. Anyone want to join me? I have a class in an hour, Vanessa said. I'll come, and we can stop by your apartment and let Bren know you're staying for a sleepover, Miranda offered. We'll even pick you up some clothes. Really? Vanessa pressed her hand to her heart, like she was truly touched by the gesture. You guys are so sweet. We'll meet back in the common room in a couple hours? Lindsay asked. We wouldn't miss it for the world, I said. Lindsay and Miranda headed for the Great Hall, while Vanessa and I continued toward the dorms. I still couldn't stop laughing. I wish someone would have recorded that, I joked as we entered the Coigny common room. It was completely deserted at this time of day. I could watch that on repeat all day. I'm so glad I was there. Vanessa plopped down onto one of the chairs in front of the farthest fireplace from the door. She looked exhausted. I would have offered to go back to my room, but Aisha was so big that she barely fit through the double doors anymore. She wouldn't make it into my bedroom without breaking the frame. I sat beside Vanessa and kept Esses closely wrapped in my arms. The pain had significantly diminished, but the burns had been really bad. It'd take longer to heal than normal. The pulse in my palms had dulled until my hands became numb, while Esses continued to heal me. Are you okay? I asked Vanessa curiously. You look a little drained. She sighed. I'm really fatigued lately, and just not feeling well in general. Why? I joked. Are you pregnant? Vanessa's cheeks turned bright pink. I gasped and sat straight up. Shut up! I was kidding. Are you serious? Vanessa tried to hold back a smile, but she couldn't. I am. I totally am. I shouldn't have been surprised, since she was married and all, but I went totally speechless. Vanessa was my age, 19. That was so young. And yet, I couldn't stop the wave of jealousy that hit me. I wanted what Vanessa had, a husband and a kid on the way. Her life was perfect. I couldn't stop images of Liam from invading my mind. We should be getting married. I quickly pushed the thoughts away. I'm only 6 weeks along, she said. Bren and I are waiting to tell everyone until our first ultrasound, to make sure the baby's healthy and all.
I'm the first person you told? I asked in shock. Besides Bren, yeah, she admitted. My jealousy waned, but it didn't completely melt away. I'm glad you told me. I'm happy for you. Is Bren going to be mad you spilled the beans? She shook her head. No, he knows we're friends. I'm just contemplating whether I should tell Miranda and Lindsay. I can't exactly drink tonight. I chuckled. I'll drink for the both of us. How does that sound? She laughed. Sounds great. Can we keep this between us for just a few more weeks? Of course, I told her. You know what the weirdest thing is about being pregnant? Vanessa asked. How much my boobs hurt. She poked at her breasts, and I bust a gut laughing. I'm serious, she laughed. No one tells you how soon everything changes. That's a good thing, I told her. Your boobs are going to get huge. She stared down at her cleavage. I know. I can't wait. So you'll be due... I started doing the math in my head and suddenly realized something. Oh my gosh! You'll be competing in the tournament when you're, 5 months along? Vanessa bit her lower lip. 19 weeks, she said with certainty, like she'd already counted it out. They'll let you wait until next year, won't they? I asked. She shook her head. No, they don't make exceptions. My jaw dropped. They can't let a pregnant woman participate? That was just cruel. She shrugged. They have before. I'm nervous, but it's the second trimester. At least it's not like I'll be giving birth in the middle of the tournament. I laughed, but I felt uneasy. If something happened to Vanessa or her baby during the tournament, the elders were going to have to answer to me. It'll be fine, she said, but she didn't sound convinced. As long as I make it to the end and my baby's okay, everything will be okay. I leveled her with a serious glare. Don't worry about winning. You finish that thing for your baby, no matter what. Vanessa and I talked for hours, so much that she lost track of time and missed her class. Miranda and Lindsay returned from Kinpago carrying endless bags of groceries. Miranda also had a huge pizza box in her hands. We thought of everything, Lindsay said as they dropped it all onto a study table behind us. Chips, dip, donuts, cookies, pizza, and booze. I hope no one's on a diet. Lindsay reached into one of the bags and pulled out a wine cooler. She popped the top off and took a sip. Who's ready to get started? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? It is 5 o'clock, I pointed out. Lindsay smacked her lips. Perfect. Across the common room, a group of first-year Coigny guys eyed us curiously. Whose room are we crashing? I asked. Actually, is it cool if we stay out here? Vanessa asked. I don't want to leave Aisha. Not with... Of course, Miranda quickly cut in. We wouldn't leave her out here on her own, would we? She tickled Aisha's nose, and Aisha licked her back. We resituated our area until our chairs were arranged in a circle and our snacks were piled on a table in front of us. We spoke in low voices and played with our fire for hours as people passed in and out of the common room. Almost no one stuck around since they were still on high alert. Haley and Kelsey passed through once and turned up their noses like they didn't see us. By 10 o'clock that night, we were completely alone. Darkness had settled over the night, leaving the only light coming from the burning fireplace next to us and a few dim lamps around the study tables. I reached into one of the bags and pulled out the coconut rum the girls had bought. Between the four of us, we'd only made it through 1 6-pack of wine coolers in the last 5 hours, and I knew for certain Esses had drank 2 on his own. I didn't even feel a buzz. Ooh, Miranda teased. Sophia's breaking out the booze. I think it's time to liven this party up, I said. Who wants a shot? Lindsay's hand shot in the air. Me. Since we didn't have any cups nearby, I took a swig straight from the bottle and handed it to Lindsay. It burned my throat, but left a sweet aftertaste.
Lindsay took a swig, then said, I think I know how to liven things up. How about a drinking game? Vanessa exchanged a quick glance with me. I leaned over to her and whispered, I'll drink for you, remember? Yes, Miranda said to Lindsay. What kind of game? Never have I ever, Lindsay suggested. Miranda hopped to her feet and squealed. I'll be right back. She ran off down the hall and returned less than a minute later carrying a pile of plastic cups and a jug of orange juice. She set them down in front of Lindsay. Pace yourself. Lindsay tossed her red hair over her shoulder. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lindsay started mixing drinks. No one noticed when I only poured orange juice into a cup and handed it to Vanessa. Esses tugged at my arm while I was pouring rum into mine, encouraging me to add more. I filled the cup half full of rum and handed it to him. He looked positively pleased. I mixed a much weaker drink for myself. Lindsay leaned her head against Medusa, who was draped over the back of her chair. Here's how it works. We go around and say something we've never done. If you have done it, you drink. Easy, right? We all know how it works, Vanessa teased. The question is there anything you haven't done? Lindsay's jaw dropped jokingly. Of course, I haven't. Miranda leaned over and whispered something in her ear. I haven't been skydiving, Lindsay said, like that proved something. I glanced around the circle, but nobody drank. Lame, I snickered. Lindsay raised an eyebrow. If it's so easy, you think of something. I raised my knees to my chest and pretended to hide behind them. I don't want to go. I need time to think. Lindsay turned to Miranda. Okay, you go. Miranda thought about it for a moment, then said, Never have I ever driven a car. She looked directly at me. I took a drink. Not fair. That was totally an attack. You guys don't have cars in Kinpago. Vanessa shrugged. Anything's fair game. I sat up straighter. Fine. In that case, never have I ever driven a carriage. The three of them went silent as they took a sip. Okay, Lindsay said. We need to set some ground rules. No targeting other people. Fine, Miranda mumbled. Fair enough, Vanessa said. I guess that makes it my turn. Never have I ever watched Star Wars. Boo, I shouted, tossing a potato chip at her face. Don't kill me, she begged. The rest of us drank. Never have I ever, Miranda started. Hey, Lindsay stopped her. It's my turn. It should go around in a circle, Miranda argued, gesturing to the circle. My bad, I laughed. It's all your fault, Sophia, Lindsay teased. Ha ha, I replied dryly. Screw you. Lindsay wiggled her eyebrows. Careful what you wish for. My demeanor quickly changed, and I became serious. Okay, so I have to ask. That thing about you that Haley said earlier, was it true? What thing? Lindsay shoved a chip in her mouth, like Haley hadn't bothered her at all. I hesitated. When she called you a D-word? Lindsay smirked. Are you trying to ask if I'm a lesbian, Sophia? My cheeks turned bright red. Yeah. So ask me, Lindsay shrugged. I don't care. Are you a lesbian? I don't mean any offense, I added. One of my best friends is gay. I was just curious. Lindsay smiled. Yeah, Sophia, and I'm proud of it. I shrugged. Okay, cool. Speaking of which, Lindsay said, I have a good one. Never have I ever been with a guy. Vanessa and Miranda both drank, but I didn't move an inch. Shut up, Sophia, Miranda said. You've never been with a guy before? I looked down to my drink.
Memories of Liam invaded my mind. I didn't want to think of that. It depends on what you mean by been with. I mean, I've done stuff, but I've never gone that far. Vanessa leaned forward. What kind of stuff? I shrugged. You know, everything but sex. Fooling around counts, Miranda insisted. No, it doesn't, I argued. Lindsay straightened in her chair. Let's make it easy. Have you ever had a dick inside any orifice of your body? I was suddenly back in the library with Liam. My gut twisted with emotions I couldn't identify. They were both good and bad. Yes, I admitted. Then you have to drink, Lindsay said. Drink, 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 Vanessa started chanting, and Miranda quickly joined in. Even Esses started pounding his fists on the table to the rhythm. I sighed and threw my head back, chugging several gulps until the chanting stopped. The girls laughed and high-fived each other. Miranda's eyes brightened. So, who was it? Anyone we know? The blood drained from my face. No way could I tell them it was Liam. No, I lied. It was a guy back in Utah. You're brave, Lindsay said. I saw a dick once and was like, get that thing away from me. We all chuckled. Lindsay took another sip of her drink, even though no one had said anything. The real question is, which of you have ever been with a girl? We all glanced between each other, but nobody spoke. I would, Miranda finally said. I just never have. You would? Miranda? Lindsay swatted at her arm. You never told me you were bi? Miranda blushed. I don't know that I am. I'm just saying I'm not taking that option off the table. Guys are so... what's the word I'm looking for? Controlling, manipulative, assholes? Take your pick, Lindsay offered. Hey, Vanessa snapped playfully. Not all guys are like that. No, you're right, Lindsay agreed. Bren is great. You bet your ass he is, Vanessa chuckled. So, you're not even, curious about girls? Miranda asked her. You see this? Vanessa held up her wedding ring. I'm faithful to my man. Doesn't mean you can't look at the menu, I teased. Do you look at the menu, Sophia? Lindsay asked. I eyed Lindsay up and down. She was really pretty, with long red hair and freckles across her nose. She had bright red lips, soft eyes, and was all around worthy of a modeling career. She had the same build as me, but her breasts were at least a cup size bigger. She caught my eyes on her chest. You do! I bit my lower lip. I danced with a stripper once. And you liked it, Miranda accused. An involuntary grin spread across my face. Maybe? Ooh, Lindsay sang. When did you realize you were bi? What? I asked in disbelief. I'm not bisexual. I looked to Vanessa for help, but she just said, I don't know, Sophia. It kind of sounds like you are. I gaped at the three of them. No, I like dick. You can like dick and boobs, Miranda pointed out. Slowly, the gears started to turn in my head. I did like watching the strippers at the strip club. And I did always kind of have a girl crush on Angelina Jolie. But that didn't make me bi, did it? It's okay, Sophia, Lindsay said kindly. You don't have to admit it right now. Just think about it. I don't know, I said in thought. Maybe I am. I think I would have to be with a girl to be sure, you know? So kiss Lindsay, Miranda joked. I dare you. The suggestion took me off guard. But when I looked to Lindsay, she wasn't laughing like it was absurd. She was blushing. I found myself actually wanting to do it. if Lindsay was okay with it. Lindsay shrugged. I mean, I don't mind. My heart was pounding so fast that I felt a little lightheaded. Was this seriously happening? Vanessa nudged me. Before I could question it too much, I set my drink on the table and stood up. Okay, purely for research purposes. Lindsay got to her feet and wrapped her hands around my waist. Her body pressed into mine, and all I could think of was her breasts touching me. Heat pooled between my thighs. What am I doing? I screamed in my mind. I hadn't even drank that much, which meant I wasn't just doing this because I was drunk, like I had with the stripper. I actually wanted this. I wanted to be with a girl. It'd be so much different than Liam. Maybe even better. I closed the distance between Lindsay and me. Our lips connected, and a burning desire built up inside my chest. My hand came up to cradle the back of her neck as I deepened the kiss. Lindsay reached her hands around me tighter and kissed me over and over again. She was so soft. When she drew away, I was breathless and in serious need of a new pair of panties. I was vaguely aware of the others clapping. Esses briefly looked at me wide-eyed and shocked, then joined in on the applause. Okay, I breathed. I think it's safe to say that I'm definitely bi. Lindsay wiped at her lips and took her seat again. I'm glad I could help. For the rest of the night, I found it difficult to take my eyes off her. My gaze roamed up and down her body, wondering what it would be like to not just kiss her, but to be with her. There was definitely some chemistry between us. I'd felt it in that kiss. I just knew I'd never be able to bring myself to make a move. Besides, what would Liam think? And even then, why did I care? We stayed up talking and laughing until at least 1 a.m. Eventually, Miranda and Vanessa started nodding off. Should we call it a night? Lindsay suggested. She was still wide awake. I stood and started helping her clean up. Miranda dragged herself to her feet. You can stay in my room, Vanessa. I've got a balcony outside Aisha can sleep on. Quit bragging, I teased. I don't have a balcony. Miranda laughed. Only special students get one. Don't listen to her, Lindsay said. I don't have a balcony either. Esses, come on, buddy. I poked him from where he slept on the coffee table. He was so full of junk food that he was as round as a ball. His fur stood up in all directions. He pushed himself to his feet and swayed a bit. Miranda and Vanessa left, leaving Lindsay and me alone. We finished cleaning up, then I collapsed back down in my chair. Can't move, I said. The truth was, I wasn't very tired. I just didn't want the night to end. You can make it, Lindsay teased, kicking at my feet to get me to move. Ugh, I groaned. My room's all the way at the end of the hall. Lindsay reached her hand out to me, then whispered, So, stay in mine. My heart was immediately tapping out a quick rhythm against my ribcage again. Was Lindsay suggesting what I thought she was suggesting? I stared up at her, unable to find my words. I wanted to say yes and no at the same time. On the one hand, there was Liam, and it'd feel like cheating on him. And on the other, no, screw that! Why would it be like cheating on Liam? We weren't even together anymore. What was I even worried about? I was free to fly solo. That was what he wanted, wasn't it? Okay, I said breathlessly. Lindsay took my hand and led me down the hall to her room, our familiars trailing behind us. Her arms were full of leftovers, so I opened the door for her. It was dark inside, lit only by the light of the moon coming through her window.
Her room was bigger than mine and set up differently, with the fireplace and bed on opposite walls and the bathroom in a different spot. The decor was the same, with red curtains and sheets and a gold bed frame. She had a small kitchenette in the far corner of the room, with a countertop dividing it from the rest of the space. Lindsay headed across the room to set her stuff down on the chair. When she wasn't looking, I ushered Essus and Medusa into the kitchen to give Lindsay and me a little privacy. I shut the door slowly, holding my breath. I turned around to see Lindsay taking her shoes off and pulling her shirt up over her head. She had a camisole underneath, but it was low cut, so I could see the shape of her breasts poking up out of her push-up bra. I quivered in anticipation. Was I really going to go through with this? Lindsay didn't say anything as she stepped toward me and took my hand. She cupped the side of my face and brought my lips to hers. All over again, the heat overtook me. Hell yeah, I was doing this. Lindsay guided me down onto the bed. She took control and straddled her body over mine, kissing me over and over. I didn't know what to do with my hands, so I settled them on her hips. Her cami rose up, and my fingers touched her bare skin. That alone was enough to turn me on. There was something about a girl's body that was even more thrilling than a man's. Women were softer, gentler, but sensual in a way a man could never achieve, even though Liam had definitely been— Nope. I shot the thought down before it completely formed. I wasn't thinking about Liam tonight. Instead, I focused on Lindsay. She smelled amazing. Lindsay's hands roamed my sides, then down to my ass. I took it as an invitation to do the same to her. Damn it, Lindsay was sexy. How had I never noticed how hot girls were, or at least never admitted it to myself? You're so pretty, Sophia, Lindsay said as she pulled away from me. I smiled. You too. No, she whispered. I mean, like, really, really pretty. I think you're really, really pretty too. I hope this doesn't freak you out, but I've had a bit of a crush on you for a long time, she admitted. I shook my head. That doesn't freak me out at all. I'm actually kind of flattered. You should be. She placed another gentle kiss on my lips, then pulled away again. You seem kind of tense. You don't have to be nervous. I told you, I've never been with a girl. This is all so new to me. Just relax and go with it, she told me. And if you ever feel uncomfortable, you can tell me. You know that, right? I nodded, but so far nothing she'd done had made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't think she could make me feel uncomfortable. I'll let you know, I promised. Before we get into it, you should tell me how far you want to take things, she suggested. I wrapped my arms around her neck and pulled her closer to me. My heart hammered just thinking about the words I was about to say. I want you to show me what it's like to be with a girl, Lindsay. I want to know everything. Lindsay's eyebrows shot up. Everything? I nodded. Everything. That's going to take more than one night, Sophia. I shrugged. I'm not going anywhere. Lindsay grinned. This is going to be fun. The next morning, I rolled over to find the bed beside me empty. Something crinkled beneath me. I had to head to class and didn't want to wake you. Stay as long as you want. Lindsay. I smiled, then checked my watch. 8:10. Crap! I shouted. Essus hurried out of the kitchen to check on me. Lindsay had obviously opened the door to let Medusa out and left it that way. Well, I guess I'm skipping Hawkeye Legends today, I told him. Essus scowled up at me. What? I asked innocently. Essus puffed his chest out and ran his paws over his bust, then turned his back to me. He crossed his arms over his body and moved his head around like he was imitating a couple making out.
He turned back around and made gagging sounds. "Who are you to judge?" I snapped at him. Esses continued like he hadn't heard me. This time, he puffed up the fur on his shoulders and slapped his chest like a gorilla, then turned around and made the same make-out gesture. When he faced me again, he trilled and threw his hands in the air like he was celebrating. I shook my head at him. "Buddy, I have no idea what you mean." He sighed and started the whole charade over again. "Okay, I'll play along," I said. "You think it's gross I spent the night with a girl?" He shook his head and started again. This time, when he puffed his chest out, he sucked in his stomach and batted his eyelashes. "You're a girl?" I guessed. He nodded, then pointed to the red sheets I lay beneath. "Sheet?" He shook his head. "Red?" I asked. He pointed at me and nodded, then pulled his ears down around his face. "Red hair? You're talking about Lindsay." Esses nodded and made the gagging sounds again, then started pounding on his chest. "Okay, now you're imitating a gorilla?" He shook his head. I sighed. "Putty, I don't get it. A man?" He nodded. "Oh, I see." The offense was clear in my tone. "You don't like it that I'm with Lindsay. You want me to take Liam back." He hopped up on the bed and nodded eagerly. "Newsflash, Liam doesn't want me back," I growled. "He's the one who broke up with me. I need to get on with my life." I stood and started pulling my clothes on, but Esses' little display was still going through my mind. "You know what?" I snapped. Esses frowned. I suddenly didn't know what to say. I softened my tone. "Never mind. Let's get ready for class." I headed back to my dorm room to shower and put on a set of clean clothes. By the time I was ready, it was almost 9 o'clock. "Shoot, we have to hurry." Esses climbed on my backpack and held tightly to my ponytail as I raced down the halls to History of the Hawkeye. I entered the room just as Bane was telling everyone to settle down. I slid into my desk next to Imogen and Sassy and tried to catch my breath. "Where were you?" Imogen leaned over and hissed. "I almost thought you wouldn't make it. I was worried." "I'm fine," I whispered back. "Just slept in late." Imogen frowned. "Sophia, you never—" "I'll tell you about it after class," I promised. "Ooh, the suspense." Imogen rubbed her hands together mischievously. "Miss Henley, Miss Anild." Bane looked at us with a pointed expression. "Something you'd like to share with the class?" "No," I said quickly. "Then I suggest you pay attention." He turned back to his lesson, and Imogen and I went silent. Bane talked about how Arthur Cedric had gifted the Hawkeye this castle for the Academy. Almost no one paid attention, since we'd all heard the story before. When class ended, Imogen practically dragged me down the hall. We stopped in a secluded corner between a big window and a suit of armor. "Spill it," she demanded. "I can tell by your face it's something good. Did you and Liam—" "Oh, God," I groaned. "Does everything have to be about Liam?" "No, it was actually a Coigny." Imogen's jaw dropped, and she stomped her heels excitedly. "You did what with a Coigny?" I blushed so hard I thought flames might come shooting out my nose. "Made out a little. Okay, a lot." Imogen squealed, then quickly glanced around the hall to make sure no one heard. "Who was it? Any guy I know? Was it Ben?" "Shh," I hissed. "No, it wasn't any guy you know." Imogen's eyes widened to the size of saucers. "You didn't, Sophia!" I bit my lower lip. "I did." Imogen beamed. "I didn't know you swung both ways. I mean, you looked pretty comfortable on the stage with that stripper, but—" "I didn't know either." I grabbed her hand and pulled her farther behind the statue. Esses and Sassy squeezed in beside us. "But I kind of liked it. It was good to have a change of pace." "Good," she said. "I'm happy for you. So, who was it? I chuckled. You're always so curious. It was Lindsay. Ooh, I like Lindsay. One of the few Coigny I do like. I punched her lightly in the shoulder. You like me, don't you? Ow, of course. I said one of them. I stepped out from behind the statue, and Imogen and I fell into step beside each other. I missed you, Em. I wished we lived in the same dorms so we could spend more time together during this lockdown. Just as I said it, 2 task force guys walked past. They wore all black and helmets that covered their faces. Each one carried a big gun, like they were preparing for a terrorist attack or something. It made me uneasy, to say the least. Imogen noticed me staring at the guns. They're tranquilizer guns filled with noxite. What's noxite? I asked. It's an enchanted metallic substance that can inhibit your powers, she explained. A shiver ran down my spine thinking about it. I didn't like that the Elementi had weapons to use against each other. Where are their familiars? I asked. The task force has 2 separate units, one for Elementi and one for familiars, she explained. That way, if there's a dangerous situation, the task force members will be focused on getting the job done instead of protecting their bonded partner. That was disturbing, but I shook it off. What was it you wanted to tell me, by the way? Imogen dropped her gaze to her feet. Oh, it's just a theory. I'm not sure it means anything. Come on, Im, I encouraged. You can tell me anything. She sighed. I think our whole system for finding this prophecy piece is wrong. Tawakwa are all about tradition. They're the ones writing down our history as it happens. Navita, we're different. We're scholars, but we thrive on creativity. We don't just record history, we experience it, and we leave those experiences behind for our children. I don't get it, I said. I tried to put myself in the shoes of my Navita ancestors, Imogen continued. The Navita elders would never keep this to themselves. We know that'd be stupid because the prophecy could die with us if the elders were ever challenged. If it were me, I'd make it a puzzle, one that only a Navita could solve. I slowed my step. So we have to solve a puzzle to get a piece of another puzzle? Exactly. Imogen beamed. It makes so much sense. If we can't talk about it or read about it, we have to find it from another source. That's exactly what a Navita would do. They'd leave clues so that their children could find the pieces. Do you know where to start with this puzzle? I asked. Imogen bit her lower lip. No, but at least we can stop wasting our time with history books and old scrolls. I think we need to look at Navita songs and puzzles for clues. That's a good idea, Im, I told her. But how can I help? I'm still working on some stuff by myself, but let's get together on Thursday afternoon, she suggested. Okay. Imogen quickly checked her watch. Shoot, I'm going to be late for cryptozoology. Do you want me to walk you? I asked. Nah, it's just down this hall. She started walking in another direction, and Sassy followed. See you soon. Be safe. Bye, Em, I waved. Essus and I started toward the dorms so we could get in some studying before Intro to Child Development. As we were passing a seated area, I heard a group of Navita whispering. I slowed down to eavesdrop. Are you kidding me? Angelina and Sam are sick, along with their familiars? I gasped. I knew Sam. He had an alicorn familiar named Zarya, and he often played ping pong with Cade in the Commons. Yeah, another whispered. I guess they visited Kinpago over the weekend and their familiars caught it there or something. They're all in quarantine. This thing is spreading too fast, a girl said. At this rate, the entire town is going to be ill within a month. It won't be that fast, a guy argued. It's exponential, the girl said. I can run the numbers for you. The fact is, if we don't find a cure for this plague fast, we'll have a full-fledged epidemic on our hands.
That is, if there are any familiars left to get sick, someone added. More and more are disappearing every day.
I scooped Esses up and held him tight as I hurried back to the dorms. I knocked on Lindsay's door, but she wasn't around. I hope she's okay, I said to Esses. She and Medusa had been in Kinpago yesterday. I hoped they hadn't caught anything. Esses pointed to his chest proudly. His message was clear. Even if they were sick, he could help them. I hoped. We'll check on them as soon as they get back from class. I visited Lindsay that night, and she and Medusa both looked fine. I stayed in her room for a while, just to talk. It became our routine over the next few days, though it turned into more than just talking the following nights. When I woke Friday morning, the sun was just rising and cast a beautiful pink glow across my room. I stretched, feeling well-rested. Okay, buddy, who's up for Elementi explorations? I sat up and glanced around the room. It was eerily silent. Esses? I stood and peeked under my bed, then checked the bathroom. Esses? No response. Sheer terror whipped through me. My voice became high-pitched and squeaky as I threw the bedding to the floor to see if he'd gotten tangled in the sheets. Esses, this isn't funny! Where are you? I flung my door open and ran out into the hall in my pajamas. My whole body trembled. Esses! I screamed. Several doors opened and people peeked out at me. I ran out into the common room and looked under the sofas, behind the tapestries, anywhere he might fit. A few people in the common room gave me strange looks as I frantically searched the area. I'd never felt so terrified in my life. As people started to realize what was happening, they came to my aid. People I didn't even know. The common room buzzed as Coigny came out of their dorms and started looking for Esses. I hurried out into the main hallway and ran from statue to statue. I peeked inside suits of armor, since I knew he liked shiny things and could fit inside one of them. But I never saw anything. I never heard the trill of his voice. Reality came crashing down on me all at once. My knees buckled beneath me, and I fell to the ground as my shoulders shook in horrified sobs. I clutched my stomach. Familiars were going missing, and now mine was gone too. It was possible I'd never see him again. He'd been taken. Esses! I wailed. My voice echoed off the stone walls of the castle. He was my life, my soul, my everything. And he was gone.
Chapter 9. I was on my way to Hawkeye leadership when I heard the sounds of devastated sobs coming from the commons. It was still early in the morning, 7:30 or so, and whoever was crying was screaming too, making wailing sounds that tore out the center of my chest. It sounded like Sophia. I fucking ran. I about knocked people over on my way into the commons. I had to get to her. Her screams of horror made me have an immediate response to fix everything and make it better. My worst fears came true. It was her. Sophia was in the middle of the room and she was bawling. She was still wearing her pajamas. Imogen was there and she had an arm around Sophia's shoulder and was holding her tightly. Lindsay was by Sophia's side and was stroking her hair gently, as if trying to get her to calm down, while Medusa wove around their legs. There were a ton of familiars and elementi in here, milling around Sophia and asking if she was all right. My eyes scanned the room for Esses, but I didn't see him. I immediately knew what was wrong, and my heart dropped. "Liam," Sophia stuttered as I approached. She hiccuped and said, "Sis is gone. Someone took him." I could barely make out the words that were coming out of her mouth. She was more upset than I'd ever seen her. "Soph, where'd you last see him?" Sophia let out some more garbled nonsense before she started crying even harder. It was hard to watch. "Come on, Pawi, you gotta talk to me," I said desperately. "He went to sleep in her room, and when she woke up, he was gone," Lindsay told me quickly. We've looked all around the Coigny dorms, but he vanished without a trace." Imogen gave me a helpless look. Sassy's tail drooped and her ears were back. She let out a few low sounds of sadness. Sophia sniffled. What if he's dead?" "He's not dead, Soph. You'd know," I told her. "Trust me." Her lip trembled. Every part of her was shaking. She looked totally helpless. I put my hands on Sophia's shoulders. "We're going to find him, okay? I promise. We'll get him back." She nodded frantically, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Imogen made Sophia sit on the couch, and she put her head in her hands. She was useless right now. She couldn't even talk. That meant it was up to the rest of us to locate where Esses had gone, but none of the other familiars had returned since they'd been missing. If he really had been taken, he was probably long gone. Fuck that. I wasn't going to let this happen to her. I was going to miss class, but I didn't care. I'd fail the semester if it meant helping Sophia find Esses. "I'll be right back," I promised them. I dropped my bag in the commons and left it. "Take Sassy," Imogen said. Imogen motioned for Sassy to follow me, and the fox trotted at my heels with her ears up. I walked toward the Coigny dorms, figuring that was just as good a place as any to start. I noticed my brother walking around, seeming worried. "Esses," Ezra called. He was literally roaming the halls, calling for him. Diami flew overhead near the ceiling, peeking behind statues and places too high for most people to reach. Vanessa was nearby with Aisha too, and the two of them looked behind shelves and wardrobes in their search. Cade and Arabelle were just down the hall, looking high and low. "Any sign of him?" I asked them as I passed. Ez shook his head. "Nope, it's like he completely disappeared." Vanessa seemed terrified. "He was in the Coigny dorms last night. Someone must have snuck in and taken him." Vanessa shivered and reached out to bring Aisha's head against hers, nuzzling into it. "I'm glad that I don't live on campus anymore. I couldn't bear to lose you, girl." Aisha let out a low sound. She seemed sad that her friend was missing. "We're checking around the commons," Ezra said. "Do you think you can cover the west side of the castle?" "Sounds like a plan." I left them behind to go the other way while I proceeded toward the Coigny dorms. I passed by an open window and noticed that outside, Jonah was flying overhead from Squeaks's back. Squeaks gave a couple of loud cries. She paused, waiting for an answer. When Esses didn't reply, she swished her tail and tried again. They were looking through the gardens. On the way, I passed groups of students calling out Esses's name. There were a lot of people looking for Esses, of all houses. It didn't matter that she was Coigny. This had become a big enough problem and scary enough to people that it wasn't an isolated incident anymore. The fact that he was gone from the Coigny dorms was frightening enough that everyone felt like their familiars were in danger too and wanted to help. Task force members marched in uniform throughout the halls. I kept my head down and tried to ignore them. I didn't want to get the police involved unless we absolutely had to, but if we didn't find Esses soon... I tried to think of all the places a Kerbal could be concealed, and it was a long list. It didn't help that he was so small. It was hard to hide big familiars, but Esses could literally fit in the palm of your hand. If someone shoved him into a coat pocket, they could walk off with him without making a scene. There were a million places you could keep a familiar his size. The fiery doors of the Coigny living spaces came into view. I knew I couldn't head into the Coigny dorms, but that was useless to do anyway since they'd already been cleared. I'd have to start my search from the outside and assume whoever had taken him had gone through the Coigny exit to do so. I stopped outside the doors. I had to think. The Coigny dorms were on the second level on the west side of the castle. There were multiple places of exit around this particular section of the castle, but you'd either need a flying familiar or you'd have to reach the ground floor to escape. Or you'd need to be a Yapluma to fly down. Not even a Navita could make roots extend this high up in order to climb out a window, and a Tawakwa wouldn't have enough water to get them up this high. I thought about the possibility of the thief being a coigne, as they could easily get in and out of these dorms, but that didn't account for the familiars that had vanished from other dorms, too. Yet he'd been taken at some point during the night, and most of those exits were locked, and the ones that weren't were heavily guarded by task force security. It was still early, and the task force was marching around like crazy. I bet if Esses really had been stolen, the thieves were still in the castle, and they were waiting for when the school would be more crowded so they could disappear into the masses without being seen. Still, this place was huge. There was no end to the amount of places someone could hide. Sassy was doing something weird. She was pawing at the floor, making yipping sounds and trying to get my attention. "What is it, girl? Did you get his scent?" I asked. Sassy yipped again and rose on her back legs to do a dance. I took that as a positive answer. "Okay, let's follow it." Sassy kept her nose to the floor and led the way. She ran down the long hallway to the other side of the castle. I had to jog to keep up with her. Eventually, she stopped at a staircase that led to the southernmost tower at the end of the castle. She climbed the stairs, and I followed her, going up to the 3rd floor. Once we got there, Sassy stopped abruptly. She spun in a circle, then laid down and put her paws over her ears, scratching at them and looking confused. Looked like Sassy had lost the trail. I figured it would happen eventually. Some of the stolen familiars could be tracked for a while until the scent went cold. "Don't get frustrated. We're closer than we were before," I told her. She huffed at me. I turned in place, feeling lost. There were tons of staircases in this corner of the castle, all leading downward. Esses could have been taken anywhere. But Sassy seemed to be sure that the trail went up. There was only one way to climb any higher, and that was by entering the southernmost tower. There were 4 towers at Orenda Academy. The other 3 towers were used for classes, but the southern one was abandoned. It was closed off to students and teachers both, and had been for years. I didn't know why. Professors said that it was unsafe and needed to be rebuilt. It was dangerous. Climbing it meant risking that something would tumble on you or that part of the tower would collapse and you'd fall to your death. It seemed like the perfect place for a thief to hide. I decided to follow my intuition. The door to the tower was locked. I slid against it and pretended to act casual as a task force group walked by. Sassy sat against my legs, playing the part. Once they were gone, I looked around to make sure no one else was watching. Then I took some water from the air and sent it inside the lock that sealed the door. I froze the water and heard the sound of the lock breaking, though the doorknob remained secure. I opened the door and hurried Sassy inside before shutting it behind us. It was super dark in here, only illuminated by the windows that were spaced out every now and then. I started climbing, keeping an eye on the steps beneath me in case one of them decided to give way. I kept a ball of water floating in my hand to defend myself if someone decided to jump out at me. As I climbed, I noticed something. This was weird. This tower didn't seem broken or unsafe at all. It looked just like the one I took almost every day to Hawkeye Home Ec. As an experiment, I jumped up and down on the steps and pushed against the wall. Nothing happened. So the teachers were lying, or didn't know the real truth. This tower was fine structurally. It was just hiding a big secret. I looked down and caught a flash of something white, a small tuft of pale fur clinging to one of the steps. I picked it up. It felt a lot like Esses's fur. Sassy sniffed at it and yipped. I rubbed her ears and pocketed the fur. Yeah, that's his all right. We were getting closer. Maybe when we found Esses, we'd find all the other stolen familiars too. At the top of the tower, I got to a door. I wanted to rush inside, but had to wait by resting on one of the steps and catching my breath. If I needed to fight someone, I had to recover some of my strength. Sassy put a paw on my knee and looked at me. I stroked the fur on her back. I'm good, Sassy. Just need a minute. Esses hadn't visited me in a few days, and I could tell I needed another treatment soon. I felt really exhausted. If the little furball was really gone, that meant I'd be screwed too. I'd die without his healing magic. I was going to kick the shit out of whoever had taken him. Eventually, I stood back up. I tried the door, but it was jammed. There wasn't a lock on it, which meant that something was behind it, barricading the way through. I stepped back to examine it. There was a jagged hole at the bottom of the door that was just big enough for a Kerbal to fit into, and Sassy was pawing at it, whimpering. I tried freezing the hinges and doorknob, and although they both fell off, the door stood in place. "Well, gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way," I said. I took a few steps back, then rammed myself against the door. Pain exploded against my shoulder when I made contact, but the door splintered and gave way. I kicked aside a few shattered wooden planks and cleared a way through. Looked like someone had barricaded the door with old wood and nails on the other side. Sassy scrambled through the mess. Once I got inside, I realized I was in a big open area. My mouth dropped open as I observed the room around me. A large window in the tower's ceiling cast sunlight into the space around me. Everything was decorated in various shades of white, though it looked darker due to all the dust collected around the space. There were tall bookshelves lined with ancient tomes, along with decorative pieces and artifacts of the tribe. Armchairs and couches were gathered around an empty fireplace, and threadbare rugs were placed carelessly around the room. Empty incense holders and crystals that had long lost their magic laid discarded all over the floor. It hit me what it was. This was a dormitory. It looked really similar to mine. It took another minute to realize what dormitory it was. The Anachi dorms. It had to be. This is where they were located. No wonder they were locked off. I bet the elders had sealed them off years ago and everyone had forgotten about them, believing the lie that the tower itself was unsafe. I was probably the first person in here in a few decades. I heard a chattering sound. There Esses was, sitting on a table and looking completely unbothered. He waved when he saw me. "You little bastard!" I exploded. I stomped toward him. His eyes grew big and he meeped. He turned tail and ran toward a wardrobe. He squeezed himself into it to where I couldn't reach. Sassy went crazy at my feet and started yipping like nuts. "Come here," I demanded. I reached for him and pressed against the wardrobe where he'd run to the back in a scramble to get away from me. When I grazed his fur, he bit me and drew blood. "Ouch!" I cradled my bleeding hand. "You're healing that." Esses stuck out his lip. He started shaking his fists at me like he wanted to box. I rolled my eyes. "That's a fight you're going to lose, pal. Let's go. Sophia is waiting for us." Esses shook his head. He pointed at the ground, then crossed his arms, not wanting to leave. "If you think I'm bringing Sophia up here, you've got another thing coming," I said sternly. "We can show this to her later. She couldn't even make the climb right now. Do you know how worried she is?" Esses looked guilty. His eyes got big and he mashed his little paws together in a nervous way. He looked sorry. "She's been crying her eyes out. She thinks you're gone forever," I said harshly. "Why would you think of taking off like that when familiars are going missing? Bad, Esses." Esses's eyes watered, but he didn't move. He made a begging sound and hopped up and down, pointing to the room around us. I sighed. "Obviously, you really want me to show her this place, but it's not happening until later. I promise I'll bring her here tonight, but you need to come back right now." I extended my hand into the wardrobe again. Esses looked down, mumbled something, and kicked the dust at his feet. Then he squeezed out of the area he'd stuck himself in and tumbled into my hand. I brought him out and cradled him against my chest in my bleeding hand. Esses put his hands on it and the little bite mark went away, along with some of my fatigue. Sassy looked cross. She hissed when Esses looked at her. Esses shook his little fist at her and said something that was probably really offensive, because Sassy snarled and jumped upward with her mouth open. I turned away and hugged Esses to my chest. "You two can go at it later. We need to get back to Sophia." I kicked aside the debris that was blocking the way of the door and began the winding descent down to the 3rd floor. I jostled Esses. "Hey, do you know where the other familiars have gotten off to?" Esses shook his head. That was disappointing. Esses didn't know where the missing familiars had gone. He hadn't been taken. He'd wandered off on his own. Did the other familiars do so as well? When we entered the commons, people gasped when they saw me holding Esses. Jonah was back with Squeaks, and both of them were standing next to Imogen and Sophia, creating a semicircle. Sophia's head jerked up, and an expression of relief passed over her face when she saw that Esses was safe and sound. "Esses!" Sophia shouted. She ran toward me. I put Esses into her arms, and Sophia squeezed him tightly. She kissed his head over and sobbed as she stroked his fur. "Thank the ancestors. I thought someone had hurt you." I was relieved. I couldn't watch Sophia lose her familiar. It would have been too much for me to bear. I'd have to teach her how to get along without Esses, like I did with Neshoma. Though I wondered, if Esses wanted Sophia to find the Anachi dorms, why hadn't he just shown her where they were instead of running off? Esses put his arms against Sophia and leaned into her. He looked back and gave me a wink before he put his head onto her chest. Oh, that's why. He had a plan for me to look like the hero. He knew that I'd go looking for him and wanted me to be the one to bring him back to Sophia. That little shit. He needed to stop interfering. "Who took him?" Jonah asked as he approached. Squeaks observed Esses with a curious look. Esses ignored her. "Nobody did," I said, making sure to elevate my voice so the crowd around us could hear. "He went off by himself." People seemed disappointed by the answer. They'd thought Esses had been taken like all the others and that there was some sort of advancement in the case. They slowly filtered away. I think I caught a few resentful looks cast back at Sophia as students walked by. "Where did you find him?" Imogen marveled. I leaned in and dropped my voice so only the 3 of them could hear. "I'll tell you later. Right now I should probably get to class. I promise I'll explain everything tonight. When people ask you, make up a story that he was in the gardens or something." Jonah and Imogen looked confused, but Sophia was so grateful she nodded and didn't ask questions. She said, "Sure, we'll wait for you in the dining hall at dinner." "Meet you then." I headed off. I wasn't sure if the team would believe me if I told them face to face what I'd found, so I'd have to show them. That night, I waited for Sophia, Imogen, and Jonah outside of the dining hall. It was around 6 o'clock when I noticed the 3 of them walking toward me from inside the cafeteria. When I caught sight of Esses, I nearly died laughing. Sophia had put him in some sort of red harness that ended in a backpack and was connected to a long leash that Sophia had in her hand. Esses yanked at it, trying to get it off, but he couldn't figure out the snaps. It looked like a child's leash, you know, the kind people put their toddlers in to prevent them from running away. "Leashes are cruel for familiars, Sophia," Imogen said. "Almost as bad as cages." "That's what he gets," Sophia said. "I'll take it off when he promises not to do that to me ever again." Esses crossed his arms and looked grumpy. Squeaks and Sassy were holding back hisses of delight at the sight of him on the leash. "What did you want to show us?" Imogen asked. I motioned for them to follow, and we began climbing staircases up to the 3rd floor. Sophia put Esses on her shoulder so he wouldn't have to waddle after us in the leash. We got to the southern tower. I pointed at it. "It's up here." I opened the door. Thankfully, most everyone was in the dining hall at this time of day, but there were still task force lurking about, so I didn't want to dick around. "Liam, we're not supposed to go up there," Imogen said warily. "It's forbidden." "That's what makes it fun," Jonah said cheerfully. He didn't even question it. Squeaks happily pranced inside, though her butt got stuck and Jonah had to push on it to get her through. I heard the sound of Squeaks's hooves tripping on stone and her and Jonah crashing a few steps above us. "Isn't it unsafe to go up there?" Sophia asked. "It's not. You'll see why," I told her. Sophia looked at Esses. He chattered at her, urging her upward. She shrugged, then said, "I might as well see what was so damn important that Esses decided to take off." Sophia followed Jonah. Imogen looked nervous. She didn't like breaking the rules. Sassy was pulling at her tutu skirt with her teeth to try and get her to climb the tower. I looked at Im. "Unless you want the task force to catch us sneaking into an unauthorized area, I suggest you get in there." That did the trick. She headed inside. Once she and Sassy were through, I made it a point to hurry up and close the door behind us. I expected there to be a mess when we reached the top, but Jonah and Squeaks had already cleared away the broken door. Imogen and Sophia gasped in amazement when they entered the space. By this time of day, it was darker, but Sophia lit a fire in the empty fireplace so we could see. The room sprang to life underneath the glow of the flame, and I spread my arm out wide. "The Anachi dorms," I said. "This is what Esses wanted to show us." "Wow," Sophia said, looking around. She put Esses down on one of the armchairs and said, "This is really cool. But why did Esses want to show us this?" "Don't you see? We can clean it up. Use it as a hideout," Jonah said. He was already catching on. "What do we need a hideout for?" Sophia asked. "It's always good to have a safe house," I said, "just in case things go wrong." Carter had told me last semester that things were getting dangerous at Orenda. I didn't know whether to believe him or not yet, but if shit did end up going down, it would be beneficial for all of us to have a safe place to come to in emergencies. "We could make a new lock for the door that leads to the tower, one that looks identical to the old one, but that only us four have a key for," Imogen suggested. "We should get a new door for the dorm too, since this one is wrecked," Jonah said, kicking it. Sophia nodded. "I guess it's a good thing to have a place for the four of us to hang out without being bothered." "Agreed," I said. The fact that we were friends from 4 different houses had caught the attention of the task force. I knew they were keeping an eye on us. Being tournament partners wasn't a good enough excuse to be around each other all the time anymore, even if we had won the cup. Sophia brushed off some dust from one of the chairs and coughed. "Although it's going to take days to get all the dust out of here." "We can keep information about the prophecy in here," Imogen said. She was getting excited. "I've been having to hide all my research. Here we can leave it out without risking anything will be found." "This is great. I can totally leave my gaming system up here," Jonah shouted. Squeaks gave an excited squawk. I was going to roll my eyes. Then I realized Jonah had a point. Technology still worked on campus. It was just banned. It would be useful to have a computer and phones in here in case things got bad, or if we needed to check on stuff in the outside world. Good thinking. When do we want to start working on restoring this place?
"I say right away," Imogen stated. "My research has almost gotten discovered a couple of times by accident. I don't want people to know what we're doing."
"Me too," Sophia said. She stroked Esses's ears.
"This was a good find, buddy. Though I wish you'd shown me yourself instead of running off."
Esses purred. Finally, I felt like we were getting somewhere. We hadn't found the next piece of this prophecy yet, but at least we had a home base. That Saturday, I expected to find Sophia waiting with the rest of the group in the commons like we'd planned. We had agreed to meet up and go to the Anachi dorms to start cleaning them up so they'd be usable for our hideout, but when I got to the commons, I only found Imogen and Jonah waiting with their familiars. "Where's Soph?" I asked as I advanced toward them. Imogen shook her head.
"She's sick. It's just going to be us 3 today."
"Sick? Can she even get sick with Esses?" I wondered.
"The flu's been going around. It's not the same illness as the familiars are getting, just something common," Imogen explained.
I know, I said. I already got it. It hadn't lasted long, but it had sucked.
Esses has been trying to heal her, but his healing magic doesn't seem to work the same with viruses, Imogen added.
That was interesting. Perot would want to know about this. But my first concern was Sophia. I said nothing, yet Imogen read the look on my face. She gave me a smile that was all too knowing.
Go, Liam. Jonah and I can take care of the cleaning for the day. We'll get a head start.
I didn't want your input on my interior design anyway, Jonah told me. I want to decorate.
We should keep things how they are. They're the Anachi dorms after all, Imogen protested.
Not anymore. Now they're Jonah's man cave, he replied. And possible dance studio with makeup room. I haven't decided. Imogen and Jonah started walking up the stairs, arguing about whether a makeup room was really needed in a secret base. I'd taken my ridiculous amount of free time over the summer to fix my bike, so I rolled it out from behind the secret place near the greenhouses and fired it up to ride toward Kinpago. I came back about an hour later with a bag full of stuff. I stood before the Coigny dorms and wondered how I was going to get in and how I'd find Sophia's room without getting discovered and kicked out first. After I'd stood there for 15 minutes, the door in front of me opened. I came face to face with Lindsay. She looked like she was getting ready to leave. Her eyes widened when she saw me. "Hi," I started. "Is Sophia around? I heard she has the flu."
Yeah, that for her?
Lindsay looked at the bag. "Yeah." I held it up. "Can I, give it to her?" Lindsay stood tall. She glanced inside the Coigny dorms, looking around.
Sure, but be quick about it. If Doya finds out a Tawakwa's been in here...
"Yeah, I get it," I said. "I won't be long." She didn't respond. Lindsay looked really pale and kind of off. I noticed Medusa wasn't around. "You sick too?" I asked. Lindsay's eyes barely remained open.
Kind of. Here, follow me.
She held the door open and I stepped inside. Red was everywhere. It hurt my eyes to look at. And ancestors, it was freaking hot in here. What do they keep the heat at, 90 degrees? Lindsay led me through the empty common room. I was on edge, but there was no one in here but us. Where were all the Coigny?
Everyone's mostly gone for the weekend,
Lindsay answered, noting my curious stare.
People have gotten scared. They go home now because they don't want to risk their familiars getting taken or catching the plague that's been going around.
It's like that in my dorm too, I told her. Had to be the same throughout the school. Lindsay led me down a maze of hallways, then pointed to a door.
She's in there. Please be quiet. If she's sleeping, I don't want you to wake her up. She needs all the rest she can get.
Lindsay really seemed to care about how Sophia was doing. I nodded to her. Thanks. I won't be long. Lindsay didn't acknowledge me again. She vanished inside her own dorm. I didn't bother knocking on Sophia's, just let myself in. Sophia was awake. She was in bed, surrounded by 1,000 tissues and looking miserable. Esses was on her pillow, brushing her hair. He squeaked when he saw me, dropped the brush and ran over, launching off the bed and onto my chest.
"What are you doing here?"
Sophia asked. Her voice even sounded weak, like she had a bad sore throat. I put the bag on her dresser and started pulling stuff out of it. Lindsay let me in. I heard you had the flu. I took about 10 different medicines and vitamins out of the bag and lined them up before I started opening them, counting out pills for her to take.
"Liam, you need to leave. You're gonna get sick."
Sophia let out a weak cough. Esses jumped off my shirt and ran back to the bed to fan her face. I already caught it and got over it. You forget I catch everything that goes around this school. I put a hand to her forehead. I knew Coigny ran hot, but she was definitely running a fever. She shivered at my cold touch. Has Esses been helping at all? Sophia nodded weakly.
Kind of. Like every time he tries to heal me, I get a little better, but not much. I think my immune system has to kick in and start fighting the virus before Esses's magic can do anything. His powers just enhance and speed up what my body can already do.
I nodded. That makes sense. Esses hadn't visited me recently, so I couldn't judge the theory for myself when I'd been sick with the flu, but Sophia's idea was as close to an answer as we were going to get right now. Have you been throwing up?
Yeah, a bit, she admitted. It's really bad.
That's okay. I brought applesauce, ginger ale, and crackers, I told her. Just eat what you can.
How did you get so good at this? She asked before she gagged.
I went to grab the trash can and held it under her, but she didn't throw up. She leaned back against the pillows again and closed her eyes. I'm a professional sick person. I brushed back the strands of hair that had fallen in front of her face. It's kind of what I do. Sophia gave a tiny sigh.
I'm a hot mess right now.
Shut up. You're gorgeous no matter what, I said. There was a bout of silence. Shit, that was awkward. But I think Sophia was so out of it she hardly noticed. I went back to counting pills, just for something to do. When I had a few, I gave them to her, along with a bottle of water. Here, this should make things easier. Just keep taking these every 12 hours and blast it with vitamins. You should be fine in a couple of days. I rearranged the bottles. If you're not, you need to go to the doctor. Stay away from the hospital wing. It's infected. Go to someone in Kinpago. I'll take you if I have to.
Yes, Dr. Liam,
Sophia moaned. Don't sass me, I mean it, I said sternly. Sophia kept her eyes closed.
Being sick like this just makes me think of all those poor familiars in quarantine. I know it's not the same. It's even worse. No one even knows what the plague is yet. But Esses could be the key to figuring all this out.
I sat on the edge of the bed by her legs. If you send Esses to heal those familiars, you risk exposing him, I reminded her.
It might be worth it if it saves lives, she said.
And what if his magic doesn't work? I questioned. What if you try and the plague is something Esses can't heal? What if it does work? What will the elders do when they learn how powerful Esses is? She sighed.
I know, Liam, but can I really let all those familiars and those elementi die when I could do something about it?
I got off the bed. Well, you can't do anything about it now until you're better. Just get some rest.
Okay,
she whispered. She was letting out tiny snores a moment later. The pills had already put her to sleep. Esses patted her head tenderly and curled up beside her, kissing her cheek. I watched her for a few precious moments before I got the hell out of there. I was lucky enough that the Coigny common room was still empty when I left it. I was going to rejoin Imogen and Jonah in the Anichi dorms so I could lend a hand with cleaning. It was a short walk to the tower, but on my way there, I figured I should pick up a few things from my own room that would help, so I ascended the stairs to go back to the Tawakwa dorms first. I found Ezra looking rather pissy by the pool when I got there. He was tossing a water ball back and forth at the wall and lying on the couch. Diami stood on a wicker chair and was munching on a collection of burgers that Ezra had bought for him. Ezra didn't touch his own food. "What's your problem?" I asked. I stopped beside the couch and looked down. "Fucking Raynar," Ezra snarled. "We had our first training session for the Cup today, and he totally made Vanessa cry about being pregnant. Said that she was going to slow us down and we were going to leave her behind." Vanessa's pregnant? Shit, that wasn't good. I mean, I was happy for her and all, but this was the Elemental Cup we were talking about. She'd have to walk for miles and fight for her life while carrying a baby inside of her. The Cup is why a lot of people waited to marry and get pregnant until after graduation, because of the risk something like this could happen. "Yeah, Cade and I nearly knocked his lights out before Bane broke us up. His stupid cockatrice nearly bit Diami's head off," Ezra said. "This isn't a good team, bro. Raynar and I are going to kill each other before the first task even starts. Can you please tell Jonah to tell his boyfriend to stop being such a fucking asshole?" "I can try," I said, but my hopes were shot on that one. Jonah would do no such thing. Ezra threw the water ball hard. It turned into ice and shattered as it hit the wall, sending fragments everywhere. "I'm just done with it all." Ezra got off the couch. He called to Diami, and the Thunderbird left his chair to land beside Ezra. Ezra went to his dorm and slammed the door. Jeez, must have been a bad fight. Took a lot to get Ezra in a bad mood, but when it happened, he went off like a bomb. I didn't know how to help fix the problem. Raynar for sure wouldn't change, even if Jonah said anything to him. I was caught between my best friend and my brother. I fantasized about taking Raynar out before the tournament so my brother would have a better chance of making it through, but shot the idea down. I wasn't a murderer, and Jonah would never forgive me. I wanted to protect Ezra, but I knew he had to do this on his own. I got a couple of cleaning supplies from my room and shoved them in my backpack, but before I left the Tawakwa dorms, someone stepped in front of me. It was Marcy. Her flying pig oinked when it saw me. "Hey, Liam, can I talk to you?" she asked. I was never going to get to the Anachi dorms at this rate. "Sure, what is it?" I said, making it clear in my tone I was in a hurry. Marcy took a breath. "It's about Maddie. She's not really connecting with anyone here. She spends a lot of time by herself. I'm worried about her. I've tried to do things to get the freshman girls involved, and your sister's the only one who still keeps to herself. She doesn't have any friends. Do you know if something's wrong?" This was exactly what I feared would happen. A variety of responses ran through my head. She's shy, she's a loner, she's a Natterai who can't deal with her visions and thinks it makes her a freak, so she stays away from everyone else. I just shook my head and said, "No, it could be anything." Marcy took a breath. "Well, I think you should talk to her. You're her big brother. She's acting distant. It's strange. We're not like the other houses, you know. We're a family here in Tawakwa. I worry that if she doesn't start to reach out, the other Tawakwa girls are going to pick on her. I'm the freshman RA, and I don't want anyone excluded. You're the oldest. I think she'll listen to you better than Ezra." "I'll see if I can get her to come out of her shell," I said. "Bye, Marcy." I ended the conversation there and left before I could get sucked into another conversation. I imagined talking to Maddie about making friends would go about as well as trying to fist-fight Raynar's cockatrice. Ancestors, what was up with my siblings lately? I thought about my options. I didn't think me talking to Maddie would help the situation, but maybe there was someone who could. "Liam, you have to pick something. Graduation is 6 months away. You can't do nothing for the rest of your life." It was a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, and Bane was up my ass. He'd seen me trying to sneak past his classroom back to the Tawakwa dorms after Hawkeye home ec, and dragged me back into his office for senior theory. I wasn't happy about it, but at least we didn't have to talk in that horrible classroom that must not be named. "Can't I just wing it?" I complained. I was sitting in a chair, balancing back on 2 legs while my feet were propped up on Bane's desk. Bane was pacing around his office, not caring if he stepped on the papers that were scattered around the room. Bane made a face. "I've never had a student of mine wing their future." "You've never had a student who outlived their familiar either, but here I am. Life's full of surprises," I told him. "Don't get smart with me. You're extremely talented and you're wasting your potential." He threw his hands up in frustration. "If you're not sure of a career, why don't you consider going forward with your master's? There are plenty of programs here that would love to have you." I groaned. "I am not going to one class more than I absolutely have to. A bachelor's degree is good enough for me." "You're acting like a child." Bane narrowed his eyes as he looked at the classes I'd picked for next semester. "Carriage driving? Ancestors, Liam, you're killing me." "It's a credit hour," I countered. I'd put down whatever I first saw and whatever looked easiest for next semester. Why did it matter what I took? Didn't he realize I no longer cared what happened to me? "You're not taking carriage driving, so help me." Bane rubbed his face. "How can you expect to support a family if you have no sense of direction?" I made a skeptical sound. "Yeah, like that's going to happen. I'm single for life." "Some of your brother's optimism would look great on you," Bane countered, shooting me a glare. "What are you going to do, run to my dad?" I asked. I was kind of being a disrespectful brat, but oh well. Your father's got problems of his own, Bane responded as he shuffled through my file. He doesn't need to be worrying about you more than he already does. That caught my interest. What do you mean? I asked. I took my feet off the desk and set the chair back on all four legs, leaning forward. Bane hesitated. He looked up. There's been an unfortunate reassignment to take my place on the Water Council, Bane said, mumbling. Elder Oleander was sworn in days after I left. He's taken it upon himself to oppose Chief Mito at every opportunity. He's had some bad dealings in the past that have put Tawakwa at risk. I don't know why he's there. Elder Oleander sounded awful. How the hell had he managed to get on the council? Had my dad lost his mind and elected the first person who applied after Bane stepped down? Bane closed my file. At any rate, I expect you to come in here next time with some resemblance of a plan for your future. The past aside, your poor father is going through enough trying to keep the council in line. He doesn't need to worry about you, too. Shame flooded me, and it was so unexpected that I didn't realize what it was until it had taken over my body. I didn't know Dad was having issues with the council. I'd figured everything had been fine. But why was I feeling guilty? Dad, and Bane, for that matter, too, had totally screwed me over last semester. They'd told me they could bring Neshoma back and lied to my face. How could I let that go? Bane was different. He was just my teacher. He wasn't my father. Dad had done irreparable damage between us, and I wasn't ready to forgive him yet. Bane waved me off. I stood up and grabbed my bag, nearly tripping on an artifact as I left. Could have broken my damn neck, I thought sourly. Bane had no right to criticize anyone for winging anything. The man was completely disorganized. The week wasn't even over with. I had a huge paper that I needed to work on. My grade was so low at this point, if I didn't turn it in, I'd fail the class, so I knew I had to finish it. I headed to the Commons to pick out a table by the window. Sophia was already there, and she was looking a lot better. She was bent over her homework and working intensely on it, pencil flying as she wrote. Esses was no longer wearing a leash, and instead turned pages of the textbook for her as she read. Hey, I said as I came beside her. Mind if I sit here? No, I don't mind. She gestured to the seat next to her, and I slid in. I put my bag down and brought out my homework, though I lost all initiative to do it once it was in front of me. I had to push myself. This had to get done. You seem like you've recovered, I told her. Yeah, she closed her book. I think our theory is right. Once I started to feel better, Esses healed me, and it was like I was never sick at all. My immune system must have kicked in, and his magic accelerated it. Those pills you brought me really helped in the meantime, though. Thank you. No problem. I'll tell Perot about what we found, I said, and I smiled at her. She gave me a small smile in return, one that stayed on her face as she worked. I had to force myself to drag my eyes away from her and back on my paper. It wasn't just her being well, though. Sophia looked happier. There was a kind of glow about her I couldn't put my finger on. Had something changed recently? Are you still thinking of taking Esses into the quarantine to see if he can heal those familiars? I asked. Sophia chewed on her pencil. I don't know. Maybe. I knew that answer meant that she just didn't want to tell me. I hoped that whenever she did sneak into the hospital wing to try, she was very careful. I was distracted from my homework by sequins glinting light into my eye. Imogen and Jonah had just gotten back from dance class. Imogen had on a tank top and yoga pants, but Jonah was wearing a sparkly purple gymnast leotard that was ankle length, and I was sure no one wanted to see him in. I wasn't even sure how he'd found one in his size. I didn't care to describe it further, just kept my eyes averted. Hey, everyone, Imogen said cheerfully. She took an apple out of her bag and put it on the table. How's everyone's day going? Fine, I said. Wonderful, Sophia said with a bit of a sigh. I love my new dance outfit, Jonah said, and he skimmed his hands over it. So I'd say it's going fabulous. Besides the fact that it shows off your junk? Sophia asked, and she snickered. That's a plus, honey, Jonah said. Shows off the curves of my ass, too. Imogen crunched into her apple. So, Sophia, how are things going with the new girlfriend? It's not like we're dating, Sophia said. She turned bright red and snuck a look at me. We're just messing around. Imogen sent a glance my way, but I kept my gaze downward, even though I was interested. Girlfriend, huh? What's this I hear? Are you going out with someone? Jonah asked coyly. Sophia blushed. Not really. Lindsay and I are just getting to know each other. It's not a big deal. Oh my gosh, yay! Jonah squealed. I'm so excited. Another gay in the group. Sophia, does this mean you're bisexual? Sophia bit her lip and started putting things into her bag. She wore a slight grin. Yes. My mind had gone completely blank. Sophia? Bisexual? No freaking way. I couldn't believe it. And she was going out with Lindsay? Had she moved on from me already? No way. She was just doing this to make me jealous. It was just another plot she and Imogen cooked up, I bet. Satisfied with that answer, I concentrated on my work. Is that why you and Lindsay have a date tonight at Kinpago at the nicest restaurant in town? I know her parents own it, Imogen teased. Meeting the family, Jonah said. That's a big step. Jeez, guys, it's just dinner. It's not like I'm sleeping with her, Sophia said. Yet, Jonah added, and he and Imogen squealed. He was about to put on a gay pride parade right there in the Commons. Sophia checked her watch. I actually have to go get ready for that now. Are we cleaning the Anichi dorms this weekend? That's the plan, Jonah sang. See you later, you sexy minx, you. Sophia picked Esses up and waved goodbye. Jonah saw Raynar coming into the Commons and dropped us like a hot potato. Squeak stayed stubbornly put by my side. Imogen was giving me curious looks. It was like she was practically poking me, waiting for a reaction. What? I asked. Her grin was huge. Don't you think it's sweet that Sophia and Lindsay are thinking about becoming a couple? I mean, I guess, I said offhandedly. I looked back at my paper. Imogen stared at me. I thought you were going to freak out when you heard about her and Lindsay. I shrugged. No, why should I freak out? It's not real anyway. Imogen's mouth dropped open. Excuse me? You guys can drop the ruse because it's not working. I already know you've roped Jonah into it, I told her. Good try, though. You're an absolute dick, Imogen shouted. Several people looked our way, but Imogen didn't appear to care because she kept yelling at me. You think Sophia can't be interested in anyone but you? I didn't say that, but Lindsay, come on. I shook my head. If you guys want to get back at me this way, it's really sad. She's trying to pick between you and Lindsay, Imogen stated. And right now, Lindsay's looking like a pretty good option because you won't put aside your pride and beg her to take you back. What do you want? I asked in exasperation. Not that long ago, you told me you thought it was a mistake for me and Soph to be friends. Now you're telling me that you want us back together? Imogen took an impatient breath. To be honest, I'm torn, Liam. Of course I want you and Sophia back together, but I'm sick of seeing her be sad. And I'm sick of watching you sit around and not do anything about it. Heavy guilt settled around my shoulders. I dropped my voice and hissed. Don't you get that I don't really know what I want either? Then you'd better figure it out because she's not going to wait around for you, Imogen snapped. You need to hurry up and make a decision and fast, before she decides she no longer loves you. I couldn't believe she'd do that. I wouldn't. I knew that was selfish of me. You know what I really want? For Sophia to be happy, Imogen shot at me. And if you aren't willing to step up to the plate, Lindsay is more than willing to fill in for you. Yeah, right, I scoffed. I know what you guys are doing. You're trying to make me jealous like you did at the strip club, and it's not going to work. You're an idiot, Imogen snapped. She gathered her things and stomped off. Sassy followed her with an upturned nose. Who was she kidding? Sophia wasn't into girls. It was so obvious. The thought of her and Lindsay together made me laugh. Sophia liked guys and only guys. So what if she got turned on by some stripper in a club? Didn't mean anything. She hadn't done anything with Lindsay except maybe talk to her. I didn't need to be worried. I struggled with the paper all afternoon. I wasted a lot of time and got it half finished. I figured it'd have to do. I took my things back to my dorm and looked out the window at the orange October sky. It was a nice evening, just warm enough for a bike ride, probably the last of the year. I decided it would be nice. Maybe it'd make me feel something, for once. On my way down to the greenhouses, I spotted Sophia outside the entrance hall. She looked really pretty. She was wearing high heels and her makeup was done. She had on a pretty red dress that showed off her shoulders. She carried a tiny purse that Esses sat in like a little dog. She saw me and waved me down. I walked over to her. "What's up?" Her fingers clutched her purse. "It's Lindsay. She said she'd meet me here at 5 for our date, but she's a little late." Sophia looked concerned. "Do you think you could walk me there? She said if she wasn't here by 6 to go ahead and leave, and it's 15 minutes past that now. She might be there already. Sometimes her parents call her in to help if the restaurant's really busy, but I don't want to walk alone with how things have been lately." "Sure," I told her. I'd really wanted to ride my bike, but making sure Sophia was safe was more important, especially with the Esses crisis last week. We started down the path to town. Her heels clicked on the stone as we walked. "Thanks for doing this," she said quietly after some time. "I know it's awkward, you escorting me to a date with another person." "It's not awkward at all," I told her. "I'm happy to do it." "Really?" Her face seemed a little crestfallen. "I didn't think you would take it well." "I'm fine with it." Sophia couldn't fool me. This wasn't a date. This was just a dinner between friends. It was cute she was trying so hard, though. "So, you don't care that I'm dating a girl?" Sophia asked. "Why would I care? It's your life. Live it how you want," I said. Sophia nodded. "Okay. Thanks for understanding. I think it's good that I'm moving on with other people. You should too." "Sure," I said. Then I paused. What did she mean by moving on? "Have you been seeing anyone else?" Sophia asked. I barely heard the question. I was thinking. "Liam?" She poked me. I started back to reality. "Huh? Oh, no," I said. "I've been busy with school and stuff." "Oh." Her expression appeared conflicted. It was like she was wrestling with a major decision, one that had two choices. I didn't get it. We walked in silence for a few minutes. The wind blew and she shivered. The sun was setting and it was getting cold. I slipped my jacket off my shoulders and held it out to her. "No, that's not necessary," she said. "You just got over being sick. Take it. You can give it back later," I told her. I draped the jacket around her shoulders. She pulled it closer around her and wouldn't look me in the eye. Esses was giving me some major dagger eyes. "Can I ask you for a favor?" I said. "What is it? I think I owe you one after you found Esses for me," Sophia said. She snuggled her nose into Esses's fur and he peeped. "It's Maddie," I told her. "She's not adjusting well to living at Orenda. She's always been a little shy, but I think this is a bit much for her. She hasn't made any friends since she's been here." "Have your parents staged a bonding with Arakari yet?" Sophia asked. I nodded. "Yeah, once the assignments for this year's cup were over. She's on next year's roster, but even with Era here, it hasn't been helping her confidence much. I could try to intervene, but she'd just think I was being an overprotective big brother. You know a lot of the younger girls. Would you mind introducing her to some people?" Sophia tapped her chin and nodded thoughtfully. "Sure. I think there's a couple of freshmen she'd really get along with. I could introduce her to some." "That'd be great, thanks." We came to a bridge. It was one of several that led to Kinpago and went over two cliffs that were separated from each other. She stopped and faced me as we came to the middle of it. "I think I can make it from here. The restaurant's just up ahead," Sophia said. "Thanks for walking with me." "Anytime," I said. We stood on the bridge. Esses whistled, and a collection of bats came flying out of the trees, except these bats were purple and had 4 wings instead of 2. They flew overhead to the castle in the distance where a moon was rising. There was the cry of a magical creature, and a shamroche, half bird, half dog, flew out of the same tree the bats were nesting in. Soon a whole family of chamroches were fluttering through the sky, barking and playing with each other as they lifted toward the clouds. Nature was incredible. Animals weren't bothered by any of the shit people couldn't handle. They just existed day by day and let things happen, death and life churning in an endless cycle. "Isn't Orenda Academy beautiful?" Sophia asked quietly. "It's like the most wonderful place in the world." She looked so inspired by the sight of the shamroche pack. She still saw the magic in this world we lived in. I wanted some of that magic back. "Yeah," I said. I couldn't stop staring at her. It was like my eyes were locked on hers. Then I did something really stupid. I kissed her. The kiss only lasted a few seconds, but it brought everything back. Everything. I remembered how much I loved her, what it was like to be together, what it was like to actually be alive. For the first time in 5 months, I felt something other than cold, dark emptiness. I felt a tiny breath of happiness that was so fleeting and brief, but it was enough to remind me what happiness was, because I'd completely forgotten it existed at all. I'd forgotten any other feeling breathed besides numbness. My life had been so empty and hollow. It appeared so meaningless. Kissing Sophia made all that go away. Then I felt her hands on my chest, shoving me back hard. All those feelings were gone, leaving me vacant again. The loss of emotions was gut-wrenching and painful. I could hardly bear it. But what was worse was Sophia's reaction. I almost fell down from her push. I recovered my balance at the last second. Sophia's face was rageful, but beneath that was agony. It was worse than when we broke up. I knew that look, and it was complete devastation. Whatever decision she'd been mulling over, I'd just made 10 times harder. I hated that I was putting her through so much pain. I hated myself for doing this to her. "What the hell was that?" she raged. Her fists were clenched. I didn't know how to respond to her. My mouth gaped, but no words came out. Her face turned red. "You think you can just show up and come in and out of my life as you please? You think you can just continue to fuck with my feelings?" she screamed. She pushed me again. I stumbled backward. Her hands were so hot that they burned my shirt. "No," I said weakly. It was so small that I don't think she heard it. Tears were streaming down her face, and it was ruining her makeup. Esses hissed at me from inside the purse, baring his teeth and lowering his horns at me. Sophia threw a fireball at me, which I had to dodge. It smashed against the bridge and created a hole in the siding. "I hate you! Make up your fucking mind!" "Sophia, get the fuck away from me!" She threw my jacket back at me, and I barely caught it. I didn't know Sophia could run in heels, but apparently she could if it was to get away from me. Ancestors, what had I done?
Chapter 10. I needed a break. From everyone. From everything. I skipped class the next day and took the long walk to the Coigny village. It felt good to be out in nature. Esses chittered from my backpack as we ascended the foothills of the mountain. I turned to look out over the landscape. Orenda Academy was just a dot in the distance now, but it was beautiful. I swung my backpack off my shoulder and set it down in the middle of the path. Esses sat inside, with his head and arms poking out the top. I felt more secure with him riding that way. I unzipped the bag and he hopped out. "You're right, buddy," I said. "This is a gorgeous view." I dug into my bag and pulled out my camera, then removed the lens cap and snapped a few pictures of the landscape. For a moment, I just stopped and stared. I inhaled a deep breath and forced the tension out of my muscles as I focused on the scene before me. I was surprised to find it actually worked, considering the barrage of emotions I'd been feeling lately. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to sort through them. But for now, I just wanted to forget all that. Esses scurried in front of me and struck a pose in the middle of the path. I chuckled and took a photo of him. He hurried over to me and up my shoulder to peek at the screen. I turned the setting to playback mode and showed him the picture. He looked proud of himself. I placed my camera back in my bag, then held it open for him to climb inside. He hesitated and jumped off my shoulder, bouncing a few feet away from me. "Esses!" I cried, hurrying after him. He stopped at the side of the path and picked up a shiny rock, then turned back to me with a proud look on his face. I bent and took the rock, then picked him up and put him inside my bag. "Thanks, buddy. It's beautiful, but you have to be careful. We aren't supposed to be walking alone right now. I need you to stay by my side." Esses' bottom lip stuck out in a pout, but he nodded. "Let's keep going," I said. "It's not much farther." It only took another 10 minutes before I arrived at my grandparents' house. Betsy answered. "Sophia, dear," she cried, spreading her arms wide and coming in for a hug. "What are you doing here? I didn't expect to see you until next week." "I missed you," I admitted. Come in," she said hurriedly. Betsy opened the door wider, and I followed her down the hall and into the kitchen. The delicious smell of bacon and eggs hit my nose. "I was just getting started on a late breakfast. Sit." She pulled out a chair at the table and guided me into it before I could respond. Alan sat across from me reading the paper. I set my bag on the table. Esses hopped out and onto the floor, where he sniffed my grandfather's familiar curiously. Alan folded his newspaper and set it aside.
"Sophia, it's good to see you. What brings you to our neck of the woods?"
I shifted in my chair. "I just needed a break." Betsy turned from the stove with alarm on her face. "Is something wrong?" I shrugged. The truth was, that list never ended. But I didn't come here to discuss any of that. I came to get my mind off it. Plus, I didn't want to burden them with my troubles. "It's nothing, really," I lied, then quickly changed the subject. "Hey, Betsy, can you tell me another one of those stories about my mom?" She chuckled. "You don't have to call me by my first name, dear. You can call me Grandma." She'd mentioned it at one of our lunch dates before, but I was still getting used to the name. Even though they already felt like family, I'd never had grandparents in my life before. It was still new to me. "Okay, Grandma," I said, testing the word on my tongue. To my surprise, it felt natural, like I'd been calling her that my whole life. "Actually, I changed my mind. I'd like to know more about you two." I smiled and glanced between them. "Sure," Grandma said. "Help your grandpa set the table and we'll tell you anything you want to know." Grandpa showed me where the plates and cups were. "What did you two do before you retired?" I asked. "I was a midwife," Grandma said as she brought the food over to the table. "I delivered babies for 42 years. My eyebrows shot up. "Oh, wow, that's a lot of babies. Did you deliver me?" The two of them exchanged a glance as Grandma sat. I couldn't quite read the look. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I did," she said with a smile. "Your mother wanted a home birth. You were born right here in this house." My brows shot up. "I was? Why didn't you ever tell me?" "You never asked," she said simply. "Shall we pray?" Esses hopped onto my lap and folded his paws in front of him, though he never took his big blue eyes off the pile of bacon in the center of the table. "Ancestors," Grandma said, "for this food, this house, and the blessings you've bestowed upon us, we give thanks. Akoti et veni." Akoti et veni. Grandpa and I echoed the Hawkeye phrase for "let it come." Esses unfolded his paws and reached forward, but I held him close to my chest. "Patience is a virtue, buddy." I grabbed a piece of bacon and handed it to him, and he gobbled it right up. "What did you do for work, Grandpa?" I asked. "I know you worked at City Hall with my dad, but I don't really know what you did there." Grandpa cleared his throat.
I worked in several departments, but I spent most of my time cataloging and managing the inventory of ancient artifacts.
"Oh?" I asked curiously. "That sounds interesting. My friend Imogen would love that. It must have been fun studying them." Grandpa glanced down at his food, not meeting my eye.
It wasn't exactly my job to study them.
"What do you mean?" I asked, looking between the two of them. Grandma wore a wide-eyed look, like there was something they weren't telling me. Grandma reached over and placed a gentle hand on mine. Grandpa's job was to identify artifacts and destroy them. Destroy them? I practically choked on my eggs.
Not all of them,
he said quickly.
Just the ones the elders requested be destroyed.
Why would they destroy their own history like that? Suddenly, I remembered something Liam had said. The elders had destroyed all Anachi totems, like the spirit totem I wore around my neck. They'd do anything to keep that kind of magic out of anyone else's hands. Why would you help them? I had to believe he didn't agree with it. It wasn't right.
It was my job,
he replied.
Hawkeye don't go against their elders, Sophia. They're our highest authority, save for the ancestors and the Great Spirit.
Do you ever regret destroying parts of our history? I asked.
Yes, of course, he admitted. But if I didn't destroy them, the elders would find someone else who would. If that person didn't know what they were doing, they could hurt themselves. Or others.
I relaxed. It was clear Grandpa had respect for the totems and artifacts he worked with. Without thinking about it, I reached up and touched the spirit totem that lay beneath my shirt. It had backfired on me twice now. Maybe Grandpa would know how to use it. What would happen if you discovered a totem now that you're retired? I asked curiously. He tilted his head and swallowed a bite of eggs.
What do you mean?
Let's say you stumbled across an ancient totem in the woods. Would you be obligated to turn it into the elders, or would you keep it for yourself? Or would you just leave it there? I asked. Grandpa took another bite of food and thought about it for a moment.
I'd be under no obligation to turn it in. Truth be told, I'd never thought about it before.
Grandma nudged him and smiled. You'd start a collection and go out every day to see if you could find more. Grandpa chuckled.
That sounds about right.
I took a deep breath. My hands trembled as I reached for the chain around my neck and pulled it over my head. I knew I could trust my grandparents with this, but it was still nerve-wracking to show it to them. I found this, and I was wondering if you could teach me how to use it. I held out the spirit totem for both of them to see. Grandma gasped, and Grandpa reached for his reading glasses to get a better look. He took it in his hands and looked it over.
This looks very old, Sophia. Where did you find it?
Grandpa asked. I found it in the mountains, I told him honestly. I know it contains magic because it helped me get through the cup. My friend thinks it might be a spirit totem. Grandma's eyebrows shot up. A spirit totem? I thought those were all destroyed after Anachi died out. Grandpa continued to inspect it.
We don't know that for sure. Several have surfaced throughout the years, so it's possible there are more out there. But, Sophia, spirit totems only work if you're a spirit warrior.
Grandpa handed the totem back to me. Esses poked his head up over the table and tried to get a good look at it. I think I am, I admitted. I don't know how. All I know is that the totem works. But it keeps backfiring on me lately, like it's throwing my magic back at me instead of working with me. I know that spirit warriors have died because they couldn't handle the power. I don't want to be one of those people. I want to learn how to use it, in case I ever need it again like I did in the tournament.
Grandpa leaned back in his chair and pressed his lips together, thinking.
Spirit totems themselves don't hold power. They only work to amplify the power already inside of you. So if it's backfiring on you, it's not a problem with the totem. It's a problem with how you're channeling your magic.
What do you mean? I asked, trying to keep an open mind. Grandpa leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table. He seemed intrigued by my problem, like it was a puzzle he was excited to solve.
Think back to the times it backfired on you. What were you feeling?
When I'd tested in the woods, I remembered feeling frustrated because it wasn't working. Then, bam, it backfired. It was obvious what I was feeling in intermediate Coigny magic when it did the same thing. I mean, I was trying to work with Haley. That girl always sent my anger meter off the charts. I felt angry, I told him. Grandpa nodded, like that made sense.
And when it did work for you?
I thought back to the tournament. I'd been feeling loved. Liam had been healed. We'd been reunited with Imogen and Jonah. I was ready to take on anything. I felt confident, I said.
Exactly.
Grandpa slammed his palm against the top of the table, like he'd found his eureka moment.
The totem backfired on you because it rejected your anger. It's the totem's way of saying you are better than this.
It sounded a lot like channeling lightning. Somehow I had let those lessons slip from my mind. But anger is easy, I argued. Grandma chuckled. Yes, but anger is only the spark that lights a fire. It can't sustain magic the way other emotions can. I slipped the totem back over my head. Maybe our coursework needs to include a class on emotional intelligence, I joked. Grandma and Grandpa both chuckled. Esses joined in, but I didn't think he knew what he was laughing at.
It'd certainly help, Grandpa agreed. Why don't you show us what you can do with the totem?
I ate the last 2 bites of my eggs and stood with Esses in my arms. I hesitated before following behind him. You won't tell anyone I have it, will you? Grandpa stopped and turned to me.
No, Sophia. Your secret's safe with us.
Grandpa led me into the sitting room and told me to stand in front of the fireplace. He used his magic to kill the fire burning inside, then told me to channel my powers into the fireplace and up the chimney. Grandma sat nearby and observed with curiosity in her eyes. Esses sat beside her and her familiar. Closing my eyes, I tried to picture my power channeling through the totem, then through me. Fire shot out of my palms and lit the logs, but it wasn't any stronger than normal. Grandpa killed the flames again.
It's okay. Just concentrate and try again.
The second time, the same thing happened, and I started to get frustrated. We're not in any hurry, Grandma assured me. Take your time. I gritted my teeth and narrowed my eyes at the fireplace. I can do this. I'm strong. I'm powerful. I willed flames to shoot out of my palms. But instead, a weight slammed into me and knocked me off my feet. I went flying back into the coffee table. Magazines and a pile of coasters flew everywhere. Grandma gasped and quickly rushed to my side. Esses stood on his toes, looking on high alert. I sat up and grumbled. Ugh, this is exactly what I meant. Every time I try to channel my power through the totem, it tries to hurt me. Do you think maybe it's rejected me? Grandpa stood next to the fireplace, looking deep in thought.
It doesn't seem to be working how it's supposed to. You did look a little frustrated, though.
I was, I said as I got to my feet, because it's not working. Grandma checked me over to make sure I was okay. When she was satisfied, she took a seat again.
I think I know what your problem is, Grandpa theorized.
I rubbed my elbow where it had slammed into the coffee table. What's that?
Do you trust the totem, Sophia?
He asked. Trust it? Like, how?
Do you trust that it's going to work? He questioned.
I thought about it for a moment. I guess not. I mean, it's backfired on me several times now. He nodded thoughtfully.
You're waiting for it to prove itself to you before you put your faith in it, but that's the exact opposite of how this works. You must put your faith into it first.
I bit my lower lip. I don't know how to do that. You've done this before, Grandma reminded me. What did it feel like then?
Yes,
Grandpa exclaimed, like Grandma had the answer.
Think about what it felt like when it worked the first time, and channel that feeling.
I adjusted my weight between my feet and nodded. Okay, let's try this again. I took 3 deep breaths to clear my mind. Tension eased from my shoulders. I took myself back to the tournament, how it felt to push the Elder's fire away and guide my team to the finish line. It had been by far one of the most profound moments of my life, and I hadn't even known the totem was helping me at the time. I pushed the totem from my mind and focused instead on my own power, what I knew I was capable of, what I had the confidence to do. If I'd done it once, I could do it again. There was no question about it. Fire shot out of my palms with such intensity that it whirled up the chimney like a fire tornado. A wave of heat blasted across the room. Then everything settled. Grandma and Grandpa clapped in unison. A feeling of elation soared through me. I'd actually done it.
That's what I'm talking about,
Grandpa cried.
See? You can do it, Sophia. You just have to trust in yourself.
Grandma rose from her chair and pulled me into a hug. I'm so proud of you, our little spirit warrior. Where were you yesterday? Imogen demanded the following day when I arrived at History of the Hawkeye. We were early, so we spoke in low whispers at our seats. I visited my grandparents, I told her. I needed a break. I didn't tell Imogen about my most recent failure. When we'd gotten back to the castle, Esses and I tried to sneak into the hospital, but there were so many doctors and nurses around that we couldn't get in. The task force security set up around the quarantine was insane. There was no way I'd be able to sneak Esses past the cops to try and heal the sick without getting caught. I felt insanely frustrated. Esses could be the cure to this plague, but how would we know if we couldn't reach the sick? I wanted to ask about how the other day went, Imogen said. You mean with Lindsay? I asked. Yeah, how was the date? Imogen wiggled her eyebrows. I sighed. Dinner was great. Her parents are really cool. It was what happened before that was a problem. She furrowed her brow. Liam, I groaned. Oh, she said, like that explained everything. I shook my head, thinking back to it. I just don't get him. Some days he'll act like he doesn't want to be around me at all. Then the next, it's like he's trying to win me back. Win you back? Imogen's eyes widened. I lowered my voice. He kissed me. Imogen squealed, but I quickly shushed her. And then I threw a fireball at him, I admitted. Sophia, she hissed. It wasn't fair, Im, I told her. Liam's the one who broke up with me. He's just making this harder on both of us. I leaned back and shook my head. What's even worse is that I'm worried about him. He's been acting different. He's losing weight and not behaving like himself. I just want to take care of him. My stupid girlfriend instinct is kicking in again. It's like he's doing it on purpose. Imogen leaned closer to me. So, who are you going to pick? I swatted at her. Can we stop acting like this is The Bachelor or something? Imogen chuckled. I can't resist. I'm kind of rooting for them both. I sighed. I don't know. With Lindsay, it's easy. We're both Coigny, so we can be together in public. And girls are just not as complicated. We can talk about things easier, and we get each other. But with Liam? Where did I even start? Peeing with him was as confusing as hell. That man was all over the place, and our relationship was just one miscommunication after the other. But there was a passion there that I didn't have with Lindsay. Then again, there was the forbidden aspect, too. If Liam and I ever did get back together, we'd have to hide it for the rest of our lives, or face the elders. Maybe I'll just start a harem, I deadpanned. Imogen laughed so hard that a few students across the room turned to look at us. I'm serious, I said. It'd be so much easier than having to choose. If only life were that simple, she said. Bane entered the classroom just then, cutting our conversation short. I leaned over to her and said quickly, Hey, are we meeting after class like we did last week, to talk about prophecy stuff? We hadn't come up with anything last week, but maybe this week would be different. We had to keep looking, no matter what it took. Yes, Imogen whispered. I found a few more things we can look at. Everyone settle down, Bane said. It took him 2 more tries before the class went silent. I swore he was one of my only professors who couldn't command a room. I felt kind of bad for him. Let's begin. Bane turned on the projector, and a photo of the tree in the Kinpago town square lit up the front of the room. The tree was one of the thickest I'd ever seen, and taller than any of the surrounding buildings. It had a large, twisted base and low-hanging branches. The leaves were all different colors year-round and reminded me of oak leaves, but the tree bore fruits that looked like a mix between apples and peaches. There was no other tree like it in the world outside of Kinpago. I was sure of it. We're all familiar with the blessing tree, Bane said. But does anyone know why we call it the blessing tree? Imogen scoffed from beside me. Who hasn't heard this story? Her hand immediately shot into the air. Yes, Miss Anild, Bane said. Legend has it that anyone who eats the fruit of the blessing tree will receive great blessings from the ancestors, she said. Of course, it has never been proven that its fruit contains magic. Bane looked pleased with her answer. Yes, but if we look into the history behind the tree, we will find that there is merit to these claims. He continued, like he was reciting the story he'd told 100 times. Centuries ago, a Tawakwa man was walking into town when a Kawigni man beat him and stole his money. He left him in the path, bloody and bruised. A Yapluma woman passed by the hurt Tawakwa man. When he asked for help, she ran, afraid that the attacker might still be nearby. Next came a Navita girl by the name of Lida Leve Navares, or Girl Who Lives in Trees. She was only 17 and still unbonded. She helped the man into her cart and brought him back to the Navita village to nurse him back to health. The ancestors recognized her good deed and blessed her with great power. This upset the Kawigni thief, and he murdered her in the square. The ancestors would not let her kindness go to waste, however. Where her body fell, a tree sprouted. This grew into the blessing tree. It is believed that her body still lies beneath the tree, and that she has become one with it. Therefore, those who eat the fruit of the tree shall share in her magic. I leaned over to Imogen. I don't get it. She pursed her lips, looking upset at Bane. That's because he didn't tell it right. He totally butchered the story. Miss Henley, Miss Anild, Bane snapped. Something you want to share with the class? I glanced around the room. All eyes were on us. A few shot me disgusted glares. Everyone had been a little cold to me since I got Essus back. It was like they were jealous my familiar came back and no one else's did. Whatever. Screw them. Essus started to growl, but I put a comforting hand on the top of his head. Yeah, I don't really get the story, I said. Bane looked to me in question. Which part is tripping you up? What's the moral of the story? I mean, she helped someone and got killed for it. Besides, Kawigni are murderers. I'm not really sure what we're supposed to learn from the legend. Bane blinked at me. This is not fable, Miss Henley. It's history. If the ancestors thought she was important enough to turn her into a tree, don't you think they were trying to send a message? I argued. So, what's the message? Bane thought about it for a moment. It's a story about the ancestors and their will. A collective mumble traveled around the room, like the students agreed, but it felt like Bane was taking a shot in the dark. He's wrong, Imogen whispered to me. He left parts out. Don't feel bad. I agree with you. The message is a little ambiguous. Imogen sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed my arm. Her fingernails dug in so hard that it broke skin. Ow! I hissed at her. What? This is the story we've been looking for, she exclaimed in a low whisper. My jaw dropped. The story? How can you be sure? I'm not yet, she admitted. I need to find the exact wording, but I'll have to go home, and I can't go until tomorrow. Miss Arnild, Bane snapped. Imogen leaned over and quickly said, We'll meet on Saturday in the Anichi dorms to discuss. After class, I cut through the atrium. It was a large, open area, bigger than a football field, in the center of the castle, with stone walls and large windows on all sides, and a modern glass ceiling over the top. The temperature and humidity was regulated year-round. Endless plants lined stone pathways that led to doors in and out of the atrium. Most were so tall that it felt like a maze through a jungle. There was a big fountain in the center, and a koi pond with an artificial waterfall in one of the corners. Gazebos dotted the space, where students often gathered to study. I'd never spent much time in here, as it always seemed too crowded for my liking, but it was a shortcut back to the dorms. On my way, I caught sight of Maddie at the edge of the pond. She had her jeans rolled up to her knees and her toes in the water. She bit the end of a pencil while studying an image in her textbook. Arikari sat by her side, licking the water in the pond. The ice dragon swished her tail as she watched the fish swim by. Nearby, a group of first-year Tawakwa guys were splashing each other with water. She didn't notice them until a big wave came up out of the water and splashed all over her jeans. She squealed, then quickly gathered the water in her palm to dry her clothes off. It trickled out of her hands and back into the pond. She shot a dirty look at the guys, but didn't say anything. Maddie used her magic to clean up the puddles across the path, then turned back to her book. She looked lonely all by herself, like she could really use a friend. I suddenly remembered Liam's request. I slapped my palm to my forehead. How could I have forgotten? Essus made a noise from my arms and pointed at Maddie. I know, I whispered to him. But who am I going to introduce her to? Essus looked up at me and shrugged. I had to do something. I hurried into the castle and up the steps to the Coigny common room. Inside, I spotted a first-year Coigny guy hunched over a pile of textbooks. At this time of day, he was the only one in the common room. Essus tugged on my hair and pointed. What? I hissed at him. No! Essus tugged again, looking more insistent this time. I sighed. Well, I can't say I didn't try. I slid into the chair across from him. He wore thick, black-rimmed glasses and a Star Trek t-shirt. His hair was dark and a little wild around his face, but he was kind of cute in a nerdy way. He didn't really fit the usual Coigny stereotype, which meant I liked him already. What am I doing? I asked myself. I didn't even know if this guy was Maddie's type. What was I saying? Of course he wasn't. He was fire and she was water. The two didn't mix. Yet, for some reason, Essus thought I should chance it. The guy looked up at me. Can I help you? Hi, I said, sounding confident. I stuck my hand out in his direction. I'm Sophia. He hesitated, then took my hand, but he looked totally confused. I'm Drew? Is that a question? I asked. Huh? He furrowed his brow at me. Your name, I clarified. Is it Drew, or was that a question? He eyed me like I was crazy. It's Drew. No question. I smiled at him, then leaned forward. Hey, Drew. This might sound really weird, but I was wondering if you wanted to meet a girl. He looked me up and down with like I was so not his type. Not me, I said quickly. Blame it on my familiar. I gestured to Esses, who poked his head up over the table. He wanted me to ask you. Drew's eyes brightened. Oh, wow, he's so cute. I've never seen anything like him. May I? I nodded. Drew reached out and let Esses sniff his fingers. When Esses determined it was safe, he hopped up on the table and inched closer to Drew. Aw, you're such a friendly little guy, Drew said as he scratched behind Esses' horns. Esses purred. You remind me a little of a tribble. Tribble? I said. Sorry, he said quickly, like it was automatic for him to apologize. Star Trek reference. You don't have to apologize, I assured him. He froze up, like no one had ever said that to him before. An awkward silence stretched between us before I said, So, have I successfully intrigued you enough that you'll follow a complete stranger to an undisclosed location to meet a girl who may or may not totally creep you out? Drew chuckled. I won't lie, you definitely have me intrigued. But why me? I shrugged. Because you look like you need a friend. Drew looked skeptical, but in a fun way, like he was enjoying the mystery. I'll buy you dinner afterward, I offered. He laughed in a friendly manner. I can get free food anytime I want in the dining hall. I'll do your homework for you, I said hopefully. He closed his textbook and smirked. Nah, I'm good with that. I didn't have anything left to bargain with. I'm offering to introduce you to a really sweet girl. Do you really want to pass up the chance that she might be the one? He thought about it for a moment, then said, I guess I'll try anything once. Awesome! I jumped to my feet and gestured for him to follow me. He seemed reluctant, but got to his feet anyway and left his textbooks on the study table. Esses jumped into my arms, and we entered the main hallway. You really have to work on your introductions, Drew said. What fun would it be without the mystery? I teased. Just know, at the first sign of trouble, I'm turning back, he warned playfully. Trouble? Whatever could you mean? I feigned. I'm a totally normal human being. He shrugged. You seem like it, but you could be leading me down to the dungeons to knock me out with a sleeping potion and harvest my organs. Ah, I said, you caught me. The reason I chose you is because you're an exact match for my friend's kidney. She needs a transplant, stat. Drew laughed. Seriously, though, no harvesting my organs. Deal, I agreed. We entered the atrium, and I led him over to the pool. I was relieved to see Maddie was still sitting there. You didn't say she was Toaqua, Drew hissed from beside me. I shrugged. I didn't say she wasn't. Is that going to be a problem? He didn't answer. His eyes were locked on Maddie. He looked her up and down curiously. Just by the look on his face, I could tell he was attracted to her. Hey, Maddie, I said as we approached. She looked up from her textbook and smiled when she saw me. She set her book aside and hopped to her feet, leaving wet footprints across the stone path. Sophia, it's great to see you. She gave me a hug, then drew away. How have you been? Good, I lied, before quickly changing the subject. This is my friend Drew. Drew, this is Maddie. Hi, she said kindly. I like your shirt. Beam me up, Scotty. Drew's eyes instantly brightened. You're a fan? She shrugged. I'm more of a Star Wars kind of girl. Drew was practically drooling. It took him a second to compose himself. Is that an ice dragon? Ira stepped forward. The path was wide enough for several people to walk at once, but Ira took up almost all of it. Yes, Maddie said, stroking Ira's head. Her name's Irakari. You can pet her if you'd like. Drew seemed too stunned at the offer to move. No, I couldn't. She's too beautiful. A familiar like that should be treated with nothing but respect. Esses grumbled from my arms, clearly offended. Maddie chuckled. It's okay. She's friendly. Maddie reached out for Drew's hand. He completely froze when she touched him, but she didn't seem to notice. She lifted his hand and guided his fingers over Era's scales. I swore I saw him shiver. Excited jitters welled up in my stomach. Esses really did have that one pegged. We were officially a kick-ass matchmaking team. Drew and Maddie were laughing together when a familiar voice cleared his throat from behind us. I turned to see Liam standing there with tight eyebrows and pursed lips. A weight instantly settled in my gut. I wasn't ready to see him again, not after how he treated me the other day. That kiss was still burned in my memory. I'd wanted to kiss him back, but I just couldn't. It was too much. Too emotional.
Maddie?
Liam said in a strained voice. Maddie whirled toward her brother. Oh, Liam, hi. I didn't expect to see you here. His jaw tightened.
I was just passing through. I was headed to senior theory.
Liar, I thought to myself. Liam always skipped that class. Everyone knew it. Liam stepped past me and walked straight over to Drew, like he was playing the big protective brother card.
Who's this guy touching your familiar?
Maddie looked to Drew, then giggled like Liam's behavior amused her. This is Drew. We just met. Drew seemed to shrink under Liam's tough gaze. Liam looked to me, then back to Maddie.
Is that so?
Yes, she said casually. Sophia introduced us.
Huh. Sophia, can I have a word?
Liam started walking away, expecting me to follow. I'll see you later, I said to Maddie and Drew. You two have fun. They turned to each other, but I didn't hear what they said. At least they looked like they were enjoying themselves. Liam led me down another path and behind a cluster of tall ferns. I noticed he was wearing a new leather jacket, since I still had his from last semester. Have you been out for a ride? He shrugged, like he barely registered the question.
Yeah, my last one.
I furrowed my brow. What do you mean?
I'm giving the bike to Ezra.
Liam shoved his hands into his pockets, not meeting my gaze.
He'll enjoy it more than me.
But you love that bike, I pointed out. Liam shrugged.
I don't need it anymore.
This was so unlike Liam. What was his deal? But you're a total adrenaline junkie. That bike was a part of you. He scoffed.
Yeah, I have a real death wish.
My stomach sank. I got a sick feeling in my gut from his words. I didn't like the way he said it. Something about it just felt really off. But that was typical Liam, always negative. I was just trying to help.
Forget it. You were supposed to introduce Maddie to girls, he hissed. I wanted her to make friends, not boyfriends.
I shrugged. What's the big deal? Why can't guys and girls be friends?
They can. It just rarely works out that way.
His words hit me like a punch to the gut. Was he talking about us? He quickly added,
Plus, I thought you might introduce her to some girls from her own house.
What makes you think I'm more qualified to do that than you are? I asked. Esses chittered from my arms like he agreed with me.
I don't know. You have classes with some of them, don't you?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I talk to them, I said. The truth was, there were some girls in my Hawkeye Legends class I could approach about befriending Maddie, but I didn't have the class again until Monday, and wanted to help her before then. Plus, I was kind of enjoying watching Liam get so bent up about this. It wasn't a big deal. Drew and Maddie could talk without it turning into a war zone.
I thought you said you knew some freshmen you could introduce her to,
he reminded me. I rose a challenging brow. Drew's a freshman? Liam pressed his fingers to his eyes.
This isn't what I asked for, Sophia. My stomach sank. He was really distressed about this, and I felt bad. Look, I'll talk to some girls on Monday. In the meantime, I think Maddie can make her own decisions about Drew. Liam took a deep breath, then said,
Yeah, okay. Just please don't make me regret asking for your help.
I pursed my lips. I thought you already did.
No, Sophia,
He paused, and his tone softened.
I'm sorry about the other night. I never should have kissed you without asking first.
Damn straight, I said. Liam's features hardened.
Ancestors, Sophia. Can't you take an apology without rubbing it in my face?
My jaw dropped. I hadn't realized that's what I'd been doing. Liam, He held up a hand.
I don't want to hear it, Sophia. I'm sorry, and that's all I have to say to you right now.
Then he turned and stomped away from me. He didn't even let me finish. It was so unlike him. Why was he acting so weird lately? As I watched him go, a little piece of my heart broke. And it was in that moment that I realized how much I still cared about him. I'd hurt him by not accepting his apology. I never wanted to hurt him again. I slumped into the commons minutes later. It was closer than the dorms, and I just wanted to sit down somewhere. The room was quiet and deserted this time of day. I took my usual seat in front of the big TV and spread out over the full length of the couch. Oh, this couch. So many memories. And they were good memories, too. No matter how much Liam had hurt me when he broke up with me, no matter how bitter I felt about everything, it didn't change the good times we shared together. I pulled Essus to my face and pressed my nose into his fur. I missed him. The Liam I used to know. The people we used to be. Before we hurt each other. Sophia? I sat up and glanced around for the source of my name. Lindsay stood in the doorway with Medusa at her side. She looked drained, like she hadn't slept in days. Her lips were void of color, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Her red hair was piled atop her head in a messy bun. Yet somehow she still managed to look hot. Ancestors, why couldn't I just make up my mind already? Lindsay caught my eye and walked over to me slowly. I scooted over on the couch so she could sit beside me. Essus hopped into my lap. I smoothed out my hair. What's up? I've been looking everywhere for you, she said as she sat. She didn't quite sound like herself. She sounded tired and worn. I instantly sat up straighter. What's wrong? Are you okay? Me? She asked. What about you? You look upset. I am, kind of, I admitted. But it's no big deal. It is, Lindsay insisted. If you're upset, you should talk about it. I shook my head. I can't. Lindsay sighed. Sophia, you can tell me anything. I sniffled. I knew I could, but it was just too hard to admit. Lindsay and I were sort of together now. She didn't need to hear all about how I was pining over my ex. Sophia, Lindsay said softly, placing a hand on mine. Anything. I bit my lip and gazed up at her. Remember that guy I told you about from Utah? She nodded. Well, he wasn't from Utah. He was from Orenda. Lindsay chuckled. I know, Sophia. I furrowed my brow. You do? I could tell you were lying, but it's okay. I understand why you didn't tell me. You're not mad at me for lying to you? She shook her head. I know you would have told me eventually. Besides, we weren't even fooling around when you told me that. My gut sank. Is that all we're doing? Fooling around? Lindsay looked at me sympathetically. I don't know. I really like you, Sophia, and I'd like this to be more than that, but... But what? I asked, already sensing where this was going, and it broke my heart. I didn't think I could handle going through this again. But you're still hung up on him, Lindsay finally said. Are you sure you're ready to start a new relationship? A serious relationship? Because if you are going to be my girlfriend, I want to know you're mine. I can do that. I can give myself to you. I heard the lie in my own voice. Lindsay was right. Part of my heart would always belong to Liam. Look, Lindsay said, I don't mind fooling around, if that's what you want. But if you're doing this to convince yourself you're over him, maybe we shouldn't be doing this at all. My chest felt empty and heavy all at the same time. Lindsay and I weren't even officially dating, but it definitely felt like we were breaking up. Tears rose to my eyes. I choked them back. Are you saying you want to stop seeing me? Lindsay hesitated. I want you to make sure you know what you want. I sighed. I couldn't give her an answer right now. We don't really have a choice, she said, dropping her gaze. We should probably take a break. What do you mean we don't have a choice? My voice cracked. Lindsay twisted her hands in her lap. Medusa and I are sick. Worry shot through my chest. Like flu sick or sick sick? She wiped her nose with a tissue in her hand. I thought it was the flu, but it's lasted too long. We've got the plague. I came to tell you I'm headed to the hospital wing. Medusa and I are going under quarantine. You might not see me for a while. My stomach bottomed out. I suddenly didn't care if we broke up or not. All I cared about was Lindsay's health. It could just be the flu, I argued. I had to convince her of this so Esses could heal her without suspicion. I nudged at Esses, and he hopped across the couch toward Medusa. No, Esses, Lindsay said, catching him and handing him back to me. You could get sick. He'll be fine, I assured her. I let him go, and he scurried over to Medusa and placed his paws on her head. She looked too ill to notice or care. Sophia, Lindsay said, it's okay for us to be by each other because the illness isn't passed between elementi. It's passed between familiars. Their elementi get sick because of the bond. Esses shouldn't be touching Medusa. He has a really good immune system, I told her. I watched closely as Esses tried to heal Medusa, but I couldn't tell if it was working. Anyway, you should take some time for yourself while we're in quarantine, Lindsay suggested. I sniffled again. If you decide this is what you want, I'll be waiting for you when I get out, she said. But I'm willing to bet he's waiting for you too. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I don't think so. Lindsay reached over and wiped a tear from my cheek. He'd be a fool not to. My breath wavered under her touch. I don't want to lose you. I stole a quick glance at Esses. He looked like he was getting frustrated. Not a good sign. That's not what this is, Lindsay said. I nodded like I understood, but it sure felt like this was goodbye. I looked to Esses again. He dropped his shoulders in defeat, like it was a lost cause. Whatever this illness was, his magic couldn't heal it. It only made the tears stream down my face harder. Lindsay and Medusa were going to die. Ancestors, please let them find a cure for this soon. Can I get a goodbye kiss? I asked Lindsay. She blinked the tears from her eyes and nodded. Cupping my face in her hands, she slowly pulled my lips to hers. Our lips connected in a soft, tender kiss. The sound of shattering glass sent us reeling apart. My eyes darted toward the noise to see Liam standing near the door. A vase he'd stumbled into lay in pieces at his feet. His eyes went wide, staring at us, like he didn't believe I was with a girl until now. He was in total shock. The whole room went dead silent.
I'm sorry, Liam stuttered. I didn't mean...
He whirled around and raced out of the room. And just like that, I'd already hurt Liam again. Would we ever stop doing this to each other?
Chapter 11. I turned Sophia Henley into a lesbian. You what? Jonah laughed. Nah, man, that's not how it works. I just literally ran out of the room when I saw Sophia kissing Lindsay like there was no tomorrow. I really didn't believe her when she'd said her and Lindsay were a thing. Now there was proof of it being shoved in my face. My ex-girlfriend liked girls, and I had never noticed. I felt like a total idiot. Now I was commiserating with Jonah in the Anichi dorms, which were pretty much clean now. All we had left to do was move some furniture around and the common room would be ready for us to use. It proved a worthy distraction, but I really hoped Sophia didn't come up here because right now I wanted to die of embarrassment. That is how it works. I dated her and now she likes women. I'm a total girl repellent, I said in horror. Liam, trust me, my gaydar works just fine and Sophia is not a lesbian, Jonah said. He laughed again. Squeaks, who was lounging on top of one of the white couches, chirped in agreement. She kissed Lindsay. It's college. Everyone experiments, he said. To be honest, I know she's bisexual, but I don't think it matters, seeing as how her heart is pretty much reserved for you. He said that carefully, like he wasn't sure how I was going to react. I didn't know how I was going to react either. It wasn't like I didn't know how to feel anymore, more that I didn't have any sort of feelings at all, about anything. We're broken up. It doesn't matter. We'll never get back together, I responded. Jonah made a skeptical noise. Sure, that's why it's been 6 months and you two are still pining away for each other. She's not pining away for me. She's dating Lindsay now, I mumbled. All that talk about moving on the other day had been serious. Sophia had gotten tired of waiting for me and had decided to go ahead and find someone else. I didn't even have the right to be mad about it. She was single. This was my fault in the first place. Oh well, at least it wasn't a coigny guy. It was so much better that Sophia had moved on to dating a girl. I didn't think my ego could handle the thought of Sophia getting banged by another dude. That was complete torture. How far had Lindsay and Sophia gone? Had they done stuff other than kissing? Had they seen each other naked? Holy shit, I was getting turned on and upset all at the same time. As hot as it was the thought of Sophia messing around with another girl, it was also heartbreaking. I can tell you're conflicted, which is okay, Jonah said. It's perfectly natural to want to be in a threesome with Sophia and Lindsay because ancestors, those two are really hot. Like, I'm gay and even I would consider... I'm not thinking of having a threesome with them, I grumbled. Then you must not have a dick because every guy would at least be tempted, Jonah shot back at me. Bro, it's obvious why this is bothering you. You still want to be with Sophia. I think you need to man up and tell her how you feel. It's been long enough. If we were to get back together, do you know what would happen? We'd be in the same situation as we were before, I told him. Interhouse relationships still aren't legal. Does it matter? What you're putting yourself through is worse than anything the elders could do to you, Jonah argued. This is self-torture. You don't understand, I said. You don't know what it's like to be forbidden to love someone, for people to tell you that your love is wrong. Dude, are you kidding me? Jonah said, flatly and with a little disgust. People like me know exactly how that feels. Yeah, it's not a big deal for me to be gay in the Hawkeye world because it's what our tribe has been doing for thousands of years. Our religion accepts it, but out there in the rest of the world? He made a skeptical noise. You forget that there are still parts of America where I could be killed for kissing a man in public. I'm safe here. In other parts of the US, not always. And even if I'm not in danger of losing my life, there are still people in our country who think I'm an abomination. I hadn't thought of that. I'd grown up as an elementi, so being anything but straight was more than tolerated, it was accepted. Different sexualities and genders were a part of Hawkeye lore from the beginning of our culture. In some cases, it was even reserved as sacred. It wasn't weird to be gay or transgender in our community. Some were even called Two-Spirit or Na-Anichi in Hawkeye and considered blessed by the ancestors. Jonah had only been afraid of coming out because he was worried about what his parents would think. But they'd disapprove of him either way, whether he was gay or straight. The rest of our society didn't care. But it wasn't like that everywhere. It wasn't that long ago before gay people weren't even allowed to get married in the United States. But I'd never noticed because I'd lived in a society that sheltered me from that kind of hate. "Sorry, Jonah. I didn't mean it like that," I said. "I know you didn't," Jonah said. "But don't act like I haven't been there, because I have." "She wouldn't take me back even if I begged her," I said desperately. I'd burned that bridge long ago. "You don't get it. This isn't just affecting you guys. It's ruining the entire group," Jonah pointed out. "You and Sophia are acting like divorced parents, and Imogen and I are the kids stuck in the middle. The four of us can't hang out anymore without it being weird or awkward or you two starting an argument. It's not fair to anyone." Jonah was right. "I didn't mean to fuck things up this badly," I said. "Why can't we just be friends?" "You and Sophia don't work as besties. You're either together or you're not," Jonah said. "But if you aren't going to ask her to be your girlfriend again, you need to let her go, man. She's torn up over you." I thought about that in silence for a moment. Could I really let Sophia walk out of my life for good, forever? I was still pondering the question hours later. I lay in bed all night, staring at the ceiling and contemplating what the hell was going on. I didn't get any sleep. All I could replay in my head was the sight of Sophia kissing Lindsay and Jonah repeating over and over that I had to let her go. She was probably in Lindsay's bed right now doing stuff I wanted to picture and block out all at once. Have you ever gotten hard and wanted to cry at the same time? Because it's really fucking weird. On Friday morning, I gave up trying to sleep and went down to the dining hall to get some coffee so I'd be able to stay awake for Hawkeye leadership. I saw Imogen for the first time in days. She was at the drink station, mixing all different kinds of veggies and fruits together to make a smoothie. Sassy was beside her, balancing an orange on her nose. When I came up beside her, Imogen narrowed her eyes at me. "I hate you." "That's okay. I kind of hate me too," I responded quietly. I poured myself some coffee in a disposable cup and kept my eyes on the floor. Imogen seethed. She refused to talk to me any further. I decided to ask a question to try and break the ice. "How are Sophia and Lindsay doing?" I asked quietly. "You shouldn't worry yourself about it. They broke up last night," Imogen said dismissively. "What?" I was so startled I nearly dropped my drink. "Why?" "Lindsay called it off because she knows Sophia is still hung up on you," Imogen said harshly. "She's never going to be able to move on unless you finally tell her it's over between you for good." I remained silent, and Imogen said, "It's because it's not really over for good, is it?" "I don't know," I answered hollowly. "You need to make up your mind," Imogen snapped viciously. "Either beg Sophia to take you back or don't, but quit playing with her because it's obvious you two can't be just friends." Imogen stormed off. Sassy followed her with her tail raised high. I fidgeted with my coffee and felt like shit. I was so confused. I still had an hour before Hawkeye leadership. I decided to go for a walk to try and clear my head. I just wanted some way to stop all the voices that were shouting at me. Maybe in the forest it'd be quiet. It felt like my mind hadn't been at peace since before I could remember. I found myself returning to our waterfall, Sophia and I's. I hadn't been here since we'd left it on Ancestors' Day. I didn't know why I headed there, only that I was at the school one minute and I seemed to blank out for a long time, my consciousness only returning when I heard the rushing of the water hitting the stones. It looked the same as it ever did. Nothing had changed. But everything had. This time of year, the waterfall was surrounded by orange, red, and yellow leaves, and the grass was starting to die. There were no more butterflies or flowers, and most of the birds had migrated. It seemed like everything in our special place had died. I noticed a black mark on one of the trees. The tree itself seemed familiar. I walked closer. There, where Sophia and I's initials had been, was nothing but blackened bark and a violent scar. What the fuck? She'd burned our initials off our tree. The burn mark was old, as if it had been done months ago. A couple of ivy vines and leaves had already grown over it. I thought it was dorky and cute when Sophia had carved our initials, but I didn't realize how much those tiny letters meant to me until now. The fact that they were gone seemed permanent and final. I also didn't realize how hard I'd been holding on to the hope that Sophia and I weren't over for good until I saw her kissing Lindsay last night. I punched the burn mark with all I had in me. Of course, it was a tree, so it didn't give. Pain went in shockwaves through my hand, bending my wrist, and I thought I heard something crack. I might have broken a knuckle. But I didn't care. This hurt more than anything my body could do to me. My back hit the tree, and I slid down it, cradling my head in my hands. What else had she done? Toasted my jacket? Thrown out the camera I had gotten her? Had those months meant nothing to her at all? I was tired of living. This shit hurt too much. Every time I thought I hit my limit, there was always more for me to endure. How much more could the ancestors ask of me? What else did they want me to carry? I felt like I was being crushed under all this weight. I just wanted it all to end. And I'd been thinking that way for months. I wasn't sure what I was sticking around for anymore. I had no purpose. After a while, I got up off the ground and wiped my face. I had class. I couldn't sit around feeling sorry for myself. I caused this shit. I heard the sounds of a bike revving in the distance. It was probably my brother. Ezra had taken my bike with nothing more than a, "Really? Thanks, bro." It was for the best. He'd appreciate it. It was a piece of me he could have when I was no longer around. I arrived 10 minutes late to class on the first floor. Professor Cheveo had already started lecturing. He stopped when I entered. "Mr. Mito, make it a priority to arrive to my class on time," he said. "The world doesn't wait on you." "Yes, sir." Nobody paid attention when I sat down at the back of the class. They'd taken it upon themselves to make their own little group to exclude me. There were only 6 people in this class. It was extremely exclusive, open only to political science seniors and kids who already had internships or future job offers to work for the elders. Naturally, I wasn't one of those people, so my attendance in this class had been a bit of a sore spot for everyone else who had busted their ass to get in here. Cheveo probably owed Bane a favor. Everyone else in this class had powerful familiars. Maddox was a Yapluma who rode a huge white lion that had wings. Courtney, a Navita girl who'd taken a particular dislike to me, rode a giant bird with rainbow feathers that made her magic 10 times stronger. The others either had dragons or something else equally monstrous. I felt really out of place among them. The only person who had gone out of their way to make me feel like I actually belonged here was Professor Cheveo. He was Tawakwa, and if anyone was a true Hawkeye, it'd be him. His familiar was a gray-spotted Appaloosa stallion, and the man was so native it was unmistakable. He kept his long black hair in 2 braids and rarely wore anything if it wasn't wool or buckskin made by the tribe. His face was tan and weathered, and his voice deep and gruff. "Now let's continue," Professor Cheveo said. "Leadership is primarily the giving of self. One must be willing to volunteer yourself at all times for the tribe's welfare, even when it deems inconvenient or even costly to your own personal life." I nodded. Being a good leader in our culture meant that you put the tribe first. You always sacrificed whatever you could to be in service of your people. I looked around. I wasn't so sure the students in this room would do that. From what I'd seen of my colleagues, they were all selfish and only interested in serving their self-interests or bolstering their position. The prophecy was right. The tribe was doomed. As we all know, a good leader doesn't have material attachments, at least not any that he or she is unwilling to sacrifice for the greater good, Professor Cheveo continued. Weak leaders try to make themselves seem important. Great leaders are not great by themselves, but are exceptional at leading because they bring out the best in others. This is the most important quality of any good chief or elder, to enable those around them to succeed. Professor Cheveo gestured to us. We'll be doing a team exercise today to put these virtues into practice. Follow me into the forest. We left the classroom. Professor Cheveo led us outside to a tall rock face that went about 100 feet up. I heard a roar somewhere close by that shook the trees over the rock face. That couldn't be good. Around us, a river raged at the bottom of the cliff. Cheveo climbed a platform that was taller than the cliff itself and began shouting down to us using a megaphone. All right, Professor Cheveo said. I'll be splitting you up into teams of 3. Logan, Joanna, and Courtney, you'll be on one team. Liam, Maddox, and Angie, you'll be on the other. Angie and Maddox sent me scathing looks. They were obviously hating that they'd been paired up with me. Logan, Joanna, and Courtney were busy giving each other high fives. Cheveo continued. Somewhere beyond this cliff face is a flag, guarded by a certain magical creature. There is a finish line beyond it. Your task is to scale the cliff face and get to the end of the course. You are not allowed to use your familiars. Leave them behind with me. Whatever individual gets the flag from the magical creature first will receive extra credit. People looked excited about that. Cheveo was a hard grader. It was difficult for the best of students to get higher than a C in his class, if they passed at all, and you couldn't work for the elders if you failed this course. That extra credit was sorely needed by a lot of students. I will be watching closely from the observation deck on who completes the exercise. On my count, Professor Cheveo said. 3, 2, 1. The other team raced forward and started climbing the cliff face individually. They didn't even stop to strategize. They really wanted that flag. Courtney, who was Navita, wrapped vines around her body to lift her up as she climbed and jutted out stones with her magic to grab. She could have done the same for her Coigny teammates, but it seemed like she'd forgotten about them. They didn't pay her any attention, climbing up the rock with sheer grit. Angie looked at me. Well, we already know we're going to lose. Ange, don't say that. Liam's a cup champion. That's gotta count for something, Maddox argued. They were talking about me like I wasn't even there. I ignored it and said, We don't have rappelling gear. Is there another way up the cliff besides climbing it freehand? Yeah, Angie said, and she pushed her hands down toward the ground. She used her air magic to lift her and Maddox up and over the cliffside, leaving me behind. Fine, be that way. It was clear the two of them intended to reach the finish line without me. I'd figure out a way up myself. The other team had almost reached the top by now, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to climb up after them. I had about as much energy today as a limp dick. Try going up that way, and it'd be a sure way to land on my ass. I looked at the river. Looked like my one ticket up. I walked into it. I felt Cheveo's eyes on me closely. I used the water to boost myself up. It wrapped around my waist and lifted me into the sky, then deposited me on the top of the cliff with ease. My lower half was soaked, but I'd made it up here before the other team did. I didn't have time to dry myself off before another roar caught my attention. I looked up to see what the creature was. A typhon. It was an enormous reptile, green in color, with armor-like scales and snapping jaws. If I had to describe it simply, It was a big-ass crocodile with 6 legs that could breathe fire. It was 20 feet long and half as wide. One of its fangs was as big as me. One bite from that thing and you'd be dead. Maddox and Angie were currently trying to get around it. They came at the typhon separately from different directions, but the monster was so big and quick that they couldn't get around to the orange flag on the other side. Angie barely missed getting snapped up by the typhon's jaws, while Maddox was sent flying by the creature's broad, flat tail. He moaned and struggled to get up once he landed. The other team arrived, pulling themselves on top of the cliff. They seemed stunned at the sight of the typhon. Joanna even looked scared. The finish was a separate white line in the grass a safe distance away from the typhon. I had the mind to say screw Maddox and Angie and just go there to wait. But my stupid nice guy instincts kicked in, so I ran around the typhon before it could eat me and kneeled beside Maddox. Angie had backed off to where we were, and the typhon was currently dealing with fending off the other team. They threw fire and boulders at it, but they bounced off the scales of the typhon without hurting it. The creature hissed. The other team was only making it mad. We should just say fuck the flag. I shook my head. We'll never be able to outrun the typhon or get around it. The finish line is right there. Let's just complete the exercise. No way. I'm barely passing this class. I need that flag, Maddox growled. Of course you want to give up, Angie said, shooting me a glare. She had a long scratch on her arm that one of the typhon's claws had given her. I rolled my eyes, because 10 extra points was worth losing a limb to that thing. This is impossible, Angie spit. What a stupid lesson. How can I help? I asked. Help? You want to help? Stay out of the way, Maddox snapped. I stared at the typhon as it attacked. The flag was still far out of reach, but this was supposed to be a lesson, not some pointless exercise. What was the lecture centered around today? Self-sacrifice. Then I put it together. There'd be no way for all 3 of us to get past the creature. Someone had to stay behind. You 2 go on ahead and get the flag. I'll distract the typhon, I said, and I stood up. Really? Maddox got off the ground, raising his eyebrows. But you'll fail. I'll take the losing grade. I'm probably not going to pass this class anyway, I told them. You need the points more than I do. Why would you do that for us? Angie said suspiciously, like I had an ulterior motive. I shrugged. Why not? Maddox and Angie looked at each other. All right, Maddox said. Tell us when. I nodded. I got up and went to the right to face the typhon while Maddox and Angie took the left. The other team had backed off and 2 of them were sporting minor injuries. Courtney was screaming at Joanna. The Coigny girl was crying, holding her leg and refusing to get any closer to the creature. They struggled to recover their breath as they watched me approach the typhon. The creature's yellow eyes fixed on me as I walked slowly toward it. I noticed there was a plot of sand beneath my feet. In seconds, I reached down and grabbed a fistful of sand, flinging it at the typhon's face. The typhon snarled as it became blinded, and I started backing away. The typhon shook sand out of its eyes and growled. It lunged for me, and I fucking ran like hell. The typhon gave chase, just as I hoped it would. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Maddox and Angie running for the flag. The typhon ignored them to come after me. I heard the stomping of its giant feet as it stampeded behind me. I had to hustle, my eyes looking for an exit. But there was nowhere to go, and I was no match in a foot race against a giant crocodile that had 6 legs. I couldn't climb a tree to lose it or outrun it. The only route of escape was down. I launched myself off the edge of the cliff and barely avoided the typhon snapping its jaws down on me, its hot air passing over me as its teeth skimmed my jeans. I felt weightless as I began to fall downward, but I wasn't scared. I'd taken bigger jumps while cliff diving. The fall made me breathless. I turned in midair so that I faced the water and shoved my hands outward. The river rushing below me rose upward to catch my body. The water cradled me in a soft way, and landing on it felt like jumping on a pillow. Once it had caught me, I made the water rise so that it lifted me back up to the cliff again. This time I had it deposit me on the other side of the cliff, where the finish line was. Maddox and Angie were already waiting there with the flag. Yards away, the Typhon paced back and forth with its eyes on us, but didn't venture any closer. Angie had a huge smile as I approached. "I did it! I got the flag!" She'd forgotten that I'd done all the work. But Maddox nodded at me. "Thanks. That was a good idea." "No problem," I gasped. I was still trying to catch my breath. Courtney was giving me dagger eyes. Joanna was still crying, but it wasn't more than a few sniffles. Logan patted her on the back sheepishly. Professor Cheveo had left the observation platform. He was now walking toward us with his Appaloosa by his side. "Thank you for the help, Titan," Cheveo said to the Typhon as he passed it. "Tell Professor Azalea her assistance is much appreciated." The Typhon bowed. Titan ambled off, probably to return to the school. Professor Cheveo faced all of us, but he didn't seem impressed. "Well done, Liam," he told me. "You're the only one that passed." Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise, including mine. Courtney stepped forward. "What? But he failed the course." Cheveo ignored her. "Maddox, Angie, you came very close to passing the exercise. I'm willing to give you both half the credit," Professor Cheveo said, "but if you had paid attention, you would have stuck with Liam and went immediately to the end of the course. The task wasn't to capture the flag, but to ensure that all teammates made it to the finish line safely." Courtney gritted her teeth, outraged. "But you said that whoever got to the flag first would receive extra credit." "I did, but the flag wasn't the purpose. If you had paid attention closely, there was no possible way to get to the flag without losing a teammate. And that wasn't the objective," Cheveo said firmly. "It was merely meant as an enticing distraction. Liam was the only student who was willing to put the needs of the group ahead of his own selfish benefit." The rest of the class looked ashamed, except for Angie, of course, who didn't care because she'd gotten the extra credit, and Courtney, whose face was turning red with rage. "He lost," she demanded, and she pointed at me. I hated being put on the spot. "There is no such thing as a losing side in leadership, Courtney," Cheveo said. "If you are doing your job correctly and taking everyone into account, each one of your people should be on the winning side. We must all work together for the benefit of the group as a whole. If one fails, we all fail." "But it was Joanna's fault we didn't get the flag," she protested. Joanna hiccuped. "Accountability is important. Any person worthy of leading has to be willing to take responsibility for the failures of their people, whether it is their fault or not," Professor Cheveo told her sternly. "Only unworthy individuals place blame." Courtney crossed her arms and refused to say anything more. Cheveo said, "The effort given here today was poor. I hope that the rest of you will pay more attention to my lectures in the future. Class dismissed." There were mumbles of discontent and aggravation. I got more than a few nasty glances. "You just got the points because you're the disabled kid," Courtney whispered viciously to me as she shoved past. Maddox sent me a shrugging gesture as he went by, as if he was sorry she'd done that but didn't want to confront her either. I went to jump off the cliff and into the water again so I could grab my bag and get out of here. "Liam, hold on a moment," Cheveo said to me. I held back and waited. I could hear his horse snort as he approached. Professor Cheveo stood before me and clasped his hands. "I've been meaning to ask, have you given any thought to what the future might hold for you?" "Not really," I said. "I'm kind of figuring it out." "I think it's clear that you're designed for some sort of authority role," Cheveo said. "I don't play favorites with my students, though I will say this, and I expect you not to repeat it. You show more qualities of leadership than any student I've ever had under my instruction. Even with the minimal effort you've chosen to provide thus far, it's critical that you consider a career in government. The tribe needs people like you." I said nothing. "You seem hesitant," he added. I mulled the words over in my head. "Well, to be honest, I don't know why you let me take this class in the first place," I confessed. "Besides that Professor Bane got me in." "Mr. Maito, I allowed you into my classroom because I saw the potential in you," Professor Cheveo said. "You have certain talents that shouldn't go to waste, and both Professor Bane and I think you only need someone to believe in you. Your performance in class today was exceptional. I expect that kind of initiative to be shown by you for the rest of the semester, without excuses." I drew myself up. "Of course I will." "Good." Professor Cheveo turned away. "Now please, never turn in a half-finished essay again, or I will make sure you fail this course. I don't give second chances often." "I won't." I left before he could grill me more, though I was smiling when I got back to the castle. Cheveo thought I was designed for leadership. He wanted me to get involved in tribal government. He didn't give praise often, if ever. Screw it. Maybe there was still a reason for me to stick around. Maybe I was worth giving one last chance. What the hell? I got inspired. I went back to the library and rewrote the paper that I'd already turned in. I didn't think I'd get any points for it, as the first paper was already graded and he didn't accept late work, but I wanted to show Cheveo I had initiative. If it worked, maybe it'd be enough to stop me from what I was already planning. I wanted some sort of sign to help me make a final decision. It took me all afternoon to rewrite the essay. When I was finished, I was actually hungry. I hadn't been hungry in freaking ages. I ate dinner, though it still wasn't much, and was ready to deliver the brand new paper to Cheveo's office. Maybe I'd go for a swim in the Tawakwa dorms later. I was so tired of being alone. I wanted to be around people. I had to cross the atrium to get to Cheveo's office. The sun was almost set by this time. I walked fast because I was excited, thinking about the proud look he'd give me when I handed the paper in. I hate Hawkeye leadership. It's like the only person Cheveo has time for is Liam. I heard someone say my name when I left the atrium. It was Courtney, along with a couple of other people from my Hawkeye leadership class, Maddox and Angie. They were down a ways. I didn't want to run into them. I turned around to go the other way instead. "You know why Cheveo has to," Angie said. "It's because he feels sorry for Maito." They were still talking about me. Something in my gut said it was horrible and not to listen in. My feet urged me to run the other way, but I didn't pay attention. I wanted to know what they were going on about. I ducked behind a statue to listen in. They hadn't seen me. "Cheveo only let Liam in Hawkeye leadership on a pity card," Courtney said. "Gotta have equal representation and all that crap. It's not like he deserves to be there. I mean, his familiar died because of him for ancestors' sake, and he lost the chiefhood. His own father doesn't even want him anymore." I clutched my paper to my chest. "Won't Chief Maito give the tribe to his younger brother when he graduates? Always liked him," Maddox said. "Yeah, Ezra's all right," Angie said. "Sucks for him having an embarrassing older brother, though." "Liam's not that bad," Maddox said. "He shows up every day whether he's sick or not. I couldn't do that." "Okay, the disabled hero thing is so overplayed," Courtney said scathingly. "Honestly, if I was like Liam, I'd want to die. I wouldn't want to live like he does. He's sick every class." "Agreed, it's cruel to let him suffer like that. Society should just take care of those people. End their pain," Angie agreed. "Guys, let's be reasonable," Maddox said. He sounded repulsed by Courtney's words. "We're right, and you know it. His parents should be ashamed of themselves letting him waste away like that," Courtney said fiercely. The disgust in her voice was immense. "If it was my son, I'd get it over with and just kill him. It'd be a mercy. I'd abort my kid if I knew they were going to end up like him. It's the humane thing to do." Maddox sighed. I guess you're right. If you don't have your health, what do you have?
Not to mention he's a burden to the tribe, Angie said. We don't have endless resources to keep taking care of sick people.
But he won the cup, Maddox pointed out.
So? Courtney asked. I bet his teammates got him there. He wouldn't have lasted on his own. My paper was practically being crushed against my chest.
Maddox asked quietly, Do you think he stands a chance of beating out the rest of us for job offers?
Courtney scoffed. I'm not worried about him. His life is over. At this rate, he's just making things harder for the rest of us.
The three of them walked off. I stood behind the statue for what seemed like forever and tried to breathe. They wanted to put me down, like some kind of animal. The rational part of me said they were just jealous and pissed that I'd passed the course today. Maddox's worry that I'd get a better job offer was evidence of that. But I didn't want to listen to evidence or reason. Both of them paled against my stark reality. All the anger was gone. There wasn't anything left but hurt, and it was so bad that it became overwhelming. It completely consumed me and made everything else look entirely hopeless. There was no more meaning. I didn't want to die, but I didn't want to keep doing this. I didn't want to keep living. I didn't want to be in pain anymore. Was it really fair to ask a sick person to keep fighting if they didn't want to? I missed Neshoma. More than anything, I wanted to be with him. I wanted to go home. I pined for him so badly I didn't have a way to describe the pain, and Sophia was no longer around to fill the hole that he had left. And so, I made my final decision. I decided to stop fighting. I threw my paper away. Wouldn't do me any good now. It was pointless. I hadn't done anything in my life except be a major fuck-up. Why did I think today would have made any difference? I left the main castle and proceeded to the outer gardens. Maddie and Drew were there, playing some sort of nerdy board game. They were laughing. I smiled. I wouldn't have to worry about her. Maddie would be okay. She was starting to make friends, and Ezra would take care of the rest. He'd be the big brother now. I'd hurt everyone in my life. My family, my friends, Sophia. Ancestors, I'd fucked things up with Sophia. Jonah and Imogen said I needed to stop hurting her, and they were right. The only way I'd be able to make everything better is if I was gone. Their lives would be so much better without me. I wouldn't be able to mess things up for them anymore. Darkness fell. I wasn't sure where I was going, only sure that I'd never see another sunrise. I didn't have a plan. I didn't feel like I had control of my actions. It was almost like I was in a trance. My head felt like I was in a fog. I ended up on the bridge where I'd kissed Sophia a few days ago, standing in the empty gap where her fireball had blown a hole in the railing. They hadn't repaired it yet. The moon was almost full, and it had risen to light up the bottom of the canyon below the bridge. There wasn't any water down there. It was an 80-foot drop. If I fell, there wouldn't be a way for me to save myself. I glanced around. No one was nearby. Courtney, Maddox, and Angie's words replayed in my head over and over, like a mantra that I couldn't stop hearing. The way they'd said it, it was like they believed that my life wasn't worth living because I was sick, like all that existed was my illness, and not me. Was my disability really all that was left? I'd always just thought it was just a part of me, not the defining factor, not what I'd become. They'd all agreed that they'd rather die than be like me. I bet the entire tribe felt that way. What if they were right? I hovered my right foot over the edge. What if I just... Liam? I thought the voice I heard came from the ancestors, spirit guides, or perhaps some sort of angel. There was a beautiful girl standing near me, about 6 feet away. She glowed with the white light of the moon. I didn't recognize her. Not at first. But it wasn't an angel. It was Sophia. She looked at me with a pale face. Esses poked his head out of the purse she carried and stared at me with big eyes, his tiny paws held over his mouth. I quickly placed my foot back on the ground. Hi. Fuck, I sounded empty. She came up beside me. Her expression was equal to one who'd just had a heart attack.
You okay?
She kept her voice steady. Yeah. I looked back down over the embankment, then at the wooden platforms of the bridge. I'm fine, Polly. She grabbed my arm and led me away from the edge. Her grip was firm and tight. I was just going for a walk. You want to join me? Her voice sounded fake, like she was forcing herself to be casual and relaxed. Okay. I croaked out the last word. My mouth was dry. Esses reached out from her purse and laid a paw on the top of my hand. Things cleared up a little. My head got a little less foggy. The forgetting thing happened again. 1 minute we were on the bridge, the next we were on the pathway back up to the school. Her hand was still on my arm, and it felt warm and comforting. You shouldn't be walking around by yourself at night, I told her. Saying a simple, small sentence like that took all my energy.
Why are you worried about me when you should be thinking about yourself? She asked.
I didn't answer. Sophia was chewing her lip nervously. She didn't let go of me, not even when we got back inside the school. I expected her to drag me to the hospital wing, but instead, she guided me in the direction of the Yapluma dorms. She knocked on the door. A tiny Yapluma girl answered. She stared upward at us in confusion.
Can I help you? I need to speak to Jonah Chani, Sophia said. Please, let me in.
The girl must have heard the urgency in her voice, so she opened the door wider so we could enter. It wasn't weird for people of other houses to come in and out of the Yapluma dorms. It technically wasn't allowed, but they were the party people, so their house had usually looked the other way. The Yapluma dorms were covered in different shades of purple. It was messy in here. Yaplumas weren't often neat, and remnants of parties from the night before were still scattered around the floor. The glass ceilings were super high, hundreds of feet, and students could be seen flying around high above, sitting on chairs that levitated and playing games in the air. The Yapluma girl pointed, and Sophia practically dragged me to the door she gestured to. A couple Yapluma gave us curious stares as we passed. Sophia banged on Jonah's door. There was loud music coming from the inside, which stopped as the lock turned. When the door opened, I saw Jonah in workout gear. He seemed confused when he saw us. Hey, how'd you guys get in here? Jonah asked. Liam's spending the night with you, Sophia belted out. Jonah looked to me. He could tell by the expression on her face something had happened. It was like he instantly understood without having to be told. Yeah, sure. Come in. Sophia led me inside. She only let go of my arm when the door closed behind us. It felt like her fingers would leave marks. Squeaks was lying on an oversized couch big enough for her and Jonah, eating chips. She paused when she saw me. Jonah was friends with the Yapluma RAs, so he'd gotten one of the biggest dorms. It had a small kitchen and a decent-sized living room as opposed to my dorm, which was just a bedroom. It looked more like an apartment. Protein shakes, sports trophies, and dumbbells lined the walls, underneath posters of male models who were half naked or worse. A football game played on the big screen attached to the wall. Jonah turned it off. Jonah went to his bedroom and came back a few minutes later with a blanket. Squeaks can be your pillow for the night. You need a familiar right now. I have this extra quilt. It's clean. Promise there's no jizz on it. He winked at me. I couldn't even lift a smile. I fell on the couch and curled up against Squeaks. Sophia threw the blanket over me. Both she and Jonah glanced at each other. I closed my eyes. Jonah, can I talk to you? Sophia asked. She wrung her hands nervously and glanced at me. Jonah nodded. He went out the door with Sophia. I kept my eyes closed and breathed evenly. Squeaks chirped and nuzzled my hair with her beak. I'm sorry. I didn't know where else to take him. I didn't know what to do. Sophia's voice was thick and upset. She was crying again. You did the right thing. The hospital wing is swamped right now with sick familiars anyway, Jonah said calmly. They wouldn't have been able to keep an eye on him. Can I use your phone? I'm going to call his mom. Yeah, sure. I have her number saved. Here. Just don't let anyone see you on it. Their voices got quieter, and I couldn't hear anything after that. I chanced opening my eyes for a moment. I looked at the poster above me on the ceiling of a guy showing his bare ass and wondered what I'd gotten myself into this time. After 15 minutes or so, Jonah came back in. "You're sleeping here, bud. Squeaks is gonna stay with you." Squeaks cooed. I didn't respond, just nuzzled further into her feathers. Jonah sat across from me in an armchair and turned the TV back on, glancing at me every few minutes. I couldn't take his concerned stares, so I closed my eyes again. I drifted in and out of consciousness for about an hour before I pressed into the safe darkness of sleep. I woke up the next morning to the smell of bacon and eggs. Sleep was an escape. Now the grim fact of what I'd almost done last night pressed in around me, but I'd nearly ceased to care. I was more concerned that it had been Sophia who had witnessed. "Rise and shine, Liam, baby," Jonah sang at the stove. "I'm making pancakes." It felt like there were concrete blocks attached to my body. I struggled to walk across the room and sit at the kitchen table. Squeaks got up when I did and happily perched before the table where Jonah placed a stack of 20 pancakes for her. She licked her beak and chortled. "Here you go," Jonah said, and he put food in front of me. "Over easy, how you like it. Don't bitch." Jonah was an amazing cook, but the last thing I felt I could stomach at the moment was food. Not hungry. "You're eating this, or I'm shoving it down your throat." "Your choice," Jonah said, and he put a hand on his hip over the pink apron he wore. I knew I couldn't argue. I picked up a fork and did as he said. A half an hour later, there was another knock on the door. It was Ezra. The area around his eyes was rimmed with red as if he'd been crying. "Hey, bro," he said hoarsely. "You need to come home for a while. Mom's waiting." I nodded. I followed Ezra out. Jonah blew me a kiss as I left and said, "You'll feel better soon, darling. We're all here for you." A bunch of Yupluma stared and whispered as Ezra escorted me out. I wondered if word had gotten around the school that fast. Liam Maito tried to kill himself. I kept my eyes focused on the floor, and soon carpet turned to grass as we left the castle and ventured into the courtyard. A carriage pulled by a pair of Periton waited for us. "You're taking your bike back," Ezra said roughly. "You're not going anywhere." Ezra sent a watery glance at me before he wrenched his eyes forward. I gave a feeble nod. "Okay." I didn't think I'd see another sunrise, but there it was. Today was the first dawn of a new morning.
Chapter 12. The night I found Liam standing on the bridge ready to jump, I'd just returned from the hospital wing. I'd wanted to visit Lindsay and check on how she was doing, but they wouldn't let me in. I'd just sat down on my bed and opened my Intro to Child Development textbook when a sickening sensation slammed into my gut. It came out of nowhere and was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. I immediately jumped off the bed and made a beeline for the bathroom. I hunched over the toilet, waiting for my dinner to come spewing out, but nothing happened. Fear swept over me, though I didn't know why. Esses scurried into the bathroom behind me, looking worried. "I'm fine," I lied, but my stomach continued to churn. "I just need some fresh air." For some reason, leaving the castle was all I could think about. It didn't matter that we were supposed to travel in groups and that there were dangers lurking about. I just needed to go for a walk. I scooped up my purse from the floor and opened it for Esses to jump inside. I hurried out of the dorms, then down the main stairs and out into the night. I didn't know where my feet were taking me. It was like they had a mind of their own. All I knew was that I had to get somewhere, and fast. Then I saw him. Liam's form was nothing but a silhouette in the moonlight. He stood on the bridge we'd fought on just days ago, staring down into the empty canyon below. His foot hovered over empty air, like he was ready to jump. Oh, shit! My stomach bottomed out. Suddenly, I knew where I had to be. Right here, right now.
It was a message from the ancestors. Liam? His head jerked in my direction. I couldn't read his features or his tone of voice. It was all empty, like he'd completely given up. Hi. I pretended like I didn't know what was about to happen. It seemed like that might make it worse. I just had to get him away from there. What do I do? What do I do? My mind raced. Was this truly what I thought it was? Liam wouldn't try to kill himself, right? What did I know? I knew he was depressed, had been since the moment I met him. But ancestors, why hadn't I been paying attention? Now wasn't the time to get into the gritty details. All I knew was I couldn't leave Liam on his own tonight. I thought about staying out in the woods with him just to keep him company, but that'd be stupid considering familiars were going missing. Instead, I dragged him to Jonah's dorm, where I knew he'd be safe for the night until we could figure out how to help him. The following days, I still couldn't wrap my head around what I'd seen. It was Saturday, and Jonah, Imogen, Cade, and I were gathered in our usual spot in the commons. We were all squished onto a single couch, but we didn't care. It felt better to be next to each other. "How is he?" I asked Jonah hopefully. Maybe last night wasn't at all what I thought it was. Jonah dropped his head, and Squeaks looked as equally sullen beside him.
Quiet. He won't tell me a thing. He's taking the week off school to recover. He's gone back home.
"You're sure?" I pressed.
Yes, Jonah said firmly. I spoke to his mom. He should be safe there for the next few days.
"But what if he—" Imogen hiccuped. Tears brimmed behind her lower lid. She was dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, with her hair piled into a messy bun at the top of her head. She was almost unrecognizable. Cade sat on her other side with his arm around her, softly stroking her arm. His features were blank, like he couldn't believe what had happened. "What if he tries to hurt himself again?" Imogen forced out. Jonah leaned his head on her shoulder.
There's nothing more we can do right now. He's in good hands.
Our corner of the commons went quiet. I could feel the tension in the air, like we all wanted to talk about it but didn't know what to say. I couldn't take the silence. "I feel awful," I admitted. "I mean, how could I not have noticed?"
You? Jonah asked. You barely spend time with him anymore. If anything, I should have been the one to notice.
Imogen buried her face into my hands. "It's my fault!" We all looked to her in confusion. Sassy nudged her head against Imogen's elbow, trying to get her to feel better.
Your fault?
Cade balked. "I yelled at him right before... She sniffled. "I told him I hated him." I shook my head firmly. "No, Im, it's not your fault. Liam's depressed because of me, because we broke up." Jonah put an arm around me, pulling me close.
Don't say that, baby doll. This is no one's fault.
I stroked S's fur in my lap. "I'm just glad I was there, you know?"
See? Jonah pressed. Not your fault. He's alive because of you.
I blinked away the tears. "Yeah, I guess." I cut off when I heard a familiar voice clear his throat from behind us. I sat up straight and turned around to see Ezra, with Diami at his side. His face was fallen, and his eyes were red. He carried a backpack that looked filled to the brim.
Hey, guys,
he said flatly. Jonah stood and rounded the couch to pull Ezra into a one-armed hug.
Thanks for keeping him company last night,
Ezra said. Jonah patted him on the back.
Anything for my Liam baby.
"How is he?" I asked desperately. Ezra looked totally out of it. His eyes didn't even focus on me when he responded.
Better, kind of. I had to come pick up a few things, but I'm headed back now. I feel so stupid.
Ezra slammed his palm into his forehead.
Hey.
Jonah said softly, reaching for Ezra's hands to calm him. Ezra kicked the back of the couch, then stood up straighter.
He gave me his bike, dude. I didn't realize what it meant at the time, but now...
None of us knew, Jonah repeated. He looked between all of us to reinforce the statement.
At least now we can get him the help he needs.
Jonah was right. Liam was still here. We'd gotten to him before it was too late. All we could do now was figure out how to help him so that it never happened again. Ezra took a deep breath, then looked to me.
Mom says you're the one who found him.
I nodded, but the words closed up around my throat.
Thanks,
he said.
Today would be a lot different if you hadn't been there. I should probably get going.
Wait, I said, before I could stop myself. Ezra hesitated. Can you tell Liam we miss him? And let us know when he's ready for visitors? Ezra nodded.
I will.
Ezra left out the door that led to outside. Dyami just barely squeezed through it with him. Jonah took a deep breath and plopped back onto the sofa between me and Imogen.
I wish there was something we could do.
There isn't anything we can do right now, I pointed out, feeling the weight of the truth in my chest. We just have to wait until he's ready for us. Jonah groaned.
Can we at least do something to pass the time? I'm going to kill myself with worry.
Jonah clammed up when he realized what he'd said. Imogen checked her watch, then turned to Cade. Love, you're going to be late for your meeting with your advisor. Cade didn't move right away. He clearly really cared about what happened to Liam, and about being here for Imogen.
I can skip.
It's okay, she said softly. I'll be fine. We'll meet up later. Cade seemed reluctant, but he gave in. He leaned in to give Imogen a peck on the lips, then stood.
Love you, babe.
Love you, she replied. Her eyes followed Cade and Arabelle all the way out of the dorm. Then she turned to look at us. I went home yesterday and got the story we were looking for. Jonah glanced around and lowered his voice.
About the prophecy?
Imogen nodded. Should we talk about this somewhere else? I whispered. We quietly left the commons and climbed the castle stairs until we reached the doorway at the bottom of the Anichi Tower. A few students were passing by, so we waited until the coast was clear before we slipped inside. I drew a breath when we reached the top. Wow, you guys, this looks great. Jonah plopped onto one of the couches and Squeaks spread out over the one beside him. She took up the entire thing. Jonah placed his hands behind his head.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a time cleaning up this place.
Imogen swatted him. Please, you watched while I did all the work. Jonah flexed his biceps.
I'm here for the heavy lifting, babe.
Imogen frowned at him. True, you did help move some of the furniture. I bent beside the fireplace and started up a fire with some of the dry logs piled beside it. Then I joined Imogen and Sassy on one of the couches. Imogen pulled an old book out of her bag and opened to the first page. Esses hopped over to her and settled onto her lap, like he was a kid getting ready for a bedtime story. This book has been in my family for over 100 years, Imogen said. It's filled with elementai stories for children. I didn't think of this story until Bane talked about it in class. I did some digging, and look. Imogen showed me the copyright page. It's copyrighted in 1902, only a few years after the prophecy was given. But the blessing tree, it's at least 200 years old.
Yeah, so? Jonah asked. What's your point?
If the legend has been around as long as the tree, why is this the first account of it? Imogen cocked an eyebrow at Jonah. He shrugged. Because, the pieces began to fall into place in my mind, because the legend was never about the tree. It was written for the prophecy. Exactly, Imogen said proudly.
Navita made it up to pass the wording of the prophecy down through the generations. I scooted closer to her, feeling hopeful. Could this really be it? What's the passage we're looking for? Imogen cleared her throat and turned the pages to the middle of the book. She began reciting the story. The day was bright and cheerful, but not for this Toaqua man. For this tale tells of something fearful, a terrifying plan. The Toaqua man was gentle. He wouldn't hurt a fly. But the Coigny man he met left him there to die. Blood splayed the path beside him. Every coin was gone. The Toaqua man prayed for help through the night and into dawn. A Yapluma woman crossed his path, but she feared the attacker was nearby. She hurried on her way and ignored his pleading cry. Next came a Navita girl, without a companion by her side. Lida Leve Navarres approached him and set aside her pride. She pulled the man into her cart and brought him back into the trees. She nursed him back to health until he was steady on 2 knees. The ancestors saw her courage. They knew what she had done. Great power was bestowed upon her. Great power she'd become. But the Coigny thief was selfish. He wanted power for his own, so he took the woman down in the center of their home. She wouldn't let her power be used in such vain ways. A tree would sprout years later, exactly where she lay. In her last breath, she raised her voice and forecast words that warned of end. The future of the tribe is in Navita's hands. No Hawkeye shall survive if the weakest refuse to bend. We looked between each other. "Don't you see?" Imogen said. "This is it." Jonah narrowed his eyes like he didn't quite get it.
Which part?
"And forecast words that warned of end," she repeated. "It's a prophecy, don't you see? The entire story is a warning." "What kind of warning?" I asked curiously. Imogen sat up straighter. "They're warning Navita about choosing sides. This is why you didn't get the moral of the story in Bane's class, Sophia. You were looking for the moral of the story in the kindness she offered the Toaqua man, but that's not it at all. The elders who wrote this story are warning Navita not to be too kind. It has led to consequences in the past. It could destroy us again." Jonah looked skeptical.
How can you know for sure this story has anything to do with the prophecy?
Imogen sighed like it was obvious. "We've been divided ever since Anachi died out, and this poem wasn't written until shortly after Shawana created the prophecy in the first place." She looked between me and Jonah, as if waiting for the pieces to click. "Why would all the houses be against each other in the story if the story supposedly happened so long before that?" "So it's another clue," I theorized. "It's a way to call attention to the story, to say that something's wrong with the legend." "Exactly," Imogen said. Jonah sat up.
I don't get it. What does the tree have to do with the prophecy?
"Nothing," Imogen said simply. "It was only a way to keep the legend alive, to tie the story into our culture." "So all that matters is what she whispered at the end?" I asked. "Yes," Imogen said proudly. She glanced back down to the story and recited the words. "The future of the tribe is in Navita's hands. No Hawkeye shall survive if the weakest refuse to bend." I pressed my lips together. "What do you think that means? That Navita is the most powerful house in this war?" "In a sense," Imogen said. "I told you, the story is about Navita choosing sides. We have to be prepared for the consequences of whatever side we pick." Jonah inhaled a breath.
I think I get it.
A silent beat passed. "Care to elaborate?" I asked. Jonah sat up straighter, looking like he was thinking hard.
During the last war, Navita and Yapluma sat things out until it was too late. Navita wouldn't be stupid enough to let history repeat itself, so they're going to choose sides this time. But if I know my house, and I do, Yapluma is going to wait until Navita makes their move. Wherever Navita goes, Yapluma will follow. They don't want to make the final decision and end up on the losing side.
That's why the fate of the tribe is in Navita's hands, I realized. Because whichever side Navita chooses will be the strongest. Their side will have 3 houses fighting against 1. Yes, Imogen said confidently. What about the second line? I leaned closer to read it. The weakest must bend. Weak elementi? Like they have to give in, comply? Are they talking about Toaqua? I don't know, Imogen said in thought. That's how I'm interpreting it, but it's a little ambiguous.
Jonah snorted. Every piece we find is ambiguous.
At least we have the piece now, I said. And I think we all know what we have to do. Imogen looked up from the book. What's that? I held my head up high. Whatever happens, we need to convince Navita to join our side. The following day, I visited my grandparents' house for dinner, but I didn't feel present like normal. My mind was somewhere else entirely. On Liam. Is everything okay, dear? Grandma asked while I poked at my food. Esses reached up from my lap and snatched a piece of broccoli from my plate. He popped it in his mouth and made a face, then spit it back out onto my plate. At this point, I didn't care. I barely took notice. I sighed, then looked up to my grandparents. It's nothing, I lied. They exchanged a worried glance, and Grandma turned to me. Whenever you're ready to talk, we'll be here to listen. My shoulders fell. I wanted to talk about it, but at the same time, I didn't. I found the words forcing themselves out anyway. It's one of my friends. Grandma and Grandpa looked at me with concern on their faces, but they didn't prod. They waited for me to come at my own pace. I took another deep breath. He's in a bad place right now.
You're worried about him,
Grandpa guessed. I nodded. That, and I'm afraid it's my fault, like I'm the one who put him there. So you're feeling guilty? Grandma asked. I looked back down at my food, poking at the mashed potatoes on my plate. Esses tugged at my arm, so I scooped some into his mouth. I guess so. When I looked up into my grandma's eyes, I could see that she really cared. Her tone softened. Do you think you could have done anything to change it? I thought about her question for a moment. I don't know. She rephrased the question. If you'd done everything in your power to change how you'd acted toward this friend, would the outcome be any different? I realized that they hadn't even asked what had happened. They were nice that way, not prodding or criticizing me. The kitchen went silent for what felt like a whole minute as I contemplated her question. Would it have been any different? Liam was depressed before I met him. If our breakup hadn't triggered him, would something else have? Had this been inevitable all along? I didn't know the answer to that, but I was starting to understand what my grandma was getting at. I couldn't blame myself. Heck, I didn't even think I could blame Liam. This was nobody's fault. But that didn't stop me from worrying about him. I wondered what he was doing right now. I tried to picture him in his room, weaving a basket or praying to the ancestors. I wanted to believe he was healing, with or without me at his side. I don't know that I could have changed anything, I admitted. I guess what's really bothering me is that I don't know what to do moving forward.
What are your options?
Grandpa asked. Another beat of silence passed. It seemed like I only had 2 options. One, I could get back together with Liam because I thought that might make him happy.
But I quickly realized that would only be a temporary fix. I couldn't give my whole life to him just because I was afraid of what might happen if I didn't. That kind of relationship would only be filled with resentment on both sides. Neither of us would ever be truly happy. Or two, I could walk away. That option scared me more. There had to be something else, an in-between, a way to help Liam without sacrificing my own future. No matter how much he'd hurt me, I still cared. I still wanted him to live. I still wanted to be his friend, even if I didn't know if I wanted to be with him anymore. I don't know what to do, I told my grandparents. I feel lost, like I need guidance. Do you have any suggestions? Grandpa shook his head regrettably.
We can't tell you what to do, Sophia.
I groaned and playfully said, Can't you just point me in the right direction and hold my hand until I reach my destination? Grandma raised an eyebrow.
And what destination is that?
I opened my mouth to answer, but stopped when I realized I didn't know. Grandma smiled sweetly.
Dear, that is exactly why you feel lost. You need to find a sense of direction before you can know whether you're on the right path or not.
I scowled. Can't I just figure out the destination once I get there? Grandpa laughed.
Is that what you want?
I dropped my head. No, it's not. I just wish there was a way to orient myself. Grandpa smiled.
There's something we can do.
Oh? I perked up immediately. What's that? Grandma quickly caught on to what Grandpa was saying. She turned to me.
We can perform a naming ceremony.
Excitement washed over me. My friend told me about that. What is it exactly?
A naming ceremony provides you with your spirit name, which we believe is your true name, as opposed to your legal name, Grandma said. Your spirit name tells you about your personality and your path in life. It is very sacred and is rarely spoken outside the family.
Why? I asked curiously.
So that it can never be used against you, Grandpa said. No matter what happens, you will always retain a part of your identity.
I liked the sound of that. How do you get a spirit name? I mean, how does the naming ceremony work?
A naming ceremony involves offerings and prayers, Grandma answered. The ancestors will tell you what your name is.
Do I need to ask the elders then? I asked, since they're the only ones who can contact the ancestors. Grandpa shook his head.
A naming ceremony is different than traditional contacting ceremonies. We don't speak directly to our ancestors. Usually it's performed by a parent, grandparent, or other elder family member who guides the subject in the prayer process.
I felt restless in my seat. That means you two can perform the ceremony for me, right? Grandma beamed.
Yes.
I started to stand with Esses in my arms. Let's go! I want to do it right now! Grandpa chuckled.
Not so fast, Sophia. We will need time to prepare the sweat lodge. Plus, you will need to prepare yourself before the ceremony begins.
I sat back down. I was eager to start this now. How much time will we need? Grandma looked to Grandpa, then back to me. She seemed to sense my eagerness.
We can do it next Saturday.
I clapped my hands together. That's perfect! What do I need to do to prepare? Grandma and Grandpa guided me through everything I'd have to do over the next week. How I'd have to fast for 24 hours before the ceremony, and how I had to prepare a gift to offer to the ancestors. By the end of the night, I couldn't wait for Saturday to arrive. Maybe then everything would get better. The week passed by at a crawl as I eagerly awaited my naming ceremony on Saturday. I'd hardly been able to concentrate on homework all week, as I was focused so much on getting this done and over with.
Jonah, Imogen, and Vanessa climbed the mountain trail beside me early that morning. My grandparents had said I could invite whoever I wanted, and these were the people I'd decided I wanted to share this with. I'd tried to get word to Amelia, but I wasn't sure my letter had reached her in time. "I'm so excited for you," Imogen said as we climbed higher. Sassy and Esses ran ahead on the trail, playfully nipping at one another. Squeaks and Aisha held up the rear. "What was it like for you guys?" I asked, pulling Liam's leather jacket tighter around me. No one had asked why I was wearing it, which I was glad for. I didn't want to explain. "It's different for everyone," Vanessa said. "Mine only took an hour. Bren's took all night and into the next day." "Yikes," I said, biting my lower lip. I didn't want to be held up in a sweat lodge that long. "You have nothing to worry about," Imogen told me. "It's a really spiritual, amazing experience."
"Yeah,"
Jonah said, clapping me on the back.
"You've got this."
"How do you know when it's done?" I asked. "There's no doubt about it," Vanessa said. "You'll hear your name from the ancestors." "I hear it?" I asked. "My grandparents don't give it to me?" "No," Imogen said. "They're just there to guide you, but you must find the name on your own." We reached a clearing in the trees. I caught sight of the sweat lodge first. It sat at the base of a high cliff with trees all around. It was a small hut about 4 feet high and 10 feet wide at its base, and was covered in all different colors of blankets. Grandpa stood just feet away from it beside a burning fire. He wore traditional Hawkeye regalia, a robe that was stitched with all colors of the rainbow. The fire had been reduced down to nothing but coals. Large flat rocks lay in the middle and were just as red as the coals. "This is it!" I cried, bouncing on the balls of my feet. 2 women emerged from the trees with their familiars at their sides, a parrot and a small feline. They carried pails of water, which I assumed they'd gotten from a nearby stream. Grandma wore a similar dress to my grandfather, but it was stitched with endless beads. The other woman was Amelia. She was in her normal jeans and tee. She was here. "Amelia!" I shrieked, racing over to them. "You made it!" I threw my arms around her neck. She chuckled, but her hands were full, so she couldn't hug me back. "I wouldn't miss this for the world."
"Here, let me take those."
Jonah came up beside us and took the pails out of Amelia's hands. She drew me into a hug, burying her face into my hair and inhaling my scent.
"I missed you."
"I missed you too." I squeezed her tighter until she couldn't breathe. Her familiar, Kiwi, squawked at me, and I let her go.
"How do you feel?"
she asked. "Good," I told her. "I'm ready for this."
"That's great."
Amelia walked over to the fire where everyone else had gathered, and I followed.
"Amelia, why don't you help Sophia get dressed?" my grandma suggested. "We should be ready as soon as you return."
"Yes, ma'am." Amelia bent and grabbed a backpack lying next to the fire, then gestured for me to follow her. I glanced back at my friends as Amelia and I ventured into the trees. They'd already settled in cross-legged around the fire, and eyed the flames curiously as my grandfather made the smoke dance. I left Esses behind with them, since he seemed intrigued at the display. Amelia stopped once we were out of sight of the clearing. I could hear a small stream trickling through the mountain not far from us. She swung the bag off her shoulder and set it on the ground. Kiwi squawked again from her other shoulder. "I have a present for you," she said as she reached into the bag. "Really?" I asked in shock. "You didn't have to—" Amelia pulled a large piece of fabric from the bag and held it up. It was a dress made of yellow, blue, and red threads that zigzagged in a mesmerizing pattern. Small beads were stitched into the design. "This was Mom's dress," she said. "I wore it to my naming ceremony, and I think you should wear it too." Tears sprang to my eyes. This is—" She shoved it in my direction. "It's perfect. Take it." "Thank you." I began to strip down in the middle of the forest. I wasn't embarrassed in front of her. Amelia's eyes locked on the totem around my neck, and she frowned. The way she looked at it made me suddenly feel self-conscious, like it was giving her bad vibes or something. "You'll need to take everything off," she told me when I started to pull the dress on over my underwear. "Everything but the dress." The dress was lightweight, and I felt beautiful in it. I pulled my bra and panties off beneath it, then placed my clothes in the open bag she offered. All except Liam's jacket. I draped that across my arms to bring with me. I kept the totem on, but she didn't say anything about it. Amelia looked me up and down. "Sophia, you look amazing." I twirled around, giggling. "You think?" "Just one more thing." She pulled a hairbrush and hair tie from her bag, then approached me and started brushing out my hair. She twisted it into a braid, then secured it with the hair tie. I ran my fingers gently down the braid. "Thank you." She smiled. "Any time." Amelia's features softened as she looked me over one last time. It was the same way people always looked at the bride in movies. "I can't go with you, but I'll be waiting outside the whole time. This is a big step, Sophia. Are you ready for it?" I nodded. "How can I not be?" She straightened the dress on my shoulders. "You've fasted for 24 hours?" I nodded. "You have your offering?" She glanced down to the jacket in my arms. I nodded. "My grandparents had explained that your offering must represent something important to you, something you were willing to give to the ancestors in exchange for your name. I'd racked my brain all week trying to come up with something I could offer them, something that was important to me. I'd thought of one of the shiny rocks sitting on my window ledge that Esses had given me, but that didn't seem significant enough. Then I thought of the jacket, and the answer was obvious. This jacket represented everything I'd been holding on to. It was the moment in the utility closet with Liam, and every moment after that. It was the kisses, the warm hugs, and the love I'd given to Liam. It was everything that was and everything that had been. If I was going to truly get over him and move on with my life, I had to let all of that go, as much as it killed me to do so. I had to let him go. Amelia took my hand. "Let's go." When we returned to the clearing, Grandma had joined Grandpa in manipulating the fire. They were laughing with each other, while my friends watched in amazement. They all quieted as we approached. "It is time," Amelia said. Grandpa nodded, then pulled a large pitchfork out of the ground beside the fire. "Then we shall begin." Amelia went to sit beside my friends on the ground, and Esses hurried over to jump into my arms. My grandfather's ram stood beside him, and my grandmother's cat sat in her arms. "A naming ceremony is an ancient tradition in the Hawkeye culture," Grandpa started. "It dates back as far as anyone can remember. The lodge represents the womb of the earth. You must prepare for a new beginning when you step into the lodge. When the ceremony is complete, you will step out into a new life with a new name." I bounced on the balls of my feet. I was ready to find out what my spirit name was. "The door of the sweat lodge faces east toward the rising sun, signifying the start of a new dawn." Grandpa turned to me. "Sophia Henley, are you prepared to start anew?" I held up my head proudly. "I am." "Then it's time to pray," Grandpa said. He picked up stones with his pitchfork and began moving them into the lodge. When 7 stones were placed inside a pit inside, he instructed my grandmother and me to bring in the water. "Good luck, Sophia," Amelia called. I smiled back to her, then ducked inside the lodge behind my grandparents and their familiars. It was pitch black inside, with no lighting except that of the red-hot stones in the center of the lodge and the flaming horns of Grandpa's ram. I could already feel the heat coming off the stones in waves. I sat cross-legged on the ground with Esses beside me. Grandpa started chanting something in Hawkeye, while the sound of voices singing softly outside met my ears. It sounded like the song was in the original language, too. I found the tune and the sound of my friends' voices comforting. "Your offering," Grandma said from beside me. I held out the leather jacket, and she found it through the darkness. She placed it beside the burning stones. Grandpa sprinkled sage over the stones, then poured a pail of water over them. Steam immediately rose around us. Even for a Coigny, the heat was almost unbearable. But it was pleasant, too. I could already feel the tension in my shoulders melting away. "Now what?" I whispered. Grandpa joined in on the song from outside, while Grandma spoke from beside me. "Your name must come from within you, Sophia." "How will I know?" I asked. "The ancestors have many ways of communicating," she said vaguely. "All we can do is guide you. Take a deep breath and feel all the tension melting out of your body." She took a long, audible breath to demonstrate. I followed her guidance. Damp air and the smell of sage filled my nasal passages. "Focus on the elements around you," Grandma instructed. "Feel the earth beneath your legs, the air on your skin, the fire in the stones, and the water in your body." I closed my eyes and tried to block out all my thoughts as I focused only on the elements and the harmonious sounds of singing around me. "When you are ready, you must pray to the ancestors," Grandma said. I opened my mouth. She must have heard me inhale a breath. "Not yet," she said quickly, "and not out loud. This is your journey, Sophia. We need not know where you have been or where you're going. This is between you and the ancestors." 15 minutes passed, and I continued to sweat more and more with each passing moment. I thought that I was ready to pray, but when I tried to speak to the ancestors, it felt unauthentic and forced. My mind began to wander. Is it supposed to feel this hot? What if I get dehydrated? What are my friends doing out there? Maybe I made a mistake with the jacket. Liam should be here. I forced myself to push all of that out of my mind, then returned to focusing on my breath and the elements around me. Over and over again, I went through this process until I couldn't count how many times I'd repeated the routine. There was no telling how much time had passed, since it was so dark we couldn't see the sun, but it felt like hours. Grandma kept assuring me to take my time, but I felt like I was wasting theirs. Weren't they sick of this by now? Weren't they getting frustrated with me for taking so long? What if they gave up on me? Finally, I just decided to go for it. "Ancestors?" I called in my mind. "Ancestors, I am here. I'm ready to receive my name. Please, help guide me and tell me where I need to go." Nothing happened. Were they even listening? "Tell me what I need to do," I begged. I rephrased myself over and over again, but still the ancestors didn't answer. It was almost as if they couldn't hear me, like I'd been abandoned, or I didn't belong. "Shut up, Sophia," I chastised myself. "You belong here. You can do this." Hours continued to tick by, and soon my thoughts turned to my empty stomach. What was taking the ancestors so long? I was hungry. I was tired. Couldn't they just get this over with and let me eat something already? At this point, I was going to starve to death. Is that what they wanted? I gritted my teeth. "Tell me what I need to know." Nothing. "Please." I kept trying to remind myself what Vanessa had said, how Bren's naming ceremony took him all night. I just had to be patient, but my patience was wearing thin. "Why isn't it working?" I asked. The singing outside had died down. Had my friends abandoned me because they'd gotten sick of waiting out there? "It takes time," my grandma said gently. You must connect with the ancestors. Truly connect with them. I'm trying, I said through gritted teeth. I expected Grandma to tell me to try harder, but instead all she said was, I know. Silence settled over the lodge once again, and I continued to push myself to clear my mind and listen to the ancestors. But the more I tried, the more frustrated I became. What if there's something wrong with me? What if I rushed this and I'm not ready? Will I ever be ready? Maybe it already happened and I just didn't realize it. I should just take the first name that comes to mind. Surely that's how this works. The ancestors just send you a name and you just feel it, right? My teeth gritted tighter and tighter as I willed a name to come to me. But all I got was White Buffalo, and I could easily say, without a doubt, that wasn't my name. I was making shit up at this point. My head was starting to hurt.
Sophia, my grandfather said softly, I can sense that you're struggling. We are here to guide you with whatever you may need.
Then why isn't this working? I asked. It must be their fault. I did everything I was asked to do. They messed up somehow.
Sophia, what is it that's holding you back? Grandma asked.
I wanted to scream. None of it made any sense. I should have my name by now. Why wasn't this working? It had been hot in here for hours, but suddenly it felt as if I was standing in the middle of an inferno. I couldn't breathe anymore, and I thought I might pass out if I spent one more second in here. So I bolted. I ripped the back flap of the sweat lodge and scurried to my feet. The air felt like ice on my wet skin. My friends still sat outside, but I ignored them as I let my feet take me into the forest. It was dark now, the last bits of sunlight leaving shadows over the ground. I could hear Es's worried cries from behind me, but I didn't care. I pushed further and further into the forest until the sweat lodge was far in the distance. I'm done, I cried to the ancestors. I can't do this. Why are you making this so hard on me? I reached the stream I'd heard earlier and fell to my knees in the dirt at its bank. Tears streamed down my face and into the water. My shoulders shook as I buried my face in my hands. I was briefly aware of Esses crawling onto my back to offer comfort, but it wasn't until I heard my grandparents' footsteps that I lifted my head. I dashed the tears away and looked up to meet their eyes. Go away, I cried. They both stopped in their tracks. They shared a fallen glance, then started in the other direction. I knew they'd never leave me. They were testing me. No, wait! I quickly stopped them. Grandma slowly approached, then lowered herself to the bank beside me. She took my face in her hands and guided my eyes toward hers. You are angry, Sophia. I understand that. I'm not angry, I grumbled, tearing my face from her hands. I slapped the water in front of me. I'm... Grandpa knelt on my other side.
It's okay, Sophia. You can tell us.
All right, I caved. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I don't know why this isn't working. I lifted my gaze to look at him, but I didn't dash the tears away this time. I let them freely fall down my face. I don't know why the ancestors don't want to help me. Grandma took a deep breath. The ancestors cannot help you if you are not willing to help yourself. I am, I growled in frustration.
Sophia, why do you think you're angry?
My grandfather asked. I pulled Esses off my shoulder and snuggled him to my chest. He gasped for breath as I squeezed him tightly. I loosened my hold on him, but my tears continued to soak his fur. I don't know, Grandpa. All I know is that I don't want to feel this way anymore. How do I do that? Grandpa sighed.
Anger is a choice, Sophia.
It doesn't feel like it, I sobbed. Grandpa placed a comforting hand on my shoulder.
People choose anger because it's easier to be angry in a situation than to solve it. If you don't feel like you're ready, Sophia, we can do this another time. It's up to you. Whatever you choose, we will be there for you.
Nobody spoke for a long time as I contemplated what my grandpa said. Had I been choosing anger as a way to avoid solving problems? I never used to be this angry. Had I somehow lost touch with my own emotions since I came to Orenda Academy? I thought back to the times when anger had screwed me over. It almost always resulted in me threatening someone with a fireball, and that never ended well. It was the reason Haley and I couldn't get past that assignment in class. It had caused my fight with Imogen last semester, and had sent me spiraling into a depression after Liam and I had broken up. Was it really that easy to just shut it off and everything would be okay? No, I realized quickly. Letting go of my anger wouldn't solve everything, but it'd sure make it all a lot easier. My anger had been a problem for me for a long time. It was ruining my life, and I was sick of it. I was done with it. A sense of peace washed over me unlike anything I'd ever felt before. It was akin to bonding with Esses, but different too. My whole body relaxed, and my mind cleared. It was so profound, like a blessing from the ancestors. Suddenly, the world was spinning around me. I felt my body tip to the side. Then, darkness enveloped me. I stood at the peak of a mountain overlooking the ocean. Esses stood at my feet, looking over the landscape with me. The air was warm, but I wore a jacket around my shoulders. The dark sky was spotted with stars, and a single torch stood burning in front of me. I felt drawn to it and stepped forward. My fingers reached out and touched the flame. It flickered beneath my touch, but it didn't hurt me. It was warm and welcoming. Sophia. My name sounded like a breeze in the wind, but it felt as if it was coming from someone I'd always known. I didn't know the voice, but it was like I'd been listening to it my whole life. I turned to find 4 figures staring at me. Their faces were familiar. I'd met them twice before. The Hawkeye warrior, the red-headed woman in the corset ball gown, the man in the cowboy hat, and the woman with beautiful black hair, dressed in traditional Hawkeye clothing. My ancestors. They bowed to me, and I bowed back. I didn't question how Esses and I got here. All I knew was I was right where I was meant to be. "Hello," I said aloud. They didn't respond with words, but I could feel their emotions in the air. It was peaceful, warm, and comforting. They didn't have to say anything. I already understood. No matter where I went, they would be there to shelter my burdens and support me in whatever path I decided to take. "What path is that?" I asked them. They each pointed in different directions. I suddenly understood. It was not something they could choose for me. I had to decide for myself. "I know what I have to do now," I said, stepping toward them. Esses followed and gazed up at me with proud eyes. I shrugged Liam's leather jacket off my shoulders and knelt at my ancestors' feet. I offered the jacket to the woman with the red hair, and she took it with a proud smile. "I let go of my anger," I said. "I choose to put my own desires aside and serve the tribe. I give my life to the Hawkeye." I'd known it for months, but there was something profound about declaring my intentions to my ancestors. Everything was clear to me now. Liam would be okay. The ancestors watched over him last time, and I trusted them with every fiber of my being to ensure nothing bad would happen to him again. And if we never got back together, that was okay too. We'd be okay on our own. Our ancestors would make sure of that. "I'm okay," I whispered. For the first time in a long time, it wasn't just wishful thinking. I felt it deep within my soul. The woman in the ball gown reached out and placed a hand on my chin, guiding my gaze up to hers. My ancestors' mouths didn't move, but I heard their collective voices in the wind, each one layering over top of another. "Go forth and burn bright, Kyra Koignichi." My eyes sprang open to a dark canopy above me. My body lay upon cold, damp earth, and my head rested in someone's lap. I could hear the stream trickling down the mountain beside me. Various faces stared down at me, but it took me a moment to make sense of them. A fire burned in Vanessa's palm, casting shadows across each person's face. Everyone was here. My sister, my grandparents, and my friends. "Sophia?" Amelia's voice sounded desperate. She was so close to me, and I realized it was her lap I rested in. I pushed myself to a sitting position and Esses hopped into my lap. I hugged him close. Imogen knelt beside me, and Sassy nudged my hand with her nose. "Are you okay?" I nodded as a comforting warmth spread throughout my chest. "Better than okay. I spoke to my ancestors." My grandma inhaled an audible breath. "It worked? Did you get your name?" I couldn't help but grin. "Yes, it's..." Grandpa held up a hand. "You don't have to tell us, not unless you want to." I looked between each of their faces. They were so soft, and they felt like home. "I want to tell you. It's Kyra Koignichi." Imogen gasped. "Sophia, it's beautiful." "More than beautiful, it's..." Jonah reached out and helped me to my feet. "I don't have the word." "Exquisite," Amelia offered. I was still a little unsteady, seeing as I hadn't eaten in days, so I leaned up against Squeaks for support. Amelia stayed close, as if watching for signs that I might pass out again. "I love it," Vanessa said. "What does it mean?" I asked, looking between my grandparents. Grandma stepped forward and brushed a strand of hair behind my ear that had fallen out of my braid. "Kyra Koignichi, blazing fire spirit." I beamed. I couldn't help it. Amelia pulled me into a hug, and suddenly everyone's arms were around me. I felt cocooned in a safe embrace by the people I loved most. Grandpa hugged me the tightest. "It fits you perfectly, Sophia." "You're right," I said as they all drew away. Esses was the only one to stay close to me. He clung to my middle in a sweet embrace. "It doesn't just sound like me. It feels like me."
Chapter 13. The days blurred together. A week passed without me even realizing it. It had been Sunday, then all of a sudden almost 2 weeks had gone by. I'd spent the majority of time in bed. I drifted between sleep and staring at the walls. Time didn't even exist. The only way I experienced it passing at all was when Mom came in to bring me meals and I occasionally heard Dad peek through the door to check on me. We still hadn't spoken, but something was definitely different between us. The animosity was gone. I think he knew I'd finally been pushed over the edge. There was a weight on the bed by my legs come Friday morning. Maddie was sitting there watching me. "Hey, big brother." She gave me a soft smile. Kari sat by the edge of the bed and hummed. I sat up. I hadn't seen her since I left school. "Hey, what's going on?" She shrugged. "Not much. Just thought I'd be in to check up on you since Ez, Ezra wasn't speaking to me at the moment. I wasn't sure if it was because he was mad or if he just couldn't handle it. I didn't blame him. I'd put him and the rest of my family through a lot. I sighed. Well, thanks, Mads, but I'm fine.
No, you're not. You can't just sit in this bed every day and wait to die, she insisted. I came here to tell you that I've been where you're at right now, and trust me, it only gets lower from there unless you do something about it. You've got to get up and start living your life. Dwelling on everything won't make the problems go away.
I don't know if I'm strong enough, I confessed.
You are, Maddie insisted. Liam, my visions of you are incredible. You're going to be doing some awesome things, but those things are never going to get done if you don't keep moving forward, or if you kill yourself before any of those things can happen.
Suppose you can't tell me what those things are? I asked, and I put my hand in my head. She shook her head.
Sorry, no, Natarai secrets. You'll never go through with all of it if I tell you now. And even though I don't know everything that happens or how it all connects, I can tell you that you're going to have an amazing life. The Great Spirit has a plan. You just have to get there.
I stared at her. You know what happens between Sophia and I for good, don't you? She gave another quick nod.
Yes, but don't go trying to get answers out of me. It'll ruin the lessons and the journey.
You're wise for your age, I remarked.
It comes with the territory of being a seer, she told me. But like I said, you can't sit around continuing to let life get to you. At some point, you've got to make a decision to move forward no matter the consequences before it destroys you.
She dropped her head.
I should know.
She did. Last year, I'd walked in on Maddie hurting herself due to her visions. She'd been doing it for a long time and nobody knew. She'd begged me to keep it a secret. I hadn't told anyone, but I'd helped her learn how to handle her stress in a better way. Though I was still worried being at Orenda would trigger her again, and I really wasn't giving her a great example to live by now.
You helped me move on. Now it's my turn to help you, she said cheerfully. Everything's going to turn around for you, starting today. Promise.
I scratched my head. If you say so.
I've got to go. Drew and I are going to a cosplay contest.
She popped up from the bed and gave a huge smile.
We're wearing matching Lord of the Rings costumes. He's Aragorn and I'm Arwen.
Cute. I waved goodbye and Maddie skipped away with Arakari at her heels. For the first time in days, I got up, took a shower, and got dressed. She was right. I'd sulked around long enough. Time to start living. By this time, it was around lunch. Mom was making fish sandwiches and some sort of rice pilaf. She seemed surprised to see me come downstairs, and a huge smile lit up her face.
Glad to see you up and around, honey.
She gave me a kiss on the cheek before she went back to cooking, balancing my baby brother on her hip. Mom had been like an iron rock throughout this whole process. If what had happened had upset her or made her cry, I'd never seen it. She'd just been there for me for whatever I needed. Mom put food in front of me, and I made sure to eat it. It had been made clear to me that not eating was no longer an option. It was Friday. My classes were over with for the week, but for the first time I thought about how far behind I'd be. Mom, can I go back to school and get my assignments? Mom hesitated.
I think we agreed that you aren't going back to school until next Monday, if your father and I feel that's safe for you to do.
Okay, I said. No way was I going to argue. I got up and put my empty plate in the sink. I then turned around and put my hands against it, leaning backward.
You've got something on your mind, Mom commented. I can see it written on your face.
I thought for a minute before answering. I love her, Mom, I said. I love her and I don't know what to do. Mom adjusted Jackson on her hip and said,
Love sometimes isn't enough, honey.
I know, I said, but it has to be this time.
Oh, Liam.
Mom took a hand and parted back the hair from my face.
If the Great Spirit wills it in his plan for you and Sophia to be together, not even the elders will be able to keep you apart. But love isn't based on need. It has to be freely given.
I bit the inside of my cheek. Can we go to the gravesite today? Mom put the rest of the dishes inside the sink.
Just give me a few moments to gather some things.
A half an hour later, we came to the burial grounds. Mom was a good distance away at my grandfather's grave, putting flowers on it and showing Jackson the marking stone, but not so far away I was out of her eyesight. I sat cross-legged in front of Neshoma's grave and stared at the burial mound. "Bud, you gotta help me," I told him. "I have no freaking idea how to go on from here." There was no answer except the whistling of the wind and the autumn leaves falling from the trees. I closed my eyes and started meditating. I was waiting for an answer, for some sort of sign or maybe a sentence that would give me direction. I didn't intend to fall into a trance. The burial mounds fell away and the wind died down as I entered into a new world. Autumn had changed to summer. I was standing in the same green section of forest I had been over 2 years ago when I first bonded with Neshoma. He sat in front of me, all intimidation and muscle. There was a slight breeze that ruffled his black fur. He was larger than I remembered, nearly the size of a small horse now. He didn't move an inch, didn't even blink as we locked gazes. Seeing him knocked the wind out of me. I staggered backward. He continued to sit calmly and observe with cool amber eyes. "Hello, Liam," he said. "It's been a long time." His voice was deep and commanding. He sounded older than me, even though we were the same age. "How is this possible?" I breathed. "The ancestors have permitted, in some circumstances, elementi who are very near to death to speak with those who have passed beyond to the ancestral lands," Neshoma said. "And, Liam, you are dangerously close to the edge." He and I stared at each other for a long moment before I spoke again. "You got bigger." "Yes, as you continue to grow on Earth, I grow beside you in the afterlife," Neshoma said. I wanted to touch him. I wanted to reach out and run my hands through his thick fur, but something in his stare prevented me from doing that. "Why are we here?" I asked. Neshoma raised a lip and growled. "I am here to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours." Shock went through me, then something I didn't expect. Resentment. "Me?" I burst. "I'm sorry, but since you've been gone, I've been doing the best I fucking can. Sorry if it's not good enough for you." "It's not," Neshoma stated bluntly. "Your performance has been rather poor." I let out a disgusted noise. "Fuck this." I went to walk away from him, but as I turned around, there he was, sitting in front of me again, even though I was facing the opposite direction. "You cannot run from this," Neshoma insisted. "You must turn and face it." "I don't have to do anything. I can do whatever the hell I feel like," I shouted at him. "You can, but you won't. You are tired of running," Neshoma said. "And I am tired of watching you run like a scared little deer. I have had enough of your dismal attitude toward life and everyone in it." "You don't get it. I don't want to live anymore. I want to be with you," I exploded. I kicked at a rock on the ground. My foot went right through it. Screw the ancestral lands. "It does not matter what you want. I did not want to leave my pack. I did not want to leave my mate. Most of all, I did not want to leave you. It changed nothing." Neshoma's voice was monotone and emotionless. "I am still here and you are there, so there we are." I shook my head. "You know, most familiars would be more comforting. They wouldn't have a bitch fest after their elementi tried to off themselves." "Do not expect me to coddle you. I know how you work," Neshoma said coldly. "You are sorely mistaken if you think your life is about yourself. You are alive in service to others, nothing more." "But how is this fair to me? How am I the only elementi that can stay alive without a familiar? How am I the only person that's cursed with a fucking disease that no one can understand and that's killing me from the inside out?" I was screaming at him so loud now it made my voice feel raw. Everything hurt, and I was tired of hurting. Why couldn't I just be done? Because the ancestors knew you were strong enough to take it above all others, though you are currently proving them wrong, he growled. Your existence, my existence, is about sacrifice. We are apart from each other because you still have a job to do. There is a purpose beyond any you're seeing, and if you cannot understand, then so be it. But that does not give you the right to end your own life. I crossed my arms and turned away, but not so much that I couldn't see him. Don't you think I've been through enough? Did you ever consider that I have had a difficult time myself continuing in the ancestral lands without you? Neshoma spat at me, and I heard a bit of bitterness in his voice as he curled his tail around his paws and looked away from me. No, you have not. How would I know? I've needed you so many times, and you weren't there. It was I who was on that bridge, Neshoma thundered. It was I who heard your every thought as you were about to take that jump. It was I who sent Sophia to save you before you made a decision you'd utterly regret. He shook his head. And I was near you, powerless as I did everything I could to get you to hear me, to see me, my spirit in a panic because I knew that if someone did not intervene, your life on earth would come to an end. I gave myself up for you, and you are throwing that gift back in my face. The guilt that pummeled me in the stomach nearly made me sick. You heard what they said about me. The whole tribe feels that way, I bet. People don't think I have the right to live. A wolf does not concern himself with the opinions of prey, and Liam, those people were prey, Neshoma said. They are frightened of you. They know you are a hunter. I know they were jealous, and yeah, they're probably worried I'll earn the tribe's favor and gain a higher position, I said. That doesn't mean what they said didn't hurt. Didn't matter that they were strangers. What they said got to me. I hardly know who I am anymore. Then perhaps you need to take some time out for yourself and reevaluate. An alpha is no good to the pack if he cannot lead, he said. I made a scoffing noise. Gonna keep throwing wolf metaphors at me? Got one about a rabbit next? Wolf metaphors are good metaphors. Wait, no, that isn't the point, he said in frustration. He stomped his paw. I'm tired of being trapped in a body that feels like a prison, I shouted at him. Why isn't that enough? Liam, I'm sorry you are sick. Neshoma's voice broke, and for the first time he seemed to be getting emotional. He dropped his head. And I am sorry I am not there to help you. But life goes on, and your story is more important than your suffering. I threw my arms skyward. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. I understood that from the first day I was told something was wrong with me. But I didn't know it was going to be this fucking hard. Excuse me if I want just a little reprieve from it all. Your grandfather has been helping as best he can, but damn you if you see the signs, negative fool you are, Neshoma spat. You are acting like a child. Ancestors forbid if you ever looked on the bright side of things. I grabbed my hair. I was about ready to pull it out. Bright side? How the hell do you expect me to do that? The one person who meant everything to me isn't in my life anymore. Yes, I know it's my own fault. Don't give me that look, I told him as Neshoma sent a scathing gaze my way. An alpha proves himself to his she-wolf, and trust me when I say that you haven't done anything to inspire her to return to you. If wolves could eye-roll, Neshoma would be giving me one right now. Your attempts at wooing her back have been dismal, and at worst, embarrassing. Oh sure, keep it up with the sarcasm, I told him. Not like it hurts or anything. I don't care if it hurts. You need to hear the truth. She doesn't want me back. She's tried to move on with someone else, I burst. Because your stubbornness pushes her away, Neshoma shouted. Great spirit forgive you, Liam, but you are a selfish ass. For all the work I did sending her to you, you certainly are doing everything in your power to keep fucking it up. I know I fucked up. I get it, I said. But I don't know how to fix it anymore. I never had the power to in the first place. Quit acting like a victim for everything in your life. His teeth began to show beneath snarling lips. It doesn't suit you. Yeah? "What are you going to do about it?" I asked, throwing my arms wide. Neshoma snarled. He crouched down and pounced, sailing toward me through the air. I expected him to back off mid-leap, but he didn't. He slammed into my body and forced me to the ground. His weight was like getting hit by a car. His massive paws pinned me to the forest floor as his teeth lunged for my jugular. I reacted out of instinct and dove out of the way, and his snout smashed into the grass. Holy shit, I wasn't expecting that. "Neshoma, are you an alpha or a coward? Are you a wolf or are you prey?" Neshoma shouted. He went to go for my neck again. I grabbed his scruff and hurled him off, staggering to my feet. He didn't stop his assault. He leapt again on top of me and pinned me down. We wrestled with each other. I did my best to hold him off, but he was strong and freaking huge. We tumbled over and over on the grass as Neshoma barely missed drawing blood from me each time. He wasn't going to stop. The rock I tried to kick earlier was lying nearby. I reached out to grab it, and this time my hand connected. I used it to smash the rock against the side of Neshoma's muzzle. He yelped and jumped off of me. However, he had a thrill in his eyes as he saw the rock in my hand. "That's what I like to see. Fight back. Fight for your mate." Neshoma jumped again, but I knew what to do this time. I dropped the rock and spun out of the way as he made his attack. Then I grabbed the fur on the back of his pelt and tackled him into the dirt, holding him down. Neshoma panted beneath me, and I struggled to catch my breath. "So, you struggle with me, you struggle with life," he said. I let him up. He didn't appear hurt at all by the fight. Neither was there a scratch on me. I brushed my hair out of my eyes. "Was that really necessary?" "You wouldn't have learned any other way," he said. It was then that I got it. I got what he meant. I'd given up these past few months. Hell, I'd probably given up the moment Neshoma had died. I'd fought less and less until I stopped fighting at all. Even during the Elemental Cup, I'd more or less struggled to survive out of instinct, not a true desire to live. Afterwards, I'd pushed everyone who cared about me away and basically waited to die. But that wasn't who I was. I was a fighter. Neshoma knew there was no other way to make me realize it except to drive me to be the best I could be. When push came to shove and life started throwing punches, he didn't want me to curl up and surrender. He wanted me to push back. Lately, I hadn't fought against my illness. I hadn't fought for my future. And I definitely hadn't fought for Sophia. I'd become a victim of circumstance instead of taking charge. There were things about my life that I couldn't change, but I had power over the things that I could. I needed to stop letting life happen to me and start making decisions that I could stand by. He was right. Being a victim was getting really fucking old. I wanted to take back some power over my life. Neshoma knew that I suffered. He knew that I was in pain every day and that I'd been through a lot, but he didn't accept it as an excuse to give up. And maybe he experienced just as much pain being apart from me as I did him. Maddie said that I was going to do amazing things, but I bet those amazing things weren't going to get done if I couldn't buck up and be strong enough to take the resistance that was sure to come as a result of me making a stand. A great life didn't come without sacrifice and a lot of struggle. And if this war was really coming and the prophecy was about to come true, I had to be strong enough to protect the people I loved, no matter what I was personally going through. He stared at me for a moment. I had the feeling our conversation was drawing to a close. We stood there for minutes, drinking each other in, trying to take in every last second we had together before the end. Finally, I asked, "What must I do?" "You know what you need to do. You've known it all along," Neshoma told me. "You must return to your mate and beg for forgiveness. Beg her to take you back. And if she doesn't," he stared at me, "then you need to move on and let her go." I lowered my gaze. Neshoma paused. "Tell me, have you seen Vitella recently?" I nodded. "She comes around the house sometimes, and I hear her singing to you outside my dorm every night." He nodded. "It is a comfort, then. She does not have long. Her time is coming. Our children will soon take up the pack. I will have her by my side once more." He narrowed his gaze. "Though I do not intend for you to join me any time soon. Go now to your mate. End this doubt between the two of you, and let her final answer be the arrow that guides you forward." I could feel the trance ending. The summer colors that were around us were slowly draining to fall again. "I'll miss you, Neshoma, and I love you." "I love you as well, brother. And Liam," I lifted my gaze. He stared at me with those yellow eyes. "I do not want to speak with you again until you are at the border of the ancestral lands, which I hope will not come to pass for a very, very long time." His gaze was cold and steely. "I have protected you from everything else in this life, but I cannot protect you from yourself. I only hope that you can believe the Great Spirit has a plan for you." The trance ceased to be. I reached out my fingers to brush Neshoma's fur as I found myself sitting by his burial mound again, the autumn breeze giving me a slight shiver. Maddie kept repeating it. Mom kept repeating it. Neshoma had drilled it into my head. There was a plan. I just needed to trust that things were going to work out, and trust that somehow I could be happy again. I stood up. I knew what I had to do now. I approached Mom. She had a smile on her face as I joined her at Grandpa's grave. "Something has happened inside of you," she commented. "It nearly glows." I nodded. "I feel like I've changed." Mom gave a light little laugh. "We all change through the seasons of life, though perhaps your dark season is nearly over." I liked that. We stared at Grandpa's marking stone for a while before Mom said, "I have to go into town and run some errands. Won't be back until later tonight. I've told your brother to take you back to the house this afternoon." "That's fine." I wasn't allowed to be alone for a while, but I was fine with being passed off to Ezra. It'd give me an opportunity to reach out to Sophia. Mom and I walked up to the school grounds together. Ezra was waiting by the main gate for us. He avoided my gaze, and Mom spoke with him in hushed tones as I kept a distance. His expression was stone-faced as Mom continued to whisper to him. With luck, or maybe as if the ancestors planned it, Sophia was sitting on a stone bench with Esses nearby, doing her homework. I kind of felt like shit. I hadn't had Esses heal me in a long time, so I hurt all over, but I ignored it. What I was about to do was far more important. She looked up when she heard my footsteps. A brief expression of surprise crossed her face before it settled into a slight smile. "Liam, how are you?" "Doing a lot better," I began as I took a seat next to her. "Thanks to you." She looked away for a second and slightly frowned. She picked Esses up off the bench next to her and said, "Here, you haven't been healed in a week. You need this." Esses squeaked as Sophia placed him on my lap. His eyes were big and sparkling as he looked up at me. He missed me. Esses placed his paws in my abdomen, and instantly all the pain melted away. This time it felt better than ever before, sweeter even, more fulfilling. Sophia seemed to shine as she watched Esses do his work. It was incredible watching her. It got to me that she might be something I'd have to set free. "There's something different about you," I said. "You seem happier." "I am. I got my spirit name." She beamed. "My grandparents held the ceremony for me last weekend." "Really? That's amazing." Awe overtook me before a bit of regret settled on my shoulders. "I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you." "It's okay. You needed time for yourself," she said. "I don't know. It just changed me. It showed me who I really was." I nodded. "You don't come out of that sweat lodge the same as you went in." She seemed hopeful. "It's been weird without you around the castle. Are you moving back into the dorms next week?" I shook my head. "I'm supposed to come back next Monday, but I'm not staying in the dorms. Mom still wants me at home for another week while I get readjusted to classes." Sophia nodded.
That sounds like a good idea. There was the sound of birdsong for a minute before Sophia said, Liam, we need to talk about some stuff. We were on the same page. Yeah, there's some things we need to settle. I stood up. Can you come to my house later? We can talk then. Sure, I'll take a Periton there. She gave me a weak grin. See you around. I nodded. My stomach was twisted up in knots as I walked away. How was tonight gonna go? I had hours before she'd arrive so we could talk. What if she said no? What if she rejected me? At least it'd be over and I'd finally have an answer to what was between us. Mom had already taken off to do errands. Ezra held his arms tightly over his body as he watched me approach. Come on, his tone was blunt. Let's go. I knew he was missing stuff at school to be home with me. I felt bad for taking that away from him. We took the main road to the beach and walked there mainly in silence. Having Sophia and I be up in the air was one thing, but this tension between Ezra and I was another. It was unbearable. I needed my brother by my side, whatever happened moving forward. When we got back to the house, Ezra went to lock himself in his room. Wait, I said, and he stopped. He paused with his hand still on the doorknob. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I started. I didn't mean to hurt you. He scoffed. Yeah, well, you fucking did. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, I pleaded. I just thought things would be better if I wasn't... Bullshit, man, he turned around. You have any idea how many people care about you? You know what their lives would have been like if you'd taken that jump? What my life would have been like? He punched the wall with the side of his fist. I couldn't get over you killing yourself. Neither could Mom or Dad, or the rest of us, or Jonah or Imogen, or Sophia for that matter. It would destroy a piece of me that would never be the same again. He shoved his hands in his pockets. I know I'm going to be chief. It's not what I want, but I'll put up with it. But I don't want to do it unless my big brother is by my side. His eyes got watery and his lip trembled. Oh, Ez, come here. I gave him a tight hug. I hadn't hugged Ezra in a really long time, probably since we were kids, but he needed it right now. He was a wreck. His shoulders shook a couple of times before he hugged me back, then pulled away. Are you okay, bro? Ezra asked. Like, really? I've been worried about you. I nodded. I'm in a better place now, really. I'm sorry I didn't notice, he belted out. I should have seen the signs. I'm a shitty brother. It's not your fault, I said. I kept everything pretty well hid. He bounced nervously. I'm really concerned that... Ez, I put a hand on his shoulder. I'm not going to try it again. Honestly. He seemed to relax at that. What are you going to do now? He asked. I mean, you can't go on living like this. I don't plan to. First thing is, I have to know where Sophia and I stand, I said. Then whatever happens afterward is based on that. You mean you want to ask her out again? His eyes widened. Yeah, I'm going to ask her to get back together with me tonight, I said. And if she says no, fine. I'm moving on with my life. Ezra stared at me. Sure you can handle that? I shrugged. It's going to hurt like hell if she rejects me, sure. But at least I'll have a fresh start. I can't live anymore not knowing if we're going to be together or not. Ezra said nothing for a moment, then punched my shoulder. Come on, the waves look pretty rad today. Let's get our boards. I knew he was just trying to pass the time and keep my mind off of things until Sophia showed up, but I agreed, because surfing sounded like the one thing that could get my head straight right now. We rode the waves for a few hours, then went inside. Sophia showed up shortly after. She stood outside my front door, Essus in her arms, and seeming apprehensive, but determined, as if she already knew what she was going to say to me. I was worried about the answer I was going to get, but I wouldn't back away from asking the question. Sophia walked into the kitchen, looking apprehensive. I'll be on the beach, give you two some privacy, Ezra said. He walked out. Sophia and I were left standing there, staring at each other in silence. Essus was making squealing noises. He wanted to get on the counter.
Sophia put him down, and he immediately started rummaging through the cupboards, finding a bag of cookies and ripping into it. He shoved one after the other into his mouth. "Esses, that's not ours," Sophia scolded. "He can have it. What's mine is yours," I told Sophia. I scratched the back of my head. Esses's chewing was really loud and distracting. "You want to talk upstairs?" She blinked. "Sure." We left Esses in the kitchen, and she followed me up to my room. When we were inside, I closed the door behind us. Sophia looked around, observing the decor. The walls were painted blue, and I had a queen-sized bed covered with an orange and teal comforter. The walls were covered with landscape scenes of various parts of California, posters of bikes and surfers. Baskets and blankets were piled up in a corner almost to the ceiling. A large window with a sliding glass door led to a balcony that displayed the ocean. I'd cleaned up the clothes that were thrown all over before she got here and put them in a hamper. I didn't want her to know that I was messy. "I like your room. It's neat," she said, twirling around. I gave a light laugh. "It's hardly ever this clean. You need to see my dorm." She gave a slight smile. I gestured to the bed. "You can sit down." Sophia sat on the edge of the bed, crossing her ankles. I sat on the opposite side of her and turned so we were facing head on. The only sound that could be heard were the waves coming through the open sliding door that led to the balcony. It was like neither one of us wanted to speak first. I decided to take the plunge. "I want you back." Sophia stared at me. Then she gave a long, drawn-out sigh, brushing her curls back from her face. "Liam..." Not the reaction I was hoping for. I took a few deep breaths and tried not to panic. "I messed up. I really, really fucked up," I said. "I know this isn't great timing, and that doing this right now is shit, but I want us to be back together." She bit her lip and looked down. "I don't know if that's the best idea." My heart fell. Had I already waited too long? Had she already made up her mind? "What do you mean?" "Things are different now," she began. "I'm not the same person you met back in Utah." "And I'm not the same person either. I've changed," I told her. "We both have." "Liam, you know I'd take you back in a heartbeat before, but things have changed. I've been preparing myself to let you go." It felt like I was being suffocated. "Let me go?" She stared at the carpet. "You know that you have to offer a sacrifice to the ancestors to get your spirit name?" "Yeah," I said, not sure where this was going. "My sacrifice was you," she said, and my breath was swept out of me. "All the anger I've balled up over the past few months, all the hurt, I had to let it go. I burned your jacket and gave my love for you over to the ancestors." I was momentarily speechless. "So, you don't love me anymore?" "Don't say it like that." She put her face in her hands and rubbed her eyes before wrenching her gaze back up to meet mine. "You don't understand. I don't want you to not know who you are without me. I don't want myself to not know who I am without you. That's why we can't do this." "That's not what this is," I insisted. "Why do you want me back then?" she insisted. "I want something more profound than you telling me you can't live without me." "You aren't going to get that then, because that's not true," I told her quietly. A little bit of breath left her. "Really?" I nodded. "I don't want you back because I can't live without you. I want you back because you make my life better." She seemed confused. But you tried to kill yourself because we broke up." "Ancestors, no, Sophia. That wasn't what that was about," I told her. My tone was horrified. "What happened that night wasn't your fault. It had nothing to do with you." "Really? Then what was it about?" She acted like she didn't believe me. This was embarrassing. I overheard a couple of people from my Hawkeye leadership class talking about me," I confessed. "They basically said that I didn't deserve to live because I was sick, and that it'd be better for the tribe if someone just killed me." "Oh my God, Liam." She put a hand over her mouth. "Why didn't you tell me? Or Jonah, or someone?" "I didn't want to talk to anyone about it. It really bothered me," I said, my words coming out in a jumble. Stuff's been piling up forever now, and I didn't deal with it until it got to be too much.
But how could you believe them? Nothing they said was true, and you don't really know them, she said.
It felt true at the time. I looked out at the ocean. I know they're strangers, but what they said still hurt. I couldn't deal with it. I looked at her. But I can now. I'm in a better place, and I can promise you that I won't do anything like that ever again. But I wouldn't be here to say that if you hadn't stopped me. You saved my life. Sophia slowly said the next few words.
But I don't want to have to keep saving you. Seeing you almost take that jump, it gutted me. Is that what our relationship is going to be like going forward? Me worrying about you at every turn, wondering if something someone said is going to trigger you?
No, I said firmly. I've come to a realization that I've got to do better. I get it, Sophia. I know I'm fucked up. Her eyes flashed to my face. Don't try to deny it. It happened after Neshoma's death, and I haven't been right ever since. A part of me is always going to be ruined for life. I took a breath to continue. But that doesn't mean I can't be better for you, and I'll never put you through anything like that ever again. Sophia ran her hands through her hair.
I don't know, Liam. I just don't.
She took another breath.
I've wanted you back for so long, but now I'm so confused. I don't know if this is right for me anymore, or healthy.
I don't want it to be unhealthy, I said. I reached out and tried to take her hand, but she pulled it away. It felt like ice froze over my heart as she did that. Her eyes showed fear. She was scared of me. She thought I was going to break her heart all over again. I decided to take a chance. Was it better with Lindsay? Her expression was thoughtful.
I don't know. Lindsay and I had fun together. I liked her, but I didn't have the same connection with her that I did with you.
She gave me a sheepish look.
I should probably tell you that Lindsay and I did stuff, like below-the-belt, naked stuff.
I figured as much. I'm not mad about it. And I wasn't. She was single and trying to find her way. I had no right to judge. She played with the loose strands on the comforter.
Lindsay and I had a connection, but it was more like a crush. I wish I could have followed it more, but I couldn't because my heart was still set on you.
And is it still that way? I dared to ask. She remained still as she looked at me.
I need to know for certain why you want to do this. You never wanted to get back together until now.
Because I'm a coward, I said. Or at least I was. I let my pride and my hurt get in the way of loving you. But I don't want us to be together because I need you to survive. I want us to be together because I think we bring out the best in each other. I straightened up. You push me to be the best I can be. You don't take excuses or allow me to sit around and suffer. You don't see me as some burden on the tribe or a sick person that needs to be taken care of. Hell, even though you take better care of me than I do myself most days, you just see me for me. She smiled at that. I went on. You give me hope. You make me see that there's still joy and goodness in living. You show me all the wonder this world has to offer when I thought all the light had gone out of it. You don't give up. You inspire me to keep going, to keep doing better. And even though I hurt you, you still have my back. That's saying something for all the shit we've been through together. Sophia twirled shapes on the comforter with her finger.
I've had to find my way without you, you know, she said quietly. You're what makes Orenda feel like home, because for the longest time you were home for me. You made me feel protected and safe. You introduced me to this incredible world and stuck by my side through all of it, even when your life was at stake during the tournament. Even when you didn't want to go through with the temple on Ancestors' Day, you still went. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for the good of everyone around you, and you love so hard, Liam. You've got the biggest heart out of all of us in the group. I just hated how you never let me in. I didn't like how she was speaking everything in past tense. Go on. Life was... Ancestors, it was just so easy with you. Everything we wanted together seemed to match up. I always knew you'd be a good husband and a good father. I think it's what attracted me to you in the first place," she said. "I never cared that you were whiny or sarcastic. I knew you were just trying to hide your true self under a mask, and that never bothered me, because I always saw the true you. You made me feel free. I never felt happier than when I was clinging to your back when we were on that bike, or cliff diving into the ocean. You were someone I could trust to lead me and take care of me until the very end." Her tone turned dark. "I just couldn't take the secrets or the lies. And the worst thing about it all was that no matter how much I loved you, you still left me." "That was a bad decision," I said quietly. "One I wish I'd never made." Her lip trembled. "Well, you did, and you can't take it back now. I'm not so sure if I want to be with you anymore." Heartbreak. So this is what it felt like to have your feelings totally torn in half? I held myself together even though I was falling apart on the inside. But I wasn't done fighting yet. Neshoma wanted me to fight for her. I wasn't giving in unless there was absolutely no chance. We sat in silence for a moment. Sophia said, "What are you going to do now?" I held back for a moment or two. "I don't know. It depends on if you take me back or not." "And if not?" she asked softly. "I'm not going to tell you what my plans are because I don't want it to affect your decision," I told her. "All I ask for is honesty. I need to know," she insisted. I put a hand on the back of my head. "Honestly, if you say no, I'm not coming back to Orenda Academy." "What?" Her expression became shocked. Hot tears came furiously out of her eyes. "Are you serious?" "Don't cry. This is why I didn't want to tell you." I reached out and wiped away some of the tears from her face. "Why?" she asked. "Why would you not come back?" "What's left for me here, Soph? That place holds too many memories," I said. "Neshoma, you, all my friends. It's just a constant reminder of everything I've lost. I don't have a place in this society anymore." "We could find you one," she protested. "That's not going to work. My reason for staying here is you," I told her gently. "But it doesn't work like that. If we're not together, we can't be in each other's lives. I'll need a clean break. I'll have to start over or I'll never be able to get over you." You can't do that," she sputtered. "We still need you for the prophecy." "You already have the water piece. You don't need me anymore for that," I told her gently. "To be honest, I think if I'm around and we're not together, I'll just be getting in the way. We'll never be able to work on stopping the prophecy with all this history between us. It'll be a distraction from saving the tribe." She knew I was right. Sophia fiddled with her fingers for a moment, thinking, before she looked up. "Where will you go?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I'll probably take my tournament money and travel, maybe do some charity work, join the Peace Corps. I want to help people. I want to help reduce some of the suffering that's in this shitty world." "You can do that here." "No, I can't. Not unless I'm by your side. I've tried, Sophia, and if we're going to be done, we're done forever. We can't be friends, and I can't stay here." I shook my head. "And you can't ask me to do anything else. I owe it to myself to do what makes me happy. My whole life, I've put everyone else first. I haven't thought of me and what I need. I nearly died because of it, and for the first time, I need to save myself before I go saving everyone else. That means getting a fresh start if it comes to the end of you and me." "So that's it? If we aren't together, you can't be in my life at all?" she said weakly. I nodded. "It's what has to happen. I can't just be your friend, Sophia. I can't sit around and watch you date other people. I can't—" I took a quivering breath. "It's been tearing me up inside, but I don't want it to change your decision. Whatever you decide, it has to be because you want it, not because you're worried that I'll try to kill myself again if you reject me or say yes to keep me from leaving. That wouldn't be fair to either of us, and we'll eventually end up in the same damn situation we're in now all over again. I couldn't live through losing you again. So if you're going to break my heart, let this be the last time." "But if you aren't in my life anymore, Esses won't be able to heal you. You'll die," she protested softly.
Then let me die, I said. Let me go out on my terms. There's other things I can try for treatment. Perot's got some ideas. But Soph, if they don't work, you have to be willing to let me go. You're giving up on your life. Sick people decide to stop treatment all the time. This isn't any different, I told her gently. If I gotta go, I want to be at peace. Ess's magic is no guarantee I'll live a full life. Time's always been running short for me, which is why you need to let me do what's best so I can make those months I have count. You could have more with me. Maybe, maybe not. I'm gonna die when the ancestors take me and not a moment before. But you can't base your decision around it. I stared at her. Sophia seemed contemplative. If we're together, we need to be together because we make each other's lives better, not because we depend on each other or need each other to get by. I wholeheartedly agree, which is why I need you to make a choice. My heart has already made mine for me, I told her. Do you really mean that? I don't want us to have to go back into hiding again, she said. I don't either, which is why if we go forward with this, I think we need to come out publicly, I said. Her mouth dropped open. What? You're willing to risk your life to be with me? Yes, we need to make a stand and fight for this. Tell the entire world we're together, no matter what wrath the elders bring down on us, I said. If we have to run away, we run away. But I've counted up the cost, and if I'm imprisoned or executed for loving you, Sophia, it's a crime I'm guilty of and happy to pay the price for. She began to stutter. But you were so against it before. You never wanted to commit. Do you really think I backed off on committing because I was afraid of what the elders would do? I asked her. Soph, if that was the only thing in our way, I would have gotten over it months ago. Then why? Her eyes widened as she slowly pieced it together. Liam, I gave her a cold stare. You know I'm right. It's not fair, but it doesn't matter. If you're with me, you're taking on everything. Days, maybe weeks of me in the hospital, treatment after treatment, watching me slowly deteriorate while you can do nothing about it, picking up my medical bills if it's something Esses can't fix, falling in love with me just to watch me die in the end, leaving you alone. You don't want me to become your caregiver instead of your girlfriend, she said, voice lightening with the clarification. Yes, I acknowledged, because I don't want to put that on you. Any way you look at it, this doesn't have a happy ending. You always get hurt in the end. We're all going to die, Liam. Like you said, there are no guarantees. I could even die before you, she said. Don't talk like that, I said harshly. I could deal with you moving on, but I'd never get over your death, Pawi. It'd ruin me. And how do you think I felt watching you about to step off that bridge? She asked sharply. It felt like my whole world was ending right then and there. You're healthy. You'll be okay. You forget about the prophecy. Shawana said that I'd lose everything, even my life. We can change the prophecy. You're not going anywhere, I said quickly. Sophia made an angry noise. This is such a double standard. If I have to be okay with losing you, you need to be okay with losing me. There's a war coming, Liam. It's getting closer and closer every day. We're doing our best to prevent it, but what if we can't? Everyone's life is going to be on the line pretty quick. The question is, are you willing to accept you're not the only one who might have a short life? I don't want to talk about that. It doesn't matter. She reached out for my hand this time. She squeezed it tightly as she said, When I got my spirit name, I made a vow to the ancestors and to the Great Spirit that I would give myself up for the tribe. I'd lay my life down for the Hawkeye if it came to it. And if the prophecy asks me to sacrifice myself to prevent our people from going extinct, then it's what I'll do. I'm not going to run. And you have to be okay with me making that sacrifice because you're asking me to do the same with you. You of all people know that the best leaders are willing to do anything for their tribe. My throat was dry. I fucking hated this. But she was right. I don't want to have to give you up, I choked out. But if it comes down to it, I won't interfere with your choice. I promise you that. Sophia went silent. She clung to my hand and studied the features of my face, as if she was committing them to memory, losing herself in the moment. Sophia, please make up your mind, I begged her. I can't take any more of this waiting. Let me know what you decide." She finally let go of my hand and drew away. "When I was speaking with my spirit guides, I felt like there were two roads before me," she said quietly. "I think one leads to you and the other one doesn't. But I knew I would be happy no matter what road I chose." "And that's all I ever want for you, Sophia, is for you to be happy," I told her. "I'll be okay with whatever you choose. This is in your hands." She looked down. "I'm not sure. I feel like on the road that leads to you, I'd be happier." "Seriously?" Holy shit, there was actually hope. I was planning to start packing my bags to leave town the minute she left. "Yes, but I'm still torn. I can see us having a great future together. But after everything we've been through, I'm scared to try again. You crushed me, Liam." "And I never will again," I vowed. "I can't promise I'll never hurt you again, because people make mistakes, but I'll never leave again. I'll be committed to you until my lungs give out." "Those are just words. How can I be sure?" she pleaded. "Da'ahi Maito Anichi," I said. "What?" She looked at me blankly. "It's my true name, the one the ancestors gave me. It means fighting wolf spirit. I've never told anyone what it is before." My heart was beating so fast I thought it was going to give out. I'd never felt so exhilarated before. What a rush. "I thought Maito men didn't reveal their true names until they got married. You were supposed to save that for your wife," she said. "And I want that to be you, Sophia." I took both of her hands in mine. "There's no one else for me after you. If you're not the girl I'm going to marry, then I'm not getting married at all. It begins and ends with you." She gave me a watery smile. "You're just saying that. You'd fall in love with someone else eventually." "No, I wouldn't." I let go of her hands. "But you would. And if you think there's someone else out there for you that's not me, you need to follow that. I'll be fine, I promise." She stared at me. "You keep asking if I want you back, and of course I do. But if things are going to end the way they did before, we can't do that to each other again, Liam." "This time will be different, because we're different now," I said. "We're not the same people." "That's the point. How do we know if it's going to work?" she asked. "Nothing's ever a sure thing." I gave her the best smile I could. "But in my life, I know the surest thing I've ever been certain of is us." She chewed her lip. "If we're going to get back together, there are going to be conditions." "Name them." "I'd do anything." She held up 3 fingers. "First, this is the last chance I'm giving you. If we break up again, we're done for good. I'm never coming back to you." "That's fair." I didn't expect anything different. She put down a finger. "Second, no more secrets and no more lies. We tell each other everything. I don't care how bad it is. I'll never hide anything from you again as long as you promise to do the same." Agreed. I was sick of the secrets too. This one was easy. She held up a final finger. "Last, you get some help." I felt like I'd run into a brick wall. I was temporarily dazed. "What?" "Come on, Liam." She gave me a look. "You've been depressed since I met you. You haven't been dealing with Neshoma's death at all. Hell, you just tried to jump off a bridge. I can't be with someone I don't know is taking care of themselves mentally. I don't want to have to worry about if you're stable or if you're going to be okay. I can't live with that kind of anxiety. I want you to be happy. Agree to go to treatment, or else this thing between us isn't happening again." That was a hard bargain. I didn't want to go to treatment. I'd been avoiding it since Neshoma died. Yet she was right. Perot was right. I was depressed. I'd been living in denial about it forever, and it had come right up and bit me in the ass. But if I had to talk to somebody to get Sophia back, that was something I was willing to do. "Fine, I'll go to therapy or whatever. I'll even start next week." "You promise?" she hedged. "Yes, I will do everything you ask." I hesitated. "Just, please don't tell me this is over for good." Sophia paused. The following seconds were agonizing, like waiting for someone to tell you if your greatest hopes had been realized or destroyed. A tightness wrapped around my heart and held my chest hostage, freezing me so I couldn't breathe, barbed wire cutting into my lungs. Those few seconds of tension were drawn out, full of tension and worry. If she said no... Finally, Sophia whispered, "It'll never be over, Liam." Thank the ancestors. I lunged forward and took her face in my hands as I kissed her passionately, unlike I'd ever kissed her before. I felt like if I didn't kiss her then, I would die and there would be nothing left of me. Putting my lips against hers was like the first breath of life. I'd felt numb for so long, and now she was bringing me back from the dead. Warmth and light spread over my chest where a freezing cold had once been, and I realized for the first time how painful living without Sophia had been and how much I loved her. She was crucial to my story. She was everything. Sophia threw her arms around my neck and pulled me into her. We crashed together like two waves in the ocean. Her hands roamed over every inch of my body, like she needed to be reminded that I was there in the flesh. I forced myself to draw away from her. To part from her was excruciating. "I'm not going anywhere, Polly," I whispered. "Not ever again." Tears streaked her cheeks, and I brushed them away. "Never again," she whispered back to me. "We're meant to be together." Fuck yeah, we were. And I intended to show her how much.